Flower Stealing Master Chapter 581 to Chapter 642. Stop pretending, you big-tailed wolf. Zhao Min couldn't help but snort. You're always entangled in these trivial matters. Have you forgotten something important? Something important? Song Qingshu was stunned and didn't know what she was talking about. You really only have your lover in your eyes. Zhao Min curled her lips. Did you go to Blackwood Cliff just to save her? Song Qingshu finally understood. You're talking about the poison in your body. Don't worry, I've already thought of a way. Zhao Min shook her head. I'm not as optimistic as you. You should know that Ping Yizhi said that only he could cure the 3 corpses brain divine pill that he concocted. If we go to Blackwood Cliff this time, we'll only be able to find Ren Wuxing's antidote. Maybe he's just bluffing, Song Qingshu comforted him. We have to test whether he's right or wrong. Besides, when we go to Blackwood Cliff this time, aside from Ren Wuxing's antidote, I should be able to get Invincible East's antidote as well. I don't believe that their antidotes can't cure the 3 corpse brain divine pill in your body. Song Qingshu recalled the original novel of the smiling, proud wanderer. Ren Yingying was poisoned by Invincible East's 3 corpse brain pill. When she was dying, she didn't want Ling Huchong to see her haggard face, so she went to Invincible East's house to find some rouge to put on makeup. She didn't expect that the rouge was actually the antidote for Invincible East's 3 corpse brain pill. According to the spy at Blackwood Cliff, after Ren Wuxing regained the position of the leader, he listed Dongfang Mushua's former residence as a forbidden area. The rouge should still be there. Even if it wasn't there, he could go back to the Forbidden City and ask Dongfang Mushua for another set. However, Song Qingshu wasn't sure how Dongfang Mushua would react when she found out that the antidote was for Zhao Min. How did you get Invincible East's antidote? Zhao Min looked at him thoughtfully. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. His relationship with Dongfang Mushua could be said to be his biggest secret. Although he had a good impression of Zhao Min, the two of them were now in different camps. He was not stupid enough to tell her everything. Didn't I tell you before? I was born a genius. Song Qingshu said ambiguously. TSK, you think I don't know? Zhao Min rolled her eyes in disdain. What do you know? Song Qingshu's heart tightened. When Ren Wuxing regained the position of the cult master, you fought alongside Dongfang Bubi, so the two of you must have had a good relationship. Zhao Min analyzed as she pondered. Rumor has it that after that battle, Dongfang Bubi fell into a bottomless abyss and was smashed to pieces. But since you were fine when you fell down the cliff with him, Dongfang Bubi might not have died. Really? Song Qingshu smiled noncommittally. Zhao Min had been paying attention to his reaction. Seeing that she could not find any flaws, she could not help but frown. She thought to herself, you are indeed a little fox. You won't be easily fooled. Let me test you again. Zhao Min rolled her eyes and continued, with Invincible East's arrogant personality, there are only 2 possibilities since we haven't heard any news about him for such a long time. One is that he is dead, and the other is hiding somewhere to recuperate. Death can be ruled out, but the remaining possibility is that he is recuperating. According to the information from the Ruyang Mansion, Invincible East and Indigo Phoenix of the 5 Venoms cult seem to have an ambiguous relationship these years. If I am not wrong, he should be hiding in the 5 Venoms cult to recuperate. Song Qingshu looked at her with admiration. He thought that Zhao Min was indeed one of the smartest people in the Golden Book. She could deduce the whole thing with just a few clues. The only thing she did not expect was that Invincible East had already left the 5 Venoms cult and was now the emperor in the Forbidden City. Zhao Min had been watching Song Qingshu's expression intently. She noticed that he was surprised at first and then showed a faint smile on his face. She could not help but frown and said, well, it seems that I guessed wrong. Don't make wild guesses. Let's focus on how to go up Blackwood Cliff. Song Qingshu did not want to be seen by her again, so he hurriedly changed the topic. Blackwood Cliff is the headquarters of the Sun Moon sect. It is heavily guarded along the way. The 3 of us will be a big target. You and Li Macho will stay at the foot of the mountain and wait for my news. No, Zhao Min directly refused. I want to go up Blackwood Cliff with you. Why? Song Qingshu frowned. No reason, Zhao Min raised her face. I just want to see what the dignified headquarters of the Sun Moon sect looks like. What about Li Macho? Song Qingshu's frown deepened. Leave her at a nearby inn. My men will watch over her. Zhao Min pouted and indicated that there was a coachman outside. No. It was Song Qingshu's turn to refuse. Since the last time the Golden Snake camp was betrayed by Zhao Min, Song Qingshu did not dare to trust her completely. Who knew if Zhao Min's men would take Li Macho away and use her to threaten him after he went up the mountain? Zhao Min seemed to have guessed his thoughts. She did not explain anything and just said willfully, I don't care. I'm going with you anyway. As for Li Macho, you can bring her along if you have the ability. I'll bring her. Song Qingshu gritted his teeth. His martial arts were no longer the same as before. As the saying goes, the skilled are bold. Even if he brought along Li Macho, who had no ability to protect herself, it would at most be a little troublesome, but not dangerous. Zhao Men looked at him snappily, you have to act according to your ability. Don't let me get trapped. No problem. Song Qingshu's face darkened and he snorted. I almost forgot that our Prince Song is a top master who defeated all the heroes in the world. Zhao Min's tone was full of ridicule, but I'll say it first. If you encounter any danger and can only save one person, who will you save? Why do you women like to ask such boring questions? Song Qingshu was speechless. Answer me quickly. When the time comes, will you save her or me? Zhao Min stared at him without blinking. Being stared at by Zhao Min's watery eyes, Song Qingshu's breathing seemed to quicken. He answered unnaturally, of course I'll save Li Macho. Even if your identity falls into the hands of the Sun Moon sect, they won't dare to do anything to you. I still have a chance to save you. But Li Macho is in danger now. If we delay any longer, I don't think even the almighty Golden Immortal can save her. Although what you said is not unreasonable, I'm still very angry. You're not allowed to talk to me before we reach Blackwood Cliff. Zhao Min turned her body to face the carriage wall angrily and really did not speak another word. Looking at Zhao Min's girlish behavior, Song Qingshu could not help but smile. He also began to close his eyes and meditate, conserving his energy. After an unknown period of time, the carriage suddenly stopped and the coachman's voice came from outside. Reporting to the princess, we've reached the periphery of Blackwood Cliff. If we go any further, I'm afraid we'll alarm the people of the Sun Moon sect. It was faster than expected, a trace of surprise flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. But then he thought of how he left the Golden Snake camp. Although he stopped from time to time along the way, Shandong was not far from Hebei. Snow Moon Town, where he met Zhao Min, was only about 100 miles away from Pingding Province. Moreover, the carriage used divine chariots, which were 1 in 10,000, so it was normal for it to be faster. Zhao Min did not pay attention to the coachman outside. Instead, she glared at Song Qingshu with a look of disbelief. For more than 2 hours, you really haven't said a word to me? Wasn't it you who didn't allow me to talk to you? Song Qingshu looked at her with a smile. I've never seen you so obedient before. Zhao Min could not help but feel a wave of irritation. Let's go. She then took the lead and got off the carriage. She ordered the coachman to wait for them nearby and to be careful not to be discovered. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Just as he was about to carry Li Macho, he found that she had opened her eyes. He could not help but exclaim happily, You're awake? Did I disturb the two of you from talking about love? Li Macho's spirit was obviously better, but her expression was a little cold. This was not necessarily because she had any feelings for Song Qingshu, but because she had been hurt by love in the past. She subconsciously disliked all lovers in the world. Perhaps she realized that her tone was not friendly. Li Macho continued, Thank you for using your internal energy to help me suppress my injuries. You don't have to mind it too much. Speaking of which, it's also my fault that you've become like this. Song Qingshu smiled as he reached out to grab her legs and carried her horizontally. I'm going to bring you to Blackwood Cliff. Ren Wuxing's absorbing star should be able to heal your internal injuries. Life and death are decreed by fate. Gongzi doesn't need to worry too much. Being carried in his arms, Li Macho's pale cheeks gradually became flushed. She suddenly realized something and her expression became complicated. Just now, my clothes, were you the one who helped me put them on? Yes, Song Qingshu nodded and said a little awkwardly, Things happened suddenly, I hope Fairy won't blame me. Li Macho faintly sighed, Anyway, you've seen what you need to see. It's not a big deal. She knew that she was going to die this time, so she was able to accept many things. Ahem, are you two done flirting? If you delay any longer, the sun will rise soon. Zhao Min's impatient coughing sound came from outside the carriage. Li Macho's breathing stopped. She wanted to refute, but her body was weak. Just as she was excited, she immediately felt sleepy. Her last thought before fainting was, if I can recover my power, I'll definitely repay this girl. Song Qingshu carried Li Macho down the carriage. He looked gloomily at Zhao Min and said, Juanju's words are really like knives. She fainted because of you again. Who told her to be so narrow-minded? Zhao Min snorted and felt proud. She looked at the mountain range towering in the night not far away. With this burden, how do you plan to sneak into Blackwood Cliff? You speak as if you're not a burden. Song Qingshu was speechless. Before Zhao Min could get angry, he hugged her slender waist and said, of course I'll go in openly. Zhao Min's attention was successfully diverted. Her face turned red. It wasn't that she hadn't been hugged by Song Qingshu before, but being hugged by him while she was awake made her feel uncomfortable. She couldn't help but bite her lip and said, this time there was a reason, I won't pursue it. But in the future, without my permission, you're not allowed to hug me. Okay, then I'll first get your permission before I hug you in the future. Song Qingshu held Li Macho in one hand and Zhao Min in the other. When he said the first word, they were clearly still by the carriage. When he finished the last word, the three figures had unknowingly disappeared into the mountains. Seeing this, the coachman under Zhao Min was inexplicably shocked. He thought that it was no wonder that Junju didn't bring a master this time. With this person, he was worth countless masters. It wasn't the first time that Song Qingshu came to Blackwood Cliff. He was already familiar with the road. Although the road was heavily guarded, it couldn't stop him in the past, let alone now. Song Qingshu didn't deliberately choose some remote path to avoid the guards like he did the last time. Instead, he walked on the road up the mountain openly with the two women in his arms. At first, Zhao Min thought that he was crazy and thought that he was going to force his way up. Before she could stop him, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. None of the guards along the way stopped them, as if they didn't see them. After all, Zhao Min was a knowledgeable person. After the initial shock, she quickly regained her composure. Song Qingshu's lightness skill had obviously reached the stage of shrinking the ground into an inch. With just a light step, he could cover a distance of several hundred feet. Along the way, the guards would often feel a breeze blowing past them, but the three of them would have already advanced several hundred feet. Naturally, no one would notice anything unusual. Before, when I saw the qinggong of the green-winged bat King Wei Xiao, I already felt that it was beyond the reach of a human. But looking at Song Qingshu's qinggong now, it's practically stealing the fortune of heaven and earth. Zhao Min raised her head to look at the side of Song Qingshu's face. She didn't know if it was because his speed was too fast, but at this time, the moonlight seemed to have a form, quietly sprinkling on his face, adding a hint of gentleness to his handsome and resolute lines. Zhao Min was stunned for a moment. What, do you think I'm unprecedentedly handsome? Song Qingshu's mischievous voice suddenly sounded in her ears, and Zhao Min suddenly woke up. Her face was so red that it seemed as if blood was about to seep out, and she quickly pushed Song Qingshu away. After taking a few steps back, Zhao Min discovered that the three of them were already in a secluded courtyard. With Zhao Min's eyesight, she could naturally see that the layout of the pavilion's railings was extremely meticulous, and should have been arranged with great care. But now, it had long since declined, and weeds grew everywhere. What was even more strange was that as far as the eye could see, there was no trace of any guards. Where is this? Zhao Min asked with a red face, automatically ignoring his previous teasing words. This is the residence of the Sun Moon sect's former leader, Dongfang Mu. Invincible. Returning to the old place, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. He carried Li Macho into the middle room, and when he placed her on the bed, he couldn't help but recall the time when he was with Dongfang Mushiwei here. Zhao Min walked in and looked around the layout, and the more she looked, the more strange she felt. When she saw the dressing table, she subconsciously exclaimed, Invincible Dongfang is a woman? Song Qingshu shook his head, and deliberately misled, he's just a monster that's neither male nor female. Only then did Zhao Min remember the information from the Ruyang Palace, that invincible Dongfeng had a male pet, Yang Lianting. She couldn't help but feel disgusted. Bah, 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 I'm not willing to stay in this kind of place where a monster that's neither male nor female lived. Song Qingshu held back his laughter, but I'm going to find the absorbing star soon, so I can't take care of you. This place is the safest place in the entire Blackwood Cliff. Princess, just bear with it for a while. No, I want to go with you. Zhao Min pouted. Song Qingshu frowned, and shook his head to refuse. I have a lot of things to do, so I can't bring you. What a joke, with Zhao Min by his side, there are many methods he can't use on Reninging. Also, with Miss Ren's thin skin, with an outsider present, everything will be done with twice the effort and half the result. Moreover, in order to successfully guide Ren wishing to take out the absorbing star, there must be a link in the middle, and this link involved his own secret, so naturally, he couldn't expose it to Zhao Min. Zhao Min was an extremely intelligent person. As soon as she heard Song Qingshu's tone, she knew that he definitely wouldn't bring her along this time. She couldn't help but stomp her feet, and sat down next to Li Macho, pouting, then you better come back quickly, or else I can't guarantee that I won't carve a flower on your lover's face or something. Don't worry, I'll come back as soon as possible. Before Song Qingshu left, he suddenly had a vague feeling of a whim, so he retreated and said to Zhao Min, although people from the Sun Moon Church usually don't come to this place, it's better to be safe than sorry, so you should be careful. Feeling the concern in his tone, Zhao Min's heart warmed, and she couldn't help but smile sweetly. I know, don't be so fussy. Although my martial arts can't compare to a great expert like you, if I encounter ordinary disciples of the Sun Moon Church, I still have the ability to protect myself. But... Song Qingshu was startled, but what? Zhao Min rolled her eyes, and said with a smile, but if there are too many enemies, I won't let myself take the risk to save your lover. Song Qingshu said in a bad mood, if you will save her, then the sun will rise from the west. When Song Qingshu walked towards Reninging's bedroom in his memory, he had a vague feeling that he seemed to have overlooked something. No. Reninging suddenly sat up from the bed, her whole body trembling, and only calmed down after a long time. That nightmare again. Reninging sighed faintly. Recently, she often had a terrible dream. In the dream, that bastard Song Qingshu slept on the same bed as her, and he shamelessly and wantonly touched her legs. She wanted to resist, but her body couldn't move, and she could only let him do whatever he wanted. Reninging suddenly felt a chill on her body, and only then did she realize that her undergarments were soaked in cold sweat, and it was extremely cold and uncomfortable. Just as she was about to get off the bed to change into a new set of undergarments, she suddenly felt a slippery feeling between her legs. She was stunned at first, and then sorrow welled up in her heart. She hugged her knees and cried, Ying, how can you be so shameless? It turned out that in the dream, she had already given Song Qingshu countless times. Although her heart was extremely resistant, her body still uncontrollably flowed with pleasure, which made her feel ashamed and indignant, and at the same time a trace of fear. After all, she felt that as a girl, she was actually having such an absurd dream, and it was really a bit degrading. Song Qingshu, I will definitely kill you. Reninging clenched her fist and squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. Hey, does Miss Ren hate me that much? A soft sigh suddenly came from beside her, but Reninging suddenly felt her hair stand on end, and suddenly raised her head. Under the faint moonlight, a young man was sitting on the side of the bed, quietly looking at her. When she saw the other's appearance, Reninging's almond-shaped eyes widened. Before she could even finish her sentence, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Song Qingshu was stunned by her exaggerated reaction. Am I so scary in her heart that she fainted just from seeing me? Thinking that he still had to rely on her, Song Qingshu naturally couldn't let her continue fainting. He reached out and helped her up from the bed. A sweet fragrance that was neither orchid nor musk assaulted his nostrils. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel his spirits rise. A young girl's body fragrance was indeed the most enchanting. However, the matter at hand was more important. Song Qingshu hurriedly put away his restlessness and sent a warm wave of Xianxia into Reninging's body. Not long after, the young girl's eyelashes trembled slightly. It was clear that she was about to wake up. Why am I dreaming of that bastard again? Reninging slowly woke up and couldn't help but rub her forehead as she muttered to herself. Is the bastard that Saintess is talking about me? A voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Only then did Reninging realize that she was half lying in a man's embrace. Her beautiful face paled and she immediately hid on the other side of the bed. "Why are you here?" Seeing Song Qingshu's appearance clearly, Reninging knew that this wasn't a dream. Her voice began to tremble and her hands nervously gripped the corner of the bed. Although she knew that it was all futile, she still tried her best to shrink her body into the bed. Song Mao was passing by Pingding province and suddenly thought of Saintus. "Thus, I came to take a look," Song Qingshu said with a carefree expression. "Although Blackwood Cliff is heavily guarded, it can't stop me." Reninging's face paled even further. This person was a shameless and lowly person. Now that he had appeared in her room in the middle of the night, it was obvious what he was planning. "Someone, save." Reninging had just opened her mouth when she felt a flash in front of her eyes. Then, her entire body couldn't move. Song Qingshu retracted his finger and said indifferently, "Sage Nun, there's no need to be overly worried. Song Mao only wants to reminisce with Sage Nun. At the same time, I have something that I need your help with. If you agree to talk to me nicely, just blink once." When Reninging heard this, she hurriedly blinked her eyes. In her mind, unsealing her acupoints was better than being trampled upon like this. Song Qingshu did not immediately release the acupoints. Instead, he looked at her with a faint smile and said, "Miss Ren, I have to say this in advance. If you scream after I release your acupoints, don't blame me for taking off all your clothes." Reninging's face immediately turned red, but she couldn't open her mouth. In her heart, she had already cursed the bastard in front of her countless times. Seeing that she continued to blink, Song Qingshu smiled slightly and flicked his finger in the air. Reninging felt her body relax, but she really didn't dare to make any strange movements because of his previous threat. "That's more like it." Song Qingshu nodded his head in satisfaction. "Has Sage Nun thought about me during this period of time?" "Shameless," Reninging coldly replied. She didn't have any intention of continuing the conversation. But Song Mao seemed to have heard that Sage Nun dreams of me every night. Song Qingshu stared at her with a faint smile. Reninging's pretty face instantly turned deathly pale, but she still stubbornly closed her lips. She knew in her heart that with this person's despicable and shameless character, she would only hear more embarrassing words if she answered him casually. "Oh? You're ignoring me? Alright, I'm tired. Let's rest in the Sage Nun's room for the night." Song Qingshu leisurely laid on the bed and even pulled a corner of the blanket to cover himself. Reninging was indeed unable to remain calm. She hurriedly said, "Hurry and get out." The smile on Song Qingshu's face became even wider. "I haven't even gone in, so how can I come out?" Reninging was startled at first, but she quickly realized the frivolous meaning in his words. She angrily said, "Pervert." Song Qingshu didn't mind and smiled. "Thank you for your praise, Sage Nun." In the end, Reninging couldn't beat his shamelessness and couldn't chase him out of the bed. Naturally, she wouldn't continue to share the same blanket with him. She hurriedly got up and tried to grab the clothes on the side. At the same time, she made a decision in her heart, after this bastard leaves, I'll burn this blanket and the sheets. And, no, I'll burn this room too. Just as she was about to reach the clothes, Song Qingshu waved his sleeve. Reninging grabbed nothing but air. She couldn't help but quickly hide under the blanket. "What are you doing?" Although she didn't want to share the same blanket with him, she was only wearing her underwear. How could she expose herself in front of him? Noticing her panicked hiding, Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. "You don't have to hide so quickly. Aren't you just wearing pajamas? It's not like you're in a bikini. What are you afraid of?" Although Reninging didn't understand what he was saying, it couldn't be anything good. She wrapped herself in the blanket and bit her lip. "What do you want me to help you with?" After all, she was the Sage Nun of the divine sect. She was the leader of countless underworld giants. After the initial panic, she finally understood that Song Qingshu didn't seem to have that kind of intention. She let out a slight sigh of relief, but she secretly made up her mind, "No matter what you want me to help, I definitely won't help you." Seeing her evasive eyes, Song Qingshu could roughly guess what she was thinking, but he didn't care. He lightly said, "It's like this. I have a friend who suffered a very serious internal injury because of an accident. All kinds of Xianxia are rampaging in his body. The symptoms are very similar to your brother Chong. Hey, isn't Ling Hu Chong on Blackwood Cliff? We aren't married. Why would he be on Blackwood Cliff? Ren Yingying subconsciously answered. She secretly regretted it as soon as she said it. No matter what, she should have lied to him. At the very least, she could have made him have some misgivings. It's good that you aren't married. Otherwise, how could you let me take advantage of you? Song Qingshu grinned as he sized up this famous sage nun in Jianghu. He saw that her skin was so white that it was almost transparent. There was a faint layer of redness on it. Perhaps it was because of the mention of her marriage with Ling Hu Chong, her face inadvertently revealed a trace of bashfulness. She was indescribably beautiful and indescribably moving. However, when she clearly heard Song Qingshu's words, she immediately flew into a rage. What do you mean let you take advantage of me? Song Qingshu reached his hand into the blanket and very quickly grabbed a slender calf. His face revealed a trace of indulgence. That day when I caught a glimpse of you in the water, that scene is something that Song Mao will never forget for 3 lifetimes. With her calf grabbed, Ren Yingying's beautiful face immediately turned pale. She struggled with all her might. If you dare to take advantage of me again, I'll bite my tongue and commit suicide. Ren Yingying also wanted to cry but had no tears. With her status, a slight frown on a normal day would set off a reign of terror in Jianghu. However, this bastard in front of her was extremely skilled in martial arts. He did not have the demeanor and dignity of a master at all. She always had no way to deal with him. Your threat is quite unique. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. However, he still quietly let go of her leg. Ren Yingying's face turned red. She also knew that her threat was somewhat useless. She could only change the topic and said, "Do you want my father's absorbing stars?" Miss Ren is indeed exceptionally smart. Song Qingshu looked at her approvingly. He secretly sighed in his heart. It seemed that these famous beauties in Jianghu were not simple vases. Ren Yingying turned her head to one side and did not look at the eyes that she hated. She said coldly, "Absorbing stars is the foundation of my father's martial arts world. It is extremely precious. Do you think I will help you?" Miss Ren, I'm afraid that you have misunderstood. To get absorbing stars, I don't need your help. Your father will also obediently give the script to me. Song Qingshu smiled confidently. You want to use me to threaten my father? Ren Yingying quickly reacted and couldn't help but turn pale. Song Qingshu smiled and shook his head. Holding a hostage to blackmail is too low class. It really does not suit Song Mao's taste. I wonder if Miss Ren has heard of the ancient tomb sect in this world. Ren Yingying thought, what else can you do besides holding me hostage? When he heard Song Qingshu's question, he thought about it for a moment before he answered, Ancient Tomb Sect has never been famous in the world of martial artists, but as Crimson Serpent immortally macho wandered the world of martial artists over the years, along with Yang Gua and Xiao Long Nu, who shone brilliantly during the martial arts tournament in Shenyang, this sect has gradually become known to the world. Why are you asking about this? Because my injured friend happens to be the successor of the Ancient Tomb Sect. She practiced a dangerous type of internal energy and became possessed. Song Qingshu then roughly explained the dangers of practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to her, as well as the need for both of them to take off their clothes and face each other with their palms touching and guiding each other's inner chi. Ren Yingying's ears were already red before she finished listening. She couldn't help but spit, "Bah! How can this kung fu be so obscene?" Her reaction was exactly the same as Zhao Min's. Suddenly, her expression changed. She raised her head and stared at Song Qingshu. Why are you telling me this? Because I plan to practice this obscene kung fu with you. Song Qingshu's calm voice sounded like a bolt from the blue to Ren Yingying's ears. Don't even think about it. Ren Yingying was instantly enraged. That's not up to you to decide, Song Qingshu smiled and continued, when you reach a critical point in your practice, I will take the opportunity to cause you to become possessed. Your symptoms will be exactly the same as my friend's. Even if I don't save my friend, I will save you. You. Ren Yingying was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Despicable, obscene, shameless. Halfway through her scolding, Ren Yingying suddenly jumped up from the bed. Using her qinggong, she shot out of the window like an arrow leaving the bow. Song Qingshu seemed to have expected this. His body flashed and arrived first. Ren Yingying felt her whole body fall into a warm embrace. Her heart became incomparably cold. I just said that if you make any strange movements, I will take off all your clothes. Song Qingshu hugged her and walked step by step towards the bed. This is perfect. We can start practicing the Jade Women's Heart Sutra together. No, let me go. I will beg my father to give you the absorbing star. Ren Yingying didn't scream for help. Instead, she begged in a low voice. After all, she knew that if she screamed for help, other than being hit on her acupuncture points, it would be useless. How can that be? When the time comes, who knows if the secret manual he gives me is real or fake? It's better to follow my method. Song Qingshu was unmoved and continued to walk towards the bed. Ren Yingying was getting more and more anxious. She quickly said, I can go find Brother Chong. He has always been chivalrous. He will definitely be willing to use the great astral sucking technique to save your friend. Unfortunately, he is not on Blackwood Cliff. Distant water cannot put out a nearby fire. Song Qingshu still shook his head. What's more, Ling Huchong is using an incomplete version of the great astral sucking technique. There are many hidden dangers. When he absorbs inner force to a critical point, the true qi in his body will go out of control, and he will be doomed. What? Ren Yingying was shocked. For a moment, she did not even care about her own situation. Why is Brother Chong's great astral sucking technique an incomplete version? Do you know why your father was usurped by Invincible East? Song Qingshu roughly explained the difference between the two versions of the great astral sucking technique. Plus, for all. Plus P, Ren Yingying's expression changed. She suddenly bit her lip and said, okay, I will help you. Ah? This time, it was Song Qingshu's turn to be surprised. She had just resisted with all her might, and now she was offering herself. Seeing his expression, Ren Yingying knew that he was thinking the wrong way. She said in annoyance, what are you thinking? It's not like what you said just now. Song Qingshu hugged her and lay back on the bed. Hearing that, he smiled and said, I thought you would give up your innocence to save your lover. Being half hugged by him, the two of them lay on the bed together. Ren Yingying felt extremely uncomfortable. Let go of me. It's not like we haven't hugged each other before. Young mistress, why are you so heartless? Song Qingshu did not have any intention of letting go. You. Ren Yingying was angry, but she had no other choice. Thinking about the previous times when they seemed to have had even more excessive physical contact, this did not seem to be a big deal. The only thing that made Zhao Min happy was that other than hugging her, Song Qingshu's hands seemed to be well behaved and did not do anything excessive. You better think of other ways. I don't have much patience to wait. Although Song Qingshu sounded impatient, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, if he really wanted to forcefully take off a pure lady's clothes, it would be too beastly. Although he didn't consider himself a gentleman, he didn't want to be a vulgar person. That was why he had initially wanted to convince Ren Yingying to help him. However, it was impossible for him to reveal his trump card directly. Their favorability had fallen to rock bottom. It would be strange if she was willing to help him. Only by pretending to be the bad guy and changing the choice in front of her from to help or not to help to take off all your clothes and help could he achieve his desired goal. Since I'm willing to cooperate with you, then there's no need for me to practice that despicable inner force. Ren Yingying was a smart person after all, so she gradually sorted out her thoughts. I have a medicine that can make a person's inner chi chaotic in a short period of time. It won't be difficult to hide it from my father, but my father will definitely find a doctor from the God sect. I'm afraid it won't be easy to hide it from him. As she spoke, her delicate eyebrows subconsciously wrinkled. I can take care of the doctor. A light flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. It was obvious that he had already expected this. Ren Yingying couldn't help but say suspiciously, in the God sect, it's a big crime to lie to the God sect's leader. Other than me, no one would dare to lie to my father. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. You should think about how to lie to your father, Song Qingshu said with certainty. She didn't know why, but Ren Yingying subconsciously chose to believe him. After all, although this man was despicable, he had created many miracles over the years. Ren Wuxing was meditating in his room when he suddenly felt something. He opened his eyes and looked at the door. He said in a low voice, "What's the matter?" Reporting to the holy church leader, Miss, she. A maid's panicked voice came from outside the room. Ren Wuxing could tell that she was the maid who served Ren Yingying. In a flash, Ren Wuxing had already rushed to the door. He grabbed the maid's shoulder and said angrily, "What happened to Yingying?" His wife died when he was young and he only had Ren Yingying as his only daughter. He had always treated her like the apple of his eye. How could he not be anxious when he heard that something had happened to her? Miss seems to have suddenly gone berserk. The maid replied with a sobbing tone. Ren Wuxing's expression froze. He let go of her and hurriedly ran towards his daughter's courtyard. Yingying, why is the qi in your body in such a mess? After checking Ren Yingying's pulse, the wrinkles on Ren Wuxing's forehead formed a line. I don't know either. I was cultivating just now and my body suddenly trembled. That's how I ended up like this. Ren Yingying was lying on the bed with a pale face. She answered weakly, but her heart was filled with guilt. She never would have thought that she would collude with that bastard to lie to her father. There seems to be a few strands of qi in your body that don't belong to you. Ren Wuxing paced around the room while shouting angrily outside, "Why isn't the doctor here yet?" Coming. Very quickly, a person stumbled into the room. Ren Yingying slightly raised her head and was immediately shocked. This person was surnamed Jia and was a Joss master in the divine religion. After Ping Yizhi left, he was the most skilled doctor in the divine religion. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens to hide her situation from him. Ren Yingying hurriedly looked around but she couldn't see any traces of Song Qingshu. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Eh? Dr. Jia had just checked Ren Yingying's pulse when he was surprised. How is Yingying? Ren Wuxing hurriedly asked. Ren Yingying sighed in her heart. It's over. I've been exposed. Who knew that Dr. Jia would answer, reporting to Hierarch, there are several strands of qi in Mrs. body. I can't expel them, dissolve them, subdue them, or suppress them. It's very difficult. This subordinate is incompetent. Mrs. illness has something to do with qi. It's not something that can be cured with acupuncture or medicine. Yingying, why are there strands of qi in your body? Ren Wuxing asked in a deep voice. I don't know either. Maybe I suffered some internal injuries when I went to Shandong last time. Ren Yingying couldn't understand why Dr. Jia would hide the truth for her. Shandong? Ren Wuxing was instantly enraged. Among the people you met in Shandong last time, the only one who could hurt you without making a sound was that stinking brat Song Qingshu. Surnamed Song, if anything happens to Yingying, I will never forgive you. Ren Yingying secretly stuck out her tongue, thinking that her father was indeed her father. Her random guess actually hit the nail on the head. Dr. Jia, who was standing at the side, had a strange expression on his face. He couldn't help but cough lightly, reporting to Hierarch, this subordinate suddenly thought of an idea, but I'm not sure if it will work. Quickly say it. Ren Wuxing frowned. He felt that Dr. Jia was a little different than usual today. However, he was worried about his daughter's safety so he didn't have the time to think about it. Mrs. illness is caused by the strands of qi. These strands of qi and Mrs. internal energy are intertwined with each other, forming a subtle balance. An ordinary expert wouldn't be able to resolve it, but Hierarch's divine technique just happens to be able to restrain all the qi in the world. Dr. Jia said as he glanced at Ren Wuxing. Dr. Jia had a strange expression on his face when he heard Ren Wuxing scolding Ling Huchong. It was as if he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Ren Yingying, who was lying on the bed, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Father Ren Wuxing's eyes widened when he heard his daughter's rebuke. What? You're siding with an outsider already? Ren Yingying bit her lip and said unhappily, Brother Chong didn't infect me with this illness, it's me. Ren Yingying suddenly stopped mid-sentence. After all, she had to continue pretending to cheat her father's star-sucking skill, not for that evil thief, Song Qingshu, but for Ling Huchong. She understood her father's thoughts. If Ling Huchong didn't agree to join the Sun Moon sect, he would never teach him the method to break the hidden danger of star-sucking. However, with Brother Cheng's temper, how could he give in? That was why she cooperated with Song Qingshu to cheat her father. Song Qingshu saved his friend, and she saved Ling Huchong. Fortunately, Ren Wuxing was worried about her illness and didn't notice the loophole in her words. He pondered for a moment and suddenly asked Dr. Jia, "What if I use star-sucking to suck away the foreign vital energy from Yingying's body?" "Absolutely not." Dr. Jia turned pale with fright. "The foreign vital energy in eldest Miss's body has long become entangled with her own internal energy. If you use your divine technique to suck away the foreign vital energy, it will also suck away eldest Miss's internal energy. I'm afraid eldest Miss will become a cripple from then on." "That's exactly what I'm worried about." Ren Wuxing nodded in agreement. He looked at his daughter on the bed dotingly. "Yingying, it looks like you'll have to learn star-sucking and resolve the danger on your own." Father Ren Yingying choked with sobs. Feeling her father's love and concern, she couldn't help but feel a wave of guilt and self-blame. "Silly child, no matter how precious the divine technique is, it's not as precious as my daughter's life," Ren Wuxing said softly when he saw his daughter's emotional expression. However, when he turned to face his followers, his face was filled with killing intent. "Pass down my order. Not even a mosquito is allowed to fly within a 10 zhang radius." "Yes." Dr. Jia's face was solemn as he hurriedly left with the others. Seeing that everyone had left, Ren Wuxing closed his eyes and released his aura to sense the surroundings. Sure enough, there was no one within 10 feet of him. He couldn't help but nod his head slightly. He then turned around and said to Ren Yingying, "Yingying, listen carefully. The following is the incantation for absorbing stars. You're naturally talented, and with me protecting you, there shouldn't be any problems. Don't be afraid." Seeing that his daughter nodded, Ren Wuxing began to recite the mantra. "Make your dantian always be like an empty box, and always be like a deep valley. An empty box can store things, and a deep valley can contain water. If there is any neishi, disperse it to the Ren meridian acupoints." Ren Yingying silently memorized the formula in her heart, but at the same time she was thinking, "I wonder where that evil thief surnamed Song is now. Humph, it's better if he's not here. When he comes looking for me later, I'll quietly change some key points. I can't let father's secret divine skill be leaked." Ren Yingying didn't think that this could cause the death of an innocent person. In fact, even if she had thought of it, she wouldn't have taken it to heart. She would only show her gentle side in front of her lover. At other times, she was the holy nun of the divine sect who controlled the lives and deaths of countless people in Jianghu. Seeing that his daughter's eyes were shining brightly, but she didn't immediately start cultivating, Ren Wuxing couldn't help but feel suspicious. "Yingying, why aren't you dispersing your neishi according to the incantation?" Ren Yingying's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly explained, "Father, I've heard you say before that the most dangerous part of this skill is the dispersing stage. I'm worried that I'll suddenly forget the incantation at the critical moment, so I want to memorize the incantation first before I start cultivating." "That's good too," Ren Wuxing smiled faintly, and couldn't help but praise her. "Girls are so meticulous." Ren Yingying forced a smile, but in her heart, she was groaning. "Father has been guarding this place this whole time. Do I really have to dispersing my Neishi's cultivation to cultivate?" Even though the absorbing stars' power was great, the internal energy she learned was also an advanced internal energy cultivation method from the divine sect. She had trained hard for more than 10 years, so she really couldn't bear to give it up. After a while, Ren Yingying suddenly had an idea and cried out in surprise, "Father, the strange qi in my body seems to be disappearing gradually." After such a long time, the effect of the pill she had eaten earlier had already worn off, and her internal energy had indeed stabilized. "What?" A cold light flashed in Ren Wuxing's eyes, and he hurriedly checked her pulse. Her pulse was indeed gradually stabilizing. "Father, I don't know why it's like this either," Ren Yingying said innocently. "Looks like you were poisoned by some kind of poison that disturbed your internal energy." Ren Wuxing frowned, and suddenly snorted coldly. He shouted angrily towards the outside, "Surnamed Jia, get your ass in here." Ren Wuxing was clear in his heart that he was confused because of his concern, but that Dr. Jia definitely couldn't tell if Yingying was poisoned or suffering from internal injuries. Now that he thought about it, Dr. Jia seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally guided him to teaching Ying, absorbing stars. Ren Wuxing was startled. His first reaction wasn't that someone was scheming to steal his secret manual, but rather that he was certain that Lord Jia wouldn't have the guts to harm his precious daughter. If he did this, there must be someone instructing him from behind. Could it be that Zhang Wuji wants to cut off my wings? Ren Wuxing's face darkened, and in just a moment, countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Reporting to the sacred leader, Commander Jia is currently missing. A subordinate reported from outside. Ren Wuxing's face became even colder, and he said coldly, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find him. Ying, stay here and don't go anywhere. I will send more people to protect you outside. After learning the lesson of being usurped by Dongfang Bubi, Ren Wuxing became much more cautious. He was worried that there was a conspiracy against him on Blackwood Cliff, so he hurriedly gathered his trusted subordinates for a discussion. Thus, he left in a hurry after leaving behind a sentence. Ren Ying looked at her father disappearing outside the door with a face full of shock and bewilderment. Just now that bastard surnamed Song said he could deal with the doctor who rushed over. Could it be that Commander Jia was a spy he planted in Blackwood Cliff? Saintess, you're so deep in thought, are you thinking of me? A frivolous voice suddenly sounded beside her ear. Ren Ying didn't need to turn her head to know that it was that bastard. How did you get in? Ren Ying asked through gritted teeth. After all, her father had just sent more guards outside. Those people can't stop me, Song Qingshu said with a smile. Eldest miss, hurry up and tell me the incantation. How did you make Dr. Jia lie? Ren Ying didn't answer immediately, but asked instead. Now you know what I'm capable of. Forget it, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist falling in love with me after hearing it, so I won't say it. Song Qingshu smiled but didn't say anything. In fact, the method was simple. He just needed to stop Dr. Jia in advance, then disguise himself as the doctor and rush here. However, disguising himself involved his biggest secret, so it was naturally inconvenient to reveal it to Ren Ying. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Who cares? Ren Ying snorted and quickly repeated the incantation. She just wanted to chase away this god of plague as soon as possible. Of course, many details of the incantation had been tampered with by her. After listening to it, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. He had a faint smile on his face. Eldest Miss Ren, you're being unkind this time. It's rare for me to show my conscience and not use that kind of method to treat you, but this is how you repay me? Ren Ying's expression changed, and she said guiltily, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Song Qingshu smiled, with my skills, it's not difficult to hear Ren Wuxing's voice from 10 feet away. Ren Ying's face couldn't help but turn pale. Since you already know the incantation, why are you still asking me? Because I want to see if our eldest Miss Ren is lying to me. As expected, the more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at lying. Song Qingshu stared at her with a burning gaze. His eyes were filled with a kind of evil and seductive aura. Ren Ying's heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously shrank back. You. What do you want to do? I don't have enough time today, so I'll remember this debt first. I'll slowly settle it with you the next time we meet, but I still have to collect some interest first. Song Qingshu stretched out his hand to lift her smooth jade-like chin, and kissed her tender red lips. Ren Ying finally reacted, and she couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry. She was just about to bite that bastard's tongue to pieces when he'd already left behind a wave of laughter and floated away, leaving her sitting on the bed in disappointment and frustration. It was unknown what she was thinking in her heart. Song Qingshu hummed a tune as he leisurely rushed to where Zhao Men and Li Macho were. Even though the Blackwood Cliff was now twice as heavily guarded, it still couldn't stop him. Dongfang Mushua's courtyard was still as quiet as before. Song Qingshu pushed open the door, and saw the 2 women sitting on the bed looking at him. He was about to speak when he suddenly felt a sense of danger, and hurriedly retreated. With a bang, the entire door where he was just standing was smashed into pieces. If it wasn't for his quick movements, he would have been seriously injured. However, Song Qingshu didn't have the time to relax, and a black shadow shot out from the inside like a maggot in a tarsal bone. He suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of danger, and in an instant, he adjusted his state to its peak. The 2 figures instantly intertwined. The two were extremely fast, and even though they had clearly exchanged more than 10 moves in a short period of time, there wasn't a single sound. In the middle of the battle, there would occasionally be palm winds that would leak out, and when the stone benches and railings touched them, they would immediately shatter. It was obvious that if either side was the slightest bit careless, they would die on the spot. Suddenly, a muffled groan sounded in the courtyard, and the two figures hurriedly separated. "I haven't seen you for a few days, and your martial arts have improved again." A familiar voice sounded. Zhang Wuji's face turned cold. Losing to a little girl last time was like a thorn in his heart, but he didn't want to show weakness in front of Song Qingshu. He snorted coldly and said, "Ignorant junior, that little girl is the reincarnation of a sword immortal. I lost half a move because I was careless. You don't have to be so proud. You don't know who was beaten by me like a dog." Song Qingshu didn't get angry. He said with a smile, "I was tricked by you last time. This time, we can fight again. Come, come, come." As he spoke, he got into a fighting stance and invited Song Qingshu to fight. Song Qingshu didn't have any fear of fighting because he lost last time. First, he was tricked by his opponent last time, and it wasn't a fair fight, so he didn't want to accept it. Second, his martial arts realm had improved by leaps and bounds, and he wanted to find a top master to test it out. Third, through the short fight just now, Song Qingshu had already noticed that Zhang Wuji seemed to be injured. He was a little surprised, but then he realized that Zhang Wuji had probably not recovered from the injury last time, so it was a good chance to beat him up. "Who do you think I am? If I accept everyone's challenge, won't I die of exhaustion?" Zhang Wuji snorted heavily, but his face became hot. He knew himself well. Last time when he was injured by Ah Qing, he couldn't force out the sword energy in his body even after so long. Instead, his injury became more and more serious. Usually, he could only use his profound inner strength to temporarily suppress the sword energy. Just now, after fighting with Song Qingshu for a few dozen moves, he gradually couldn't suppress the sword energy in his body anymore. He could feel the pain in his meridians, as if there were sharp swords cutting them. Thinking of this, Zhang Wuji couldn't help but regret. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have been so careless to attack his opponent. But who knew that his martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds during this period of time? Song Qingshu sneered, "You're bluffing. We just fought, do you think I don't know your current situation?" Seeing his body move, Zhang Wuji's face changed. He hastily put his hand on Li Macho and Zhao Min's shoulders and said in a deep voice, "If you take another step forward, I'll use my strength in my palm and these two beauties will die." Previously, he was worried that they would warn Song Qingshu, so he sealed their acupoints. Now that he needed them to speak to soften Song Qingshu's heart, he naturally unsealed their acupoints. But as soon as Li Macho got out, she snorted, Song, you, and I have nothing to do with you. Don't worry. Song, I'm not worth saving." She had always been a proud and aloof person. Now that she was being held hostage, with her pride, how could she stand it? If it weren't for the fact that she was seriously injured, she might have already committed suicide. Zhao Min's face was also pale and her lips trembled. But the words that came out of her mouth were firm, "Don't worry about me. Kill him for me. Even if I become a ghost, I'll repay you." Zhang Wuji suddenly laughed. I couldn't tell that these two women were actually so affectionate. They were actually willing to sacrifice themselves for you. But my princess, you've changed too quickly. If I remember correctly, you're my woman. Pei, who's your woman? You old monster. Thinking of how her little thief had been taken over by him, Zhao Min's heart suddenly ached. Song, no matter how much effort you put into it, you're just messing with my broken shoes. You don't know, this girl is naturally seductive in bed, so coquettish that I can't bear to get out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhang Wuji sneered. As the saying goes, in a fight between masters, victory or defeat is determined by a hair's breadth. He could see that Song Qingshu seemed to have feelings for Zhao Min, so he took the opportunity to disturb the other's mind. You're shameless. Zhao Min was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She subconsciously explained to Song Qingshu, I didn't, you're the head of a sect. What's the difference between your current behavior and that of a scumbag? Song Qingshu was extremely disdainful. Then, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. As for whether Zhao Min is a virgin, I know it better than you. Zhang Wuji was stunned by the strange smile on his face. Soon, he thought of a possibility. He could not help but be shocked and angry, you and her. Because Song Qingshu cultivated the Joy Zen, he could be considered a grandmaster in techniques like the art of gazing at women. After spending so much time with Zhao Min, Song Qingshu naturally knew that she had lost her virginity. Therefore, he was not scared by Zhang Wuji's nonsense. However, his calm expression and mysterious smile made Zhang Wuji think that the two of them had already slept together. He could not help but be shocked and angry at the same time. From the iron rule that all the holy ladies of the Ming dynasty had to be unblemished virgins, it could be seen how serious the virginity of the revered Ming who had set this rule was. Zhao Min was delicate and charming, as bright as a rose. At the same time, she was also of noble status. She had long been regarded as the exclusive property of the revered Ming. Now that he knew that she had been taken by another man, how could he not be angry? Song Qingshu was a smart person. When he saw the expression on Zhang Wuji's face, he knew that Zhang Wuji had misunderstood. He immediately revealed a trace of a naughty smile. Actually, I should be the one saying those words just now. The feeling of the soul and the body becoming one is simply wonderful. Don't you think so, princess? Zhao Min could not help but curse shameless in her heart. However, as long as it could deal a blow to the revered Ming, she was willing to cooperate. She immediately pouted, why did you tell this kind of thing to an outsider? Song Qingshu secretly gave a thumbs up. At this time, when Zhao Min said these specious words with a shy face, it had caused at least 9,999 points of critical damage to the revered Ming. As expected, the revered Ming was fooled. Just as he was about to fly into a rage, he suddenly calmed down. After all, he was an ambitious and ruthless person. He clearly understood that it was not convenient for him to make a move in his current state. Therefore, he could only suppress his anger and casually seal the two women's acupoints to mute. A feminine voice sounded, Song Qingshu, although the two of us have been in constant conflict, ask yourself, is there any deep hatred between the two of us that cannot be resolved? No? Song Qingshu's face suddenly turned cold. Revered Ming was startled, but he quickly reacted to what Zhang Wuji was talking about. Back then, it was my fault for having improper thoughts about Zhou Zhirua. However, after all, nothing happened between me and her. Moreover, in the end, I even gave you Zhang Wuji's woman as compensation. No matter how you look at it, it is still a profit for you. Song Qingshu sneered, you make it sound like you gave it to me of your own accord. You can't deny it. If I hadn't taken over the surnamed Zhang's body, with the relationship between the two of them, do you think you would have even the slightest chance to touch this beautiful princess's body? Revered Ming said indifferently. Song Qingshu immediately tacitly agreed. After pondering for a while, he asked, what are you trying to do by talking about all these things? Fight against the Mongols? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He never thought that Venerable Ming would make such a suggestion. After all, they had tried to kill each other several times before. Now that he wanted to form an alliance, the mood had changed too quickly. Zhao Min, who was at the side, was extremely anxious. She was worried that if Song Qingshu really agreed to her request, she would not be able to take revenge. However, at this time, her mute acupoint was sealed. Even if she wanted to say something, she could not. Seeing Song Qingshu's silence, Venerated Ming thought that he was hesitating, so he added fuel to the fire and continued to persuade him, even though your current sphere of influence doesn't border with Mongolia, in my opinion, Manchurian Qing is already on the verge of collapse. Sooner or later, its territory will be yours, and at that time, you will have to face the Mongolian cavalry. The Mongolians' main force is currently on an expedition to the west. When the main force returns to the Central Plains, it will be the time when all the countries in the Central Plains will be wiped out. With your abilities, you should be able to see this clearly, right? Song Qingshu was silent. How could he not know the threat of the Mongolians? When the main force returns from the western expedition, the Mongolians will definitely sweep away all the countries in the Central Plains like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. What's your plan? Song Qingshu suddenly asked. Zhao Min's heart sank when she heard this. She knew that Song Qingshu was probably tempted. You and I will work together and cut off the Mongolian wings before the main force returns. When the time comes, the Ming dynasty will send their troops out of Mount Tianshan and destroy Audiobook's forces. You will go north and attack the Ruyang prince's territory, then work with the other countries in the Central Plains to attack Kublai's forces. As long as we get rid of these 3 Mongol kings, the Mongolians will lose at least half of their strength. Even if Temujin returns with his army, it will be too late. A cold light flashed in Venerable Ming's eyes. He had no choice but to make this plan. After all, because of Song Qingshu's sudden appearance, his plans to take over the Golden Snake Battalion and control the White Lotus cult were ruined. As a result, his plans to control the Qing kingdom and the southern Song dynasty had to be abandoned. After all, he was a hero who had lived for thousands of years. Even though he had a personal grudge against Song Qingshu, in front of the world, he made a prompt decision and chose to ally with him to fight against the Mongolians. Let's not talk about whether or not Temujin will allow us to cut off his wings. Brother Aliber and the Ruyang Palace have countless valiant generals and elite soldiers under their command. How can they be so easy to deal with? Song Qingshu clearly didn't think too highly of his plan. It's true that Brother Aliber and Ruyang Mansion are very powerful, but if the 2 of us don't even have the ability to defeat them, how are we supposed to fight for the throne? There was a hint of disdain in his voice, as if the 100,000 elite Mongolian horsemen under Ali Buj's command were nothing but chickens and dogs in his eyes. As for Temujin's army, you don't have to worry. They won't be able to escape in the next few years. Why? Song Qingshu's eyes flashed. Revered Ming's words seemed to have revealed some important information. A look of hesitation appeared on Revered Ming's face. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Fine. In order to show my sincerity in forming an alliance, I can reveal an important piece of information to you. Do you know why the betrothal contest of Western Xia was delayed?" Song Qingshu recalled the words of the 4 villains and nodded. It seems that the Mongolian prince Su Liawu was assassinated on his way from the west to Western Xia. In order to wait for him, the Western Xia deliberately delayed the betrothal contest by a year. A year? Revered Ming's face was full of mockery. Let alone a year, if the betrothal contest of Western Xia could be held in 5 years, we would have to thank the heavens. Could it be that there's some secret behind all this? Song Qingshu asked curiously. You already know my identity. I'm Revered Ming of the Persian Ming dynasty. A look of nostalgia appeared on Revered Ming's face. There's a branch of the Persian Ming dynasty that has made a living out of assassinations for thousands of years. All the feudal lords and dukes of the Western Xia kingdom would turn pale at the mention of it. This time, I issued a decree. The leader of this generation's assassins, the Old Man of the Mountain, would personally lead the sect's best assassins to assassinate Su Liawu. The Mongolians had many experts under their command, which was why they managed to save Su Liawu's life. However, if the Old Man of the Mountain were to take action, even if Su Liawu did not die, he would still lose half of his life. It would be impossible for him to recover within a few years. Following Revered Ming's explanation, Song Qingshu finally understood the whole story. It turned out that as the Mongolian expedition to the west was unstoppable, the Western Xia kingdom was shaken and formed alliances to protect themselves. Revered Ming took the opportunity to have the Persian cult secretly contact the Western Xia kingdom. When the Old Man of the Mountain injured the Mongolian general Su Liawu, the allied forces of the Western Xia kingdom took the opportunity to counterattack, resulting in the complete annihilation of the tens of thousands of Mongolian vanguard general Timid Buhua. The Mongolians suffered an unprecedented defeat, and Temujin was furious. He immediately changed his strategy and made peace with the Central Xia kingdom one by one. At the same time, he summoned the main forces of the kings who had stayed in the Central Xia kingdom to the west, vowing to destroy the Western Xia kingdom and the Persian Ming dynasty. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed. In a low voice, he said, "You're sacrificing the Western Xia kingdom and the Persian cult to buy time for yourself. You're underestimating the strength of the Western countries. Not to mention them, even I, Bo, am much stronger than them. The vulture's nest, where the holy altar of the cult is located, is deep in the mountains. Its defense is like an iron wall. Even an army of 100,000 may not be able to break through." Revered Ming laughed. Back at the Golden Snake camp, he was almost fooled by Zhao Min, thinking that something had really happened to the Mongolian headquarters. But later, he found out that the cult had already defeated the Mongolian army several times, which boosted his confidence. As long as we can take advantage of this time to destroy the kings of the Mongolian army and occupy the Mongolian steppe, the Mongolian army will be like a tree without roots, like duckweed floating in the water. But revered Ming had another plan in mind. He didn't realize it when he was in Persia, but now that he was in the Central Plains, he realized how rich it was. Even if the Persian cult was destroyed, as long as he could take the Central Plains, not only would he not lose out, but he would also gain a lot. Of course, he couldn't tell others what he was thinking. Seeing that Song Qingshu still didn't say anything, revered Ming frowned and said, "If we don't hurry up and destroy the Mongolian kings, when the main force of the Western expedition returns, we'll be doomed. Can't you see it clearly?" Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Even if you're an enemy, I have to admit that you've played this trick beautifully. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the world who can compare to you in terms of ability and strategic vision. But..." He changed the topic and said, "I'm really curious. Why would someone like you, who looks down on the world, suddenly change your mind and choose to ally with me?" Revered Ming's expression changed slightly and said unnaturally, "That's because of your current martial arts and power, as well as your ability to defeat the Manchurian army of 100,000. Naturally, you're qualified to ally with me. Is that so?" Song Qingshu sneered and said, "Then why did you hide in the dark and launch a sneak attack, wanting to kill me the moment you made your move?" Revered Ming snorted and said, "If you died so easily in my hands, you wouldn't have the right to work with me. You suddenly want to ally with me because you're afraid, right?" The smile on Song Qingshu's face became even wider. "Nonsense. What's there to be afraid of?" Revered Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't let it show on his face. "You're afraid that I'll risk their lives to kill you today." A cold glint flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. Intentionally or not, he took a step forward. In an instant, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. "If I'm not wrong, your injuries should be very serious. If you were fighting against someone else, it wouldn't be hard for you to deal with them. Unfortunately, you're fighting against me. Even if you're at your peak, you might not be able to defeat me. If we fight now, although I'll be seriously injured, you'll be the one to die." Song Qingshu walked towards venerated Ming step by step. His aura was getting stronger and stronger, "So you used an alliance to attract my attention. You didn't even hesitate to expose a lot of your secrets to make me believe that you really want to form an alliance and ignore your real condition." Venerated Ming grabbed the two girls and took a few steps back. He grabbed one of them by the throat and said coldly, "If you take another step forward, I'll kill them." He groaned in his heart. Last time, he was injured by Ah Ching, but he didn't expect that no matter what he did, he couldn't force the sword chi out of his body. Instead, it made his injury more and more serious. However, he was venerated Ming who had lived for 1,000 years. Even Zhang Sanfeng of Wudong couldn't compare to him in terms of experience. In the end, he still came up with a solution, which was the Dark North Divine Art or the Absorbing Star's Great Technique. Ah Ching's sword chi was like maggots in the tarsal bone, entangling venerated Ming's Shen chi. Therefore, no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't force it out. Instead, it only made the sword chi and his Shen chi even more intertwined. He was a decisive person. He knew that if he continued like this, his injuries would get worse and worse. He might as well disperse his Shen chi. Without a place to attach to, Ah Ching's sword chi would naturally disappear. However, venerated Ming was one of the most skilled people in the martial world. How could he be willing to disperse his Shen chi and become a cripple? Fortunately, the Dark North Divine Art and the Absorbing Star's Great Technique could solve this problem. Not only could they disperse the sword chi in his body, they could also help him recover his Shen chi. The Dark North Divine Art was really mysterious. Even with venerated Ming's ability, he couldn't find it in a short time. Therefore, he could only come to Blackwood Cliff to find the Absorbing Star's Great Technique. Venerated Ming knew that Ren Wuxing had always wanted to rebel against him. However, his divine art prevented him from doing anything. Once he knew about his situation, Ren Wuxing wouldn't give him the Absorbing Star's Great Technique just because he was his superior in name. Instead, he might attack him immediately. Thus, during this period of time, venerated Ming had been hiding in this abandoned courtyard on Blackwood Cliff. On one hand, he was recuperating from his injuries, and on the other hand, he was thinking about how to obtain the Great Absorbing Star technique. Unfortunately, even though he had thought of many methods, he was not completely confident that he could obtain the Great Absorbing Star technique. Thus, he had not made a move until Song Qingshu barged in with Zhao Min and the others. Venerated Ming was injured. But he was very skilled. So he venerated Jin. He was that venerated to be. If he was to him. With Ming with him. When he found out that Song Qingshu was also looking for the asteroid-sucking great technique, he couldn't help but have a thought and decided to sit back and reap the benefits. Because Song Qingshu's martial arts were too high, revered Ming was worried that he might expose his tracks if he followed behind Song Qingshu, causing all his efforts to go to waste. Thus, he chose to lie in ambush in this courtyard. When Song Qingshu returned with the Great Absorbing Star technique, he would suddenly launch an attack and subdue Song Qingshu. That Great Absorbing Star technique would then be his. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that Song Qingshu's martial arts would improve by leaps and bounds. Because of his injuries, he was no longer a match for Song Qingshu. After his sneak attack failed, venerated Ming quickly realized that he was in grave danger. If Song Qingshu continued to attack, he would discover his situation sooner or later. At that time, his life or death would be in the hands of Song Qingshu. Thus, he quickly stopped and took the opportunity to take the two girls as hostages. But he was worried that Song Qingshu would disregard the lives of the two girls and attack him. To add another layer of insurance, he threw out the pretense of forming an alliance to attract Song Qingshu's attention. As long as he could survive this, he would have a chance to take revenge in the future. As for forming an alliance, it was just empty words. Unfortunately, his sincerity had aroused Song Qingshu's vigilance. After thinking about it for a while, he could guess venerated Ming's current predicament. Seeing the other party approaching him step by step, venerated Ming suddenly tightened his grip and snorted coldly, "Don't tell me you really don't want their lives?" Song Qingshu smiled, "You and I both know that they are your trump cards to save your life. How could you bear to kill them?" However, he still stopped. After all, the distance between them was close enough. If he continued to walk, it was hard to guarantee that venerated Ming wouldn't choose to fight to the death. Venerated Ming fell silent. A moment later, he laughed sinisterly and said, "Looks like I've really underestimated you. But if you really don't care about their lives, you would have made your move just now. Looks like I've won my bet this time." Song Qingshu smiled shyly, "Actually, I'm thinking of a way to get the best of both worlds. Not only will I be able to save their lives, but I'll also be able to kill you." Venerated Ming's face couldn't help but twitch. "Then, have you thought of a way?" Song Qingshu sighed faintly, "With your martial arts, I really can't think of a way to get the best of both worlds." Venerated Ming laughed, "To think that I've regarded you as a hero on par with me. But now, it seems like you're nothing more than a soft-hearted and pedantic person. In such a good situation, if I could get rid of my life's greatest opponent, I wouldn't care about the lives of those two women." Venerated Ming was, after all, an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. He had a deep understanding of the human heart. Since he dared to be so arrogant, he was naturally sure that Song Qingshu wouldn't be provoked into making a move. Song Qingshu smiled indifferently, not taking his sarcasm to heart at all. "So, we are fundamentally different. You only have your empire in your heart. Even though I love my empire, I love beautiful women even more." In his previous life, the title of a song that everyone was familiar with had an unimaginable impact on the people of this world. Hearing his words, Zhao Min's eyes lit up, as if she had a spiritual resonance with Song Qingshu. Back then, she was a dignified princess with countless experts under her command. She could easily destroy half of the martial world. But later on, for the sake of a man, she abandoned her father and brothers, abandoned her clan, and abandoned her country. Wasn't this the same as love my empire, but love beautiful women even more? Li Macho, who was standing at the side, was also extremely shocked. In the past, she was hurt by love and had always been resentful of the world. She felt that in this world, women were the ones who put in the most effort in relationships. But in the end, it was also women who were hurt. Because of this, she hated all men in the world. She felt that all men were heartless and fickle. But she never thought that this man in front of her, for the sake of a woman, would give up his empire. Song Qingshu's words were only effective against women. Venerated Ming couldn't help but sneer, childish. Whether it's childish or mature, it's my choice, Song Qingshu said calmly, let them go, and I'll let you go. Zhao Min was extremely anxious. If she could open her mouth, she would definitely curse at Song Qingshu. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she missed it, she would probably regret it for the rest of her life. She hated Venerated Ming so much that she would rather perish together with him. But after her anxiety, Zhao Min gradually felt touched. She knew very well what Song Qingshu had given up for her this time. Venerated Ming sneered, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If I let them go and there are no hostages left, will you let me go? If you don't let them go, I won't let you take even half a step out of this house, Song Qingshu said calmly. His tone was also unquestionable. The room suddenly fell into a deadlock. Venerated Ming rolled his eyes and suddenly said, how about this, I'll let one of them go first. When I reach the foot of the mountain, I'll let the other one go. What do you think? He made up his mind to let Li Macho go first because the other party would definitely value Zhao Min more. As long as Zhao Min was by his side, his safety would be guaranteed. Moreover, he would already be so far away by then. Even if he didn't let Zhao Min go, what could he do to him? Song Qingshu still shook his head. No, both of them must be released here. Are you lying to me? Venerated Ming was instantly enraged. You can only trust me. If you let them go, you still have a chance to live. If you continue to be in a deadlock like this, you will definitely die, Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. Venerated Ming's eyes narrowed. He knew that what Song Qingshu said was the truth. The fight just now had aggravated his internal injuries. If he stayed here any longer, his internal injuries would worsen. Moreover, he was actually more afraid that Song Qingshu would suddenly change his mind. But if he let the two women go like this, how could he escape? Suddenly, Venerated Ming's eyes lit up and said, I can let them go here, but you have to promise me one thing. Speak. Song Qingshu stood with his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. Give me the Great Absorbing Stars technique. Venerated Ming's breathing quickened. As long as he had this, he would eventually be able to return to his peak. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. He quickly understood the other party's intention. You want to use the Great Absorbing Stars technique to dissolve the innate sword qi in your body? So what if I do? Venerated Ming didn't have any intention of hiding. If I can't dissolve the innate sword qi, even if I successfully escape, I won't be able to return to my peak. Since that's the case, I'll just give up this perfect physical body and give you internal injuries that you won't be able to recover from for 10 years. Then, I'll drag these two beauties down with me. Physical body? Song Qingshu was suddenly shocked. Only now did he remember that this person in front of him could seize someone else's body and be reborn. You also know that I'm immortal and indestructible. At most, we'll just fight to the death. Venerated Ming was also extremely nervous. Even if Zhang Wuji died here, his spirit would still not be destroyed. But for the past 1,000 years, only Zhang Wuji had cultivated to the 7th level of the Heaven and Earth Great Shift. It wouldn't be so easy to wait for the next opportunity to see someone else's body and be reborn. All right. Song Qingshu nodded his head. He already had a plan in his mind. However, Venerated Ming wasn't so easily fooled. He was worried that Song Qingshu would tamper with the incantation, so he suddenly said, tell me the incantation. Let this Taoist nun cultivate it first. Song Qingshu pondered for a moment, then nodded his head at Li Macho and said, no problem. Fairy, just focus on cultivating. Make sure that your dantian is always like an empty box, and always like a deep valley. An empty box can store things, and a deep valley can contain water. If there's any inner breath, spread it to the various acupoints in the Ren meridian. Feeling Song Qingshu's gaze, Li Macho subconsciously believed that he wouldn't harm her. Moreover, she only had half a life left. Even if she cultivated to death, it wouldn't be a big deal. With this thought in mind, she started cultivating according to the incantation given by Song Qingshu without hesitation. The incantation wasn't very long, so Song Qingshu quickly finished reciting it. Li Macho had been practicing according to the incantation, and venerated Ming's Xianxia had been monitoring this situation in her body. Feeling the chaotic Xianxia in her body gradually dissipating, venerated Ming nodded. Suddenly, a suction force came from Li Macho's body, and the Xianxia that venerated Ming was inspecting dissipated uncontrollably in her body. However, venerated Ming was prepared and quickly cut off the connection between the Xianxia and himself. Noticing the change in his expression, Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, "I've already recited the incantation. It's your turn to release them." Venerated Ming laughed, "Since you've kept your promise, I won't go back on my words. I'll return them to you now." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped Xiao Min's back, pushing the two girls in front of Song Qingshu. His figure flashed and disappeared into the night. Venerated Ming was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years, so how could he easily believe someone else's promise? Seeing that Song Qingshu's incantation wasn't fake, his suspicions deepened. He thought that if he released the hostages, Song Qingshu would definitely attack him, so he slapped Xiao Min's body, seriously injuring her, but not immediately killing her. Thus, in order to heal her, Song Qingshu had to give up on chasing him. As for why he didn't slap Li Macho, it was because he sensed that Li Macho was already on the verge of death. He was worried that if he couldn't withstand his slap and died, it would backfire and cause Song Qingshu to chase after him for revenge. Xiao Min only felt her vision go black, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her whole body floated forward as if she was weightless. Just when she felt that her consciousness was about to dissipate, she felt her body fall into a warm embrace. She struggled to open her eyes and saw Song Qingshu's anxious expression. She couldn't help but smile, and then she fainted. Song Qingshu held Xiao Min's soft body, and his eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness as he looked into the darkness. After hesitating for a while, he finally gave up the idea of chasing. He couldn't help but admit that venerated Ming's attack was really clever. How is she? The chaotic Xianxia within Li Macho's body had been completely dispersed. She had also absorbed a strand of revered Ming's Xianxia. Even though it was only a strand, revered Ming's Xianxia was extremely powerful. Obtaining this strand of pure Xianxia was no less than absorbing the Xianxia of a top-notch expert in Jianghu. Although her injuries had yet to fully recover, as long as she rested for a few hours, she would be fine. "It's not optimistic," Song Qingshu said with a frown. "Protect her from the side. I'll stabilize her injuries first." "All right." Li Macho nodded, but there was a flash of excitement in her eyes. "Previously, I was seriously injured, and I was humiliated by Xiao Min in various ways. Now that the tables have turned, just wait and see how I deal with you, little girl." 2 hours later, Xiao Min finally woke up. The first thing she said was, "I'm not dead yet?" Behind her came Song Qingshu's laughter, "With me here, it won't be that easy for you to die even if you want to." Only then did Xiao Min realize that she was half lying in Song Qingshu's arms. Her face was slightly red, and she struggled to get up. However, a sharp pain came from her limbs and bones. "Don't move around. Right now, your injuries have only stabilized. It's far from the point where you can jump around." Although Song Qingshu's words were reprimanding her, the concern in his words was evident. Xiao Min's heart trembled. She didn't know why, but such an ordinary sentence moved her very much. For the first time, she felt that lying in Song Qingshu's arms did not require any pretense. She felt very comfortable. However, when she saw Li Macho at the side, she suddenly felt awkward. She hurriedly tried to find a topic to cover up her awkwardness, that Zhang. "Where's revered Ming?" "Of course he ran away," Song Qingshu replied indifferently. "You let him go just like that?" Xiao Min was immediately somewhat dissatisfied. "What else could I do? Leave you alone and watch you die?" Song Qingshu silently laughed. Xiao Min immediately became silent. After a long time, she sighed, "Revered Ming was right. You are soft-hearted. If you want to kill him, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. However, if you die, there won't be a second Princess Xiao Min in this world." Hugging Zhao Min's soft body and smelling the faint fragrance on her body, Song Qingshu did not have the slightest desire. Instead, he felt endless pity. Zhao Min's face reddened, and she hurriedly said, I know that you deliberately let him go because you still need him to help you restrain the Mongols. It's just like how Huarong Dao let Cao Cao go during the Three Kingdoms period. Therefore, don't expect me to be grateful to you. Song Qingshu immediately laughed involuntarily. Zhao Min was currently acting like a stubborn little girl. She was clearly grateful in her heart, but she was unwilling to admit it. Why was it that so many of the women he had met had the honest body but honest mouth attribute? Li Macho couldn't help but snort. I thought that I was already considered to be someone who repaid kindness with enmity. Only after meeting you did I realize that there is always someone better out there. Previously, because of the matter of cultivating the Jade Women's Heart Sutra, she had tried to kill Song Qingshu. However, after this change, she personally saw him give up a golden opportunity to save the two of them. His words I love the world, but I love beauties even more, shattered her cold and hard heart. Li Macho was originally the kind of woman who would give up everything for love. After several interactions, she discovered that Song Qingshu seemed to be very different from the disgusting men in her memory. Unknowingly, the killing intent in her heart had already disappeared without a trace. Zhao Min immediately said angrily, you are his lover, of course you will speak up for him. What did you say? Li Macho suddenly stood up, her face instantly turning cold. Humph, a man and a woman together in a room, and they even took off their clothes. If they aren't lovers, then what are they? Even though Zhao Min was seriously injured, she still didn't have any intention of giving in. A cold light flashed, Song Qingshu hurriedly swept away the soul-freezing silver needles that were flying over. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, why are you guys doing this? Seeing that Song Qingshu was helping the other, Li Macho couldn't help but feel depressed. She coldly snorted and said, no wonder there are people who are fearful of Wuji. So it turns out that he knows that someone will stand up for him. I wonder who his lover is. Song Qingshu immediately felt a headache, you two are both girls, don't you find it unpleasant to keep calling him lover? Humph. The two women snorted at the same time and turned their heads to avoid looking at each other. Out of sight, out of mind. Li Macho was the first to break the awkward atmosphere in the room. After hesitating for a moment, she finally said, thank you for Prince Song's absorbing stars. My internal injuries have all been healed. Although my internal energy isn't at its peak, I should be able to recover quickly with absorbing stars. Li Macho was a demon who killed without batting an eye. She didn't feel guilty at all when she talked about absorbing other people's internal energy. It's just that for the young master to recite the true incantation and let revered Ming hear it, it's a bit. Macho is very grateful for the young master's kindness. Li Macho's voice gradually became softer, and there was a hint of shyness in her voice. She only thought that Song Qingshu took out the real mnemonic chant to save her. Zhao Min saw her. He couldn't help but chuckle, what a stupid woman. What did you say? Li Macho only occasionally revealed a trace of a little girl's demeanor in front of Song Qingshu. In front of others, she was still the female demon who killed without batting an eye. I said you're stupid and you still don't want to admit it. Did you think that the incantation was real? Zhao Min looked up at Song Qingshu with a smile that wasn't a smile. Don't tell me that you're so stupid that you didn't tamper with the incantation. If you do, I'll be too disappointed in you. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly, of course the incantation is real, but I did tamper with it a little. Then why am I fine when I practice it? Li Macho was startled. She secretly activated the absorbing stars in her body and didn't seem to feel any discomfort. You're a woman, so of course you're fine. Song Qingshu coughed awkwardly. You changed it for men? It was Zhao Min's turn to be surprised. Yes. Song Qingshu nodded, but didn't explain, as if there was something difficult to say. Seeing him like this, Zhao Min was even more curious, what kind of change is it for men? Song Qingshu's expression became even more strange. It turned out that the blissful Zen he practiced had many incantations to strengthen men's yang qi. Just now, he completely reversed the incantation and mixed it with the real, absorbing stars. With his current level of martial arts, it wasn't difficult for him to make changes that were in line with the principles of martial arts. Li Macho was a woman, so naturally, it wasn't a problem for her to practice this incantation. The thicker the purine qi, the better it was for her. But if a man practiced it, the yang qi would gradually decrease, and the yin qi would become thicker. If it were any other changes, it wouldn't be a big deal. With revered Ming's 1,000 years of experience in martial arts, there was no way he could hide it from him. But the yin qi and yang qi were extremely mysterious. They were the supreme arts of Tantric Buddhism. Even revered Ming couldn't see through it. Moreover, when Li Macho practiced it, he had been monitoring her and didn't notice anything strange. Listening to his stammering explanation, Zhao Min and Li Macho's expressions suddenly became extremely strange. Li Macho and Song Qingshu hadn't known each other for long, so it wasn't appropriate for her to reveal some of her thoughts. Zhao Min, however, didn't have this concern. She couldn't help but let out a sigh and said, "You men really are despicable and shameless. None of you are good." This time, it was Song Qingshu's turn to be unhappy. He snorted, "What? You feel bad for making your old lover a eunuch?" Zhao Min's face turned pale. She struggled to sit up from Song Qingshu's embrace. This sudden movement affected her internal injuries. She couldn't help but violently cough. Traces of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. As soon as Song Qingshu said those words, he secretly regretted it. Some jokes shouldn't be made. He clearly didn't mean it that way, but he still couldn't help but deliberately tease her. Li Macho, who was at the side, laughed at his misfortune. She thought, cough, cough, it's best if you die from coughing. Who knew that Zhao Min would suddenly raise her head and look at her? She coldly said, "Do you want me to die from coughing?" Li Macho was shocked. She thought that this woman was really good at reading people's minds. Li Macho wasn't someone who didn't dare to admit what she did. She coldly laughed and said, "So what if I did?" Zhao Min quietly stared at her. Suddenly, she sweetly smiled and said, "I won't let you have your way." As she said that, she looked at Song Qingshu and sweetly asked, "Brother Qingshu, do you have a way to cure me?" She was really a little demon who could charm people to death. Song Qingshu's heart was stirred by her sweet voice, and he hurriedly said, "Speak properly, don't use that tone." Li Macho's heart also jumped when she heard this, and she couldn't help but curse a word she never thought of. "No need, no need." Seeing Song Qingshu's reaction, a hint of slyness flashed in Zhao Min's eyes. However, if she were to use that tone again in front of other women, even if she was born in the Mongolian grasslands and had always been bold and passionate, she would still feel a little embarrassed. She immediately returned to normal. "Am I already incurable?" Zhao Min still had too many wishes that she hadn't fulfilled, too many things that she hadn't done. If she had died with venerated Ming just now, it would have been fine. But now that venerated Ming had successfully escaped, if she were to die silently on Blackwood Cliff, she really wouldn't be satisfied. In order to buy you enough time, revered Ming attacked and severely injured you. However, he couldn't let you die on the spot, so he held back a little bit of his strength when he attacked. It was because he held back when he attacked that I was able to heal your internal injuries. Song Qingshu had already made an assessment of Zhao Min's injuries, so he roughly explained to her how to treat them. "Oh?" Zhao Min's face suddenly turned red, and she revealed a trace of a strange smile. "I thought you would bring up that bad idea of double." With Li Macho at the side, she was still a little embarrassed to say the word double cultivation. Song Qingshu's face turned serious. "Do I look like the kind of person who would take advantage of others?" Zhao Min tilted her head and stared at him for a while, and couldn't help but laugh. "I think so. Didn't you lie to me like that last time?" Song Qingshu cried out that he was wrongly accused, and hurriedly explained, "I didn't lie to you last time. With my skills at that time, other than that method, there really was no way to treat your internal injuries. But later, by chance, I comprehended a new method that can treat your internal injuries in a more proper way." With Song Qingshu's current experience, he knew that there were 4 miraculous healing techniques in this world: the 9 Yin Manual's healing chapter, the godly radiating scripture, South Emperor Eating's 1 Yang finger, and the delightful Zen art's dual cultivation. Each had its own advantages and disadvantages, but all of them had the ability to bring the dying back to life. Of the 4 healing methods, Song Qingshu knew 3. Unfortunately, due to his previous practice of the blissful dhyana, the 9 true qi and divine radiance true qi that he had previously cultivated had all melted away. Thus, for a long time, he was left with only one method, dual cultivation. But later, in order to save icy snow in Kaifeng, he had a stroke of luck and comprehended the illusory meridians. This way, Song Qingshu could circulate the divine radiance true qi and 9 true qi in the illusory dantian and meridians to treat other people's injuries. During this period of time, Song Qingshu's martial arts could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds, and this had something to do with the illusory meridians. After all, other people only had one set of dantian and meridians, but he had 3 at the same time, and all of them were top-notch divine techniques. Hearing his words, Zhao Min couldn't help but spit, so you also know that that method is not proper. Li Macho, who had been eavesdropping at the side, was even more agitated. She stood up abruptly, since you know other healing methods, why did you lie to me previously? Thinking of the previous dual cultivation and the Jade Girl's Heart Sutra, Li Macho was so angry that her whole body trembled. Song Qingshu hurriedly explained, Fairy, please don't misunderstand. The normal healing methods that I know are all for internal injuries caused by external forces. For injuries like yours that were caused by your own qi deviation, I really can't do anything. Li Macho's face alternated between green and white, as if she was trying to discern whether what he said was true or not. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly, and hurriedly changed the topic, both of you need time to recover from your injuries. Although this place is hidden, in order to obtain the absorbing star, I have already alerted Ren Wuxing. I reckon that it won't be long before someone finds this place, so it's better for us to leave the mountain as soon as possible. All right. Speaking of proper business, Zhao Min immediately regained her composure, but she quickly remembered the 3-corpse divine pill and couldn't help but frown. But, Song Qingshu knew what she was worried about, and quickly said, Don't worry, after I send you down the mountain, I'll come back to get the antidote. That's too dangerous. Although your martial arts are high, this is the Sun Moon sect's headquarters after all. It's not that easy to come in and out again, Zhao Min said with a frown. That's why I need to send you down the mountain first, so that I won't have to worry about anything. Song Qingshu was smiling when his expression suddenly changed. Someone's coming. In fact, with Song Qingshu's internal energy, he should have noticed it a long time ago. However, he had just healed Zhao Min's injury and consumed a lot of his internal energy. Moreover, he was too focused on explaining to the 2 girls and establishing a glorious image of himself. A moment of carelessness led to him only noticing when someone arrived at the side courtyard's entrance. Ha 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 ha, a long laugh came from the door. I was wondering who had graced Blackwood Cliff with his presence, so it's the new Golden Snake King. A tall middle-aged man in a green robe walked in. His face was long and pale, like a zombie that had just come out of the grave. It was the Sun Moon sect's hierarch, with Xing standing beside him was the holy nun, Ren Ying, who was sizing up Song Qingshu and the other 2 girls with a complicated expression. Then, a large number of Sun Moon sect's experts swarmed in, surrounding Song Qingshu and the other 2 girls in the center. Song Qingshu unobtrusively shielded the 2 girls behind him, and said with a smile, Long time no see, Hierarch Ren is still as elegant as ever. In his heart, however, he was secretly worried. Although the Sun Moon sect's people couldn't stop him, he had consumed a lot of his power, Zhao Min was seriously injured, and Li Macho also needed time to recover. If anything happened, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to protect the 2 girls. Thanks to the Golden Snake King, I'm fine. Ren Wuxing's gaze swept over Zhao Min and Li Macho. Naturally, he could see the 2 girls' current condition, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, he was still somewhat afraid of Song Qingshu's martial arts. May I know why the Golden Snake King is visiting Blackwood Cliff so late at night? Although his words were polite, there was a faint sense of awe in his tone. It was obvious that Ren Wuxing had already made up his mind to stop the 3 of them. After all, Song Qingshu had fought side by side with Dongfang Bubi. Just this point alone made it impossible for Ren Wuxing to tolerate him. If it were any other day, he really wouldn't have the confidence to deal with Song Qingshu. But now, the other party was alone in his base camp, and there were 2 burdens by his side. Such an opportunity was simply hard to come by. Zhao Min was also aware of Song Qingshu's current predicament. She rolled her eyes and came up with a plan. She said with a smile, "This little girl greets Hierarch Ren. We don't have any evil intentions in coming to Blackwood Cliff this time. It's just that our sisters recently heard that Song Qingshu and your daughter have secretly pledged to marry each other. They are worried that Miss Ren's bad temper will cause trouble in the future, so they recommended elder sister Li and I to accompany Song Qingshu up the mountain to help our sisters check on him." End of this chapter. Hearing that Zhao Min wanted to include her in Song Qingshu's harem, Li Macho's eyebrows furrowed. Although she usually didn't care about men, she wasn't an idiot. She knew what Zhao Min was trying to do, so she naturally wouldn't expose her. On the contrary, the faces of the people of Sun Moon Divine Cult changed. They looked at Ren Yingying strangely. After all, everyone knew about her relationship with Ling Huchong. How could they not be shocked when they suddenly heard that she and Song Qingshu had pledged to marry each other? Even Ren Wuxing was staring at his daughter strangely. One had to know that he had always been dissatisfied with Ling Huchong. Apart from Ling Huchong's exquisite swordsmanship, it could be said that Ling Huchong couldn't enter his eyes at all. Moreover, Ling Huchong had repeatedly rejected his good intentions of recruiting him. Ren Wuxing's patience towards Ling Huchong could be said to have reached its limit. Now that he suddenly heard that his precious daughter and Song Qingshu had pledged to marry each other, Ren Wuxing wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy. After all, Song Qingshu's martial arts and power were far stronger than Ling Huchong's. As for the fact that Song Qingshu had many women around him, Ren Wuxing didn't mind. Which man didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? If it really didn't work, he would kill all of his daughter's rivals in love. Ren Yingying knew that the people of Sun Moon Divine Cult and her father had already believed her. She couldn't help but feel angry and anxious. She glared at Zhao Min and said, "Nonsense. I can't wait to kill this bastard. When did I do that with him?" She had always been thin-skinned and cared about her reputation. In front of so many people, how could she have the nerve to say that they had pledged to marry each other? Song Qingshu was also shocked speechless by Zhao Min's words, but he knew that she had always been quick-witted, so he didn't plan to open his mouth for the time being. He watched Zhao Min's performance with great interest. "Sister, why are you so shy to admit it?" Zhao Min seemed surprised by Ren Yingying's denial. She said casually, "You even tricked your father into giving Song Lang the absorbing star. How can you say that you're not deeply in love?" Even though Song Qingshu didn't tell her how he got the absorbing star, Zhao Min was smart enough to easily guess that it must have something to do with Ren Yingying. She didn't expect to hit the nail on the head. Ren Wuxing abruptly turned around and looked at Ren Yingying. He had always felt that his daughter's qi deviation was very strange, but after hearing what Zhao Min said, everything became clear. The last time he saw Song Qingshu hiding in his daughter's bathtub, Ren Wuxing thought it was just an accident. But looking at the situation now, his precious daughter was most likely. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. She had already fallen under the claws of the wolf surnamed Song, thinking that he had become a cheap father-in-law. Ren Wuxing couldn't help but be shocked and angry. "Father." Ren Yingying was shocked and hurriedly wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Ren Wuxing. Ren Wuxing waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to leave. After everyone disappeared outside the door, Ren Wuxing finally sneered, "My good daughter, even you want to betray me? It's not like that, I just. Ren Yingying panicked and didn't know how to explain. After all, it was a fact that she tricked her father into using the absorbing star. Moreover, her father was getting increasingly dissatisfied with Ling Huchong. If she said that she tricked him for Ling Huchong, it would probably affect her father's impression of Ling Huchong even more. Ren Yingying hesitated for a moment, but in Ren Wuxing's eyes, it was a tacit agreement. The wrinkles on Ren Wuxing's forehead twisted. What shouldn't have happened had happened. As a father, he couldn't let his precious daughter be played with for nothing. Thus, he suddenly turned around and stared at Song Qingshu, surnamed Song. "How do you plan to arrange for my daughter?" Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying were shocked at the same time, but before the two of them could say anything, Zhao Min laughed first. "Cult Master Ren, although your daughter is extremely beautiful, the other sisters are not inferior to her in terms of appearance and family background. Although your daughter has a place in the harem, I'm afraid she has no chance of becoming the first wife." Noisy. Before Zhao Min could finish speaking, Ren Wuxing's expression suddenly changed. He activated his absorbing star and sucked on Zhao Min's body from afar. He had long disliked Zhao Min. He knew that if his daughter really followed Song Qingshu, this woman would definitely be his daughter's rival. Thus, he had the idea of eliminating this rival for his daughter. Thus, he used his full strength from the start. In an instant, Zhao Min felt as if the true qi in her body was about to burst out. She couldn't stand still and flew towards Ren Wuxing. Song Qingshu snorted coldly. When Zhao Min was about to leave the ground, he lightly pressed his palm on her shoulder. Zhao Min suddenly felt a warm current flowing into her body, and the sharp tearing sensation disappeared without a trace. Ren Wuxing's eyes narrowed and a trace of fear appeared on his face. I've heard that the Golden Snake King's martial arts are unparalleled. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. Cult Master Ren is flattering me. You can actually use the absorbing star to suck people from afar. Song Mao really admires you. I'm very impressed. Song Qingshu cupped his hands and said, but at the same time, he was secretly shocked. Ren Wuxing snorted coldly and said, it's useless to say any more polite words. No matter how high your martial arts are, this old man can't let my daughter be bullied by you for nothing. If you want to be irresponsible, this old man will risk my life to make sure the three of you won't be able to leave this place alive. Father, it's not what you think. He and I. Ren Yingying became anxious and hurriedly explained. Ren Wuxing shook his head and sealed her mute acupoint. He said in a deep voice, Yingying, you don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of everything for you. Ren Yingying was stunned. She was so anxious that tears started to well up in her eyes. Song Qingshu suddenly thought of something. May I know how Cult Master Song Mao is going to take responsibility? Choose a day to announce to the world that I will marry Yingying in a palanquin with 8 carriers. I also want her to be the official wife. Ren Wuxing stated 3 conditions in succession. Song Qingshu nodded, everything else is fine. However, Cult Master Ren should know that I already have a wife in my family. Moreover, there are quite a few women who are in love with me. For example, the 9th princess of the former Ming dynasty. It's impossible for me to only give your daughter the official wife title. Ren Wuxing immediately became furious. Are you going to make my daughter a concubine? Cult Master Ren misunderstood me. Song Qingshu explained, in my Song clan, there is no division between wives and concubines. Everyone is my beloved wife and I will treat them equally. That's ridiculous. Monogamy and multiple concubines have been the iron law for thousands of years. There's no such thing as polygamy. Ren Wuxing snorted coldly. Where there's a will, there's a way. I don't care about other people, but in my own clan, I will follow my own rules. Song Qingshu's tone was firm. Seeing that Song Qingshu wasn't joking, Ren Wuxing was startled. Although your idea is good, if you have children in the future, which one will be the legitimate son and which one will have the right to inherit? Song Qingshu replied, my Song clan will not have the distinction between the legitimate son and the illegitimate son. Every child will have the right to inherit according to their ability. Ren Wuxing immediately frowned, won't this cause the clan to become smaller and smaller? Song Qingshu's eyes flickered. Looking at the distant starry sky, he said indifferently, this world is so big, how can the clan not have enough? End of this chapter. A strange look flashed across Zhao Min's eyes. She had only seen the aura that Song Qingshu revealed on one person before, and that person was the greatest Mongolian general, Genghis Khan. In the past, even though she knew that Song Qingshu was not an ordinary person, she did not expect him to have such great ambitions. If that was the case, there would definitely be a conflict of interest with the Mongolians, and the two of them were destined to meet on the battlefield in the future. When she thought of the marriage they were discussing, Zhao Min felt even more agitated. She had said that Ren Yingying and Song Qingshu had promised to marry each other in private just to confuse the minds of the people of Sun Moon Divine Sect and help the 3 of them out of trouble. She did not expect the current situation to occur. Ren Wuxing clearly knew that there was nothing going on between Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying, otherwise he wouldn't have sealed her mute acupoint at such a crucial moment. After the initial shock, Song Qingshu understood Ren Wuxing's intention and immediately took advantage of the situation. An old fox and a young fox, they settled the marriage in a few words. Zhao Min glanced at Song Qingshu with a complicated expression. Only now did she realize that for a long time, she had only regarded Song Qingshu as a peerless expert and neglected the fact that he was also the leader of a force. Although there seemed to be no love between him and Ren, in order to strengthen his force, he still agreed to this marriage without hesitation. Ren Wuxing's eyes also brightened, but he quickly regained his rationality. You talk big, but you only have a small territory now, and your force is even weaker than the Sun Moon sect. What right do you have to talk about the world? At this time, Song Qingshu smiled faintly. A few months ago, I was still alone. Ren Wuxing immediately became silent. He understood the meaning behind the other party's words. Song Qingshu was able to go from having nothing to owning a territory of 1,000 miles, and had tens of thousands of elite soldiers under his command in a few months. Who could predict how much he would grow in a few years? Alright, I hope that you will keep your promise in the future. Ren Wuxing finally made up his mind. With just a few words, he finalized the marriage. Song Qingshu smiled and bowed respectfully. This son-in-law greets father-in-law. Ren Wuxing burst into laughter and enthusiastically helped him up. No need to be so polite. From now on, you and I, father and son-in-law, will join hands and no one in this world will be a match for us. Throughout the entire process of the marriage, the old man and the young man had a tacit understanding not to ask for Ren Ying's opinion. Ren Ying's face was filled with despair as tears streamed down her cheeks. Seeing this, Ren Wuxing couldn't help but feel heartache. He quickly unsealed her acupoints and said, Ying, this is a good thing, how can you cry? As soon as Ren Ying broke free, she immediately shouted, Father, I will never marry this bastard. Brother Chong and I are in love, shut up. Ren Wuxing's expression changed drastically. Guards. What orders does leader have? Soon, a personal guard barged in. Pass the Blackwood token to me. No matter if it's a member of the Blackwood sect or any other martial artists, I will reward anyone who can take Ling Huchong's life, Ren Wuxing said coldly. Ah? That personal guard couldn't help but raise his head and look at Ren Ying. Everyone in the Blackwood sect knew about the relationship between the Saintess and Ling Huchong. Don't you understand my words? Ren Wuxing's voice had a hint of coldness in it. Yes. That personal guard's back was drenched in cold sweat. Just as he was about to leave, Ren Ying hurriedly called out, Wait. Ren Ying ran in front of Ren Wuxing and said anxiously and angrily, Father, Brother Chong saved you before and you also promised Brother Chong the position of right envoy. How can you go back on your words like this and repay kindness with enmity? If we, the people of the Blackwood sect, do what we say and repay kindness, then wouldn't we be in cahoots with those people who claim to be righteous? Ren Wuxing's expression turned serious and he snorted. Seeing his daughter's sad and angry expression, Ren Wuxing hesitated for a moment and said softly, Ying, Father is doing this for your own good. You're about to become someone else's wife. If you keep thinking about Ling Huchong, how will your future husband see you? Ren Ying glared at Song Qingshu and said, That bastard isn't my husband can only be, Ying. Ren Wuxing snorted coldly. Since ancient times, the marriage of children has always been decided by parents. Since father arranged Song Qingshu for you, then your husband can only be him. If you don't want Ling Huchong to die, you can go and beg your husband. If he is magnanimous and is willing to let Ling Huchong go, I won't continue to make things difficult for you. Ren Ying's expression changed and she trembled on the spot. She knew that if she begged Song Qingshu, it would be equivalent to acknowledging his identity as her husband. However, if she didn't beg him, once the Blackwood token of the Sun Moon sect was used, Ling Huchong wouldn't be able to escape death no matter how high his martial arts were. On the other side, Song Qingshu looked down at the ground as if he didn't see what was happening in front of him. Ren Wuxing was ruthless and Song Qingshu was calm and collected. Li Macho, who was watching from the side, felt a chill in her heart. I, Li Macho, am already considered a cruel and merciless person in Jianghu, but compared to a real big shot, I'm far inferior. It seems that I've underestimated Ren Wuxing. He's worthy of being called an ambitious and ruthless person. Zhao Min was clear that Ren Wuxing was pressuring Ren Ying so that she would accept her fate and accept this marriage. As for Li Macho's cold-blooded ruthlessness, she didn't feel anything. After all, with her identity, she was used to seeing bloodshed and power struggles between the upper echelons of society. This matter in front of her was nothing. Seeing that Ren Yingying didn't respond, Ren Wuxing snorted and glared at the guard. I asked you to pass the Blackwood token, why are you still here? Wait. Ren Yingying's jade-white cheeks silently streamed with tears. She walked to Song Qingshu with a stupefied expression. I beg you, let Brother Chong go. Song Qingshu didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked with an indifferent expression, who is Brother Chong? Ren Yingying's face turned pale. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her palms. I beg you, let Linghu Chong go. Ah, so it's Brother Linghu. Song Qingshu had a sudden realization expression on his face. Song Miao has always admired his frank, open-minded, and heroic nature. As he spoke, he walked to Ren Wuxing and asked, I wonder if I can ask Hierarch Ren for a favor and let Brother Linghu go. Ren Wuxing's expression stiffened, and he said unhappily, what did you call me? Song Qingshu was startled, but he quickly reacted, Father-in-law, can you let Brother Linghu go for my son-in-law's sake? Ren Wuxing's anger turned into joy. Since my son-in-law has asked, how can I continue to make things difficult for Linghu Chong? He casually waved his hand and ordered the guard, you can leave. Don't mention the Blackwood token again. Yes. The guard secretly wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly retreated to the door. On the side, Zhao Min and Li Macho were dumbfounded as they watched one of them play the good cop and the other play the bad cop. They couldn't help but curse inwardly at how shameless they were. On the contrary, Ren Yingying didn't react at all. She stood there in a daze, as if she had lost the most important thing in her life. Ren Wuxing nodded in satisfaction, it's getting late now. My son-in-law, you should rest well tonight. I have many things to discuss with you tomorrow. Song Qingshu nodded. He obviously knew what Ren Wuxing wanted to discuss with him. Ren Yingying's marriage was secondary, the more important matter was the details of the alliance between the Sun Moon God sect and the Golden Snake Battalion. A hint of hesitation suddenly appeared on Ren Wuxing's face. After a while, he said, since my son-in-law and Yingying have already pledged to marry each other, you are no longer outsiders. Tonight, my son-in-law can stay in Yingying's room. As for the two ladies, I will arrange for them to rest in a nearby courtyard. Now that the Sun Moon God sect was suffering from internal and external troubles, Ren Wuxing needed a strong ally like Song Qingshu. In fact, he wasn't sure if his daughter and Song Qingshu had slept together, but he was clear that his daughter's lover was Linghu Chong. He was worried that a long delay would lead to more unforeseen events, so he might as well let them have a go at it. Of course, there was another important reason for doing this. Ren Wuxing knew that he had forced his daughter too much today. He was worried that she would take things too hard and want to die. As her father, he couldn't watch over her all the time, so he asked Song Qingshu to stay with her. At least he could take care of her. As for his daughter's innocence, they would be husband and wife sooner or later anyway, so it didn't matter. Hearing her father's decision, Ren Yingying woke up with a start. No, I don't want to stay with him. Even though Zhao Min was experienced and knowledgeable, she was still dumbfounded by the current situation. When she thought about how she was the cause of all this, she couldn't help but feel even more upset. She said expressionlessly, you two can discuss it slowly. I'm seriously injured, so I'm going to rest first. After saying that, she directly walked out. Out of sight, out of mind. Li Macho also felt that the atmosphere was strange, so she didn't want to stay here any longer. I'm going to rest too. She followed Zhao Min's footsteps as if she was escaping. Ren Wuxing ordered outside, find a quiet place beside the sage nun's courtyard for the two ladies to rest. Treat them like guests of honor. Understood. Ladies, this way please. Only the three of them were left in the room. Facing his daughter's heartbroken eyes, Ren Wuxing also felt a little awkward, so he hurriedly said, then this old man will also go back first. You two should spend more time together. After saying that, his figure flashed. Ignoring Ren Yingying's urging, he instantly disappeared outside the door. This old fox. Song Qingshu cursed in his heart. His gaze slowly turned back and saw Ren Yingying leaning against a pillar, looking in the direction Ren Wuxing disappeared in. She looked delicate and timid, as if she couldn't even stand up to a gust of wind. Her delicate eyebrows were slightly knitted, and there was 30% deep worry and 70% confusion. Miss Ren, you and I are really fated. Song Qingshu deliberately coughed lightly. Ren Yingying suddenly woke up and looked at him with a face full of disgust. Who is fated to be with a despicable and shameless person like you? When Miss Ren's body was seen by Song Mao, you wanted nothing more than to kill me. Who would have thought that one day you would become Song Mao's wife? If this isn't fate, then what is? Song Qingshu said with a faint smile. Looking at the furious Ren Yingying, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Young Miss Ren, it seems that you still don't understand the situation. It doesn't matter whether you agree to this marriage or not. Do you think I'm doing this to marry you? I'm marrying someone from the Sun Moon sect, while your father is getting a powerful ally like the Golden Snake Battalion. So no matter what you think, this marriage is inevitable. Ren Yingying understood this, but she couldn't accept that such a huge change had happened in such a short period of time. She couldn't accept that her father was so cold-blooded. Noticing that she was in a daze, Song Qingshu coughed and said, "It's getting late. Take me back to my room to rest." Although he said that, he was clear that it was absolutely impossible for Ren Yingying to bring him back to her own room. So in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, in for a pound. He carried her horizontally and walked towards the courtyard she lived in. After all, Song Qingshu had been to her room more than once. "What are you doing? Put me down." Ren Yingying finally panicked. She punched and kicked in an attempt to break free. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two was too great. Ren Yingying's delicate fists hit Song Qingshu's chest like tickles. "Do you really not know what I'm doing?" With Song Qingshu's lightness skill, it only took a few breaths of time for him to carry Ren Yingying back to her room. "You're shameless, perverted." Ren Yingying's face turned red. "I want to send young miss back." "What are you thinking about?" Song Qingshu gently placed Ren Yingying back on the bed. He took a few steps back and maintained a distance. He looked at her in surprise. "You." Ren Yingying knew that he was teasing her, but she couldn't do anything about it. All right. Don't look like the sky has fallen." Song Qingshu cleared his throat and continued, "The alliance between the Golden Snake Camp and the Sun Moon Church is a foregone conclusion. Therefore, I advise you to dispel the idea of rejecting this marriage as soon as possible." Seeing that Ren Yingying was frowning, Song Qingshu changed the topic. "However, your father and I need you and me to be husband and wife in name." "Being husband and wife isn't that important." Ren Yingying's heart skipped a beat and she quickly asked, "What do you mean?" Song Qingshu spread his hands and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Maybe I'm a shameless bastard in your heart, but I'm actually a good person who can't get along well with others. Breaking you and Ling Huchou apart like this is indeed a bit unkind. In order to make up for my apology to you, I can make a sacrifice. In the future, as long as you are my wife in front of others, as for what you do in private and who you are with, as long as you don't let outsiders know and lose my face, I won't interfere. How about it?" Ren Yingying's eyes lit up. At this moment, it was as if a ray of light had appeared in the endless darkness. She couldn't help but stand up. "Are you serious?" "A gentleman keeps his word." Song Qingshu looked at her with a smile. "Won't you be at a disadvantage?" Ren Yingying bit her lip and looked at him apologetically. No man in this world could tolerate such a marriage. She was moved by Song Qingshu's proposal, but at the same time an indescribable emotion arose in her heart. A helpless smile appeared on Song Qingshu's face. "Who asked me to be a good person? How about it? Will you agree to this marriage now?" Ren Yingying's expression was uncertain. It was obvious that various thoughts were fiercely fighting in her mind. After a long time, she finally nodded. "All right, I agree to this marriage. But if you go back on your word, I'd rather kill myself to destroy the alliance between the Sun Moon sect and the Golden Serpent Battalion." This was the only way. Although Ren Yingying didn't even want to pretend to be a husband and wife with Song Qingshu, she understood that the Sun Moon sect was in grave danger. There were strong enemies outside and the Ming dynasty had bribed and infiltrated them internally. Because of this, her father's hair had turned white. She finally had a chance to break out of this situation. She couldn't destroy the hope of her father and the entire sect for her own selfishness. "Don't worry, Yingying. I don't have any other strong points. My biggest strength is that I keep my promises." Song Qingshu solemnly vowed. Don't call me that. Ren Yingying was a little annoyed. Apart from her father, only brother Chong had called her that. Song Qingshu frowned. Yingying, this is your fault. We have to pretend to be a couple in front of others. I can't keep calling you Miss Ren. Ren Yingying thought that he was right. She had no choice but to nod gloomily. Then. All right. But you can only call me that in front of outsiders. You can't call me that in private. How can I do that? Song Qingshu's eyes widened. If we divide it up like this, what if we get hot-headed and call each other the wrong way? Won't we reveal our flaws? It doesn't matter to me. But if your father finds out, he'll definitely order the Linghu brothers to be killed for the sake of both parties. Forget it. Just call me that. Ren Yingying thought to herself, it's just a title anyway. At worst, I'll ask brother Chong to call me another way in the future. Song Qingshu stared at her with a faint smile. Yingying, are you forgetting something? Forgetting what? Ren Yingying was stunned. She looked very confused. You forgot to call me. The smile on Song Qingshu's face became wider. Ren Yingying blushed. She thought that this bastard had made such a big concession. She shouldn't be too insistent. She could only vaguely snort. Song. Brother Song. Unexpectedly, Song Qingshu didn't look happy at all. Instead, he shook his head in dissatisfaction. No, this title is too distant. How can a husband and wife call each other like this? Then what should I call you? Ren Yingying's heart skipped a beat. She was inexplicably afraid. Darling, baby. You definitely can't call me that. Song Qingshu said while shaking his head. Then I'll suffer a loss. You can call me Song Lang from now on. Ren Yingying suddenly became furious. You're delusional. Song Qingshu's face darkened. Miss Ren, in order to satisfy your pursuit of love, I've made such a big sacrifice. You're not even willing to change the way you call me? When the time comes, how can others not be suspicious when they see you calling me so distant? If someone with ulterior motives finds out the truth, what will happen to our two families' faces? If that's the case, everything I said before is invalid. We'll be a real couple. At worst, I'll just keep you in the cage like a canary. No. Ren Yingying's face turned pale. Only then did she realize that in this situation, she actually did not have any bargaining power. Song Qingshu's willingness to make such a concession was already a blessing in disguise. She could not act on impulse and cause herself to lose those conditions. She could only say in grievance, I'll just shout. Song Qingshu snorted expressionlessly. I'm listening. Song Lang. Ren Yingying stammered. I can't hear you clearly. Say it again. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. Ren Yingying couldn't help but be furious, but in the end, she didn't flare up. She slightly raised her voice. Song Qingshu. The voice is empty and lacks emotion. It doesn't show our love. Song Qingshu was still not satisfied. Ren Yingying almost fainted from anger. She thought that it would be strange if they were in love. But she also knew that if she couldn't satisfy this bastard, she would probably have to shout a few more times. Every time he shouted, she would get goosebumps all over her body. Rather than suffering more, it was better to end this quickly. Ren Yingying took a deep breath and gathered her emotions. After a long time, she sweetly called out, Song Lang. At the same time, she cursed Song Qingshu half to death in her heart. That's good. Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect that he would feel as if an electric current flowed through his body because of her tender voice. It was really a surprise. It seemed that women were born actors. The more beautiful a woman was, the more deceptive she was. Ren Yingying also blushed. She turned her head and didn't dare to look at his eyes. Are you satisfied now? I'm sleepy. I'll sleep first. You find a place to solve it. She casually pulled a quilt and threw it to Song Qingshu. She lay on the bed with her head facing the inside and her whole body wrapped tightly in the quilt. Looking at the quilt in his arms, Song Qingshu suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ren Yingying's meaning was very clear. She slept on the bed and he slept on the floor. However, Song Qingshu wasn't the kind of person who would suffer in silence. He threw the quilt aside, took off his coat, and got into Reninging's quilt. "Hey, what are you doing?" Reninging was shocked and angry. She suddenly sat up. "I'm sleeping," Song Qingshu said innocently. "Who allowed you to sleep with me?" Reninging said angrily. "Your father?" Song Qingshu replied with a smile. "We are husband and wife." Reninging's face darkened. "You just promised that we are fake husband and wife. Are you going back on your words so soon?" "I did say that we are fake husband and wife, but I didn't say that we can't sleep on the same bed," Song Qingshu replied confidently. "You?" Reninging was shocked. "What does he mean? Does he mean that I don't care if I contact Brother Chong privately or not, but I still want to be his wife and fulfill the responsibilities and obligations of a wife to serve him? But how can I do that? How can I still have the face to look for Brother Chong?" Seeing Reninging's face turn green and white, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "What are you thinking? I'm just sleeping with you. I won't do anything else. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Reninging bit her lower lip. Her cheeks were red. A man and a woman sleeping on the same bed. It would be strange if he didn't do anything else. Song Qingshu's expression turned solemn as he sternly said, "Miss Ren, think about it. With my martial arts, if I wanted to obtain your body now, it would be as easy as moving my fingers. Why would I go through so much trouble and waste so much effort to deceive you?" Reninging couldn't help but be stunned. She knew that he wasn't lying. But even if he didn't do anything and slept on the same bed with him, she still couldn't accept it. "Since you want to sleep on the bed, then sleep. I'll sleep on the floor." Reninging was so angry that she laughed. "I'd like to hear what business you have." Only then did she realize that she had fallen into Song Qingshu's arms. She couldn't help but blush. She turned over and leaned against the wall without a trace. Song Qingshu didn't stop her. Instead, he said seriously, "Aren't we going to pretend to be a loving couple in front of others? At that time, it will be inevitable that we will have intimate actions. If I accidentally touch your little hand, and you jump away as if you were scalded by boiling water, anyone who sees it will be suspicious. Even so, we don't have to share the same bed." Reninging felt that what he said was somewhat reasonable, but she always felt that there was something wrong. She couldn't think of it for a while. "The reason why I want to sleep in the same bed with you is to cultivate the tacit understanding between us husband and wife. Think about it, we are all sleeping in the same bed. Even if there is a little physical contact in front of others, you have long been accustomed to it. Naturally, you will not reveal any flaws." Seeing Reninging's angry face, Song Qingshu hurriedly added, "Don't worry, we are just sleeping together. I promise with my integrity that I will never do anything to you." "Your integrity?" Reninging snorted angrily, "Do you have integrity? Then what do you want me to promise?" Song Qingshu asked hesitantly. "Swear in the name of the Song family's ancestors." Reninging gritted her teeth. Since ancient times, China had paid the most attention to the worship of ancestors. Swearing in the name of ancestors could be regarded as the most solemn oath. "Okay." Song Qingshu immediately made an extremely vicious oath in the name of his ancestors, but he thought in his heart, "Anyway, I am not the real Song Qingshu, huh?" Reninging was stunned. Only then did she realize that she had been tricked by him. It was clearly her choice between refusing or agreeing, but it became whether he was willing to solemnly swear or not. While she was in a daze, a hand suddenly stretched out from under the quilt and pulled her in. "Hey! Don't touch me. I just want to hug. I won't do anything else. I can't even hug you." Eh? Reninging's body twisted and turned, but she still couldn't break free. Suddenly, she heard a light snoring sound. She turned her head slightly and saw that Song Qingshu had fallen asleep. How did this bastard fall asleep so quickly? Reninging continued to struggle a few times, but she still couldn't break free from Song Qingshu's embrace. However, now that she knew that Song Qingshu had fallen asleep, her sense of crisis suddenly dropped by several levels. Reninging had spent the whole night practicing the thieving star-sucking technique and fighting against the marriage alliance. She was mentally exhausted. Once she relaxed, she felt sleepy and slowly closed her eyes. Song Qingshu's snoring stopped, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He reached out and hugged Reninging a little tighter. Smelling the faint fragrance on her body and the youthful vitality and elasticity of her body, he felt a little restless. However, he didn't make any further moves. He just hugged Reninging and slept until dawn. The next morning, Reninging suddenly opened her eyes and was shocked. It's over, it's over. How could I fall asleep last night? That bastard must have taken advantage of me. Before she finished lamenting, she suddenly froze. She couldn't help but find that her clothes were still intact, and she found herself curled up in Song Qingshu's arms like a cat, her hand still holding his arm. She turned her head and saw that Song Qingshu was still asleep. Reninging suddenly had a strange thought. This bastard doesn't seem so annoying when he's asleep. Song Qingshu's eyelashes fluttered, and Reninging knew that he was about to wake up. She hurriedly let go of his hand and immediately moved a few feet away from him. How did you sleep last night? Song Qingshu opened his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him, who was embarrassed and angry. It's all right. For some reason, Reninging didn't have the previous nightmare after she fell asleep last night. She slept very soundly for a few hours, but of course, Reninging wasn't stupid enough to say that she slept well, so she could only give a perfunctory reply. How was it? I didn't lie to you when I said that I wouldn't do anything to you, right? Song Qingshu winked at her. At least you keep your word. Reninging blushed and didn't want to stay in the same bed with him anymore. She hurriedly jumped out of bed and ran to the side to freshen up. Originally, Reninging wanted to ask Song Qingshu to leave, but after thinking about it, the two of them had already slept in the same bed, so this kind of small matter didn't matter. Moreover, with that bastard's temper, even if she said something, he might not do it. Looking at Reninging's back as she sat in front of the dressing table, her beautiful black hair shining like a mirror, Song Qingshu felt as if he was looking at a graceful lady. His heart couldn't help but be moved, and he walked to her side with a smile. Ying, do you want me to help you comb your hair? Reninging suddenly stood up and elegantly turned around to hide to the side. Her face was slightly red, and she simply said, I don't want to. Seeing that she had such a big reaction, Song Qingshu helplessly shrugged his shoulders, and thought, it seems that the favorability level is far from enough. At this moment, a maid's voice came from outside the door. Eldest miss, young master, the sect leader invites you over. It turned out that last night was too long, and when the two of them woke up, it was already late in the morning. Ren Wuxing was worried about his daughter, so he came over early in the morning to check on them. When he found that there was no movement in his daughter's room, and the two of them seemed to be still sleeping, he suddenly felt very strange. He could only leave someone to wait outside, and when the two of them woke up, he would invite them over. Ah? It's all your fault. At this time, Reninging realized that she had slept for so long, and her scream lingered in the room for a long time. When Reninging followed Song Qingshu to the meeting room, she found that other than her father, even Zhao Min and Li Macho were already waiting there, and they were looking at the two of them with a strange expression. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Ren Wuxing quietly pulled Song Qingshu to the side, and suddenly had a strange expression on his face, and asked in a low voice, last night, how was it? Seeing that he was winking at him, Song Qingshu was speechless. Was this something a father-in-law should ask? But for the sake of the stability of the two families' marriage, he couldn't tell the truth, so he could only pretend to be reminiscing. It was really wonderful. Reninging, who was eavesdropping on the side, immediately blushed. She was so angry that her teeth itched, and she wanted to reach out and pinch that bastard. Cough, cough, Ren Wuxing almost choked to death, and couldn't help but glare at Song Qingshu. I'm asking about Ying's mood last night. Song Qingshu was instantly embarrassed, and he smiled embarrassedly. At first, it was a little unstable, but after my silver tongue, Ying has already accepted this marriage. Zhao Min couldn't help but be shocked. After all, Reninging had looked like she was going to kill Song Qingshu just a moment ago, but in just one night, she had turned into a shy little wife hiding in a corner, silently agreeing to Song Qingshu's words. This change was a little too fast. Zhao Min's face suddenly turned red. It turned out that she was imagining things. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Could it be that Song Qingshu's martial arts are especially good in that area? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Zhao Min felt her cheeks heat up. She couldn't help but secretly spit. What was she thinking? That's good, that's good. When Ren Wuxing heard that his daughter was finally willing to accept this marriage, he felt very comforted. He laughed and said, Ying, I have something to discuss with Qing Shu. You can take the two ladies to Blackwood Cliff for a walk and get closer to them. Although Zhao Min and Li Macho were the women that Song Qingshu brought, Ren Wuxing had some secrets in his heart that he didn't want a third person to hear. Ren Ying also guessed her father's thoughts. Although she really didn't want to have anything to do with Song Qingshu's women, she still walked towards Zhao Min and Li Macho. Li Macho wasn't interested in the alliance between the Golden Snake Battalion and the Sun Moon sect. Naturally, she was happy to go out with Ren Ying to see the famous Blackwood Cliff. As for Zhao Min, she really wanted to hear what the two of them were talking about. However, she was clear that with her status, Song Qingshu would not allow her to stay and listen. In addition, she was even more curious about how Song Qingshu managed to subdue the prideful saintess, Ren Ying. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, she excitedly followed Ren Ying out. Looking at his daughter's disappearing figure, Ren Wuxing couldn't help but sigh, the new generation really surpasses the old. My daughter has always been spoiled and loves that brat Ling Huchong. I didn't expect that she would be conquered by you in just one night. There was a hint of jealousy in Ren Wuxing's words. After all, any father would feel a little uncomfortable seeing his precious daughter so easily cheated by another man. Song Qingshu smiled shyly and didn't answer because he knew that it would be inappropriate to say anything at this time. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Ren Wuxing's eyes to regain their fierceness. He was no longer a kind father, but the dignified leader of the Sun Moon God sect. The two of them quickly began to discuss the alliance between the Golden Serpent Battalion and the Sun Moon sect. They discussed everything from major strategies to minor details. Time flew by quickly. A few hours later, even though there were still many details that they couldn't reach an agreement on, the two of them had more or less reached a consensus. At this time, Ren Wuxing suddenly revealed a hesitant expression and asked tentatively, My dear son-in-law, that time you and Dongfang Bubi fell down the cliff together. Now that you're safe and sound, is Dongfang Bubi also still alive? Dongfang Bubi had always been a thorn in Ren Wuxing's heart. Ever since he found out that Song Qingshu wasn't dead, Ren Wuxing had guessed that Dongfang Bubi was still alive. It was as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. This time, he didn't hesitate to use his daughter to rope in Song Qingshu. After all, Song Qingshu and Dongfang Bubi fought side by side. With Song Qingshu's current martial arts, if he continued to work together with Dongfang Bubi, Ren Wuxing knew that he wouldn't be a match for them. Therefore, he used his daughter to rope in Song Qingshu. In his opinion, the alliance between Song Qingshu and Dongfang Bubi was only an alliance of benefits. What Dongfang Bubi could give, he, as the current leader, could also give. If he could give Dongfang Bubi a daughter who was as beautiful as a goddess, he refused to believe that Song Qingshu would still choose to help Dongfang Bubi. Song Qingshu smiled faintly, that depends on whether father-in-law wants him to be alive or not. Ren Wuxing's eyes narrowed, as if he could understand the hidden meaning in Chu Yang's words. After a long time, he laughed loudly, that bastard was thrown off the cliff, of course he's not alive. Song Qingshu nodded as if he had made a judgment, then he's naturally dead. Ren Wuxing revealed a look of understanding, son-in-law, you really understand me, ha 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 ha. There was still a faint smile on Song Qingshu's face, but in his heart, he thought, I didn't lie to you, Dongfang Bubi is indeed dead, the one who's alive now is Dongfang Muxue. Song Qingshu naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to tell Ren Wuxing about his relationship with Dongfang Muxue. However, he also had another worry, and that was that Dongfang Muxue was too difficult to understand. The relationship between Song Qingshu and Dongfang Muxue was very subtle. They definitely weren't enemies, but they seemed to be more than friends, but they were far from lovers. In fact, even if they were really lovers, Song Qingshu still didn't feel at ease with her. Dongfang Muxue was different from Audiobook, Xianxia, and the others. She was once the leader of Sun Moon God sect, and the famous #1 expert of the underworld. She had her own ambitions and pursuits, and Song Qingshu didn't believe that she would be willing to be a member of the harem, which was why Song Qingshu couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be wary of her. Now that the two of them had the same goal, they were in the honeymoon stage of cooperation, but who knew when their interests would clash and it would be inevitable that they would break up. Therefore, Song Qingshu couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. By marrying Ren Yingying, he could slowly gain control of Sun Moon God sect. At that time, even if Dongfang Muxue returned to Sun Moon God sect, she would lose her foundation and wouldn't have the capital to break up with Song Qingshu. While Song Qingshu was pondering, Ren Wuxing said, "Thanks to you, my dear son-in-law, I've solved one of the 3 major problems in my heart." Oh? Song Qingshu's expression changed, and he immediately became interested. What are the other 2 problems? One is naturally the 5 Mountain Sword faction. For decades, the disciples of Sun Moon God sect and 5 Mountain Sword faction have been killing each other, and an irreconcilable hatred has long been formed. In the past, the 5 Mountain Sword faction has always been in a state of disunity, and it wasn't enough to be a threat. However, a few years ago, Mount Song sent out Zhuoling Chan, and the 5 Mountain Sword faction's reputation gradually grew, and they gradually had the capital to threaten the Sun Moon God sect. Ren Wuxing snorted. However, Zhuoling Chan's character is low, and there are many people in the 5 Mountain Sword faction who don't like him, so he isn't a major problem. Instead, it's another person who gives me a headache. Song Qingshu suddenly understood, and he said with a smile, "Lord Taishan, the one who gives you a headache is Zhang Wuji of the Ming dynasty?" "That's right." Ren Wuxing smiled embarrassedly. "Last time, in order to reclaim the position of sect leader, I had no choice but to join forces with Zhang Wuji, and with his strength, I was able to defeat Dongfang Bubi. However, who would have thought that by driving the wolf from the front door, a tiger would enter from the back door? Zhang Wuji, this child, harbored evil intentions, and actually wanted to seize the opportunity to annex my Sun Moon God sect. Although the Sun Moon God sect originated from the Ming dynasty, it has been established for more than 200 years, and it has long had no connection with the Ming dynasty. However, he used the events of that year, and in the name of sect leader, he won over a group of elders who didn't know the truth. In addition, I had just reclaimed the position of sect leader not long ago, and I haven't fully formed my wings yet, so I was powerless to stop him. The reason why Ren Wuxing looked embarrassed was that, firstly, he and Zhang Wuji had attacked Song Qingshu and Dongfang Bubi, and secondly, now that his position as sect leader had fallen to someone else, it was inevitable that Song Qingshu would laugh at him and see through him. If the target of this alliance wasn't Song Qingshu, Ren Wuxing definitely wouldn't reveal his shortcomings like this, but the grudge between Song Qingshu and Zhang Wuji could be said to be known by everyone in Jianghu, and he understood that Zhang Wuji was their common enemy, so there was no need for him to deliberately hide it. There's no need for Mount Tai to waste so much effort. Just remove those disloyal elders and hall masters. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. This was a good opportunity to meddle in the affairs of the Sun Moon Divine Sect. If he could control more than half of the 10 great elders, hall masters, and branch incense masters of the Sun Moon Divine Sect, he could become the de facto controller of the sect. It's easier said than done. Ren Wuxing laughed bitterly. Firstly, the elders, hall masters, and masters of the sect have prestige and achievements, and they aren't people that I can change as I wish. More importantly, they have Zhang Wuji's support. If I touch them, I may force Zhang Wuji to do something desperate, and completely shed all pretenses of cordiality to fight with me. In that case, no matter who wins or loses, the Sun Moon God sect will suffer a great loss. In the end, it's still because of Zhang Wuji. Song Qingshu's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, "Leave Zhang Wuji to me, Lord Taishan. Please feel free to cleanse the disloyal people in the sect, and at the same time, I will also send experts to support you, and strive to cleanse Zhang Wuji's forces in the sect as soon as possible." Zhang Wuji had just been chased away by him, and he still needed to use the absorbing star to expel the innate sword chi from his body, so it would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. If Song Qingshu didn't make good use of this period of time, then he would really be too stupid. A strange light flashed in Ren Wuxing's eyes. He didn't know about Zhang Wuji's current situation, but Song Qingshu's promise made him very relieved. After all, Song Qingshu's martial arts reputation during this period of time was definitely not inferior to Zhang Wuji's. As for Song Qingshu's request to send experts to support him, Ren Wuxing immediately saw through his intentions, but he didn't care. First, Song Qingshu had helped him, so he had to return the favor. Second, Song Qingshu and Zhang Wuji were fundamentally different, Zhang Wuji was an outsider, while Song Qingshu was his son-in-law. Even if Song Qingshu took the opportunity to control some forces in the sect, it could still be considered as keeping the goodies within the family. After another 2 hours, Song Qingshu saw that the discussion of the cleansing plan was almost done, so he opened his mouth and said, I still have a presumptuous request here. I hope Lord Taishan will agree. Ren Wuxing had always been pressured by internal and external troubles, but now that he had received Song Qingshu's help, he suddenly felt a sense of relief, and was in a good mood. Hearing his request, he laughed and said, You and I are father and son-in-law, there's no need to be so polite, just say it. I want an antidote for the 3-corpse brain divine pill. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Ren Wuxing's pupils suddenly contracted, and a strong aura suddenly erupted from his body. The 3-corpse brain divine pill was the Sun Moon sect's hierarch's unique method to control their subordinates. It was even more symbolic of the hierarch's authority than the Blackwood token. It could be said that whoever had the antidote for the 3-corpse brain divine pill could control the Sun Moon sect. Ren Wuxing didn't care about Song Qingshu planting his own trusted followers in the sect, but he absolutely wouldn't allow Song Qingshu to touch the 3-corpse brain divine pill, this taboo. End of this chapter. Noticing Ren Wuxing's exaggerated reaction, Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Father-in-law, you've misunderstood. This antidote isn't what Song Mao wants, it's for my companion, Miss Zhao. She's poisoned by the 3-corpse divine pill? Ren Wuxing recalled Zhao Min's haggard appearance and thought that she was only seriously injured. He didn't expect her to be poisoned as well. Ren Wuxing was secretly shocked. After all, the 3-corpse divine pill wasn't an ordinary poison. Usually, only the cult leader of the Sun Moon God sect would have it. Could it be that Zhao Min was poisoned by Dongfang Bubi? Seeing the flicker in his eyes, Song Qingshu understood what he was thinking and explained, It's the famous murderous doctor of your sect, Ping Yizhi. He then summarized the whole matter and revealed Ping Yizhi's other identity. Morong Jingyue? Ren Wuxing shuddered at the thought that he didn't know anything about this identity. He didn't expect such a terrifying person to be hiding in the sect. When I was making the 3-corpse divine pill, I did ask him for help. I'm afraid he figured out the refining method at that time. Ren Wuxing frowned even more. The refining method and antidote formula of the 3-corpse divine pill were only known by the cult leaders. Now that the secret formula was leaked, it was really bad. Father-in-law, can your antidote cure Miss Zhao's poison? Song Qingshu asked the question he was most concerned about. Ren Wuxing shook his head. The 3-corpse brain pill is refined from 3 kinds of corpse insects. There are millions of corpse insects in the world, and every cult leader chose 3 kinds of corpse insects to make their own 3-corpse brain pill based on their personal preferences. Different corpse insects required different antidotes to suppress the corpse insects, so every cult leader's poison and antidote were different. Ping Yizhi is a divine doctor and is also the disciple of the Poison Hand King of Medicine, so he naturally wouldn't choose the same corpse insects as me. Who knows, he might even add some new things to make it more effective. Song Qingshu let out a deep sigh. Even though I was already mentally prepared before coming to Blackwood Cliff, I am still very disappointed to know the result now. Ren Wuxing pondered for a moment, then said, How about this, give my antidote to Miss Zhao later and see if it has any effect. Maybe Ping Yizhi's corpse worm will be the same as mine. The Sun Moon sect had its own way of testing the toxicity of the 3-corpses brain pill. It required the blood of the poisoned person to be added to a special potion. Based on the reaction, it could be determined whether the person had been poisoned or detoxified. Thank you, father-in-law. Song Qingshu knew that there was not much hope, but he was unwilling to give it a try. Ren Wuxing was also a little gloomy. He snorted and said, I didn't expect that there would be a day where I would have to save my daughter's love rival. Is this Miss Zhao the Mongolian princess who defeated the 6 great sects of the Central Plains? Ren Yingying didn't know Zhao Min's identity at first when they were in Jin country. Later on, when all kinds of Grandmaster-level experts appeared in the Ruyang Palace, she came back and told Ren Wuxing about it. Ren Wuxing then roughly guessed her identity. Seeing Song Qingshu nod, Ren Wuxing was a little shocked for a moment. He looked at him with a complicated expression and said, You're really capable, brat. Not only are all the women by your side peerless beauties, they are also the kind of women who can shake the world with a stomp of their feet. Fortunately, I'm already old, otherwise I would have been angered to death by your luck with women. What are you saying, father-in-law? It's already a blessing that a devoted person like you doesn't despise a wanderer like me. Why would you be envious of me? Song Qingshu flattered. With Ren Wuxing's identity and status, he only had one daughter, Ren Yingying. Moreover, Ren Yingying's mother died early, and there was no news of Ren Wuxing remarrying. Song Qingshu naturally judged that Ren Wuxing wasn't a person who liked women. Ren Wuxing really enjoyed it. He laughed and said, "Brat. If Yingying's mother was still alive, she definitely wouldn't agree to her marrying a womanizer like you." Ren Wuxing just didn't like women, so he was still a distance away from being devoted. As a man, he naturally didn't think that there was anything wrong with Song Qingshu's behavior. The two foxes, one big and one small, smiled ambiguously. After that, Ren Wuxing held a banquet on the Blackwood Cliff to entertain Song Qingshu and the others. During the banquet, Ren Yingying's cheeks were red. She was too shy to look at Song Qingshu. Every time her gaze fell on Zhao Min, she would also avoid it. Song Qingshu couldn't help but secretly laugh. He didn't know what Zhao Min asked her to make her act like this. After the banquet, Ren Wuxing gathered a few highly skilled doctors from the cult to cure Zhao Min's poison. He didn't give the antidote to Song Qingshu. After all, if Song Qingshu were to steal the antidote midway, the foundation of his rule would be shaken. Song Qingshu naturally knew what he was thinking, but he didn't expose him. After Zhao Min took the antidote, after the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, the few doctors collected her blood for testing. In the end, they shook their heads at everyone. Zhao Min's face turned pale, and Song Qingshu also frowned. "Try this." Song Qingshu handed over the rouge he found in Dongfang Mushua's room. The few doctors didn't think much of it at first, but after examining it for a while, they all revealed shocked expressions. This is also the antidote for the 3-corpse divine pill." Ren Wuxing suddenly stared at Song Qingshu. He had the antidote for the 3-corpse divine pill, so the only possibility was that Dongfang Bubi gave it to him. It seemed like he had underestimated the relationship between the two. As his son-in-law, Song Qingshu wasn't willing to reveal the antidote to him, but Dongfang Bubi was willing to give it to him. What kind of relationship did they have? Ren Wuxing suddenly thought of Dongfang Bubi's love for male toys, and the way he looked at Song Qingshu became even more strange. At this moment, Song Qingshu's attention was completely focused on whether Dongfang Mushua's antidote was effective, so he didn't notice the look in Ren Wuxing's eyes. Otherwise, if he knew that he had been misunderstood as someone like Yang Lianting, he would probably die of disgust. The few doctors checked Zhao Min's blood again, and after a long while, they all shook their heads in unison, causing Zhao Min's body to tremble. Song Qingshu hurriedly patted her back and comforted her. The result this time was also within our expectations. We will think of other ways. With our intelligence and the power we have, there aren't many things in this world that we can't do. At the thought of the worm in her body, Zhao Min was originally a little scared, but after hearing Song Qingshu's comforting words, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Aren't you ashamed to brag like this? I'm not as thick-skinned as you." However, after laughing, there was a hint of worry between her brows. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was deep in thought. Icy Snow had always been searching for Murong Jingyue's whereabouts, and the Murong family was also searching for him. Now, Ren Wuxing definitely wouldn't let a person who had the 3-corpse divine pill go free. In addition to the Ruyang Palace and the Golden Snake Camp's power, Murong Jingyue would definitely be found even if he hid at the ends of the earth. On the second day after failing to detoxify the poison, Song Qingshu bade farewell to Ren Wuxing. Ren Wuxing didn't understand why he left in such a hurry, and Song Qingshu couldn't explain that there were still a lot of things waiting for him to deal with in Yanjing City, so he could only reluctantly make up an excuse. Zhao Min's injuries continued to be treated, so she could only leave with Song Qingshu. Although the journey was tiring, her luxurious and exquisite carriage could alleviate this problem to the greatest extent. As for Li Macho, Song Qingshu left her at Blackwood Cliff. Ren Wuxing also gave her face and promised her a position as an elder. After all, after he finished cleaning up Zhang Wuji's forces, those empty positions would need to be filled. With Li Macho's martial arts and reputation in Jianghu, she was more than enough to be an elder. Li Macho was originally unwilling, but she had promised to return Song Qingshu's people. Song Qingshu originally wanted her to join the stick, but now that he had formed an alliance with the Sun Moon sect, he would continue to insert people there. She was the most suitable candidate to open up the new land. In the end, Li Macho agreed to Song Qingshu's request. However, she emphasized that it was only for a year. After a year, she would leave and no longer owe him anything. Song Qingshu agreed. A year's time was enough for him to arrange for enough people to be inserted. Ren Wuxing and Ren Yingying warmly sent the two down the mountain. On the way, he kept urging Song Qingshu to come as soon as possible to marry Ren Yingying. Ren Yingying's pretty face was completely black, and she looked as if she couldn't wait for him to never come back. I'm really very curious. What's so important in Yanjing City that you're willing to give up your beautiful wife and rush there? Not long after leaving Blackwood Cliff, Zhao Min leisurely sat on the soft cushion of the carriage and looked at him with a faint smile. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Min's intelligence was too terrifying. It would be terrible if she found out something. Can I understand that the commandery princess is jealous? Song Qingshu deliberately joked. Zhao Min blushed. Sure enough, her attention was diverted. Who would be jealous of a playboy like you? Then why are there people on the mountain asking me how I settled Ren Yingying? Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Now that I know these methods, I won't be easily fooled by you. Zhao Min giggled, but she soon realized that the conversation between the two seemed to be a little too ambiguous, so she quickly changed the topic. If I remember correctly, you're now the #1 enemy of the Manchurian imperial court, and they want to kill you as soon as possible. Aren't you afraid of walking into a trap by going to Yanjing at this time? With Song Mao's martial arts, as long as I want to leave, there is no dragon's pool or tiger's den in this world that can stop me, Song Qingshu said proudly. I know what you're capable of, alright? Look at how proud you are. Zhao Min actually admired this man's confidence. Of course, she would definitely not admit it. But if someone deliberately tipped off the Manchurian imperial court, then it's hard to say. Song Qingshu said as his eyes glanced at Zhao Min. Zhao Min couldn't help but blush. She knew that Song Qingshu was referring to the Golden Snake Camp's betrayal last time. She couldn't help but pout coquettishly. That time, I wanted you to lose your footing in the Central Plains and forced you to my side. Really? Song Qingshu smiled noncommittally. He had seen so many things that women lied to him. How could he so easily believe a woman's words, not to mention a beautiful woman like Zhao Min? I didn't know what you were thinking at that time. Zhao Min sighed. If I had known that you had the ambition to conquer the world, I wouldn't have thought that you were willing to come to me. Now that your highness knows Song Mao's ambition, will you advise your Khan to secretly guard against me when you return to Mongolia? Song Qingshu asked in a low voice. He was still young. If the Mongolians treated him as their #1 enemy, it would indeed not be a good thing. Zhao Min smiled sweetly. You underestimate our Genghis Khan's breadth of mind. If the Khan knew that he had such an amazing opponent like you, he would definitely be even happier. However, with your current strength, I'm afraid that you are still not a match for our Khan. That's good. Song Qingshu didn't get angry. Build high walls, accumulate grain, and slowly become king was the golden rule of fighting for the world. Making a fortune in silence was the hard truth. Zhao Min hesitated and added, don't worry. No matter what, I won't reveal your ambition to the other Mongolians. She knew that this time, Song Qingshu only heard some secret things because he wanted to save her. Moreover, he didn't have any intention of making things difficult for her after that. On one hand, she was slightly disapproving of his soft-heartedness, but on the other hand, she was inexplicably touched. Since he treated her with sincerity, she was not a cold-blooded and heartless person. Of course, more importantly, Song Qingshu's current strength compared to the Mongolians was like an ant compared to an elephant. There was indeed no need to target him. Your Highness is willing to sacrifice the interests of Mongolia for me. A faint smile hung on the corner of Song Qingshu's mouth. Your Highness's actions can be called deceitful? Zhao Min was stunned. After a long time, she finally realized what he meant by deceitful. She couldn't help but feel angry and annoyed. You are the deceitful. Your whole family are deceitful. I'm not a Mongolian. How can I be a deceitful? Song Qingshu smiled carelessly. What if I recruit you as my consort? Zhao Min blurted out. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. However, he was no longer a novice in the field of love. He quickly calmed down and asked, "Really?" Zhao Min couldn't resist his fiery gaze. She turned her head away unnaturally and giggled. "Of course it's fake. My consort wants to be a great hero who can pacify the country with his literature and conquer the country with his martial arts." Before Zhao Min finished speaking, Song Qingshu smiled shyly. "I didn't expect that your highness would discover such a deeply hidden advantage of mine." "Ah, I'm usually very low-key." Zhao Min was stunned for a while. Soon, she laughed and trembled. "You're always so frivolous." After the laughter, the atmosphere in the carriage became strange. After a long time, Zhao Min sighed faintly and said, "Those conditions are actually secondary. The most important thing is that the person will only love me in his life." Zhao Min knew that if she wanted to successfully lure Song Qingshu, she couldn't say such words at all. However, she didn't know why, but she opened her heart unconsciously. Song Qingshu was stunned. He sighed slightly and said, "This condition is indeed a bit harsh." Just as Zhao Min was about to tease him, Song Qingshu changed the topic and immediately said, "However, I believe that with my charm, I will definitely be able to make the princess relax these conditions." "Go die." Zhao Min's face turned red. She couldn't stand his narcissism anymore and couldn't help but spit. In the following days, Song Qingshu began to treat Zhao Min's injuries. When they had free time, the two of them would chat. The two of them had a tacit understanding and didn't bring up the topic of their relationship. Instead, they chatted about everything under the sun. Song Qingshu was subdued by Zhao Min's profound knowledge. Zhao Min was often shocked speechless by some of Song Qingshu's wonderful ideas. Song Qingshu had the Nining Manual and the Divine Illuminating Technique, these two great healing techniques. When used together, he achieved twice the result with half the effort. In the short period of a few days from Blackwood Cliff to the outskirts of Yanjing, Zhao Min's serious internal injuries were already almost healed. After these few days of being together and exchanging ideas every day, whether it was Zhao Min or Song Qingshu, they both faintly felt that the relationship between the two of them seemed to be different. However, they couldn't say what was different. "You really don't plan to enter Yanjing?" Song Qingshu confirmed again. "Who asked my martial arts to not be as high as yours and I'm injured? With my identity, if Kangxi finds out, I won't be able to run." Zhao Min said with a pitiful face. "I can protect you." Song Qingshu thought, "I am Kangxi now. Catching or not catching you is just a matter of a word. Just now from your eyes, I felt that you let out a sigh of relief. You obviously don't want me to enter the city, but you still pretend to be so real." Zhao Min curled her lips and casually waved her hand. Forget it, forget it. Seeing that you accompanied this princess to relieve boredom these days, this princess is magnanimous and won't argue with you." Song Qingshu's face was gloomy. "What do you mean accompany you to relieve boredom? It was clearly me who used my internal energy to heal your injuries." "I will remember you." Zhao Min smiled sweetly. "I'll tell you the truth. The main thing is that I've been out for too long. If I don't go back, my family will be worried. What's more, I've been poisoned by that disgusting poison. I can't always count on you to help me find the antidote." Song Qingshu saw that she was clearly smiling, but a cold light flashed in her eyes. He couldn't help but mourn for Morong Jingyue for 3 minutes in his heart. Of all the people he could provoke, he had to provoke Zhao Min. Who was Zhao Min? She was the person who destroyed half of the martial arts world with a raise of her hand. You don't have to worry too much. There is still some time before the Duanyang festival next year. With the Ruyang Mansion, the Golden Snake Camp, and the Sun Moon sect working together to find Morong Jingyue can't escape even if he hides to the ends of the earth. Song Qingshu got off the carriage and cupped his hands to Zhao Min. "We will meet again." He didn't tell Zhao Min about the Poison Hand King of Medicine and Qingling Su. After all, he wasn't sure that the two could cure the poison of the 3-corpse brain divine pill. It was the cruelest to give people hope and then disappoint them. "We will meet again." Zhao Min lifted the carriage curtain and watched Song Qingshu disappear at the city gate. Suddenly, she stopped smiling and said coldly, "Pass down my order. Let the spies in Yanjing City keep a close eye on him. I want to know who he will contact and what he will do next." "Yes." The carriage driver answered respectfully. Then, he wrote down her order in secret language and tied it to the leg of the carrier pigeon. Just as he was about to release it, Zhao Min said, "Wait." Zhao Min looked hesitant. After a long time, she sighed and said, "Forget it. Cancel the order." Then, she returned to the carriage. The carriage driver looked at the swaying carriage curtain in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. Song Qingshu walked on the streets of Yanjing City. In order to avoid being recognized, he put on the silver mask again. Looking at the familiar road, he felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. Although this majestic city was actually under his control, he could not appear openly. It really could not be said that it was a kind of irony. After confirming that he wasn't being followed, Song Qingshu turned left and right all the way and arrived at the largest brothel in the capital. At this time, it was late in the morning. It was still not the time for the brothel to open. However, Song Qingshu didn't plan to enter from the main entrance. He went around to a small alley at the back. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he lightly leaped and flew to the window of a private room upstairs. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed, reaching out with his hand to firmly clamp a strange golden centipede hook. Before he had time to speak, a dense mass of ox hair needles suddenly shot towards him. All of the hairs on Song Qingshu's body stood up. He knew that this kind of hidden weapon as fine as ox hair specialized in breaking internal Xianxia. He didn't dare to take it head-on, hastily urging all the power in his body, forcibly shifting a few feet to the side, narrowly avoiding the mass of ox hair needles. That person clearly didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who could dodge her hidden weapon at such a close distance, and couldn't help but be momentarily absent-minded. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to take off the mask on his face, looking in front of him. "Don't fight, it's me." The woman in front of him had phoenix eyes, long eyebrows reaching her temples, skin +1, creamy white, glossy like jade, long hair hanging down to her shoulders, a very beautiful appearance. The most eye-catching thing about her was her hands, creamy white, her 10 sharp fingernails smeared with pink impatience juice. The contrast between the two colors was extremely strong. This woman was shockingly the 5-poison sexy Taizhou. Originally, after the defeat of the Golden Snake Camp, Song Qingshu secretly found her, saying that he had a way to help her become the 5-poison sex leader, and told her to wait in Yanjing City. Taizhou hesitated for a while, but finally agreed, coming to Yanjing City to hide and wait until now. What kind of hidden weapon is this, so powerful? The ox hair needles had missed and landed on the wall at the side, instantly riddling the wall with thousands of holes. The surroundings were corroded by the poison in a split second, turning black. Seeing this, Song Qingshu felt a chill, his heart still palpitating as he asked. "This hidden weapon is called Han Sha Shooting Shadow." Tiesho's face carried a trace of apology. "I didn't know it was you, but to be able to dodge it, it's really too powerful." Song Qingshu smiled, secretly wiping away his cold sweat. "I've always been blessed with great life." Taizhou finally recovered, and couldn't help but angrily say, "You told me to come to Yanjing City to wait for you, but in the end I waited for several months and didn't see you. If you still didn't appear, I wouldn't have waited." Song Qingshu said embarrassedly, "Something happened on the way, so I was delayed for some time." "Alright, let's not talk about this for now. It's fine if you want me to wait, but why do you want me to wait in this brothel? Could it be that you think that our Miao family's daughter should live in this kind of filthy place?" Taizhou smiled coquettishly, her voice carrying a trace of coldness. "Don't misunderstand. I asked you to wait in this place so that you can observe how the brothel operates." Song Qingshu hastily explained. "Why would I observe this?" There was a trace of anger in Tiesho's voice. Even though she acted seductively, every night there would be all sorts of lewd sounds coming from all around her. How could she stand it? In her heart, she only thought that Song Qingshu had arranged this to deliberately prank her. "Didn't I promise to make you the cult master of 5 Venom sect?" Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. "But there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You have to give something in exchange." "Oh?" Taizhou laughed coquettishly. "Could it be that young master is interested in my body?" "That's not right. Young master has clearly tasted it before. Could it be that you want more after tasting it?" Cough cough. During this period of time, most of the people he had interacted with were reserved Han girls. Song Qingshu was caught unprepared by He Xiao's boldness. He hastily said, "Miss He, please don't misunderstand. I only need Miss to do something for me." "Related to the brothel?" He Taizhou said thoughtfully. "That's right." Song Qingshu nodded. "The brothel is a place where crooks and honest people mingle. Moreover, you can often obtain a lot of unexpected information. So, I plan to establish a brothel intelligence network in various countries. After thinking about it, among all the women I know, Miss He is the most suitable for this task. A Han family's daughter is definitely not willing to show her face in a brothel. Of course, finding a lowly meow girl like me is the most suitable." He Taizhou sneered a few times. "But how do I know if you will fulfill your promise after I help you? And to be honest, I'm also very doubtful if you have that ability. It's just a mere leader of the Five Venoms order." Song Qingshu faintly smiled. "You know about my relationship with Invincible East. Also, you should have recently heard about my marriage with Ren Yingying. Do you think that these two identities are not enough to help you become the leader of the Five Venoms order?" He Taizhou immediately fell silent. Not long ago, the news of the marriage between the Golden Snake Camp and the Sun Moon sect had been announced to the world. Naturally, she had heard about it. "All right. Even if you have the ability to help me, how do I know if you will fulfill your promise? After all, your relationship with that vixen Indigo Phoenix is not ordinary. Put yourself in my shoes and think about it. When you have a huge intelligence network in your hands, do you still need to worry about me not keeping my promise?" Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. "As for Indigo Phoenix, you don't have to worry. At most, I'll help her establish a new religion. I've even thought of a name. It'll be called the Five Immortals Order." "Five Venoms Order? Five Immortals Order?" He Tiesho's eyes brightened. "Alright, I admit that I've been convinced by you. Even though I don't get along well with that vixen Indigo Phoenix, I won't dare to cooperate with you if you burn the bridge after crossing it. Alright, I promise you." "That's great. I'll provide you with all the funds you need. As for the specifics, I have something to do these 2 days. I'll discuss it with you another day." Song Qingshu suddenly became excited. Even though the intelligence network established by Sang Feihong's Five Lakes sect was effective, it had obvious flaws due to their limited identities. The Five Lakes sect's intelligence network was better at collecting information from the commoners in Jianghu. They were often helpless against the information of the officials and nobles in the imperial court. On the other hand, high-class brothels were often the places where the officials and nobles spent their money. It was the best place to collect information. In the future, these two intelligence networks would complement each other perfectly. However, when he thought about the expenses of these two intelligence networks, Song Qingshu could not help but feel a headache. Now that he needed money everywhere, it seemed like it was time to go after the Chuangwang's treasure or the Luding Mountain's treasure. Alright, I'll carefully observe how the brothels operate in the next few days. He Taizhou had been living like a stray dog for the past few years after he failed to become the leader of the Five Venoms order. Naturally, he would not let go of any opportunity to make a comeback. Moreover, He Taizhou naturally knew how much he could benefit from being the founder of a huge intelligence network. By the way, the name He Taizhou is too unpleasant. Moreover, many people in Jianghu know this name. It won't be beneficial for your intelligence work in the future. I'll have to change your name." Before Song Qingshu left, he suddenly turned around and said, "Since I'm running a brothel, I'll call you He Qing." He Taizhou immediately frowned. "He Qing? This name is too unpleasant. I don't want it." He Qing is indeed unpleasant. Song Qingshu pondered for a while. "Then I'll call you He Qing. This is the name of a legendary beauty. Don't say you don't like it." After Song Qingshu and He Taizhou, now called He Qing, separated, they searched in the direction of his former mansion. Along the way, Song Qingshu was thinking about the problem of money. Although the Golden Snake Camp had gained a lot from conquering the prefectural government, the daily expenditure of money and food for the tens of thousands of people was an astronomical figure. The money and food seized from the government could barely cover the Golden Snake Camp's expenses for a year. Moreover, building an intelligence network was also a matter of burning money. In the beginning, Sang Feihong's 5 Lake Sect startup funds came from the tributes that Song Qingshu had received from various places when he was an official in the Manchurian Qing dynasty. After Song Qingshu assassinated Kangxi, of course, this path was cut off. Moreover, as the 5 Lake Sect's intelligence network expanded, he could no longer rely on his own private stash of money to support it. In the end, he could only turn his attention to the silver that Wei Xiaobao had embezzled. In the original work, Wei Xiaobao had embezzled more than 3 million taels of silver. Now, because of his early death, he did not embezzle that much, but he still had about 1 million taels of silver. He had always kept this money a secret. Not only did Kangxi not know, even Shuang'er did not know. Later, the Tong family took advantage of Wei Xiaobao's death to seek revenge. Then, after the Divine Dragon Island caused trouble, the nominal mistress of the Wei mansion, Shuang'er, also went to the Dongting Lake King of Medicine Manor. The Viscount mansion was secretly controlled by Song Qingshu. Naturally, Wei Xiaobao's secret treasure was also kindly accepted by him. Song Qingshu did not feel guilty about this. After all, the silver that Wei Xiaobao had embezzled was the fat of the people that officials at all levels had collected. He used it for the great cause of driving out the Tartars, which could be regarded as benefiting the people. In the past 2 years, the 5 Lake Sect's activities had relied on Wei Xiaobao's stolen money. However, this silver was currently only enough to support this intelligence network. He had to think of another way to fund He Qing's brothel intelligence network. Song Qingshu's current plan was to temporarily use the money in Kangxi's palace treasury to start this plan. However, using the palace treasury was too big of a target, and it was not a long-term solution. He had to think of another way as soon as possible. As a result, Song Qingshu naturally thought of the few famous treasures in Jin Yong's world. Liang Yuandi's treasures were far away in Jingzhou, Gaochang's treasures were just a joke, and Yuan Qingji had already taken out the treasures of the Great Attack Workshop. What was left was only the treasures of the Roaming King and the treasures of the Great Qing's Dragon Vein. I wonder how Eunuch Sunflower's draconic energy is doing. Strangely enough, ever since Eunuch Sunflower had started absorbing the Qing dynasty's Dragon Vein, the Qing dynasty's fortunes seemed to have dimmed. Back then, the Qing dynasty had been thriving with each passing day, so much so that it was almost on par with the Mongols. But now, Song Qingshu knew that under the Qing dynasty's strong exterior, there was danger lurking everywhere, and it was riddled with holes. Could it be that the illusory Dragon Vein is real? Song Qingshu couldn't help but shiver. It was better not to go to Mount Looting unless it was absolutely necessary. Who knew what kind of old monster Patriarch Sunflower would turn into after absorbing enough dragon qi? Song Qingshu began to ponder. Be it icy snow or Nanlan's phoenix hairpin, he could find the location of the treasure. His only headache now was how to transport the treasure from outside the pass without anyone noticing. As he pondered along the way, Song Qingshu had unknowingly arrived outside his former residence in the capital. Looking at the signboard, the Song residence had been replaced by the Tian residence. Song Qingshu was momentarily lost in thought. Back then, when he had assassinated Kangxi, the Manchurian imperial court naturally could not tolerate anything of his. It was only because he had secretly protected Kangxi that Tian Guinong and Nan Lan had not been implicated. However, the signboard of the Song residence naturally could not. To continue this chapter, please turn the page. Brazenly continued to hang it. I wonder if icy snow is used to living here. Song Qingshu's heart fluttered slightly. Back at the Golden Snake Convention, Icy Snow was unwilling to meet with Song Qingshu's other women, so she secretly brought Miao Rulan to Yanjing City to look for Nan Lan. Calculating the days, she should have arrived long ago. Song Qingshu was about to push the door open when he suddenly heard the faint sound of a little girl crying in the courtyard, along with a woman's delicate voice. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be startled. He could recognize the voices of 2 women. The little girl was Miao Rulan, while the mature woman's voice should be Nan Lan's. It seems that Nan Lan is teaching her daughter a lesson. It would be a bit awkward to enter at this time. Song Qingshu hesitated for a long time and gave up on entering from the front door. Instead, he went to the side of the courtyard and with a leap, hid in a luxuriant tree in the courtyard. He was also very curious. Little Rulan was so cute, so why would Nan Lan be so angry? In the courtyard, a little girl with delicate makeup was running with all her might. Behind her was a graceful young woman holding a feather duster, chasing after her with all her might. The little girl was Miao Rulan. As she ran, she cried, "When I grow up, I will marry big brother Qingshu. He is an indomitable great hero." Song Qingshu suddenly had a strange expression on his face. He didn't expect his charm to be so great that even little Rulan was captivated by him. The graceful young woman chasing behind seemed to be a little tired and couldn't help but stop to catch her breath. Her full chest rose and fell like waves. When she heard her daughter's words, she immediately became anxious. "No. No matter who you marry, you can't marry him." This young woman was naturally Nan Lan, who had been separated from her for a long time. Perhaps it was because of the exercise, there were beads of sweat on her temples and her snow-white skin faintly revealed a trace of captivating red. Why not? Miao Rulan suddenly became anxious. When she heard her daughter's question, Nan Lan suddenly felt suffocated and secretly complained in her heart. "My good daughter, mother can't tell you that the great hero in your heart is actually a demon." Mother was. When she thought of the scene where she was bullied by that person, Nan Lan's body became a little weak. She could only grit her teeth and said, "If mother says no, then no." "Mother, do you want to marry big brother Qingshu?" Miao Rulan suddenly put her hands on her hips and looked at her mother angrily. Nan Lan's heart jumped and she hurriedly looked around. When she saw that no one had heard her, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, she couldn't help but become angry and glared at her daughter. "How can you say such nonsense? Who asked mother to not be able to give a reason? I hate you so much." Miao Rulan cried and ran into the house while wiping her tears, leaving Nan Lan alone in the same place. When she thought of her daughter's resentful eyes, Nan Lan felt a pain in her heart and subconsciously bent down to cover her chest. "Young lady, are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want this young man to help you rub it?" Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in her ear. Nan Lan suddenly turned around and found that the man that she dreamed of every night had appeared in front of her. You. Nan Lan subconsciously took a step back, but her foot tripped on the stone stool on the ground and her whole body involuntarily fell to the ground. "Little lady, you have to be careful when you walk." Song Qingshu stretched out his arm and hugged her round waist, pulling her back. Nan Lan loved and hated Song Qingshu's familiar aura, and for a moment, her emotions were so complicated that she forgot to resist. Suddenly, she had mixed feelings and even forgot to resist. However, she suddenly remembered that things were different now. Her daughter was still here, so she could not help but push him. "Let me go, Rulan is still nearby." Song Qingshu didn't let go of her hand. Instead, he reached out and rubbed her chest. "Are you feeling uncomfortable here?" No. Nan Lan's body suddenly softened. She felt that her body was completely unable to refuse the other party. She had no choice but to summon the remnants of her reason and moan, "I beg you, at least not here." Song Qingshu had only wanted to tease her a little, but he had never expected her body to be so sensitive. Looking at the beauty in his arms, her starry eyes seemed to be opened and closed, and there were faint traces of tears flowing down her cheeks. Her rosy lips were slightly opened, and her breath smelled like orchids. Song Qingshu's heart suddenly became restless. He picked Nan Lan up by the waist and quickly walked to the room next to them. Miao Rulan, who was hiding behind a window not far away, looked at the two disappearing figures. She bit her lip so hard that it almost bled. Her whole body trembled, and she couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. "No wonder mother doesn't allow me to like brother Qingshu." It turns out that she and him, not long after, the little girl became excited again. It turns out that brother Qingshu likes women who are more mature. In a few years, I don't believe that I can't beat mother." With Song Qingshu's martial arts, he naturally knew that Miao Rulan was hiding at the side. The reason why he deliberately showed such an intimate side to Nan Lan was to cut off the girl's thoughts. Although he was dissolute, he was not a pervert. Miao Rulan was still a little girl. It was only because he had saved her that she had strange feelings for him. However, she was still too young and did not have enough judgment. Song Qingshu did not want to take advantage of her inexperience. So, he simply made a ruthless move and cut off the young girl's feelings. Unfortunately, no matter how much Song Qingshu understood a woman's mind, he couldn't understand the inner world of a little girl. At first, Song Qingshu only wanted to put on a show. He didn't expect that Nan Lan's body would be so irresistible. Feeling the woman in his arms as soft as a ball of cotton, how could he resist? So he simply put on a show. What's wrong? Nan Lan felt Song Qingshu's body stiffen. She couldn't help but ask shyly. How could Song Qingshu's body not stiffen? He sensed a gentle footstep cautiously walking to the window. The person seemed to be very hesitant, but in the end, she stretched out her slender finger and touched the tip of her tongue. Then, she gently poked a hole in the window. From the sound of her breathing, it was obvious that the person outside did not know martial arts. However, her footsteps were much lighter than ordinary people's. Song Qingshu immediately realized that the person who came in was a little girl, and the only little girl in this courtyard was Miao Rulan. This made Song Qingshu feel awkward. Her daughter was watching from outside. How could he continue to bully Nan Lan? However, he was halfway through bullying her. If he gave up now and Nan Lan found out that something was wrong, how would he clean up the mess? Just as he was stuck between a rock and a hard place, Nan Lan gently twisted her waist and gently and shyly invited him to continue. If I die, then so be it. Song Qingshu made up his mind and simply pretended that he didn't notice Miao Rulan. Inside and outside the house, 3 heavy breathing sounds could be heard. Nan Lan quickly noticed that the man on top of her was a little more excited than usual. She thought that it was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. How could she know the truth? End of this chapter. After an unknown amount of time, the room finally calmed down. Song Qingshu hugged Nan Lan's slightly trembling body and could not help but sigh at his own absurdity. He could not help but think back to the scene of Miao Rulan leaving through the broken window. Her usually snow-white nape was now completely red, and she had unconsciously clasped her legs together as she ran away. You only know how to bully me the moment you come back. Nan Lan's face was pressed against Song Qingshu's chest, and she faintly sighed. She originally thought that when she saw this man again, she would only feel hatred and fear. But she never expected that when he hugged her just now, she couldn't even feel a trace of hatred. Instead, it was replaced with a trace of anticipation. Hee. I feel that you seem to be a bit bolder than before. Why, is Tian Guanong not at home? Song Qingshu asked playfully as he fiddled with the young woman's hair. Nan Lan's face reddened and she softly replied, he left the capital a few days ago. Left the capital? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and his voice carried a trace of coldness. Don't misunderstand, he did not betray you. He just had something to do. Nan Lan hurriedly explained. Although Tian Guanong was no longer a complete man, he was still her husband. Compared to Miao Renfeng, Nan Lan and Tian Guanong's relationship was more like true love. Naturally, she subconsciously explained for her husband. Oh, what did he go to do? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Nan Lan stuttered as she explained, Guanong has been waiting for news from you in the capital. But you did not give him any instructions, so he became more and more anxious. You also know that after his body was injured, his mind changed a lot. After you left, he kept thinking about the Bixia sword manual that you mentioned. Not long ago, he heard the news from Fuzhou and could not wait any longer, so he left for Fuzhou. Can you not blame Guanong? He is very depressed because he became a cripple, and he wholeheartedly wants to practice peerless martial arts and make a name for himself. Nan Lan was worried that Song Qingshu would vent his anger on Tian Guanong's unauthorized actions, so she hastily pleaded for her husband in a soft voice. After the upheaval in Xinjing, she was no longer the young lady who did not know anything. She naturally knew that her husband and his wife could live a stable and secluded life because of Song Qingshu, and Song Qingshu could take all of this away at any time. Why are you so afraid of me? Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily as his fingertips brushed across the smooth and delicate skin on her back. Don't worry, I'm not a heartless person. I have slept with his wife of so many times, how can I have the nerve to make things difficult for him? You're so annoying. Although Song Qingshu's words were a little shameless, Nan Lan found that she could not feel the slightest anger. By the way, Rulan was sent to the capital by icy snow, right? Why don't I see her? Before entering the courtyard, Song Qingshu had used his qi to check the situation in the house. He found that apart from Nan Lan and Miao Rulan, icy snow was not there. At first, he thought that icy snow might have gone shopping or something. However, after fighting with Nan Lan for so long, there was still no sign of her coming back. Song Qingshu finally began to worry. Icy snow. Nan Lan was slightly stunned. But she quickly reacted, "You're talking about Lady Hu, right? She also left some time ago. Why did she leave?" Song Qingshu could not help but frown. At that time, the two of them had agreed to meet in Yanjing City. "I'm not too sure. By the way, she left a letter for me to give to you." Nan Lan seemed to have recalled something. She hastily wrapped herself in a brocade blanket, climbed to the dressing table at the side, and took out a letter before handing it to Song Qingshu. After reading the letter, Song Qingshu could not help but smile bitterly. It turned out that during the period when icy snow was in Yanjing City, she had been waiting for Song Qingshu for a long time. She could not help but miss her son when she saw Nan Lan and her daughter laughing happily every day. Moreover, Tian Guinong and Nan Lan were old acquaintances. After icy snow and Song Qingshu came, they saw through their relationship and decided to leave without saying goodbye. They went to the King of Medicine Manor at Dongting Lake to visit Hu Fei. I wonder what her expression will be when she finds out about my relationship with Nan Lan. Song Qingshu's smile suddenly froze. It turned out that Icy Snow's visit to the King of Medicine Manor reminded him of Shuang-er. When he was poisoned by the leopard fetus tendon-altering pill, he asked Shuang-er to go to the King of Medicine Manor to find the antidote. Later, when he became the actual controller of the Divine Dragon cult and got rid of the poison of the leopard fetus tendon-altering pill in his body, he sent someone to the King of Medicine Manor to pick up Shuang-er. However, after Shuang-er found out that he was fine, she did not return with the messenger. Instead, she left the King of Medicine Manor and was never heard from again. I wonder where Shuang-er went. Song Qingshu felt that Shuang-er seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. He could not help but become agitated. Nan Lan was worried about her daughter. She was worried that she would run out in anger. It would be terrible if she was kidnapped in an unfamiliar place in the capital. Hearing her worry, Song Qingshu burst into laughter. "Don't worry, little Rulin is in her own room." "How do you know?" Nan Lan looked at him doubtfully. Song Qingshu suddenly had an idea. He hurriedly said, "My martial arts is high. I can feel her breath." "So it's like that," Nan Lan nodded. Suddenly, her face became worried. "You saw it just now. In my daughter's heart, you are a great hero. She wholeheartedly wants to marry you. What should we do? She's still young. When she grows up, she won't like an old man like me." Song Qingshu thought, "Miao Rulin saw with her own eyes how I bullied you. It would be strange if she still wants to marry me. You're so annoying." "I'm talking to you seriously." Nan Lan could not help but roll her eyes at him. Song Qingshu was very young. Even if Miao Rulin grew up in a few years, he would still be at his most charming age. How could he be called an old man? Her father has spoiled her since she was young. She won't change her mind so easily if she wants something. Song Qingshu could not explain it clearly to her. He could only smile and said, "If she still wants to marry me when she grows up, then let her marry me." Nan Lan was startled. She could not help but exclaim, "How can you do that?" "Why not?" Song Qingshu asked. Nan Lan became bashful. "But you and I." Her face was bright red. She thought, "If my daughter married you, it would be improper." "Will it affect me?" Song Qingshu smiled faintly. "Anyway, no one else will know about our relationship." "This?" Nan Lan was speechless. Suddenly, a reason that was not a reason appeared in her mind. She subconsciously blurted out, "But Rulin has been delicate since she was young. I'm afraid she won't be able to withstand your violent storm." Thinking of that heart-palpitating impact, Nan Lan could not help but bite her lip. Her whole body was burning. Song Qingshu suddenly laughed and said, "I'm not that rude to all women. If Rulin really follows me in the future, I'll definitely treat her like a darling and take good care of her. How can I be willing to use her like I use you?" "You." Nan Lan's face suddenly turned red. Her eyes seemed to be angry and resentful. In the end, the two of them put on their clothes. Apart from the bright red flush on her face, Nan Lan did not look out of place. As for Song Qingshu, he was pushed out of the door by Nan Lan and asked to pretend that he had just arrived in the capital. Song Qingshu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, your daughter already knows about our relationship, why do you need to cover your ears while stealing a bell? However, he could not resist Nan Lan's soft pleading and finally agreed to put on an act with her. When Song Qingshu knocked on the door, Nan Lan deliberately did not open it. Instead, she called her daughter to open the door. However, Miao Rulan was currently sulking and did not pay attention to her, so Nan Lan had no choice but to open the door herself. As soon as she saw Song Qingshu, she deliberately used an exaggerated voice and said loudly, Prince Song, you're back. Rulan, come out and see who's here. Hearing her mother's words, Miao Rulan could not help but reveal a trace of doubt in her eyes. However, she had been smart since she was a child and quickly reacted. She could not help but spit out, really shameless, acting together to bully me because I'm young and insensible. Miao Rulan's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of a sly smile. She made up her mind and decided to beat them at their own game. She wanted to see what tricks these two could play. Unfortunately, she did not know that Song Qingshu already knew about her peeping. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face as he followed Nan Lan into the house. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Not far away, on the stairs stood a delicate and shy young girl. The young girl's appearance was extremely beautiful, really like a halo of pearls, sparkling like beautiful jade. Between her brows, there was a faint scholarly air. Even though she was still young, it could still be seen that she was a stunning beauty. Song Qingshu secretly sighed, she really is worthy of being one of the 14 female leads of the Golden Book. Not only did she inherit her mother's beauty, but she also seems to have a tendency to surpass her. Little Rulan. Song Qingshu had just called out when he was suddenly at a loss for words. After all, he knew that she had seen everything just now. He could not act like before and naturally reach out his hand to hug her. Big brother Qingshu. Miao Rulan's bell-like laughter rang out as she jogged towards Song Qingshu, bringing along a wisp of fragrance with her. Song Qingshu stared blankly for a moment. The scene in front of him reminded him of a few months ago. At that time, every time he returned from outside, Miao Rulan would throw herself into his arms like this. Song Qingshu instinctively opened his arms. Unexpectedly, Miao Rulan suddenly blushed and stopped in her tracks. She stood 3 feet away from Song Qingshu and said in a sweet voice, Brother Qingshu, why did you take so long to see Lan'er? Big brother was a little busy before. Song Qingshu was a little embarrassed and withdrew his hands without a trace. Nan Lan couldn't help but glare at her daughter. You're so rude. How can you call Prince Song big brother? You should call him uncle. I won't. Miao Rulan snorted and turned her head away. He promised to be my brother. Isn't that right, brother Qingshu? Yes. Ah. Song Qingshu looked at the little girl in front of him playfully. Seeing that Miao Rulan didn't intend to expose him, he couldn't help but sigh. Women are indeed born to lie. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Miao Rulan is already good at acting at such a young age. This is interesting. Between this pair of mother and daughter, one thinks that the other doesn't know, and the other knows but doesn't say anything. Should I show that I know she knows, or that I don't know she knows? After a moment of hesitation, after that, Song Qingshu decisively chose to pretend that he didn't know that Miao Rulan knew. After that, the 3 of them had a very strange dinner. Song Qingshu was worried that his acting skills wouldn't hold up, so he hurried out of the house on the pretext that he had something to do. Looking at the forbidden city in the distance, Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed. The night had finally come. Actually, compared to seeing He Qing or going home to have some intimate time with Nan Lan, Song Qingshu's objective for this trip up north was to see Dongfang Muxue. However, it was daytime when he entered the city. With his martial arts, it was naturally not a problem for him to break into the forbidden city. However, the target was too conspicuous during the day. He might be seen by a guard and cause some trouble, so he had been waiting for nightfall. For Song Qingshu, the forbidden city was as familiar as the back garden of his home. Song Qingshu avoided the area guarded by guards all the way and entered the inner city with a few leaps. But just in case, he still chose to wear the silver mask. Looking at the palace of heavenly purity not far away, Song Qingshu stopped in his tracks. He hesitated. I wonder which palace Dongfang Muxue will be resting in tonight. This was also the reason why it was so difficult to assassinate the previous emperors of the Li dynasty. First of all, the defense of the outer city was like a natural moat. Even if some martial arts masters managed to sneak in, most of them would end up in the hands of the imperial bodyguards. Even if there were one or two martial arts masters who could break through the two layers of defense, they still faced a huge problem. The imperial palace was so big that the location of the emperor was a big problem. Even though the palace of heavenly purity was the emperor's resting palace, there were so many concubines and palaces that the emperor could go there. Even a martial arts master could not do anything about it. If he accidentally revealed his whereabouts, he would immediately be besieged by the imperial bodyguards. No matter how high his martial arts skills were, he could only retreat. The reason why the Red Flower Society almost succeeded in their assassination attempt was that they had the secret help of Prince Bao, who was second only to the emperor but above all. He used his informants in the palace to reveal Kangxi's whereabouts to them. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and decided to go to the palace of heavenly purity first. After all, this was the emperor's resting palace. As a woman, it was inconvenient for Dongfang Muxue to sleep in the imperial concubine's harem. Theoretically, it was more likely that she would rest here. Dozens of feet in front of the palace of heavenly purity was an empty square without any cover. An ordinary martial arts master would not be able to sneak in without making a sound. However, this was not a problem for Song Qingshu. He activated his light body technique and his whole body was like a wisp of green smoke. The bodyguards along the way could only vaguely feel the wind blowing past them, but they did not realize that someone was passing by. After sneaking into the palace of heavenly purity without making a sound, Song Qingshu could not help but feel disappointed. He did not sense Dongfang Muxue's breath. It seemed that she would not be sleeping here tonight. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Song Qingshu's expression suddenly changed. In this palace, other than the eunuchs and palace maids in the side hall, there was another strange breath. This person's network was long and it was obviously a martial arts master. What shocked Song Qingshu even more was the location of the other party. It seemed that the other party was sleeping on the dragon couch in the distance. Song Qingshu's expression immediately turned ugly. Who was this person? Why was he sleeping on the dragon couch? Could it be that Dongfang Muxue had found a male pet? However, he quickly ruled out this possibility. After all, judging from the other party's breath, it seemed to be a woman. Could it be one of the imperial concubines? Song Qingshu quickly rejected this guess. Which imperial concubine in the palace knew martial arts? Humph, I want to see who you are. He quietly moved closer to the dragon couch. As he got closer and closer to the other party, Song Qingshu was about to use the dragon capturing skill to pull the other party out when a shrill cry suddenly came from outside. Assassin! Assassin? Song Qingshu was slightly stunned. A cluster of black needles suddenly shot out from the dragon couch like rain. Fortunately, he had been attacked by He Qing's shooting sand shadow before. This time, Song Qingshu was not flustered. His figure flashed and he moved a few feet to the side to avoid the attack. Black blood divine needles? Song Qingshu could not help but be stunned. Huh? A clear female voice suddenly came into his ear. It was obvious that she was puzzled as to how he could recognize her hidden weapons. However, the other party was afraid of the movement skills that Song Qingshu had revealed when he dodged the hidden weapons. Without the slightest pause, a black shadow suddenly attacked. Each move was fierce and fierce. However, Song Qingshu's martial arts were very powerful. Without leaving a trace, he took a step back, and the other party's series of attacks all missed. That person's attack did not hit and was immediately shocked, hurriedly retreating a few feet. Song Qingshu did not follow up with another attack. He only looked at the girl in front of him with a smile. Her skin was snow white, and her face was delicate and cute. If it was not Chu Feiyan, who else could it be? However, she was now wearing a yellow brocade, obviously pretending to be the emperor. Who are you? Why do you recognize the black blood divine needles? Chu Feiyan was just about to open her mouth to call for the guards, but she sensed that the other party had no malicious intentions towards her. After hesitating for a moment, she directly asked. After not seeing you for a while, you can't even recognize my voice? Song Qingshu took off his mask and smiled at the girl in front of him. Brother Song. Chu Feiyan's vigilant eyes first turned into doubt, and finally all turned into surprise. She happily jumped into his arms. Holding Chu Feiyan's youthful and energetic body, Song Qingshu could not help but blame, why didn't you inform me when you came to the Forbidden City? I always thought you were still in the Five Poisons sect. It was Master who told me not to tell you. Chu Feiyan giggled, raised her head, and walked around Song Qingshu. She clicked her tongue in wonder, Brother Song, long time no see. You seem to have become more and more charming. When did your mouth become so sweet? Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. My mouth has always been sweet. If you don't believe me, why don't you have a taste? Chu Feiyan said as she moved her moist lips closer. Looking at the tender and beautiful red lips in front of him, Song Qingshu suddenly laughed involuntarily, still so mischievous. He leaned down and kissed her, deliberately revealing a trace of intoxication. It really is sweet and delicious. Humph, Brother Song, you are so bad. You don't even put your heart into lying. Chu Feiyan could not help but pout, obviously extremely dissatisfied in her heart. Song Qingshu was about to say something, but suddenly his face changed. He stood in front of Chu Feiyan to protect her. At this moment, the sky full of hidden weapons such as caltrops and boomerangs shot in from the window. As if they had been trained countless times, all the dodging angles were blocked, and there was no way to hide. Song Qingshu's robe fluttered even though there was no wind. In an instant, it all puffed up. The hidden weapons that filled the sky suddenly seemed to hit an invisible wall of air when they were 1 foot away from the two of them. All of them stopped in midair. With a cold snort, Song Qingshu's body shook, and all the hidden weapons bounced back. Suddenly there were bursts of screams coming from outside. However, Song Qingshu did not relax in the slightest. He stared out of the window. Suddenly, all the windows shattered, and more than a dozen men in black rushed in with a murderous look. Seeing Chu Feiyan's appearance, coupled with the addition of Song Qingshu in the room, the dozen men in black could not help but look at each other. Retreat. It was unknown who said it, but the group of people did not advance, but instead retreated, running out at a faster speed than when they had entered. Song Qingshu's face turned cold. Being seen by these people, how could he allow them to leave like this? The wooden sword had already appeared in his hand in an instant, and he waved it at the backs of those people. An invisible sword chi shot out, and ripples immediately appeared in the air. The sword chi arrived first, and the dozen people let out a muffled groan, falling from midair one after another. One of them, probably the leader, paused for a moment, but used a secret technique to temporarily suppress his injuries, and continued to rush out. Song Qingshu's figure moved slightly, and just as he was about to catch up, a shadow suddenly appeared in midair, passing by the leader. When the leader of the assassins fell to the ground again, there was an additional red dot between his eyebrows, and his whole body slumped to the ground, obviously injured by a needle-type weapon. Master, seeing the appearance of the shadow, Chu Feiyan called out with joy. Dongfang Muxue walked out from the shadows, her beautiful face still as picturesque as before, a pair of charming phoenix eyes revealing a faint trace of majesty. Seeing Song Qingshu, she said lightly, "You've come." "I've come." Song Qingshu muttered in his heart, the situation did not look good. After not seeing each other for a period of time, the two seemed to have become estranged. Chu Feiyan, who was at the side, felt the strange atmosphere in the air. She suddenly laughed, "Big brother Song, these days, Master has often mentioned you in front of me. She often complains that you have no conscience and only know how to have fun outside, and that you forget about home." Dongfang Mushua's face turned slightly red, and she could not help but glare at her fiercely. "Shut up." Song Qingshu's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to step forward to speak, the guards outside had already rushed over. This subordinate came late to the rescue. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." It was unknown whether it was because of Dongfang Mushua's training, but the group of guards only dared to stay outside the hall, and without orders, no one dared to barge in. "The assassins have all been executed, burn their bodies, and there is nothing else for you here," Dongfang Muxue said lightly with her back to the guards. "Yes." After the guards left one after another, Song Qingshu came out from behind a pillar, and looked at the figures of the guards leaving, and could not help but wonder, aren't you going to check the assassins for clues? There's no need to investigate. Judging from their martial arts, they are all experts from Jianzhou's Golden Top sect. Wu Sangui can't escape responsibility. Dongfang Muxue said plainly as she walked into the inner room. Although Song Qingshu's martial arts was high, and Song Qingshu sect although his martial arts were high, Qingshu's martial arts skills, the martial with Jiang with. Wu Sangui? Song Qingshu asked puzzledly, why would he send people to assassinate? Dongfang Muxue did not answer, but leisurely walked to the dragon couch and lay down. Chu Fian sensibly half-knelt at the end of the bed and massaged her calves. Song Qingshu looked enviously. This Dongfang Muxue really knew how to enjoy. He had never ordered Chu Fian like this. Noticing his resentful look, Dongfang Muxue chuckled, what, you can't stand being ignored by me like this? Some people are having a good time outside, and have been indifferent to the mess here for a few months. Who should I cry to? During this period of time in the Forbidden City, thanks to you taking charge of the overall situation, I have always remembered it, Song Qingshu said sincerely. As for me, because I have been busy, so I came back late. Busy? Dongfang Muxue smiled disdainfully, including marrying other women? Forget about that missing of Wangwu sect, you even reached a marriage alliance with Ren Yingying. That's really good. Dongfang Muxue said good 3 times in a row, causing Song Qingshu to tremble in fear. He hurriedly explained, I did not hesitate to sacrifice my reputation to marry Ren Yingying, but actually, I have my own difficulties. Sacrifice? Yingying, that little girl is famous in the martial arts world. If marrying her is also a sacrifice, who knows how many young heroes in the martial arts world are willing to sacrifice themselves, Dongfang Muxue sneered, but I am really curious, what difficulties do you have? Do you still remember who forced us to jump off the cliff? Song Qingshu asked. Zhang Wuji. Dongfang Muxue's eyes immediately sharpened. At that time, with Song Qingshu's help, it could be said that Ren Wuxing had no hope of regaining the throne, but who knew that halfway through, Zhang Wuji would suddenly appear and ambush her, causing her to almost fall off the cliff and die. During this period of time, Dongfang Muxue had used all kinds of natural treasures in the palace to recuperate from her injuries, but the result was that she had not even recovered a third of her peak power. How could she forget the main culprit? Song Qingshu's expression changed. He said half-truthfully, that's right, when Zhang Wuji helped Ren Wuxing to regain the throne, he did not have good intentions. He took the opportunity to infiltrate the Sun Moon sect. Until today, he has already controlled nearly half of the Sun Moon sect's power. Ren Wuxing had no choice but to ask for my help. I thought that if Zhang Wuji really completely controlled the Sun Moon sect, coupled with the power of his Ming dynasty, wouldn't it be even more difficult for us to take revenge? Therefore, I agreed to Ren Wuxing's request for a marriage alliance, and helped him completely eliminate Zhang Wuji's power in the sect. It could also be considered as helping us vent our anger. Humph, there's no need to go through so much trouble to find Zhang Wuji for revenge. When my power has recovered, I will directly kill him at the light peak. No matter how powerful his power is, it will be useless then. Dongfang Muxue obviously disapproved of Song Qingshu's pettiness, but after listening to his explanation, her expression finally improved. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Back then, you were the #1 expert of the underworld, so naturally, you were not afraid of Zhang Wuji, but now that you have yet to recover from your serious injuries, and Zhang Wuji is not the same as before, he is actually the reincarnation of venerated Ming. He then roughly explained how Zhang Wuji cultivated the 7th level of the Heaven and Earth Great Shift and was possessed by venerated Ming. There's actually such a miraculous thing in this world. Dongfang Muxue suddenly stood up, obviously extremely shocked by the matter of possession. That's right, although the original Zhang Wuji was proficient in several top-notch techniques. Because of his character and lack of experience, the actual combat results were often not satisfactory. However, now that venerated Ming has taken over his body, a grandmaster like venerated Ming will definitely be able to unleash 120% of Zhang Wuji's original power, not to mention his own 1,000 years of cultivation. Song Qingshu sighed. Therefore, if we want to seek revenge, I'm afraid it's unrealistic to rely on beheading him. Dongfang Muxue's face revealed an expression that seemed like a smile yet not a smile. Obviously she was not fooled by him. The news of the new Golden Snake King defeating all the experts has spread all over the world. If I'm not wrong, with your current martial arts, I'm afraid you may not be inferior to that so-called venerated Ming. When my power has recovered, with the two of us working together, even if he is 1,000-years-old monster, he will definitely die. Song Qingshu was instantly overjoyed. Could it be that you have thought it through and are willing to dual cultivate with me to heal your injuries? You're a master now, why are you still so shameless? Dongfang Muxue rolled her eyes and couldn't help but snort. Who asked me to have such an unrestrained heart? Song Qingshu didn't feel ashamed at all and replied with a grin, how about it, do you want me to help you recover your cultivation? Dongfang Muxue was silent for a long time before she said, answer a question of mine first. What is it? Song Qingshu thought to himself that no matter what she asked, he would answer her in a way that suited her heart. If I kill Ren Wuxing one day and Ren Yingying wants to kill me to avenge her father, who will you help? Dongfang Muxue spoke casually as if killing the cult leader of the Sun Moon God sect was a very simple matter. Song Qingshu was instantly speechless. Why did women love to ask him questions like this? Even though he wanted to say something nice, he didn't want to say something that went against his heart. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes and came up with an idea, of course I'll help Ren Yingying. With your martial arts skills, you can kill her with a single finger, why would you need my help? You're quite clever, Dongfang Muxue chuckled, then you should know my answer too? I know. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. He knew that his best choice just now was to completely stand on Dongfang Muxue's side. That way, their relationship would be even closer and he wouldn't have to worry about Dongfang Muxue not being on the same side as him. However, he couldn't convince himself. In his previous life, Ren Yingying was one of his favorite heroines when he watched the smiling, proud wanderer. Even though this Ren Yingying was a different person from the one in the original novel, he still didn't want to hurt her. Even though Song Qingshu was much more successful in this world compared to his previous one, he still missed his previous world. He vaguely had a feeling that if he could really be heartless towards Ren Yingying, the person he once liked very much, it would mean that he had completely cut off the memories of his previous life. These memories were extremely precious to Song Qingshu, and he was even unwilling to forget every time his heart palpitated. Dongfang Muxue took a deep look at him and said expressionlessly, I've had a great time being the emperor, so I probably won't return to Blackwood Cliff anytime soon. You still have enough time to seriously consider this question. I hope you'll have a different answer when the time comes. Maybe. The look in Dongfang Mushue's eyes made Song Qingshu smile bitterly in his heart. Even though the main reason why he allied with Ren Wuxing was because of his feelings for Ren Yingying in his previous life, he also wanted to keep Dongfang Muxue in check. After all, she was too talented, and she didn't seem like the kind of woman who was willing to be a good wife. Dongfang Muxue must have also seen through this point, but she chose not to point it out. Naturally, Song Qingshu could only pretend that he didn't know. The room suddenly fell into a very strange silence. Chu Fian, who was watching from the side, was anxious. One of these two people was her lover, and the other was her master who was as important as a mountain to her. She didn't want to have any estrangement between the two of them. She suddenly had an idea and immediately broke the silence in the room. Brother Song, did you just ask Wu Sangue why he sent these assassins into the palace to assassinate you? Yes. Song Qingshu looked at Chu Fian gratefully. With Dongfang Mushue's personality, she naturally wouldn't put down her pride and speak softly. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Between the two of them, there was nothing better than Chu Fian acting as a lubricant. Dongfang Muxue coughed lightly. Thanks to that brother Song of yours, the Manchurian Qing army of 100,000 was almost completely annihilated. It was really a serious blow. The three border defenses have always had the intention to rebel. Encountering such a good opportunity, it was inevitable that they wouldn't have any ideas. Seeing that she obviously wanted to explain to Song Qingshu, but in order to save face, she only said it to herself, Chu Fian couldn't help but secretly laugh. She didn't expect that a person like her master would have such a childish temper. Chu Fian held back her laughter and turned to Song Qingshu with a serious face. Brother Song, Master wanted me to tell you that because you defeated the Manchurian Qing army of 100,000, it caused the hearts of the people in the imperial court to waver. Ping Shi Wang and the others also had some ideas that they shouldn't have. Even if Dongfang Muxue was cold and aloof, she couldn't stand being teased like this by her disciple. She couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. She fiercely glared at Chu Fian. Does he not have ears? Why would he want you to repeat it again? It was rare to see Dongfang Muxue reveal a shy side. Song Qingshu looked at her white jade cheeks with great interest. Noticing Song Qingshu's playful eyes, Dongfang Muxue suddenly felt a little flustered. She couldn't help but angrily say, "What are you looking at?" "It's rare to see you reveal this expression. Naturally, I want to look a little longer." Song Qingshu replied with a smile. Chu Fian, who was at the side, quietly gave him a thumbs up. "If you want to look, then look." Dongfang Muxue was not an ordinary person and quickly returned to normal. "If you've seen enough, we'll get down to business." Peerless beauty, it's not enough to look at for a lifetime. Song Qingshu stared at her with a love-struck look. Chu Fian, who was at the side, looked at Song Qingshu with an exaggerated expression. She thought to herself, when it comes to the thickness of one's skin, I'm afraid there aren't many people in this world who can compare to Brother Song. But this trick seems to be quite effective. Even a person like Master has been made to look like a shy little girl by him. Even though she knew that Song Qingshu was just spouting nonsense, Dongfang Muxue still enjoyed his compliment more or less. Her expression gradually returned to normal. "I'm really scared of you. Do you still want to know about Yu Lu?" "Yu Lu?" Speaking of business, Song Qingshu suddenly became serious. How did the imperial court deal with him? The army of 100,000 was almost completely wiped out. As the commander-in-chief, Yu Lu definitely could not escape the blame. Even though Song Qingshu had received some news, it was not as direct as asking Dongfang Muxue, the Manchurian emperor. Yu Li's prestige was too high. The imperial court was quickly divided into two factions. One faction felt that the failure was largely the fault of the various commanders and should not be too much blamed on Yu Lu. The other faction felt that as the commander-in-chief, he should bear all the responsibility for the failure. Both sides had their own reasons and were in a stalemate for a while. Dongfang Muxue answered. "Actually, the key is how you want to deal with him." Song Qingshu had been in the imperial court for a long time and was no longer the novice who knew nothing about the politics of the imperial court. The battle of policy, the battle of status, and so on and so forth were all pretexts. At the end of the day, it was a battle of power. The main reason why there were so many people protecting Yu Lu was that the emperor, Dongfang Muxue, had not expressed her opinion. The people below could only guess what Kangxi was thinking based on various clues in order to cater to the emperor. It meant that the emperor saw him in a new light. Some officials felt that the emperor would not let Yu Lu go after such a crushing defeat, so they advocated for severe punishment. Others felt that the emperor had brought this matter up for discussion, which meant that he had the intention to let Yu Lu go. So they all submitted petitions to defend Yu Lu. After arguing for so long, to most of the officials, Yu Li's life or death was no longer important. What was important was whether their views could gain the support of the emperor and obtain the final victory. "Yu Lu cannot be left alive," Dongfang Muxue said coldly. "Why?" Although the imperial court's army was defeated, Yu Lu decisively retreated and preserved the strength of the imperial court. Song Qingshu felt that he was a talent. Although he would not be used by the Golden Snake Camp, he might be used by the fake Kangxi, Song Qingshu. After all, the Manchurian Qing would need this kind of talent to deal with the Mongols or the southern Song dynasty. "Do you know what was the first thing Yu Lu said when he came back and talked to me in secret?" Dongfang Muxue's face was solemn. "What was it?" Seeing Dongfang Muxue's expression, Song Qingshu was also shocked. "He said there was a spy in the imperial court, and his position was quite high." Dongfang Muxue repeated with lingering fear. When she first heard Yu Lu say this, her first reaction was that her identity had been exposed. "What?" Song Qingshu was also shocked. Dongfang Muxue answered in a deep voice, "Yu Lu is a famous general who has experienced hundreds of battles. The imperial court's army was defeated in the southern expedition against the Golden Snake Camp too strangely. Your series of performances may be amazing to others, but from Yu Li's point of view, he acutely realized that there must be a high-ranking official of the imperial court tipping you off. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to be so clear about the movements of the imperial court's army and be able to grasp that fleeting opportunity every time. And there are only a few people in the imperial court who are qualified to know such detailed information. Yulu suspected that the spy was Song Gotu, Mingzhu, or one of Prince Kong, so the first thing he did when he came back was to talk to me in secret. But he never expected that the Kangxi in front of him was the real spy. Dongfang Muxue still felt some lingering fear when she thought about it. If it wasn't for the fact that she had impersonated Kangxi, Yula might have already seen through her and Song Qingshu's biggest secret. Then why didn't you get rid of him earlier, and still let the officials discuss? Hearing all this, Song Qingshu also sucked in a breath of cold air. Yu Li's prestige is very high, and he is friends with many of the civil and military officials in the imperial court. If I directly issued an edict to punish him, there would definitely be many people who would plead for leniency for him. Unless the other officials had a grudge against Yu Lu, they would only watch from the sidelines. In that case, it would be very difficult to sentence him to death. Dongfang Muxue laughed lightly proudly. But the situation is different now. After this period of quarrel, at least half of the officials in the imperial court want Yu Lu dead. At that time, I just need to reveal a little bit of information, and it would be easy to punish Yu Lu. Dongfang Muxue's level of playing tricks is indeed much higher than mine. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly in his heart. With a simple move, she had turned Yu Li's problem into a power struggle, and without leaving a trace, she had obtained the support of half of the officials in the imperial court. And those people were being used without even knowing it. Although the time was ripe before, to deal with Yu Lu, I had always been lacking in opportunity. I didn't expect the opportunity to deliver itself to me today. A mysterious smile appeared on Dongfang Muxue's face. End of this chapter. Song Qingshu's expression changed. You mean those assassins just now? Dongfang Muxue nodded. Haven't you been worrying about how to stop the war between the Manchurian Qing and the Golden Snake Battalion? Now, the opportunity has come. Oh? Song Qingshu's interest was instantly piqued. Although the Manchurian Qing lost close to 100,000 elites in the previous war, the Manchurian Qing could be considered as a powerful nation after years of development. After the initial panic from the previous defeat, the Manchurian Qing's national machinery was quickly mobilized. A large number of troops were assembled on the north bank of the Yellow River, preparing for war against the Golden Snake Battalion. Even as Kangxi, Song Qingshu, and Dongfang Muxue could not stop this. With Kangxi as his trump card, Song Qingshu was not afraid that the Golden Snake Battalion would be annihilated by the Manchurian Qing. However, whether or not they were annihilated was one thing, and whether or not they could grow stronger was another. Now, whether it was the Manchurian Qing or the Golden Snake Battalion, both were actually Song Qingshu's bargaining chips. If both sides were to fight, regardless of who won or lost, to Song Qingshu, it would be a loss. This was because there were many other powerful nations and powers in the world. If his own forces were exhausted, how would Song Qingshu have the capital to fight for the world? You mean the 3 border defenses? Song Qingshu was not a fool and quickly reacted. Dongfang Muxue nodded. Yes, Wu Sangue and the others have always had the intention to rebel, but previously they were afraid of the imperial court's strength and did not dare to make trouble. Last time, with just a few thousand men, you almost completely annihilated the imperial court's most elite army of 100,000. This finally made Wu Sangue change his mind. In his opinion, the imperial court's army must have been rotten to the point of being unable to withstand a single blow despite the huge difference in strength between both sides. Wu Sangue has always prided himself on being a famous general. You, a nameless pawn, could defeat the imperial court's army of 100,000 with a few thousand old, sick, and disabled people. He has tens of thousands of elite soldiers under him. It is impossible for them to be inferior to you. Therefore, it is normal for him to want to rebel. Old Wu has really provided timely help this time. Song Qingshu was so excited that he did not know what to say. As long as the 3 border defenses rebelled, Kangxi would be able to stop the war with the Golden Snake camp and concentrate his forces to suppress the rebellion of the 3 border defenses. The ministers in the imperial court would also have nothing to say. After all, compared with the 3 border defenses, the threat of the Golden Snake camp was much smaller. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Dongfang Muxue poured a bucket of cold water on him. Although the San Francisco border defense forces are getting restless, I think that they are not as strong as they used to be. You see, they have not made up their minds. How did you know? Song Qingshu asked curiously. 2 days ago, the 3 border defenses sent envoys to the capital. Nominally, they were there to pay tribute, but in reality, they were there to probe the imperial court. Dongfang Muxue said indifferently, their actions just happen to show their current hesitant mentality. If they hesitate, we will help them make up their minds. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. The Golden Snake camp was currently in the growth stage and urgently needed time to develop and strengthen. Obviously, the rebellion of the 3 border defenses was the biggest opportunity. It seems that we have the same idea. The corner of Dongfang Mushua's mouth curled up, revealing a strange expression. It seems that you already have a plan? Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. Dongfang Mushua's smile became even more strange. Although I have a plan, you may not be willing to do it. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, don't worry, I know what's important and what's not. This time, forcing the 3 border defenses to rebel is imperative. No matter what it is, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. Don't be too confident. Dongfang Muxue snorted, the key to the success of this plan lies in a woman. A woman? Song Qingshu frowned. Which woman had such great power? Have you heard of Wu Sangui's raging fury for a beauty? Dongfang Muxue asked. Song Qingshu nodded, thinking of Qin Yuanyuan he met at Shanhai Pass. How could a man not be angry when such a beauty was snatched away? Then this time, let's concoct another raging fury for a beauty. Dongfang Mushua's phoenix eyes flickered with a strange light, as if there was an indescribable excitement. Raging fury for a beauty? Song Qingshu frowned, who is this beauty? Qin Yuanyuan? Definitely not, could it be Aku? But was she that important? Didn't I say that I needed an opportunity to make a move on Yulu? Dongfang Muxue smiled, do you know who the husband of Yuli's daughter, Princess Rugia, is? Yuli's daughter? Song Qingshu was confused. He had not been in the Forbidden City for a long time, so he was not as clear as Dongfang Muxue about the situation of the 8 Banners royal clan. Yulu is just a prince. Originally, his daughter was not qualified to be called a princess. However, in order to win over the 3 border defenses, Emperor Xuanji chose the daughters of the royal clan to marry with the 3 border defenses. His daughter happened to be chosen and was conferred the title of Princess Rugia. She married Geng Jingzhong, the grandson of Geng Zhongming, Prince Jingnan. After Geng Zhongming died, Geng Jingzhong inherited the throne, and Princess Rugia became Princess Jingnan. Dongfang Muxue said slowly. Note, in history, Princess Rugia married Geng Jingzhong's younger brother, Geng Juzhong. Prince Jingnan's mansion is thousands of miles away. Do you want me to travel day and night to kidnap her? Song Qingshu asked, puzzled. You don't need to kidnap her. Because she heard about her father's imprisonment, she has already come to the capital with the envoy of Prince Jingnan. Dongfang Muxue smiled. At such a delicate time, why would Geng Jingzhong let his princess come to the capital? Song Qingshu asked, puzzled. Dongfang Muxue answered, firstly, Princess Rugia's identity is special. Geng Jingzhong believes that no matter what happens, the imperial court will not make things difficult for her. Secondly, Geng Jingzhong wants to know more about Yuli's defeat through her so that he can judge the military strength of the imperial court. She is indeed the best candidate to spy on information. Song Qingshu sighed. However, he was soon puzzled again. Is she the Han Yan you were talking about? How can she rise to the crown? Unlike the usual marriage, according to the information, this Princess Rugia and Geng Jingzhong are very loving. Geng Jingzhong dotes on her very much. The smile on Dongfang Mushue's face deepened. If I am not wrong, she will definitely enter the palace tomorrow to plead for her father, Yu Lu. At that time, you just need to let her stay in the palace for one night. I guarantee that Geng Jingzhong will rebel. Song Qingshu's expression immediately became very interesting. What kind of rotten idea is this? This is not a rotten idea. Dongfang Mushue's expression turned serious. Do you know what it means for the wife of a foreign official to be allowed to stay in the inner palace? It means that everyone in the world knows that the emperor has made him a cuckold. How humiliating is that? Geng Jingzhong is a hot-blooded person who loves his wife deeply. Not to mention that he has long had the intention to rebel, even if he did not, he would immediately have the intention to rebel. And the three border defenses have always advanced and retreated together. Once Geng Jingzhou rebelled, Wu Sangue and Xianxia, no matter how unwilling, could only follow. End of this chapter. Do you really have to do this? Song Qingshu frowned. After all, it was not a glorious thing to implicate an innocent woman. What do you think? Dongfang Muxue disapproved of his hesitation. Song Qingshu was silent for a long time before he said, to make Geng Jingzhou misunderstand, we can just leave Princess Rugia in the palace. There's no need to really do anything. In fact, he had done similar things many times, but he had done it out of his own interest. This time, he was somewhat resistant to seizing a woman to achieve a certain goal. Are you still a man? Dongfang Muxue glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. You don't even want a woman who sends herself to your doorstep. Don't cling to your bullshit principles. The weak are prey to the strong. If you can't do it, I'll do it myself. You? Song Qingshu was sipping his tea and almost spat it out. He looked at her with a strange expression. You, can you? Dongfang Muxue said arrogantly, don't think you're more powerful just because you have one more part than me. Fian, tell him, can I do it? Chu Fian's pretty face turned red immediately. She stammered, I can. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed as he stared at Dongfang Muxue fiercely. You actually touched my woman. What do you mean by your woman? Dongfang Muxue snorted. She's my disciple. I only lent her to you once because I wanted to help you master the mantra of bliss. I'm her master, don't get it wrong. Song Qingshu's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of her. Dongfang Muxue's eyes flashed, but she did not resist. Instead, she let him choke her. Instead, she giggled. What, are you jealous? Song Qingshu was also surprised that she did not resist. He stared at the clear eyes in front of him for a long time before he smiled. What's there to be jealous about? Even you are my woman, so naturally, your woman is also my woman. A teasing look appeared in Dongfang Muxue's eyes. Is that so? With a light flick of her wrist, an embroidery needle pierced towards Song Qingshu's wrist. Song Qingshu remained silent as he casually flicked his finger. With Dongfang Muxue's current strength, it was a piece of cake for him to flick the embroidery needle away. Unexpectedly, Dongfang Muxue seemed to have predicted this. With a slight twist of her wrist, she evaded Song Qingshu's flick. Song Qingshu exclaimed in surprise and quickly changed his move, but Dongfang Muxue was able to dodge it again. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged more than 10 moves, but the embroidery needle was getting closer and closer to Song Qingshu's wrist. Song Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Even though Dongfang Muxue's cultivation had been greatly damaged, her techniques and eyesight were still there. In terms of ingenious moves, Song Qingshu was indeed slightly inferior. Even though he was clutching her neck, he couldn't really be ruthless. Unless he let go and retreated, he would definitely be injured by Dongfang Muxue's embroidery needle. Looking at the unconcealable pride on Dongfang Muxue's face, Song Qingshu knew that if he retreated now, he might not have another chance to subdue her in the future. Gritting his teeth, he no longer blocked her embroidery needle with his other hand. Instead, he grabbed towards her chest. As expected, Dongfang Muxue's expression changed. The embroidery needle quickly changed its direction and pierced towards the back of his hand. Song Qingshu had been waiting for this opportunity. With a flick of his finger, Dongfang Muxue couldn't evade this time. With a crisp sound, the embroidery needle broke into pieces. Despicable, despicable. Dongfang Muxue's breathing was rapid, and her chest was heaving up and down. It was obvious that she was furious. You just said that the weak are prey to the strong. This is the only truth in this world. Right now, only I'm strong, and you're weak. There's no such thing as despicable and despicable. Song Qingshu held Dongfang Muxue's smooth chin, admiring her embarrassed and angry expression. A trace of surprise flashed across Dongfang Muxue's eyes. I didn't expect you to be so good at applying what you've learned. Then are you going to deal with me, the weak one, my lord expert? Dongfang Muxue's voice suddenly became gentle. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the big watery eyes in front of him, he thought to himself, if I die, then so be it. He lowered his head and kissed that tender and alluring red lips. Oh. Dongfang Mushua's eyes widened. She didn't expect Song Qingshu to be so daring. A blush instantly appeared on the back of her snow-white neck. Seeing Song Qingshu pressing Dongfang Mushue onto the bed, and at the same time reaching into her clothes, Chu Fian smiled faintly and slowly retreated outside. The following scene was not something she, as a disciple, should see. No, I'm not ready. Dongfang Mushue finally got a chance to catch her breath and hurriedly pushed the man on top of her away. When will you be ready? Song Qingshu asked in a low voice. I don't know. Dongfang Mushue's eyes were blank. Even though she was not against Song Qingshu doing anything to her, deep in her heart, she felt that something was missing between the two of them. This indescribable feeling made her hesitate. All right, I'll wait for you to be ready. Even though he was reluctant, Song Qingshu gave up on continuing to conquer the city, because he didn't want to leave a trace of imperfection between the two of them. Are you feeling very uncomfortable now? Dongfang Mushue glanced at a certain spot, her face 100 times redder than usual. What do you think? Song Qingshu's face was gloomy. That's easy. Dongfang Mushue smiled slyly. With a light flick of her wrist, a strip of silk shot out from the tent. Chu Fian had just walked to the door when her body suddenly tightened. She found that her waist was entangled by a strip of silk. Before she could scream, she was pulled back into the tent. Master Chu Fian knew what had happened and was instantly embarrassed and anxious. Let Fian help you. Dongfang Mushue chuckled. From today onwards, my woman is your woman. Song Qingshu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. For some reason, the beautiful and mature body of the indigo phoenix appeared in his mind. What, thinking of the indigo phoenix? Dongfang Mushue looked at him with a half-smile, as if she had seen through his thoughts. Don't be embarrassed. In the future, you can use all you want. The women of the Miao family have extraordinary martial arts. Song Qingshu's mouth went dry and his voice became hoarse. Back then in the Five Poisons sect, you said that we were not familiar enough to exchange sexual techniques. Aren't we familiar enough now? Dongfang Mushue moved closer to his ear and exhaled softly. Do you want to see how I deal with women? Song Qingshu subconsciously swallowed his saliva and hurriedly nodded. Dongfang Mushue smiled sweetly and lifted Chu Fian's chin. Fian, I'm afraid you'll have to work hard tonight. Chu Fian was instantly embarrassed and hurriedly said, no, oh. Two red lips were already entangled together. Song Qingshu was at the side. It could be said that it was an eye-opener and his body temperature soared. After some time, Dongfang Mushue brushed her messy hair behind her ear and glanced at him coquettishly. Why aren't you coming? Song Qingshu could not hold it in any longer and pounced over with a low growl. Soon, Chu Fian's tearful voice rang out. Brother Song, master, how can you be so bad? Wake up soon. It's time for morning court. After some time, a lazy voice rang in his ear. Song Qingshu opened his eyes in a daze and found that Dongfang Mushue was already neatly dressed. She was sitting by the bed and looking at him with a faint smile. So early? Song Qingshu looked at the starry sky outside and could not help but smile bitterly. Being an emperor was really a tough job. It was fortunate that Dongfang Mushue never got tired of it. If it was him, if he had to attend morning court every day, even if he had the benefits of having 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, he would not be willing to be an emperor. There will probably be a lot of interesting things happening in the morning court today. You have just returned and are not clear about many things. In order to avoid revealing any flaws, I will temporarily act as this Kangxi today. You just hide at the side and listen. Dongfang Mushue said as she observed Song Qingshu's expression. I can't ask for more. Every time I have to deal with those shrewd officials, I always get a headache. Song Qingshu did not mind at all and readily agreed. Seeing that he did not hesitate, a strange light flashed in Dongfang Mushue's eyes. But when she looked at Chu Fian who was still in a deep sleep, she could not help but blush. I sacrificed so much last night. If he still suspects me, he really has no conscience. Song Qingshu got dressed and was about to leave when he suddenly looked back at Chu Fian. Won't there be any problems if you leave her here? Don't worry. Dongfang Mushiwe replied. I really lack helpers in this palace, so I transferred her from the 5 poison sect a while ago. The people in the palace are already used to her existence. There are all kinds of rumors about her behind her back. Experts, secret guards, concubines, so on and so forth. Although Fian is young, she is very capable. She quickly subdued the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace of heavenly purity. Even if someone saw her sleeping on the dragon bed, who would dare to say a word? Song Qingshu had a strange look on his face. He really could not associate the delicate little girl from last night with such a powerful character. In the end, he could only sigh, women are really a magical species. Oh yes, where is Zhongling and the rest? Song Qingshu suddenly asked. The 5 poison sect still needs someone to hold the fort. She and the Indigo Phoenix are staying there. According to Fian, that little girl Zhongling seems to be born to play with poison. Even the Indigo Phoenix was impressed by her rapid improvement. Dongfang Mushiwe smiled. Song Qingshu also revealed a knowing smile when he thought of that silly and adorable little girl from back then. However, when he thought of Mu Wanqing's matter, he could no longer smile. At that time, how to let this pair of blood-related sisters live in harmony was really a problem. Song Qingshu followed Dongfang Mushiwe to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. He hid in the side hall and listened to the entire morning court session. Just as Dongfang Mushiwe had said, some interesting things happened. First, the ministers were divided into 2 groups according to the usual practice. They quarreled about how to deal with Yu Lu. Then, the envoys of the 3 border defenses presented their memorials. They all said that in recent years, the pressure on the borders was huge. They requested the imperial court to almost double the military's pay. Wu Sangui's envoy even mentioned that he missed his daughter and hoped that the emperor would allow Aku to return to Shanhai Pass to visit his relatives. Hearing these conditions, there was an uproar in the court. End of this chapter. In recent years, the military expenditure of the 3 countries had accounted for more than 30% of the total expenditure of the imperial court. There was already a faint trend of unrest. Now that the imperial court had just lost 100,000 elite soldiers, the 3 countries had actually raised this kind of request at this time. Sima Zhao's intention was clear to all. Cent Pound says, moreover, at that time, because Princess Janning and Wei Xiaobao accidentally died at Shanhai Pass, in order to ask for forgiveness, Wu Sangui sent his most beloved daughter to the capital. Nominally, she was to be the emperor's palace maid, but anyone could see that he was sending his daughter to the emperor to be a concubine. Aku had inherited her mother's former number 1 beauty, Qin Yuanyuan's beauty. As soon as she entered the capital, she was the most beautiful woman in the capital. Even Kangxi couldn't help but be tempted. However, Kangxi had an enormous ambition. He was pursuing the world, while Wu Sangui's reputation was really too bad. He was worried that if he took Wu Sangui's daughter as his concubine, he would lose the popular support of the Han people. Moreover, Aku's mother was once the femme fatale, Qin Yuanyuan. The fall of the Ming dynasty was inextricably linked to her. As the emperor, inevitably Kangxi had some taboo regarding this matter. But Aku was Wu Sangui's gesture. Kangxi was afraid that if he refused to accept her, Wu Sangui would be frightened and desperate like a cornered dog jumping over the wall. Therefore, he had no choice but to accept her. While he was in a dilemma, Songgotu on the side came up with an idea. He would raise Aku in Prince Kangxieshu's mansion, in the name of teaching her the etiquette of the palace. In this way, Kangxi could show the outside world that Kangxi was not an emperor who lusted after beauties, and secondly, Jieshu was also a member of the imperial family, so it could be considered an explanation to Wu Sangui. Kangxi's dragon face was instantly overjoyed and he agreed to this suggestion. This caused Prince Kong, Jieshu to suffer. In his opinion, Aku's beauty could move any man's heart. Although Kangxi was not willing to accept her into his harem, who knew if he would change his mind in the future. Now that he was being raised in his own mansion, in the future it would be hard to avoid the suspicion that he was working under a melon field. If the emperor became suspicious of him, that would be really bad. In the end, Prince Kong had no choice but to curse 18 generations of Songgotu's ancestors, while moving out of his mansion that very night. Ever since Aku entered the mansion, he did not dare to return home. Although Aku had shaken the capital, the court and the people did not feel wronged. After all, Wu Sangui did not have many children. He only had one son and one daughter. Leaving Aku in the capital, he could be considered half a hostage. But now, Wu Sangui actually wanted to take his daughter back. Although it sounded nice on the surface, everyone knew that if Aku really went back, Wu Sangui would never let her return to the capital. Many ministers who were loyal to the imperial court hastily expressed their opposition, while some ministers who had been secretly bribed by the three border defenses expressed their support. Each and every one of them quoted the classics, and the quarrel was fierce. A trace of doubt flashed through Song Qingshu's mind. No matter how much Wu Sangui loved Aku, Aku was only a daughter. Why did he have to go through so much trouble and offend the emperor to bring her back? Was it purely to test the reaction of the court? He, Chen was, he, her mother, Qin Yuan, appeared in his mind. Song Qingshu was momentarily absent-minded. The noisy morning court session ended after Dongfang Muxue said, "We'll discuss it another day." Song Qingshu and Dongfang Muxue left the Hall of Supreme Harmony together. After Song Qingshu's early efforts and Dongfang Muxue's arrangements, the palace maids and eunuchs who followed them had been replaced with trusted people. Therefore, Song Qingshu was not afraid of walking with Kangxi in public. Dongfang Muxue suddenly snorted. The three border defenses proposed such harsh conditions to test the bottom line of the imperial court. But how would they know that we are not afraid of them rebelling? We are afraid that they will not rebel. It's easy to force the three border defenses to rebel, but do you have the confidence to pacify them? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. The Golden Snake Battalion was in urgent need of time to expand, so they wanted to use the three border defenses to stall the Manchu Qing. But if the Manchu Qing was really overthrown by the three border defenses, the loss would outweigh the gain. Song Qingshu had countless things to do and could not pretend to be Kangxi for a long time. Therefore, the task of guarding the Forbidden City and pacifying the three border defenses naturally fell to Dongfang Muxue. People like Wu Sangui are nothing in my eyes. Dongfang Muxue said proudly. All right, I believe you. Song Qingshu said in a low voice. He had been in contact with Dongfang Muxue for a long time and naturally knew how amazing she was. If she was a man, she would probably be his greatest opponent in this life apart from Zhang Wuji. Fortunately, she's a woman, hee. Song Qingshu could not help but think of the snow-white perfect body from last night. His smile was somewhat wretched. Dongfang Muxue did not notice his smile and said, "If I'm not wrong, Princess Rugia will enter the palace today to ask someone to plead for you, Lu. Which concubine's palace do you think is more convenient for us to lure her to?" Empress Xiaotong. Song Qingshu answered subconsciously. After all, among all the concubines in Kangxi's harem, he was only familiar with Empress Xiaotong's situation. Dongfang Muxue could not help but chuckle. You are obviously a playboy, but you actually did not touch so many concubines from the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. What a joke. I'm not that stupid. Song Qingshu's expression suddenly changed. He could hear the pride in her tone. Did you touch all of them? Of course. Dongfang Muxue smiled proudly. The Manchu Qing harem has its own rules. If I continued to pamper Empress Xiaotong like you, I would not be able to touch all of them equally. I'm afraid the women in the harem would have long suspected me. Song Qingshu's expression became even more strange. You actually managed to handle so many concubines? What's more surprising is that none of them noticed anything unusual. What's so difficult about that? I used to be the sect leader of the Sun Moon sect, alright? Dongfang Muxue snorted proudly. I just need to use some low-grade aphrodisiac from the pugilistic world and some props. Wouldn't it be enough to make these noble women hover between life and death? Song Qingshu almost stumbled and fell. Your thinking is quite advanced, haha, but I have to admit that you have a sharp eye. In Kangxi's harem, the other women are far less interesting than Empress Xiaotong. Dongfang Muxue seemed to be reminiscing. Alright, let's choose Xiaotong's harem. I'll make arrangements later to lure Princess Rugia there. The two of them then began to check the details of the plan. After a long time, Dongfang Muxue suddenly revealed a playful smile. Hey, do you want to make a bet? After Princess Rugia's matter is settled, we're not allowed to use violence against each other. Let's see who can climb into Empress Xiaotong's bed with her original appearance first? Song Qingshu was startled and stared at her suspiciously. What kind of sick hobby is this? I had no choice in the past, but now that the entire palace is under our control, don't you think it's a little boring if we still use Kangxi's identity to bully her? The smile on Dongfang Mushua's face deepened, and there seemed to be a strange light dancing in her long and seductive eyes. Song Qingshu wanted to reprimand Dongfang Mushua righteously, then stand on the moral high ground and despise her to his heart's content, but he knew that he was a little tempted by her suggestion. Dongfang Mushua averted her gaze unnaturally. What do you want to bet? 24 moonlit bridges. Song Qingshu stopped there. He believed that Dongfang Mushua would understand what he was trying to say. A faint blush flashed across Dongfang Mushua's face and she looked hesitant. What, you don't dare to bet? Song Qingshu purposely provoked her. Let's bet. Dongfang Mushua gritted her teeth and glared at him. Then what if you lose? I'll give it to you instead. A naughty smile appeared on Song Qingshu's face. And Wan and Ouba. Pervert. Dongfang Mushua spat. Then I won't bet. No matter who wins or loses, I'll be the one to suffer. She then left. Then what do you want to bet? Song Qingshu hurriedly pulled her back. Dongfang Mushua's eyes revealed a trace of craftiness. If you lose, I'll take your place on your wedding night with Reninging. Song Qingshu was startled, but he quickly reacted. Hey, you're a woman. Dongfang Mushua snorted. What, can't women consummate with other women? I've raised that lass Reninging for more than 10 years and I've watched her blossom day by day. Just when she's about to bear fruit, Ren Wuxing and Zhang Wuji ruined everything. Now, you've beaten me to the punch. I'm so angry. If I can't obtain her virginity, I won't be happy for the rest of my life. Song Qingshu finally understood why Dongfang Mushua had such a huge reaction when she heard about the marriage between him and Reninging. He originally thought that she was jealous, but it turned out that she was really jealous. However, she wasn't jealous of Reninging, but of him. Thinking of this, Song Qingshu couldn't help but snort sourly. No, I won't let you touch my woman. Don't be so petty, she's a woman too, it's not like you'll really be at a disadvantage. Dongfang Mushua was almost pleading with him. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He had never seen Dongfang Mushua reveal such a submissive side. To be honest, it was quite enjoyable, but her hobby was a little too unconventional. Seeing that Song Qingshu was unmoved, Dongfang Mushua bit her lips and whispered in his ear, why don't I use my red pill to exchange with you? Song Qingshu's heart thumped violently. He was worried that he would agree impulsively, so he hurriedly said, this topic is too dirty. I need to calm down. After saying that, he left as if he was fleeing. Looking at his back, Dongfang Mushua couldn't help but stomp her foot. Coward. Plotting Princess Rujia's matter today was really damaging to the royal family's reputation. For convenience, Song Qingshu and Dongfang Mushua chased away the palace maids and eunuchs that accompanied them and went straight to the palace where Empress Xiaotong was staying. It wasn't until they arrived at Xiaotong's back courtyard that Song Qingshu finally reacted. He couldn't help glaring at Dongfang Mushua. I almost fell for your trick. Your red pill is mine in the first place. Why should I gamble with you? Who said so? Dongfang Mushua raised her chin, and the skin on her face looked especially crystal clear under the sunlight. This lady will give it to whichever man she wants. You dare? Song Qingshu was instantly enraged. Why wouldn't I dare? You also know my temper. If you make me unhappy, I can't guarantee what I will do. Dongfang Mushua was unmoved. She looked at him with a smile. If you don't give Reninging's red pill to me, I will go seduce Ling Huchong and piss you two off. I'm afraid of you. At most, I'll take a step back. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. I can't give her to you on her wedding night. But you can conquer her with your own ability afterward. Humph, petty. Dongfang Mushua also understood that no man would agree to her request. After hesitating for a moment, she said unwillingly, then I want to be at the side on your wedding night. Song Qingshu hesitated. That's not impossible. Seeing Dongfang Mushua's excited expression, Song Qingshu said with dissatisfaction, what are you so happy about? It's not certain who will win this bet. You will definitely lose. Dongfang Muxue said proudly. Is that so? Song Qingshu had a disapproving expression. You don't believe me? Dongfang Muxue looked at him with a faint smile. Climbing onto Xiaotong's bed is not a skill. Getting the other party onto Xiaotong's bed is a real skill. Song Qingshu immediately frowned. With the characteristics of his joy vital energy, it was easy for him to climb onto Xiaotong's bed with his real face. However, he really couldn't think of a way to get Dongfang Muxue onto Xiaotong's bed. Follow me. Dongfang Muxue smiled ambiguously. She pulled Song Qingshu and walked toward Xiaotong's bedroom. Along the way, she secretly put on Kangxi's mask. Welcome, Your Majesty. Empress Xiaotong had received the imperial edict early in the morning. Knowing that the emperor would be coming soon, she dismissed the palace servants and waited in the bedroom excitedly. You may rise. Dongfang Muxue said lightly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Empress Xiaotong smiled and raised her head. However, when she saw Song Qingshu standing beside Kangxi, she couldn't help but turn pale. You. How could she not know the current #1 traitor of Manchuria? Back when Song Qingshu was serving in the Forbidden City, the two of them often met. At that time, although she felt that this guard had an extraordinary temperament, she didn't take it to heart. After all, their identities were like clouds and mud. She was the noble imperial concubine, while the other party was just a servant. But recently, Song Qingshu's reputation had shaken the entire court. Even Empress Xiaotong had heard of his various miraculous deeds. Looking at the dignified man in front of her and thinking of the handsome guard who bowed respectfully to her back in the palace, Empress Xiaotong couldn't help but fall into a trance. Don't panic, beloved. He's one of us. Dongfang Muxue said lightly. One of us? Empress Xiaotong felt a little dizzy. This traitor who had just defeated the imperial court's 100,000 troops in Shandong and caused chaos in the imperial court was actually called one of them by the emperor. Song Qingshu also had a strange expression. He didn't expect Dongfang Muxue to bring him to meet Empress Xiaotong just like that. How was he going to clean up this mess? The specific situation involves the imperial court's secrets. You don't have to delve into it. If I say he's one of us, then he's one of us. To Song Qingshu's surprise, Dongfang Muxue didn't explain further. Instead, she simply and crudely came to a conclusion. However, the effect was surprisingly good. Perhaps Empress Xiaotong had lived in the palace for a long time and understood that the more she knew, the more dangerous it would be. Since the emperor said so, she naturally wouldn't have any objections. I understand. Dongfang Muxue nodded pretentiously. Go and greet Prince Song. Empress Xiaotong was extremely shocked. Previously, she thought that Song Qingshu was a spy sent by Kangxi. But from his tone now, it was obvious that he was treating Song Qingshu as an equal. Long live Prince Song. Empress Xiaotong smiled and bowed to Song Qingshu. She was an intelligent person. Since the emperor valued this man so much, she naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to reveal her identity. Song Mao greets noble consort Tong. Empress Xiaotong bowed. Instantly, a fragrant wind blew over. Song Qingshu subconsciously helped her up. Empress Xiaotong's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly withdrew her hands. Seeing that Kangxi didn't seem to blame her, she was relieved. However, she was a little angry. How can this person be so bold and rude? Song Qingshu was used to being intimate with Empress Xiaotong under the identity of Kangxi. He subconsciously held her arm. Noticing her reaction, he then realized what was going on and immediately smiled bitterly. What exactly do you want? Song Qingshu said to Dongfang Muxue using the secret voice-sending technique. She had gone a little overboard by openly appearing in the imperial consort's chamber. How to deal with the aftermath later would be enough to give the two of them a headache. Song Qingshu knew that Dongfang Muxue was not a person who didn't know what was important. It was impossible for them to take such a big risk just because of a ridiculous bet. A faint smile appeared on Dongfang Muxue's lips. She also replied by secret voice sending, "It's impossible for us to completely control the Forbidden City. So we need to rope in allies. Empress Xiaotong is the most suitable person at present." Are you crazy? Tang family is one of the 8 families of Manchurian Qing. If she knows the truth, how can she help us? Song Qingshu frowned tightly. It was not that he didn't think of roping in his cronies, but he could only recruit some lowly palace maids and eunuchs at most. In the Forbidden City, people with a little status were basically nobles of Manchurian Qing. They naturally represented the interests of Manchurian people. How could they be roped in by him to shake the foundation of Manchurian Qing? I won't be so stupid to tell her the truth at once. Let's take it slow. When she realizes it, she will be in the same boat as us. She can't refuse to help us. Dongfang Muxue answered confidently. What are you going to do? Song Qingshu's eyes were full of inquiry. Just wait and see. The smile on Dongfang Muxue's lips became more obvious. The two of them communicated using secret voice sending. Like 2 statues, the room immediately fell into a strange silence. Empress Xiao Tong felt inexplicably nervous standing at the side, but the palace had its own rules. She did not dare to open her mouth and disturb Kangxi's thoughts. Just when Empress Xiao Tong was feeling uneasy, she finally heard the emperor say, "My beloved concubine, this time I brought Prince Song here because I have an important matter to discuss with you." Empress Xiao Tong's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but feel secretly happy. It seemed that this matter was extremely confidential. There were so many sisters in the imperial harem, but the emperor didn't look for them. Didn't it mean that she was the most favored? Your Majesty, what's the matter? Dongfang Muxue looked at her deeply. This matter needs your help, and it's extremely difficult. Empress Xiao Tong hurriedly knelt down and answered, "As long as it can help your Majesty, I won't frown no matter how difficult it is." Really? Dongfang Muxue looked at her with a faint smile. Don't be in a hurry to agree. This matter is really important. If you listen to it, you won't have a chance to turn back. Empress Xiao Tong suddenly hesitated. The emperor spoke so cautiously. It must be a very important matter. Sometimes, knowing too much might not be a good thing. But a moment later, she firmly nodded her head. This concubine is willing to do anything for your Majesty, to share your Majesty's worries and difficulties. I don't need a chance to turn back. Empress Xiao Tong understood that if she refused this time, she would disappoint Kangxi. Once she lost the emperor's heart, the glory of being favored by 3,000 people would be gone forever. As expected of Zhen's most beloved concubine, Dongfang Muxue laughed loudly, but her face quickly dimmed. Tong concubine, you must have noticed that in these years, no one in the imperial harem has given birth to an heir for Zhen. Empress Xiao Tong hurriedly consoled, Your Majesty is usually worried about the affairs of the country. Furthermore, the sisters in the imperial harem have only served you for a few years. It's normal to not have an heir at this time. Your Majesty is in the prime of your life. There will be sisters who will give birth to a son for you. Kangxi was not even 20 years old and had only been married for a few years. It was a very normal thing in previous dynasties to not have an heir at this age. Empress Xiao Tong's face suddenly blushed. Thinking that the emperor had specifically told her this, could it be that he hoped that she could give birth to a son as soon as possible? Thinking of this, Empress Xiao Tong instantly became excited. There won't be any more. Dongfang Muxue suddenly sighed heavily. Helplessness, anger, and a series of emotions appeared on her face. Song Qingshu, who was standing at the side, was dumbstruck. Why were all the women he knew Oscar-level actresses? Why? Empress Xiao Tong's expression changed slightly as she instinctively asked. Beloved concubine should know that Bao Prince Hongli has been eyeing Zhen's throne covetously. Dongfang Muxue looked at her thoughtfully. I know. Empress Xiao Tong's face gradually paled. Only then did she realize that she seemed to have heard a secret that she shouldn't have. That traitor Hongli has always schemed to usurp Zhen's throne and tried to harm Zhen time and time again. Although most of his schemes failed, he succeeded in one. Dongfang Muxue gritted her teeth. Zhen was poisoned by a strange poison. Although it won't endanger Zhen's life, Zhen will not be able to have an heir. Ah? Empress Xiao Tong covered her mouth with her hand and couldn't help but exclaim. Dongfang Muxue glanced at her. You know about Hong Li's sudden death. That was just an excuse to the outside world. In reality, Zhen was the one who did it. Empress Xiaotong was already numb to such shocking secrets being revealed one after another. Dongfang Mushui continued, unfortunately, Hong Li's influence was too great. In order to prevent chaos in the Qing dynasty, Zhen could only pretend that he died of illness. At the same time, Zhen had to preserve his title of nobility. Zhen had no reason to touch his sons. But this created a huge problem. If I don't have an heir, I can only choose Bai Lei from the various royal clans to be the crown prince. Since Hong Li's lineage has the highest priority in succession, the future crown prince will definitely be one of his sons. Humph. How can my empire be passed down to his son? That traitor Hong Li will probably wake up laughing in the netherworld. Empress Xiaotong's face turned pale. Her entire body trembled as if she would fall to the ground at any time. Your Majesty, there are countless imperial physicians in the palace. Moreover, there is no lack of divine physicians in the world. Perhaps they can cure that strange poison. Dongfang Mushui suddenly turned around and stared at her. Do you think that I haven't tried? Empress Xiaotong's heart trembled. She hurriedly knelt on the ground. Your concubine spoke indiscriminately. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Seeing that Kangxi remained silent, Empress Xiaotong suddenly had an idea. Didn't Your Majesty say that I can help? How can I help Your Majesty? Give birth to a son for me. Dongfang Mushui's eyes were red as she stared at her. To be able to give birth to a son for Your Majesty, I am naturally willing. But now. Empress Xiaotong glanced at Dongfang Mushui and did not dare to finish her sentence. I naturally have a way for you to give birth to a son. Are you willing? Dongfang Mushui stared at her fiercely. Your concubine is willing. Empress Xiaotong hurriedly nodded. She understood that if she dared to say no today, even if she was the emperor's most beloved imperial concubine, she would not be able to see the sun tomorrow. However, she was still puzzled. Wasn't the emperor infertile? How could she give birth to a son? Empress Xiaotong suddenly thought of something. She abruptly turned around and glanced at Song Qingshu, who had been standing at the side. Why would the emperor say such a secret in front of this person? Could it be? It seems that you understand. Dongfang Mushui sighed. From today onwards, Prince Song can freely enter and leave your palace as he pleases. It is as if we are here in person. You must serve him well until he is conceived. Understood? How can this be? Empress Xiaotong instantly shrieked. She looked at Kangxi in disbelief. This concubine is emperor's woman in life and emperor's ghost in death. How can I be touched by another man? Dongfang Mushui looked at Song Qingshu with a strange expression. She thought to herself, how many times have you been touched by that fellow? However, she could not say such words. She coughed lightly and continued, are you planning to defy the edict? This concubine doesn't dare. Empress Xiaotong felt her head buzzing. Everything that had happened today was too unbelievable. Furthermore, Kangxi's request was too absurd. She did not know what to do. Zhen also knows that this is very difficult, but Zhen has no other choice. Dongfang Mushui changed her previous dignified demeanor and comforted gently, you can be at ease. Zhen will not neglect you because of this matter. You will still be Zhen's most favored concubine. Also, Zhen can swear that once you give birth to a son, Zhen will make him the crown prince. In the future, you will be the empress and empress dowager. Your son will inherit Zhen's vast lands. This concubine. Empress Xiaotong could no longer think normally. She could only vaguely make out the words crown prince, empress, and empress dowager. Her heart was moved in that instant, but the education she had received since young made her somewhat resistant. She was a noble Guifei, but the other was a lowly Han. Her noble and pure body could only be doted on by the emperor alone. How could she allow another man to sully her? Are you not willing? Dongfang Mushui suddenly snorted heavily. It was as if a heavy hammer had struck Xiaotong's back. Empress Xiaotong suddenly came to her senses. She already understood that she had no other choice. After hearing so many secrets, if she did not agree, the only ending that awaited her was to be silenced. This concubine is willing. Empress Xiaotong clenched her teeth so hard that her lips were almost bleeding. Dongfang Mushui could not help but glance at Song Qingshu. She transmitted her voice to him. I didn't expect her to be such a chaste woman. I really want to see how she will react when she finds out that her body has already been played with by us countless times. Song Qingshu's eyebrows twitched. He hurriedly replied, don't do anything rash. Don't worry. Dongfang Muxue smiled at him and helped Empress Xiaotong up. Beloved, Prince Song's identity is special. He can't always stay by your side. So every time he appears, you have to serve him wholeheartedly and strive to get pregnant as soon as possible. Do you understand? This concubine understands. Empress Xiaotong lowered her head. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. You don't have to be too nervous. Prince Song is our most trusted person. Just treat him as us. Dongfang Muxue took Empress Xiaotong's hand and handed it over to Song Qingshu. Get to know each other well today. Yes. Empress Xiaotong's voice was filled with endless misery. We still have matters to attend to. We won't disturb you anymore. Dongfang Muxue walked out. When she passed by Song Qingshu, she reminded him with a strange expression, concubine Tong's body is weak. You have to take care of her later. I'll go make some arrangements. When Princess Rugia enters the palace, I'll lure her here. You take care of Empress Xiaotong as soon as possible. Dongfang Muxue used secret voice sending to leave. Song Qingshu could only reply with a bitter smile. Empress Xiaotong's heart tightened as she watched Kangxi leave. She stood there with her head lowered and unconsciously twisted the corner of her clothes. What should I do? Do I really have to do it with him? But the emperor has already given his decree. How can I refuse? I'm the imperial concubine of the great Qing, but I'm going to be tainted by a Han. Why is my life so bitter? Song Qingshu looked at her with great interest. Seeing the tears in her eyes, he couldn't help but feel a little warm inside. In the past, he only treated her as a plaything. He didn't expect her to have such a lovely side to her. Previously, Song Qingshu often used the identity of Kangxi to pamper Empress Xiaotong. Normally, he wouldn't have such a big reaction. But after Dongfang Muxue's actions, he could actually stand in front of Empress Xiaotong with his original identity. Song Qingshu recalled that when he was still a guard in the palace, he had to bow respectfully to Empress Xiaotong every time he saw her. Now that the woman who used to be high above was within his reach, he couldn't help but be moved by the contrast of their identities. This is too evil. How can Dongfang Muxue be so evil? Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Dongfang Muxue's methods were much better than his. With just a few words, she created such a classic role-playing scene. How could he let her down? Song Qingshu greets concubine Tong. Song Qingshu seemed to have returned to the days when he was a servant. He respectfully bowed behind Xiaotong. Dispense with the formalities. Rise. It was supposed to be a normal reply, but Empress Xiaotong felt that it was indescribably strange. She was slightly annoyed. You know our awkward relationship now, but you still came to bow to me. Empress Xiaotong lightly coughed and nervously said, although your majesty said that, you must be clear about your own status. You are only a servant and cannot have any improper thoughts about me. Song Qingshu instantly laughed involuntarily. Up till now, Empress Xiaotong was still deceiving herself. He immediately took a step forward and leaned on Empress Xiaotong. Whether it's a servant or a master, I don't care what Xianxia thinks. Xianxia only needs to understand that I am a man. How dare you? Empress Xiaotong's breathing quickened. How dare you say such nonsense in front of me? Xiaotong's face was filled with anger, but her voice was still as gentle as ever, destroying the imposing manner that she had gathered with great difficulty. I think the bold one should be Xianxia. Song Qingshu looked at her, unmoved. Xianxia, could it be that you've forgotten what I've come to do? You want to defy the imperial edict so quickly? I am not. Empress Xiaotong could not resist his invasive gaze and instinctively took a step back, her chest rising and falling rapidly. It's just that Ben Gong is not ready yet. What does Xianxia need to prepare? Song Qingshu laughed brightly. Leave everything to this lowly servant to serve Xianxia. The only preparation Xianxia needs is to enjoy. How dare you? Do not speak such frivolous words in front of Ben Gong. Empress Xiaotong's face turned cold, but her heart was thrown into chaos by his audacious words. Since Nyang Nyang does not like it, then this one won't say it. Empress Xiaotong had just sighed in relief when Song Qingshu grabbed her hand, Nyang Nyang's hand. Could it be that it's soaked in milk every day? Did you soak it in milk every day? How could it be so smooth? How can you be so rude? Empress Xiaotong looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. She had a noble status. Since she was born, other than being carried by her father when she was young, only Kangxi had touched her body. Caught off guard, Song Qingshu held her hand. She was instantly embarrassed and angry. Nyang Nyang has misunderstood. This one is just reading the palm for Nyang Nyang. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Scoundrel, Ben Gong doesn't need to read the palm. Empress Xiaotong tried to struggle a few times, but she could not move the other at all. Feeling the heat from the man's hand, her heart throbbed, and she immediately became angry and anxious. Nyang Nyang, aren't you curious why His Majesty found a Han person like me and is so courteous when His Majesty needs children? Song Qingshu suddenly looked at her mysteriously. Why? Empress Xiaotong's attention was indeed attracted and she stopped struggling. Song Qingshu's words were exactly what Empress Xiaotong could not understand. Even if Kangxi was infertile and wanted to secretly find someone to breed, he should have chosen from the Manchus. Why did he choose a Han person? In the beginning, Empress Xiaotong thought that Kangxi was trying to deceive others. However, when Kangxi spoke to Song Qingshu, he seemed to speak in an equal tone. Moreover, he had repeatedly told her to treat Song Qingshu as if she was him and serve him wholeheartedly. This was not the attitude an emperor should have towards his subordinates, because I am an immortal who descended to the mortal world. Song Qingshu smiled mysteriously. Since ancient times, although emperors claim to be the son of heaven, they are only mortals. Although the royal bloodline is noble, it is far inferior to our immortal bloodline. If not for the fact that I once owed Kangxi a favor, I would never bestow the blood essence to you. Nonsense. Empress Xiaotong's face flushed red. If you were to mislead people like this on a normal day, Ben Gong would definitely have people drag you away and behead you. Your Highness, you don't believe me? Song Qingshu seemed to have expected this. Your Highness, you should know that not long ago, I summoned the wind and rain and killed Sabusu's 8,000 cavalrymen. Empress Xiaotong's face suddenly turned pale. That was just your luck. Luck? Song Qingshu smiled disdainfully. Since ancient times, can you find a second person with such luck? This? Empress Xiaotong was instantly speechless. She had read many books, but after thinking about it, she could not find a second successful example like this. Alright, then let's talk about something that doesn't rely on luck. After Song Qingshu finished speaking, he sized up Empress Xiaotong. Empress Xiaotong felt that his gaze was particularly sharp. He stared at her as if she was naked. She could not help but ask angrily, "What are you looking at?" I'm an immortal, so I naturally have some immortal abilities. For example. Song Qingshu deliberately paused before continuing, for example, X-ray vision. X-ray vision? Empress Xiaotong was shocked. She subconsciously crossed her arms in front of her chest. However, she quickly realized that Ouyang Ming was definitely bluffing. There were no immortals in this world. With that thought, Empress Xiaotong immediately felt relieved. She snorted coldly. Then tell me, what can you see? If I really say it, won't you blame me, Your Highness? Song Qingshu said playfully. Empress Xiaotong could not help but feel guilty. However, her rationality told her that it was impossible, so she gritted her teeth and said, "Alright, as long as you're right, I won't blame you. However, if you're wrong, I'll definitely report to His Majesty and sentence you, a shameless swindler, to death." Is there a faint red mole below your left breast, Your Highness? Empress Xiaotong's face instantly turned pale when she heard Song Qingshu's words. Your Highness's waist, Your Highness's knees. Song Qingshu listed out the characteristics of Empress Xiaotong's body one by one. Empress Xiaotong immediately felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. These were all her most sensitive parts. Even her personal palace maids might not know about them. Could this man really be an immortal? Ah! Empress Xiaotong suddenly came to a realization. She screamed and clamped her legs together. Turn your head. Don't look anymore. Song Qingshu walked over and hugged her in his arms. He said gently, Your Highness, why are you so resistant? His Majesty has already bestowed you to me. We should be in harmony. Empress Xiaotong's body instantly trembled. Nonsense. His Majesty did not bestow me to you. He only wanted me and you and you. She could not finish her sentence. It's better that your Highness knows. Song Qingshu whispered in her ear. Moreover, I'm an immortal. It's not a disgrace to your Highness. Why do you have to reject me? What immortal? You're clearly using some method that I don't know about to trick me. Empress Xiaotong was not stupid. After her initial shock, she quickly reacted. There were no immortals in this world. Song Qingshu could not help but be stunned. This little girl's reaction was fast. Whether I'm an immortal or not, that's not something your Highness should be concerned about. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Your Highness should be concerned about getting pregnant as soon as possible. His Majesty does not have much patience. If you can't get pregnant, and His Majesty thinks it's my problem, then he'll just find another man to accompany your Highness. But if His Majesty thinks it's your Highness's problem, and he wants me to find another concubine, do you think you'll be able to live? Empress Xiaotong's face instantly paled. Whether it was another man or she being silenced, she could not accept it. Thinking about it now, it seemed that getting pregnant with the man in front of her as soon as possible was the best outcome. Empress Xiaotong stole a glance at Song Qingshu and thought to herself, although he's a Han, he's extraordinarily handsome. And with his reputation these years, he can indeed be considered a hero. It's not unacceptable for my child to have such a father. If it's really as he said, and His Majesty gets a disgusting man in the future, then it'll be even worse. Seeing Empress Xiaotong's head lowered in silence, Song Qingshu knew that she had been persuaded. However, it was probably impossible for her to admit it. He could not help but laugh loudly. Since your Highness is not saying anything, then this one will take it that your Highness has agreed. With that said, he grabbed Xiaotong's legs and carried her to the bedside. Empress Xiaotong's body trembled. Her hands tightly gripped her clothes, but she did not refuse in the end. When the man pressed down on her, Empress Xiaotong turned her face to the side. 2 strings of tears fell onto the brocade blanket. She pressed her lips together and said in a trembling voice, You are not allowed to tell a third person about what happened today. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. Song Qingshu softly said in her ear. But His Majesty also knows. Empress Xiaotong silently added in her heart. After an unknown amount of time, an exclamation suddenly came from outside the door. You, what are you doing? Empress Xiaotong's tightly furrowed brow suddenly relaxed slightly. Then a trace of confusion flashed across her face. She did not know why she had such a reaction. She had thought that it would be very painful and disgusting for her pure body to be invaded by a man other than her husband. But now, she did not have any such negative emotions. Instead, there was only a very familiar and intimate feeling. Empress Xiaotong shyly raised her hand to touch the chest of the man on top of her. Her shock increased. Did we previously, Nyang, what did you say? Song Qingshu deliberately pretended not to understand. Nothing. Empress Xiaotong turned her head away. Her pink face was smeared with rouge. She secretly spat, I really think too much. I am His Majesty's favored consort. How could I have possibly done that before? A trace of mischief flashed through Song Qingshu's eyes. He deliberately said, The affairs of the world are truly unpredictable. When I first saw Nyang in the Imperial Garden, I was captivated by Nyang's peerless beauty. I thought that His Majesty was very fortunate to have such a fairy-like consort. At the time, I thought that I would be satisfied if I could speak a few words with Nyang. Who would have thought that I would have the chance to kiss Nyang today? Don't say any more. Empress Xiaotong's entire body trembled slightly. Hearing him speak of the past, she could not help but have an indescribable feeling. What was Nyang's impression of me back then? Song Qingshu was very curious about what Empress Xiaotong felt about his original identity. At the time, I only heard His Majesty say that you were the guard with the highest martial arts in the palace. I don't have any other impression. Empress Xiaotong replied in a trembling voice. Really? Song Qingshu was instantly dissatisfied. But there were a few times when I could clearly feel you sizing me up from behind. Lightly, lightly. Empress Xiaotong gave a soft cry and hurriedly responded, at the time, I felt that you were different from the other guards. Your face always had a very proud expression. If I had known that I would be bullied by you like this today, Ben Gong would have had someone beat you, this servant, to death. Song Qingshu's eyebrows twitched and he snickered. It seems that this servant has to repay Nyang for not killing me. In the imperial garden, a beautiful woman in palace attire was walking slowly. She was in her 20s, but she was dressed like a young married woman. The style of her clothing was clearly different from the other concubines in the imperial harem. Even though she had a worried expression, it did not diminish her beauty. The beautiful lady in palace attire was the daughter of Prince Ivan, Yu Lu. She was once betrothed to Gung Jingzhong, Princess Rugia, and was now Princess Jingnan. Hearing that her father was defeated and thrown into prison, Princess Rugia had the heart to save him, so she begged her husband to let her follow the envoy to the capital. The situation was delicate. Gung De had originally did not want her to come and go. Jens. Jeaned. She, but he, Qing. Ling S. Road. He thought. He said, he say, comma is comma, SSSS. Princess Rojia had many sisters and friends in the capital. Now, most of them were married and became titled madams. When she returned to the capital, she first prepared generous gifts and visited the wives and concubines of the important officials, asking them to persuade their husbands to help. When she was done, she went to the palace to find a playmate. That friend was now one of Kangxi's concubines. She hoped that she could persuade Kangxi to deal with Yu Lu more leniently. Princess Road. She was far away in the north and had heard rumors about Empress Xiaotong. She knew that in the past 2 years, she had been doted on by 3,000 people. She carefully selected a batch of expensive and generous gifts and went to Empress Xiaotong's Ikuan Palace. When she arrived at Ikuan Palace, Princess Road. She found a maid at the palace gate to pass on her message. After a while, the maid came back and had her attendants accept her gifts. She then led her inside. Princess Road. Princess Road was wondering why there was no one in Ikuan Palace. The two of them arrived in front of a palace. The maid stopped and said that Empress Xiaotong would wait inside and let Princess Road. She then turned and left. Princess Road. Although she found it strange, she was worried about her father's safety. All she could think about was how to get closer to Empress Xiaotong. Since she accepted the gifts, she should be able to help, right? Princess Road. Just as she was feeling uneasy, she suddenly heard an intermittent voice that sounded like a sob. She then realized that she had unknowingly walked into the depths of the palace. When she looked up, Princess Road. She was instantly stunned by the situation not far away. 2 naked bodies were entangled together. The man was sweating profusely, and the woman was being coquettish. She subconsciously exclaimed, "What? What are you doing?" The moment she said that, Princess Road. She had often heard of shady things happening in the palace, but she didn't expect to run into them. She had originally thought that it was just a palace maid or eunuch fooling around here. However, upon closer inspection, the woman was charming and beautiful. She was definitely not an ordinary palace maid. Since she was in Ikuan Palace, she must be Empress Xiaotong. The man's muscles were masculine and tough, definitely not something a eunuch could have. Furthermore, as someone who had been there, how could Princess Road? How could she not see that the two of them were truly having sex? Princess Road's heart skipped a beat. It's over. Could it be that Empress Xiaotong is having an affair with a guard? At this moment, Empress Xiaotong also noticed Princess Road. She immediately felt a chill run down her spine. If today's matter was leaked, she would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. Feeling the beauty's body tense up, Song Qingshu gently patted her face and said gently, "Don't worry, I'm here." He had actually sensed Princess Road. Just as he was feeling puzzled, Dongfang Mushua's giggling voice came to his ears. "I easily let you get into Empress Xiaotong's bed. Now, it's time for me to see your abilities and see how you will deal with this troublesome situation." As the former #1 expert of the underworld and the leader of the #1 sect of the underworld, Dongfeng Muxue was a proud and arrogant person. Song Qingshu knew that it would not be easy to take her into his harem. He had to subdue her in all aspects. Now that she had given him a test, Song Qingshu naturally had no reason to shrink back. Immediately, he was filled with heroism and allowed Princess Road Jia to walk in. After comforting Xiao Tong, Song Qingshu turned his head and looked at Princess Road Jia. He said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why are you not kneeling when you see us?" Princess Road Jia was startled. This man was the emperor. When she left the capital, Kangxi was still young. After so many years, she indeed could not recognize Kangxi. Princess Road Jia soon smiled bitterly. "I'm really muddle-headed. Who else could be so intimate with Empress Xiao Tong other than Kangxi in the entire palace? Princess Road Jia of Heshua pays her respects to your majesty and consort Tong." Princess Road Jia's face immediately turned red. She did not expect Kangxi to give such an absurd order. However, she did not dare to disobey the order. After all, it was an imperial edict. She could only purse her lips and kneel on the ground as if she wanted to bury her head in her chest. She did not dare to look up. Empress Xiao Tong was originally scared out of her wits. Who knew that Song Qingshu would resolve the crisis in front of her so easily? She was stunned. However, not long after, the strange feeling in her body made her quickly wake up. She could not help but feel embarrassed and anxious. She reached out and pinched the waist of the man on top of her. "Why are you still messing around at a time like this?" Song Qingshu leaned over to her ear and blew gently. "The more absurd we are, the more afraid she will be. Naturally, her mind will not think about the flaws." Could there be any flaws? Empress Xiao Tong was shocked. She, who did not know anything, was the most worried that the secret would be leaked. For example, my hair. Although she has never seen Kangxi, she can clearly tell the difference between a Han and a Manchurian's hair. Song Qingshu seemed to be talking about something unrelated. He did not reveal any worry at all. Empress Xiao Tong was half dead. She hurriedly glanced at Princess Road Jia in the distance. Seeing that she kept her head lowered, she let out a sigh of relief. She glared at Song Qingshu. "Then why did you leave her here? If I chase her out directly, she will definitely recall the inappropriate details when she calms down. It's better to leave her here and let her be frightened while still being under my control." Song Qingshu's fingers slid across Empress Xiao Tong's face. "Relax. You don't look like you are serving the emperor. Be careful not to arouse her suspicion." This was what Empress Xiao Tong was most afraid of. She gritted her teeth and took the initiative to cooperate. Her waist moved slightly, and a sweet moan came from her throat. Princess Road Jia, who was kneeling on the ground, blushed and spat inwardly, "Bah! No wonder Empress Xiao Tong is so fond of the harem. She's indeed a little demoness who can charm people to death." At the same time, she started to panic. According to the rumors, Kangxi cared about his image the most. Now that I've seen such an absurd scene, will he kill me to silence me? No, it shouldn't be. I'm not a lowly palace maid. I can't get rid of her silently. I'm the dignified Princess Jingnan after all, but now, how is he going to end this situation? Princess Road Jia wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She thought to herself that she had come to plead for her father, but before she could even speak, she had stirred up trouble. Princess Road Jia suddenly froze. She recalled that at the entrance of Ikuan Palace, no one seemed to have told her that the emperor was here, and that palace maid had directly brought her here. Her expression instantly became unsightly. Growing up in a noble family, how could she not understand the treacherous methods of the harem? She thought to herself, could it be that someone framed consort Tong and she was innocently dragged in? But no matter how hard she racked her brains, she couldn't think of who was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Often, when a name popped up in her mind, it was quickly eliminated by her. All kinds of charming voices continuously entered her ears. Princess Road Jia only felt a wave of heat emerge from the depths of her body. She couldn't help but secretly complain, how is the emperor's stamina so good? It's been so long, but there are no signs of stopping. Princess Jingnan, what are you entering the palace for? Hearing Kangxi's question, Princess Road Jia finally let out a sigh of relief. She hurriedly replied, Rojia brought some specialties from the north to the capital this time. I wanted to enter the palace to give some to the Empress Dowager, Empress, and the various imperial consorts. She didn't dare to tell the truth. She knew that the effect of begging Kanshi was definitely not as good as using the imperial consorts to give him pillow talk. In order to save her father, she could only answer like this. Specialties? Song Qingshu glanced at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. What specialties do you have? Tell Zhen about them? There are many specialties from the north, but the most valuable are ginseng, deer antler, and mink fur. This time in Shangjing, I specially collected a lot to give to the various imperial consorts. Princess Rojia's expression was extremely strange because when Kangxi was asking her, his movements didn't stop at all. Xiao Tong's throat emitted a sweet and bone-biting sound. Although these three are valuable, in Jin's opinion, they aren't the most valuable specialties from the north. Song Qingshu's tone became somewhat strange. Princess Rojia's expression froze and she quickly panicked. Emperor, please clarify. As long as it's something from the north, Rojia will definitely think of a way to obtain it and give it to Emperor. Listening to Kangxi's words, it seemed that he was blaming her for secretly hiding the most precious treasures and taking some inferior things to fool the imperial consorts in the palace. If she wasn't careful, this would be a great crime of deceiving the monarch. How could Princess Rojia not panic? Is that so? Song Qingshu stared at her with a faint smile. Zhen is afraid that King Jingnan will be reluctant to part with it. Princess Rojia was shocked. She knew that her husband, Gung Jingzhong, had always had thoughts of not being a subject. Was Kangxi hinting at something by saying this? Emperor must be joking. Under the heavens, all land belongs to the king, and all those who lead the land are the subjects of the king. All of the glory of our family was bestowed by Emperor. How could Jingzhong be reluctant to part with it? Princess Rojia thought to herself. Right now, her father had not been rescued, and she had not found out the truth of the court. Jingzhong could only temporarily conceal his strength and bide his time, maintaining a respectful appearance. In a moment, no matter what Kangxi asked for, she would agree on Jingzhong's behalf. Song Qingshu looked Princess Rojia up and down and couldn't help praising. Wang Fei has a beautiful appearance and an elegant temperament. Isn't such a beauty much more valuable than deer antler, ginseng, or mink fur? Princess Rojia was instantly dumbfounded. She never would have thought that Kangxi would say such frivolous words. After she reacted, she couldn't help but become angry. She took a deep breath and coldly responded, Emperor, please conduct yourself with dignity. Song Qingshu withdrew from Empress Xiaotong's body and casually pulled a thin blanket over himself. Zhen is very clear about the purpose of Wang Fei's trip. There are no outsiders here, so Zhen will not beat around the bush. As to how to deal with Yu Lu, it is just a matter of Zhen saying a word. This will depend on Wang Fei's choice. When these words came out, the first person to be shocked was Empress Xiaotong. She didn't expect that Song Qingshu would be so daring as to have ideas about Princess Rojia. The other was now the Grand Jingnan Wang Fei and had great implications. If she was humiliated by a man in the palace and forced King Jingnan to rebel, who would bear the consequences? At that time, if Song Qingshu left and Kangxi came back, wouldn't he take his anger out on her? Are you crazy? Empress Xiaotong ignored the exhaustion of her body and quietly pulled on Song Qingshu. Fortunately, she didn't want others to see through her, so she didn't dare to say it out loud. If she spread what she saw today, I don't care, but your reputation will be ruined. Even His Majesty will lose face. Do you think he will still tolerate you staying in the palace? Song Qingshu smiled coldly and used secret voice sending to Empress Xiaotong. Today, you can only protect your secret by dragging her down with you. After hearing his explanation, Empress Xiaotong was immediately stunned. She was not stupid and quickly understood the pros and cons. If the three border defenses rebelled, the imperial court would naturally send people to suppress them. But if her matter was exposed, Kangxi would never admit that everything was her idea. At that time, no matter whether it was inside or outside the palace, no one would plead for her. That would really be a tragic death. Okay, I'll help you. Empress Xiaotong bit her lip and squeezed out a few words in a low voice. Princess Rojia was completely confused. The meaning in Kanxi's words was so obvious. How could she not hear it? She couldn't help but exclaim, "I am His Majesty's elder sister." Song Qingshu smiled coldly and said, "Just a distant cousin separated by a few generations. Besides, so what if she's my biological sister? I am the ruler of a country. I can get any woman I want. But I'm already married." Princess Rojia hurriedly said, trying to dispel Kanxi's idea. "Women are more interesting. I like it more," Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. Princess Rojia immediately fell silent. At this time, she finally realized why she entered Ikuan Palace without any obstruction. Everything was strange. It turned out that it was Kanxi's arrangement. Rojia's husband has 100,000 elite soldiers guarding the north. Does His Majesty know what this means? Princess Rojia knew that she was deep in the harem. If Kanxi really wanted to use force, she wouldn't have a chance to resist. But she and her husband, Gung Jingzhong, had treated each other like guests and loved each other very much. She didn't want to shame her husband, so she thought of ways to dispel Kanxi's idea. She had already made up her mind. As long as she escaped today, she would leave the capital overnight and leave the matter of saving her father to her brothers in the capital. Song Qingshu let out a long laugh and said, "Princess must be joking with me. Could it be that if nothing happens, Gung Jingzhong won't rebel?" Seeing that Kanxi had exposed everything, Princess Rojia instantly fell silent. She didn't know how to respond. Should she argue that her husband didn't have any intention of rebelling? But who in the world didn't know that the 3 border defenses had been disloyal for a long time? Princess must have knelt for too long. "Come and rest on the bed." Song Qingshu's tone changed and he said softly. Princess Rojia glanced at the bed and thought, "You two just finished being intimate, and now both of your clothes are disheveled. How can I send the sheep into the tiger's mouth?" Just as she was about to open her mouth to refuse, she saw Kanxi stretch out his hand. It was as if she was grabbed by an invisible hand, and her whole body flew toward the bed. "Ah!" Princess Rojia was so scared that she subconsciously screamed. But halfway through her scream, she felt herself fall into a warm embrace. "Princess, you've been startled." Song Qingshu embraced Princess Rojia and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. This Princess Jingnan's body was really well-rounded. Princess Rojia instantly panicked and wanted to climb up, but Empress Xiaotong took the opportunity to wrap herself around her body. "Rojia Jia, since the Emperor has taken a liking to you, this is a great honor for you, and even your family. As long as you serve the Emperor comfortably, releasing Prince An is just a matter of one word from the Emperor." "But I already have a husband." Princess Rojia was both embarrassed and angry. However, she understood in the depths of her heart that everything was already unavoidable. So this is what Princess is worried about. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "Zhen only asks for one night of pleasure. Afterwards, I will pardon Prince An's great crimes. You can go back and continue being your princess. Zhen will not stop you. Also, other than Tong Fei, no one else will know about today's matter." End of this chapter. Really? Princess Rojia could not help but be moved. Everything could not be avoided. If she could preserve her reputation, then it would be a blessing in misfortune. Of course it is true. Zhen's words are naturally true. Song Qingshu examined her body. However, Wang Fei has to promise Zhen that every year, on the birthdays of the Empress Dowager and Empress, and New Year's, you will come to Jing to offer birthday greetings. Princess Rojia instantly understood Kanxi's meaning. If it was really as he said, then wouldn't she become his long-term lover? Thinking about how she would have to suffer 3 feet of humiliation every year, her entire body felt cold. However, right now, she was meat on the chopping block. She could only agree verbally. What she thought was that she would never return to Yanjing in this life. Her husband had 100,000 elite soldiers. Even if Kanxi was angry, he could not do anything. Then Zhen will help Wang Fei undress. Song Qingshu's fingers caressed her face and gradually moved down, reaching into her clothes. Princess Rojia's body trembled. She could not help but turn her head away. Tears appeared in her eyes. Empress Xiaotong felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. However, she had to drag the other down with her in order to be safe. Also, when she thought that Jingnan Wanfei was about to suffer the same fate as her, an inexplicable joy appeared in the depths of her soul. She could not help but move closer. Ro jia jia jia, Ben Gong will also help you undress. Don't. Princess Ro Jia had been gritting her teeth to endure the emperor's frivolity. Empress Xiao Tong's actions were like the straw that broke the camel's back. An unprecedented sense of shame rose involuntarily, causing her body to tremble violently. It was a pity that her 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. The city quickly fell. With Empress Xiao Tong's cooperation, Song Qingshu was finally able to charge in. His Princess Ro Jia's body tightened. She instinctively hugged the head of the man on top of her. She thought that this Kangxi was really rough. If she was still an unmarried daughter, wouldn't she have fainted from the pain? Suddenly, her expression changed greatly. She touched Song Qingshu's hair and said in a trembling voice, You are not the emperor. Song Qingshu smiled evilly. Wang Fei has realized a bit late. Who exactly are you? Princess Ro Jia resisted with all her might, but unfortunately, her vitals were being restrained. Every time she moved, her entire body would tremble, and her strength would disappear without a trace. Why does Princess need to know? It will only add to your worries. Empress Xiao Tong at the side said with a smile. You adulterous couple. Princess Ro Jia finally understood. She happened to see Xiao Tong's scandal. In order to prevent the matter from being exposed, Xiao Tong plotted to drag her down with him. She was instantly filled with regret. Why didn't she see through such an obvious flaw earlier? After thinking about it, Princess Ro Jia had to admit that she had been intimidated by the man's natural demeanor. However, the other party was able to react in an instant. With such a calm demeanor, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Tell me, who are you? Princess Ro Jia gave up resisting. She stared into the man's eyes and said with a complicated expression, I don't want to be unaware of who touched my body. If you and I are fated, you will know the next time we meet. Song Qingshu didn't want to complicate matters and felt that there was no need to tell the other party. The only thing you need to do now is to open up your body and mind and accept me wholeheartedly. Princess Ro Jia's face turned red, and she exclaimed in her heart. Is this person a tiger? In the palace of heavenly purity, Song Qingshu and Dongfang Muxue stared at each other. Very soon, a faint smile appeared on Dongfang Muxue's face. How does Princess Jingnan taste? Song Qingshu glared at her unhappily. Keeping her in the palace can clearly achieve the goal of infuriating Deng Jingzhong, but you forced me to do this. You're not even willing to send a beauty to you? Dongfang Muxue smiled nonchalantly. It's so boring deep in the palace. This lady has to find some fun. There are so many concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Is it not enough for you to find fun? Song Qingshu glared at her fiercely. He thought that he really had to find a way to change her bad taste. Otherwise, he always felt that it was strange. Those concubines in the palace are all submissive when they see me. After playing with them for a long time, I get very tired of them. Princess Jingnan is more challenging. Dongfang Muxue beamed with joy. Especially after what you did today, if I dress up as Kangxi to pamper her, that scene will be very interesting. Song Qingshu felt a chill and couldn't help but wave his hand. Do as you please. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, a woman like Princess Jingnan was a beautiful, dignified, and noble fairy. But to the current Song Qingshu, she was only a tool to achieve his goals. After using her, she wouldn't hold any special place in his heart. Where do you plan to go next? Stay with me to pacify the 3 border defenses? Although Dongfang Muxue was still smiling, her expression was clearly much more serious when it came to business. You alone are enough for the 3 border defenses. Song Qingshu replied. I plan to go to Yangzhou and visit Jianghuai Admiral Li Keqiu. Last time, Song Qingshu defeated the Qing court's army of 100,000 and took advantage of the situation to occupy most of Shandong. The Manchurian Qing's territory was cut off by the Golden Snake Camp. Huainan and Jiangsu immediately became enclaves. All the forces had their eyes on this fat piece of meat. If Song Qingshu could recruit Li Keqiu, his territory would instantly expand by half. At the same time, he would have tens of thousands of elite soldiers. That way, he would truly have the capital to fight for the world. Originally, if the Manchurian Qing didn't have the two spies, Dongfang Muxue and Song Qingshu, their first priority would be to fight back against the Golden Snake Camp and reconnect with the Jianghuai region. However, the strange movements of the three border defenses, coupled with the twos flirting with the wind and rain, forced the rebellion of the three border defenses to be brought forward. The Qing court had to face a dilemma. Should the three border defenses or the Golden Snake Camp first? Although the Jianghuai region of Shandong was more fertile, the Manchurian nobles still cared more about the land outside the pass where the Manchurian Qing flourished. That was the lifeline of the Jurchen race. Therefore, the plan to counterattack the Golden Snake Camp had to be temporarily put on hold. The Jianghuai region, which was further away, was beyond the reach of the Qing court. They could only let Admiral Li Keqiu defend it. However, the situation was not as bad as the Qing court imagined. After all, Li Keqiu had tens of thousands of soldiers in the Green Camp. In a short period of time, Jianghuai would have no problem protecting itself. Moreover, Li Keqiu's family and clansmen were still in Yanjing as hostages. The Qing court was not afraid that Li Keqiu would have any disloyalty. However, the civil and military officials of the Qing court did not know that their emperor had become the biggest spy. With Song Qingshu and Dongfang Muxue's current ability in Yanjing, it would not be difficult for them to send Li Keqiu's family away. This was the biggest source of confidence for Song Qingshu to recruit Li Keqiu. In my opinion, Li Keqiu is not that easy to recruit. Dongfang Muxue frowned slightly. She was not optimistic about Song Qingshu's success. We still have to try. Even if we can't recruit him, we have to ensure that he will not fall into the arms of other forces. After all, as long as he is loyal to the Manchurian Qing on the surface, we still have the upper hand. Song Qingshu answered in a deep voice. End of this chapter. Even though the Jianghuai region of Shandong was more fertile, the Manchurian nobles still cared more about the prosperous land of the Manchurian dynasty. That was the lifeline of the Jurchens. Therefore, the plan to counterattack the Golden Snake Camp had to be put on hold. The Jianghuai region, which was further away, was beyond the reach of the Qing court. They could only let Li Keqiu defend it. However, the situation was not as bad as the Qing court had imagined. After all, Li Keqiu had tens of thousands of troops in the Green Camp. Jianghuai would have no problem protecting itself in a short period of time. Moreover, Li Keqiu's family and clansmen were still in Yanjing city as hostages. The Qing court was not afraid of Li Keqiu's disloyalty. However, the civil and military officials of the Qing court did not know that their emperor had become the biggest traitor. With Song Qingshu and Dongfang Muxue's current ability in Yanjing city, it was not difficult for them to send Li Keqiu's family away. This was the greatest source of confidence for Song Qingshu to recruit Li Keqiu. In my opinion, Li Keqiu is not that easy to recruit. Dongfang Muxue frowned. She was not optimistic about Song Qingshu's success. We still have to try. Even if we can't recruit him, we have to make sure that he will not go into the arms of other forces. After all, as long as he appears to be loyal to the Manchurian dynasty, we still have the upper hand. Song Qingshu replied in a low voice. In the next few days, Dongfang Muxue, who was disguised as Kangxi, flatly refused the various requests of the three border defenses. Moreover, the news that Princess Jingnan entered the palace to meet the concubines and was kept in the palace for the night and never came out spread quickly throughout the capital. The court was in an uproar. Many ministers wrote letters expressing their dissatisfaction with Kangxi's behavior. However, Dongfang Muxue had already privately contacted several important ministers in the court, Prince Kong, Song Gotu, Ming Zhu, and the others, and explained the situation to them. Back then, the Jin kingdom had underestimated the defense of the prosperous land, which led to the loss of the prosperous land by the Mongols. Since then, there was no retreat or strategic depth. As a result, the power of the Jin kingdom was gradually eroded and suppressed by the Mongols. Now, only the Guangzhou, Hunan, and Huaibei regions were left. Prince Kong and the others deeply agreed. They felt that the place where the great Qing's dragon flourished was the most important place. As long as the three border defenses were pacified, when the time came, they would be in a situation where they could attack or retreat as they pleased. When the time came, it would not be too late to turn around and recover Shandong. With the help of these important ministers, Dongfang Muxue quickly decided on the next course of action in the imperial court, to negotiate peace with the Golden Snake Camp and put in all their effort to quell the rebellion of the three border defenses. But regarding the candidate to go to Golden Snake Camp for the peace talks, the court very quickly had a disagreement. After all, they did not know the attitude of the Golden Snake Camp. They might not even be able to guarantee their personal safety, not to mention that they had to ensure the successful negotiation with the Golden Snake Camp. It was really a difficult task. The ministers of the imperial court pushed the responsibility to each other. No one was willing to go. But Prince Kong remembered that last time he was swindled by Songgotu because of Aka's placement problem. No matter what, he wanted to swindle him back. Thereupon, he praised Songgotu to the heavens, strongly recommending him to be the peace negotiator. Songgotu was scared out of his wits and immediately realized that the other party was taking revenge. He hurriedly hinted to his trusted aide to refute. Who knew that on the other side, Ming Zhu, who had always been at odds with Songgotu, saw this heaven-sent opportunity and decisively joined in, praising Songgotu and strongly recommending him. Dongfang Muxue, who was sitting on the dragon throne, saw Her Highness's situation and could not help but secretly laugh. How could these people know that Song Qingshu could not wait to stop the war? Since Prince Kong and Ming Zhu both recommended Songgotu, Dongfang Muxue was happy to push the boat with the current and gave the task to Songgotu. At the same time, she instructed Songgotu to continue south to Yangzhou and appease Jianghuai provincial commander Li Keqiu after he finished the matter with the Golden Snake Camp. Under Dongfang Muxue's deliberate indifference, the previously noisy Yulu case was not brought up again. After all, the entire imperial court's energy was now focused on allocating resources and how to pacify the rebellion of the three border defenses. Dongfang Muxue did not kill Yu Lu, but imprisoned him in the imperial clan court and did not allow anyone to visit him. After all, she still wanted to use him to toy with Princess Rugia, so naturally she would not easily kill him. As for Song Qingshu, he was busy with one thing during his stay in the capital, reorganizing the sticking rod. Because Kangxi was now dead, there was no need for him to continue the previous arrangement of 4th Bureau in the light and 4th Bureau in the dark. Instead, he changed the previous 8 Bureau to 7 Bureau. Sang Feihong was in charge of the 1st Bureau of Intelligence. It existed in the form of the Five Lakes sect and was similar to a propaganda and intelligence organization. The scope of the intelligence it was in charge of was mainly Jianghu and common people's intelligence. He Qing was in charge of the 2nd Bureau of Intelligence. She planned to establish a chain of brothels in various countries and train a large number of concubines to be sent to the mansions of high officials and nobles. She was in charge of some intelligence of the upper class. Song Qingshu allocated a sum of money from the palace treasury as the startup capital for He Qing. Then, he secretly used the power of the government to support He Qing to open a brothel in Yanjing. As for the huge amount of money needed to open a chain of brothels in various countries, it could only wait until Song Qingshu took out the roaming king's treasure. The 3rd Bureau was in charge of the tiki. Their main responsibility was to capture and attack. Song Qingshu was in charge of Diyun. When Diyun saw him again, he was shocked at first, then he suddenly understood. Although he was honest, he was not stupid. He had a vague guess in his heart, but he did not ask anything and solemnly agreed. Some time ago, Sang Feihong had sent news that they had found traces of Qifeng in Jingnan. Song Qingshu hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he did not hide it from Diyun. Finally, there was news of his junior sister. Diyun was very excited and immediately decided to leave for Jingnan. However, before he left, he promised that he would definitely return. The 4th Bureau was in charge of poison research and development. They were in charge of developing various poisons for the other bureaus. From Song Qingshu's point of view, this bureau was naturally prepared for Qinglingsu. It was just a matter of whether that little girl was willing to come or not. It was hard to say whether she would help him or not. It seemed that he could only let Hu Fei use a honey trap, and then let Icy Snow use the identity of her future mother-in-law to deceive her. Song Qingshu thought that the poison in Hu Fei's body should have been more or less detoxified by now. It was time to find an opportunity to visit the King of Medicine Matter. The 5th Bureau was in charge of assassinations. At first, Song Qingshu had his eyes on Li Macho as the leader of the 5th Bureau. With her appearance, martial arts, lightness skill, and concealed weapons, she was simply the perfect candidate for an assassin. However, after forming an alliance with the Sun Moon sect, Song Qingshu conveniently placed her in the Sun Moon sect. As a result, Song Qingshu had no choice but to set his sights on Tian Guinon. Tian Guinon was an intelligent and vicious person. The only thing he lacked was martial arts. Although he was a sect leader in the past, he was still able to survive in Liaodong. However, his martial arts were really not up to par in the world. Now that he was in Fujian to look for the Bixia swordplay, it was just that Song Qingshu reckoned that with his abilities, he might not be able to successfully obtain it. Song Qingshu had to think of a way to help him. The 6th Bureau was in charge of interrogation and control. Su Quan was originally the best candidate to be in charge of the 6th Bureau. With her charm and the leopard embryo tendon-changing pill, she could bring interrogation and control to the extreme. However, it was a pity that she was nowhere to be found. No one knew what she was busy with in Liao. Song Qingshu had no choice but to temporarily choose an assistant for her to be in charge of the work. The 7th Bureau was the strategy department, in charge of strategic arrangements and the like. Throughout the 14 books, although there were countless beauties, there were only 3 who were suitable for this position: Zhao Min, Huang Rong, and Huaqing Tong. However, it was a pity that no matter who these 3 were, they were not on the same side as Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu could only temporarily hide this 7th Bureau in the bottom of his heart. Of the 7th Bureau, there were a few leaders who were not in position. Song Qingshu had no choice but to choose a few assistants to temporarily take over their work and run the various bureaus. After finishing all of this, when Song Qingshu left the capital, more than half a month had already passed. I really have to think of a way to help Dongfang girl change that strange habit of hers. How good would it be to be a soft girl with a soft waist? Why must she be a strong attacker? Thinking of all the tricks Dongfang Muxue had used to tease Princess Rugia, Song Qingshu couldn't help but shudder. A soft girl like Nanlan is still the best. Song Qingshu felt his body go limp at the thought of Nanlan's bashful and angry expression. Suddenly, he frowned and said, "It's just that Rulin, that little girl, how did she get the habit of eavesdropping? Will it cast a shadow on her growth?" This time, Song Qingshu traveled south alone. He did not ride a horse or a carriage, but walked with lightness skills. If someone was observing from the side, they would definitely find it strange. A moment ago, Song Qingshu was walking slowly in front of them, but in the blink of an eye, his figure had already disappeared dozens of feet away. Song Qingshu had cultivated the traceless sand treading to the extreme, and now he had gradually comprehended the profoundness of shrinking the ground into an inch. He didn't need to fly like he did when he first learned it. He only needed to stroll leisurely. It seemed slow, but with a single step, he would traverse a distance of tens of feet. That was why he gave off a contradictory feeling of speed. However, this kind of shrinking the ground into an inch technique consumed a lot of internal energy. With Song Qingshu's current internal energy, he had to stop to meditate and rest after walking for more than 100 miles. Song Qingshu looked around, and with a light tap of his toes, he leaped onto a nearby tree to rest. After an unknown period of time, Song Qingshu suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. After hesitating for a while, he took out a silver mask from his bosom and put it on his face. Soon, a young boy and girl walked over from afar. The boy had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. At such a young age, one could tell that he would be a distinguished and elegant person in the future. The girl had delicate and refined looks, and in particular, she faintly exuded an elegant and scholarly aura, giving people a good impression of her at first glance. "Why have you been following me?" The two of them happened to stop under the tree where Song Qingshu was, and the girl could not help but look back at the young man. "Dark Cloud Pearl, the journey to the south will not be peaceful. I can protect you by your side." The young man smiled bitterly. Dark Cloud Pearl? This name seems somewhat familiar. On the tree, Song Qingshu could not help but secretly frown. The reason why he wore the mask was because he recognized the young man below. He was the son of the Pearl, Nalan Rongrua, who had enchanted thousands of girls in the future. Previously, Nalan Rongrua was a first-class imperial bodyguard in the imperial palace, and Song Qingshu had met her several times. Later, after Song Qingshu assassinated Kangxi, in order not to reveal any flaws, he replaced all the eunuchs and palace maids who previously served Kangxi, and also replaced all the imperial bodyguards. Even the chief of the imperial bodyguards, Dolong, was transferred to another place. Nalan Rongrua was also assigned an idle job and sent out of the palace. Song Qingshu was worried that if he was seen by her, it would lead to unexpected complications, so he wore the mask just in case. If it was not for your father throwing stones at me when I was down, why would I follow my father to the south? The girl's jade-like nose wrinkled slightly. Clearly, she was somewhat angry in her heart. It seems that Sua Darren did not agree to you leaving the capital. It was you who sneaked out. Nalan Rongrua cautiously glanced at the girl. On the tree, Song Qingshu finally remembered who this dark cloud pearl was. In the capital, the princes and dukes often teased Songgotu for having a daughter as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as jade. In addition to her beauty, Dark Cloud Pearl was also a well-known talented woman. Many of the younger generation in the capital admired her. It could be said that her reputation spread far and wide. Even Song Qingshu had heard a little about her. Having her lie exposed, the girl's complexion turned slightly red. She angrily stamped her feet. None of your business. It's too dangerous along the way, and you come back with me. Nalan Rongrua hastily advised. The girl snorted. She could not help but roll her eyes cutely. I heard that after the Golden Snake King occupied Shandong, he exempted the local people from taxes for 3 years. Now, within a circumference of 1,000 li, no one picks up anything lost, no one closes their doors at night. How could I be in danger? You really are going after the Golden Snake King. Nalan Rongrua faintly sighed. So what? A strange expression appeared in the girl's eyes. I want to see what kind of person is able to single-handedly defeat my great Qing's army of 100,000. I also want to ask him how he can call the wind and summon the rain. When she heard that her father was going to the Golden Snake camp, she begged her father to bring her along. Unfortunately, Songgotu was worried about his own safety, so how could he feel at ease bringing his precious daughter with him? Dark Cloud Pearl saw that her father did not agree, so after he left the capital, she quietly left a letter and left to pursue him. Noticing the expression in the girl's eyes, Nalan Rongrua's heart was slightly sour. She could not help but say, those are only hearsay, how can you believe it? Moreover, the Golden Snake Camp is currently hostile to my great Qing. If your identity is leaked, it is difficult to guarantee that you will not be captured by the Golden Snake Camp to threaten your father. The Golden Snake King is not that kind of person. He is a great hero with an indomitable spirit. Oh, I understand. You are jealous. He is only a few years older than you, but he is now faintly the #1 expert in the world. Moreover, he is also the leader of a faction. Seeing that the other did not believe her, the girl immediately became anxious. On the tree, Song Qingshu could not help but rub his nose. He did not expect his reputation to be so good. It seemed that he would have to increase Sang Feihong's salary in the future. He has almost promoted me to be the dream lover of every unmarried girl. You. Nalan Rongrua was immediately furious. She could not help but strike the tree next to her. Feeling the leaves around him tremble, Song Qingshu secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, this boy's internal energy is insufficient. Otherwise, he would have broken the tree with one strike and forced me to reveal myself. That would have been embarrassing. Hey, are you angry? The girl carefully pulled the corner of his clothes. I just wanted to annoy you. I did not really think that way. In fact, you are also very powerful. You are a first-class imperial bodyguard at such a young age. Moreover, your poems are better than mine, alright. Don't insult me. I know that in your heart, writing poems and essays is not a proper occupation. Fighting on the battlefield is what a man should do. The girl said softly. Nalan Rongrua felt that no matter how big her anger was, it had disappeared. He and Wu Yunju grew up together. It could be said that they were childhood sweethearts. He did not know when it started, but he found that he seemed to have fallen in love with his childhood playmate. However, he was very clear that Wu Yunju had always regarded him as a brother. Since childhood, Wu Yunju was a talented girl. Her ambition was very high. Her criteria for choosing a partner was that the man must be able to fight on the battlefield and be able to govern the country peacefully. Although Nalan Rongrua boasted that she was well-versed in both literature and martial arts, he was still a little far from her standard. Originally, he only regarded this criteria as a young girl's yearning for love. After all, how could there be such a perfect man in this world? However, not long ago, Song Qingshu appeared out of nowhere. He defeated all the experts in the world and won the Golden Snake King. Then, he led a few thousand old and weak people to defeat the imperial court's 100,000 troops. What was even more legendary was his ability to summon the wind and summon the rain. After being embellished by various stories, the current Song Qingshu perfectly matched the image of the lover that Wu Yunju had always dreamed of. Therefore, when she heard that her father wanted to negotiate peace with the Golden Snake King, Wu Yunju disregarded everything and followed him. Although she was very depressed, Nalan Rongrua was still worried that Wu Yunju would encounter some danger on the road. Therefore, she followed her to protect her. Brother Rongrua really dotes on me the most, Wu Yunju giggled. Alright, I can't refuse your good intentions, so I'll let you escort me. However, after you meet up with my father, you should leave as soon as possible. My father is currently in a fit of anger. When the time comes, he'll hate you and beat you up badly. Hearing her care for herself, Nalan Rongrua felt warm in her heart. Then, she thought, actually, even if there was no Song Qingshu, it would still be impossible for me and Wu Yunju to be together. First, Wu Yunju only has a sibling relationship with me. Second, my father and his father are sworn enemies. Naturally, he won't agree to our marriage. Nalan Rongrua was originally a gentle gentleman. With this thought, she suddenly became cheerful. She made a decision in her heart, since Wu Yunju likes it, why not help her see her lover once? As long as she can be happy, I'll be satisfied. Song Qingshu saw the expressions of the boy and girl under the tree. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. I didn't expect that I would unintentionally become Nalan Rongrua's rival in love. However, I remember that in history, his beloved wife seemed to have the surname Liu. Oh, there's actually such a beautiful young lady in this wilderness. A middle-aged man's voice suddenly came from not far away. His tone was full of vulgarity. Business is more important. Don't delay, alliance leaders was important matter. The other man said in a deep voice. He was obviously displeased. Hee, look at the clothes these two are wearing. They are obviously Manchurian. Moreover, the material of their clothes is so expensive. They must be Manchurian nobles. Perhaps they are Songgotu's children. If I capture them, I'll be doing a great service. The man from before said with a chuckle. Song Qingshu casually swept his gaze downward. His expression immediately became somewhat interesting. He happened to know these two people. One was Jing Haizhao, and the other was the manor lord of Thousand Willow Manor, Chu Honglu, who had defected from Golden Snake Camp. Merry Christmas to everyone. End of chapter. The one with the vulgar tone was naturally the owl of Qinghai, while Chu Honglu was persuading them. Who are you? Do you want to harm my father? Wu Yunju's apricot eyes widened as she glared at the two. The owl of Qinghai and Chu Honglu looked at each other in dismay, then burst into laughter. Haha, you really came without any effort. Nalan Rongrua looked at the young girl next to her. I say, eldest miss, you are usually very clever, why are you so stupid today? Didn't you see that I deliberately used words to stall them? Wu Yunju stared at her strangely. Why? This time it was Nalan Rongrua's turn to be surprised. From what they said, there must be a lot of people plotting against my father. I was worried that my father couldn't handle it, so I sent a few experts to help him. Wu Yunju replied as if it was a matter of course. Nalan Rongrua was speechless, but what if your identity is exposed and you are in danger? Don't I still have you here? Wu Yunju looked at him in confusion. Look at the way the two of them are dressed. One look and you can tell that they have the fate of playing the small characters in the novels of the Wanderer. You are a dignified imperial bodyguard, it can't be that you can't even deal with these two characters? Hearing Wu Yunju's words, the owl of Qinghai suddenly became angry. Little girl, although your hair is long, your knowledge is short. Why don't you go to Jianghu and ask around? I, the owl of Qinghai, have roamed Jianghu for so many years, how can I be so famous? Is your reputation very famous? why have I never heard of it? Wu Yunju slightly frowned, clearly puzzled. If it was a normal day, the owl of Qinghai wouldn't talk nonsense with them and would directly kill them with one slash. But the young girl in front of him looked like a noble young miss, and her words were delicate and timid. The owl of Qinghai's anger immediately dissipated. Humph, you are not a person of Jianghu, it's normal that you haven't heard of my reputation. But I have heard of the golden snake King Song Qingshu. In Jianghu, who is more famous? Wu Yunju tilted her head and looked at him innocently. Qinghai Xiao's complexion immediately darkened. If it was in the past, he might not be convinced and couldn't help but blow his own trumpet and belittle Song Qingshu. But after the incident at the inn last time, he had witnessed with his own eyes how heaven-defying Song Qingshu's martial arts were. So, how could he dare to speak carelessly, in front of Chu Honglu? He was put on the spot by a little girl's understated words. The Qinghai Xiao suddenly felt that his face had lost all light, but it was not appropriate for him to flare up at the young girl in front of him. He could only glare at Nailan Rongrua, who was standing beside Wu Yunju, and change the topic. I heard from this little girl that you are a first-class imperial bodyguard. Your martial arts skill should be very high? Qinghai Xiao pretended not to hear Wu Yunju's words. Song Qingshu, who was standing on the tree, couldn't help but laugh. He didn't know if this dark cloud bead was naturally simple-minded or two-faced. His unintentional words had probably dealt over 10,000 damage to Azure Sea's owl. Nailan Rongrua was taken aback, and subconsciously replied, the martial arts of our imperial bodyguards is secondary. The most important thing is that our family background is clean, and we must be children of meritorious service from each banner. Dark Cloud Bead immediately said with dissatisfaction, why are you boosting other people's morale and diminishing your own? Nailan Rongrua said innocently, but this is the truth. You're really infuriating. Dark Cloud Bead couldn't help but stamp her feet. She had grown up with him, so it was naturally impossible for her not to have a good impression of him. But she knew Nailan Rongrua's character very well. To put it nicely, she was as gentle as jade, but to put it bluntly, she was too feminine. She didn't have the slightest bit of domineering aura, which was really a far cry from the image she had in mind. Therefore, this kind of good impression could never be converted into love. Qinghai Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. Looks like I've encountered a good-for-nothing. Before he finished laughing, the thin sword in his hand silently stabbed toward the other party. Nailan Rongrua didn't expect the other party to attack so quickly. She hastily drew her sword to block the attack, but she lost the initiative and was suddenly in a difficult situation. On the side, Dark Cloud Bead anxiously stamped her feet. How can you be like this? Aren't you a famous senior in Jianghu? How can you launch a sneak attack? After scolding Qinghai Xiao, she said to Nailan Rongrua, Nailan Gij, you're really something. He clearly wants to harm us, can't you be on guard in advance? Qinghai Xiao laughed and said, little girl, you pampered young masters and young ladies don't know anything. For people like us who live on the edge of a knife, if we rigidly adhere to the rules of Jianghu, I'm afraid our bones will turn cold. Only people like me will have the last laugh. Little girl, you don't have to be afraid, I won't kill you. I, Qinghai Xiao, have played with many women in my life, but unfortunately, I've never played with a pampered young lady like you. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Nailan Rongrua's handsome face turned red. Obviously, she was angered by Qinghai Xiao's words. Her sword technique suddenly became 3 times sharper, and unexpectedly, she slowly reversed the situation. Dark Cloud Bead was also so angry that her face turned pale, shameless, vulgar, despicable, haha, go ahead and curse. The more you curse, the more excited I will be when I play with you later. Qinghai Zhao sneered and said, let me deal with this gigolo first, lest he ruin our plan. As soon as her voice fell, the Qinghai Xiao swordsmanship suddenly became strange, and the pressure on Nailan Rongrua suddenly increased. One must know that in the original work, the Qinghai Xiao used a series of strange moves to instantly subdue the Taishan sect leader. Although Nailan Rongrua's martial art skill was not bad at his age, how could it be compared to, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page, worthy of being the leader of a sect, Qinghai Xiao grinned fiendishly and thrust his sword towards the vital parts of his body. Song Qingshu wrinkled his brows. Although he didn't have any friendship with Nailan Rongrua, letting such a poet, who was admired by countless young girls in the future, die here was really somewhat unreasonable. Picking up a leaf, Song Qingshu was about to make his move, but he discovered that Qinghai Yixiao suddenly withdrew his sword and sealed Nalan Rongrua's acupoints instead. Huh? Song Qingshu was curious as to what Qinghai Yixiao wanted to do, so he withdrew the leaf. Why didn't you kill this person? Chu Honglu, who was at the side, asked in confusion. In his opinion, only his daughter, Song Gotu, was the most important. Leaving a person who knew martial art was more likely to complicate the problem. Manor Master Chu might not know, but I have a special hobby in my life. Qinghai Yixiao had a strange smile on his face as he said, simply F***king women is a bit dull and uninteresting. The best way is to F***ck the wife in front of her husband. I can see the husband's face full of anger and helplessness, as well as the husband's wife's struggle between morality and morality. I can't even begin to describe the feeling of shame, resentment, and despair in her eyes. On the tree, Song Qingshu's expression immediately became strange. How could this hobby be even more perverted than mine? Chu Hongliu's eyes immediately lit up, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. We are indeed kindred spirits. In the past, his Thousand Willow Manor had also engaged in robberies. It wasn't as if he had never raped other people's wives and daughters before. However, he usually did it secretly and would silence the culprits afterwards. Thus, his notoriety did not spread. Later, after he submitted to Yuan Qingji's Golden Snake Camp, Chu Honglu knew that Yuan Qingji was an upright gentleman. Thus, he naturally restrained himself. Today, after Qinghai Yixiao's actions, his long-hidden desire was immediately awakened. Although these two aren't husband and wife, I can see that this gigolo likes this young lady. This young lady might not be uninterested in him either. Hee, they're just right. Qinghai Yixiao suddenly turned to look at Chu Honglu. Manor Master Chu, do you want to go first? You were the one who caught her, so of course you should go first. Looking at Dark Cloud Pearl's flawless face, Chu Honglu immediately swallowed. This kind of delicate and noble young lady happened to be his cup of tea. He was extremely willing, but he also understood that this was just the other party being polite. His martial art skills were inferior to Chu Hongliu's, so how could he dare to take the lead? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Qinghai Yixiao rubbed his hands together as he approached Dark Cloud Pearl. Little beauty, I'm coming. P.S. There was a mistake in uploading last night, so some people might not have seen the first 300 words in yesterday's chapter. I'll continue posting it in this chapter. Repeated words will not increase the subscription fee, at least for vertical and horizontal. End of this chapter. Wu Yinju screamed in fear and hurriedly ran back. As she ran, she regretted sneaking out. At the same time, she complained that Nalan Rongrua was too useless. Qinghai Yixiao smirked and stretched his leg to kick a small stone on the ground. The small stone flew and hit Wu Yinju's leg while he was running away. Ouch! Wu Yinju felt her leg go numb and she fell to the ground. What a delicate little beauty, but your chest seems a little small. Qinghai Yixiao stretched out his hands and slowly reached out to her slightly bulging chest. Nalan Rongrua was furious. Unfortunately, his acupuncture point was sealed and he couldn't even speak. He could only make futile sounds. Don't come over. Wu Yinju's pretty face became deathly pale. At this moment, she discovered that the literary talent that she was so proud of in the capital city was useless in front of her. In those chivalrous novels, when a noble lady is in trouble, a great hero will appear to save her. Why didn't I have one? She had always been full of romantic feelings. She couldn't help but think. Hey, what time is it? Why are you still thinking nonsense? Wu Yinju wanted to cry but had no tears. Throw the hairpin at him. At this time, Wu Yinju suddenly heard a gentle male voice. She didn't have time to react. She subconsciously pulled out the hairpin on her head and threw it at Qinghai Yixiao, who was getting closer and closer. Sending a love letter so early. Qinghai Yixiao smiled and carelessly grabbed the hairpin. Suddenly, his expression changed and he hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ding! A faintly discernible sound was heard in the air. It seemed as if something invisible had hit the tail of the jade hairpin in midair. The originally fluttering jade hairpin suddenly transformed into an indistinct green light, and directly penetrated Qinghai Yixiao's palm. Then, under his incredulous gaze, the hairpin directly penetrated his heart. Lowering his head to look at the hole in his chest, Xianxia's throat made a series of meaningless gurgling sounds, and then he fell to the ground dejectedly. Wu Yunju stared at her small hand. It was white and tender like a jade lotus. She couldn't believe that it was this hand that threw the jade hairpin. Chu Honglu reacted quickly. He hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. "Senior, please spare my life. I accidentally disturbed you. I will leave now." The Qinghai Yizhao's martial art skill was definitely superior to his, but he was killed without making any noise. It was unknown how high the martial art skill of the person in the dark was. "Do you still remember the military pledge you made?" "It's not that I don't want to, it's just that it's not time yet." A familiar voice suddenly rang in Chu Honglio's ears, and her pupils shrank. "It's you. Song. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk a pine needle shot into the space between his eyebrows." Chu Honglio's voice suddenly stopped. At the same time, Nalan Rongrua felt her whole body lighten. Her acupuncture point had already been unsealed. She hurriedly crawled up and ran over to help Wu Yunju up. "Wu Yunju, how are you?" Wu Yunju stared in a daze at the nearby Chu Honglu, who was crying and throwing a tantrum, and then suddenly died on the spot. He couldn't help but mutter, "Are there ghosts in this world?" When Song Qingshu had spoken to Chu Honglu earlier, he had used the secret sound transmission technique. Naturally, she couldn't hear it. She could only see Chu Honglu talking to the air and dying in such a strange manner. She immediately felt a chill run down her spine. "It's not a ghost. We've met an expert." Nalan Rongrua laughed bitterly. Although his martial art skill was average, as an imperial bodyguard, he was quite knowledgeable. He spoke to the air, "Thank you, Senior, for saving us. Since Senior is unwilling to show yourself, please accept Nalan Rongrua's 3 kowtows." He then knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. With his current martial art skill and status, his state of mind was vastly different from before. If it was 2 years ago, he might have come out to tease Wu Yunju. But the current him, once the matter was done, he would brush his clothes and hide his identity and name. Song Qingshu shook his head. Just as he was about to leave without a sound, he suddenly heard Wu Yunju cry out in alarm, "Ah, the poison in my body has flared up." Song Qingshu turned his head around in confusion. He saw Wu Yunju's eyes roll back and her body softly fall to the ground. "What happened to you? Don't scare me." Nalan Rongrua immediately became anxious. Seeing Wu Yunju's pale complexion, without the slightest bit of movement, she could not help but stretch out her trembling hand to feel her breathing. Nalan Rongrua felt as if she was struck by lightning. She collapsed to the side. With an incredulous expression, she muttered to herself, "How could she not be breathing?" "She's not breathing, huh?" Song Qingshu was startled. He did not see the Qinghai Yixiao and Chu Honglu use any poison. Could it be that Wu Yunju had been poisoned before? His friendship with Song Gotu was one thing, but Song Qingshu realized that the two of them could not be considered as true friends. But to let such a lovely little girl die like this was really not in line with his nature. While Nalan Rongrua was absent-minded, she suddenly heard a voice coming from behind her, "Let me take her pulse." Nalan Rongrua quickly turned around. She found a masked man in black standing in front of her. The man gave her an unfathomable feeling. Nalan Rongrua faintly had a feeling that the other party should be quite young. Unfortunately, he was wearing a mask, so she could not see his appearance clearly. "I beg Senior to save her." Nalan Rongrua hastily stepped aside. How could she not realize that this person was the senior expert who had saved them earlier? Song Qingshu nodded. Just as he was about to go over, he suddenly creased his brows and snorted, "Did you deliberately deceive me?" Everything happened so suddenly that he did not have time to think about it. When he got closer to Wu Yunju, he quickly realized that something was wrong. Even though Wu Yunju tried her best to hold her breath, she was unable to stop her heartbeat. With Song Qingshu's skill, he was very close to her, so naturally, he could see everything clearly. Wu Yunju suddenly opened her eyes and giggled at him, "Senior is indeed an expert. Unlike this idiot who was so easily deceived." Nalan Rongrua was immediately pleasantly surprised, "Are you really all right?" Song Qingshu snorted. This boy was just confused because he was too concerned. With his cultivation level as a first-class imperial bodyguard, if it was someone else, they would not have been able to hide it from him. Senior is also very concerned about me. Otherwise, why would you appear to save me as soon as you heard I was in trouble? Wu Yunju's face revealed a crafty smile. Song Qingshu deliberately put on a straight face. I just don't want my previous actions to be in vain. Even if it was just a cat or dog, since I have already made a move to save it, I will certainly save it to the end. Wu Yunju could not help but stick out her tongue. Even if it was just a cat or dog, it was still a pretty cat or dog. Song Qingshu immediately did not know whether to laugh or cry. This daughter of Song Gotu was quite interesting. When Wu Yunju did not see him, in her heart, she imagined the great hero who saved her to be as romantic, refined, handsome, and confident as described in the knight-errant novels. But now that she saw him, his face was wearing an ice-cold mask. Not to mention whether he was handsome or ugly, even his age was very difficult to judge. Inevitably, she was somewhat disappointed. She could not help but look at him again. She saw that his eyes were shining brightly, and his heroic spirit was pressing. That lightning-fast gaze swept past her face and stopped for a moment, as if he was slightly baffled by her gaze. Wu Yunju's chest became hot. She could not help but blush. She lowered her head, vaguely feeling that whether this person was handsome or ugly, it did not matter much anymore. You racked your brains to trick me to come out. Is there something you want to say to me? Song Qingshu saw that her gaze was strange. He was somewhat apprehensive in his heart. How could Wu Yunju have the nerve to say that she only wanted to see if he was handsome or not? She suddenly had a bright idea and asked, "Is Senior acquainted with my father?" Song Qingshu was slightly startled. He shook his head. I don't know him. Then what about Nailan Rongrua's father? Wu Yunju was afraid that he did not know who Nailan Rongrua's father was, so she added, her father is the current imperial court minister, Ming Zhu. I don't know him either. Song Qingshu looked at her with great interest, wondering what kind of trick this little girl was playing. Wu Yunju's face gradually showed a trace of happiness. Then you must know the Golden Snake King? Song Qingshu was startled. Why do you ask? Seeing that he did not deny it, Wu Yunju became more confident. There were so many Tom, Dick, and Harry on the road, but Senior happened to save us. There must be a reason. Moreover, you don't know our parents. A master like Senior couldn't have saved us because of the beauty of a little girl like me, right? As she spoke, her face turned red at the same time. Song Qingshu was suddenly speechless. He could not help but cough. Continue. That's why I thought about it. You must have heard us talking about the Golden Snake King and knew that I admired him. That's why you saved me. You must be friends with the Golden Snake King, Wu Yunju said with certainty. Just a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. Song Qingshu could not help but curse, but she kept calling him Senior, so he was too embarrassed to admit that he had really saved her because of her good looks. In order to maintain the demeanor of a master, he could only pretend to agree. Ahem, I guess you can say that we know each other. Wu Yunju's eyes suddenly lit up, and she hurriedly asked, Senior, is the Golden Snake King as described in the legends, handsome, elegant, and elegant? A long string of adjectives hit Song Qingshu a little dizzy. This, maybe, probably, should be. He was obviously thick-skinned, but he still had to pretend to be embarrassed. Wu Yunju's eyes became even brighter, and she continued to ask, then is his martial arts as superb as described in the legends, reaching the peak of perfection, and invincible in the world? It's just SOSO. Even though Song Qingshu was thick-skinned, he could not stand it anymore. He thought to himself that this girl looked gentle and quiet, but she was actually a love-struck girl, a heavy fan. Wu Yunju suddenly became unhappy. Senior, if you think the Golden Snake King's martial arts are just SOSO, does that mean you think you're better than him? Song Qingshu was speechless for a moment. He was afraid that he was the only one who had ever fought with his fan. About the same. Wu Yunju wrinkled her nose. I don't believe you. You must be bragging to fool a little girl like me who doesn't know martial arts, unless you can prove it. Song Qingshu was stunned. How can I prove it? Wu Yunju's face suddenly showed a trace of a sly smile. Take me to him, and the truth will naturally come to light. Song Qingshu suddenly laughed involuntarily. After all this time, she was just asking him to take her to see the Golden Snake King. He couldn't help but feel a sudden impulse. Okay, if you're not afraid, then come with me. Song Qingshu smiled, turned around, and left. A trace of joy flashed on Wu Yunju's face, and she hurriedly chased after him. Hey, senior, wait for me. Nalan Rongrua was anxious, and just as she was about to chase after them, she suddenly found that her whole body seemed to be imprisoned, and she couldn't move at all. She could only watch as the two walked further and further away, and finally disappeared into the depths of the forest. End of this chapter. Wu Yunju used all her strength to chase after him, but the person in front of her was getting further and further away. Seeing that the person's silhouette was about to disappear, she became anxious and wanted to speed up her pace. Who would have thought that her feet would trip and her whole body would suddenly fall to the ground? When she raised her head to look, the person was already gone. Wu Yunju's eyes reddened and she immediately sat on the ground and began to sob. Little girl, who bullied you? Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind her. Wu Yunju turned her head with a pleasantly surprised expression and discovered that the expert was quietly standing behind her. She couldn't help but pout her small mouth and said, Of course it was you who bullied me. Song Qingshu immediately laughed involuntarily. It was obviously you who accidentally tripped and I was so far away from you. How did it become me bullying you? Wu Yunju wiped her eyes and snorted. Just now you were clearly walking in front of me, but now you appear behind me. Clearly you are deliberately playing with me. Your martial arts are so high. Just now I tripped and fell because of you. I saw you fall and came back to see if you were injured. Really, good people don't get good karma. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Fine, I won't blame you. Wu Yunju stretched out her hand in front of him and said with an incomparably sweet and naive voice, help me up. Looking at the fair and delicate little hand in front of him, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, could it be that you haven't heard of the saying that men and women should not touch? Why don't you have any awareness of defense? I don't think of you as a man? Wu Yunju looked at him in surprise and blurted out. Fortunately she was wearing a mask, otherwise Song Qingshu could imagine that right now his face would probably be black. Noticing his abnormality, Wu Yunju realized that something was wrong. Hey, that's not what I meant, I was talking about an expert like you. In my heart, I unconsciously thought of you as an elder. I didn't think that men and women should guard against each other. Hey, what you're saying, could it be that you have improper thoughts about me? Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. He thought about the rumors in the capital that Song Gotu's daughter was a knowledgeable and reasonable talented woman. Why did he see a completely different picture? He couldn't help but snort. He brushed his sleeve in front of him. Wu Yunju immediately felt a gentle force coming from her waist and her whole body was suddenly lifted up. Hey, what kind of technique is this? Husband, you look so magical. Dark Cloud Pearl stood up again, her face full of curiosity. Hitting a cow across a mountain. Song Qingshu snorted in annoyance. Hitting a cow across a mountain? Wu Yunju was startled at first, but quickly reacted. She couldn't help but stomp her feet and say angrily, wow, you scolded me. Song Qingshu smiled and didn't explain. Instead, he asked, your companion was so concerned about you and escorted you all the way, but you left just like that. Don't you feel bad about leaving him behind? Who told him, a dignified first-class imperial bodyguard, to be unable to beat two small characters in the Jianghu, almost scaring me to death. I haven't even settled the debt with him yet. Abandoning him like this is already letting him off easy. While I'm at it, I can also stimulate him to diligently practice martial arts. He should be thanking me. Wu Yunju replied confidently. Song Qingshu was speechless. He felt the need to explain on behalf of the pitiful Nalan Rongrua. Those two people are not small characters in the Jianghu, especially that Qing Haizao. His martial arts are not below that of many famous upright sex leaders. Your companion is young, so losing to him is very normal. Dark Cloud Pearl's eyes lit up. That Qing Haizao was so fierce, but you killed him without even showing your face. Then in the Jianghu, aren't you considered invincible? Song Qingshu indifferently replied, there is always someone better than you in the universe, who in the Jianghu dares to say they are invincible? As long as I can beat the people I want to beat, it is enough for me. Then can you beat the Golden Snake King? Dark Cloud Pearl persistently asked this question that interested her the most. Why would I want to beat him? Finished speaking, Song Qingshu turned around and walked away. "Hey, don't go, you are walking too fast, I can't catch up." Dark Cloud Pearl was anxious, the previous situation had left her with a lingering fear. Song Qingshu paused, he said, "Based on your speed, by the time we find your father, I am afraid his bones will be cold." Listening to the conversation between the Qinghai Zhao and Chu Honglu, it seemed that Zhuolong Chan was plotting a plot against Song Gotu. Right now Song Gotu was shouldering the heavy responsibility of negotiating peace between the Manchurian Qing and the Golden Snake Battalion. He could not let him die like this. Hey, that's right, Dark Cloud Pearl suddenly realized that her father was still in an unknown danger. Then take me with you. Song Qingshu turned his head to look at her again. He did not know if her heart was really. Was he pretending to not have the concept of the barrier between men and women? But he didn't care. After all, he wasn't the one who was at a disadvantage. Seeing that Song Qingshu did not reject her like before, instead he stretched out his hand in front of her. Dark Cloud Pearl's eyes curved like crescent moons. She straightforwardly placed her hand in the other's palm. Feeling the soft and boneless feeling in his palm, Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. He did not know how Song Gotu raised her. Unexpectedly he was able to raise such a delicate daughter. Dark Cloud Pearl's face also turned red from the heat coming from his palm. In order to dissolve the awkwardness, she took the initiative to break the short silence between the two of them. "Senior, why are you wearing a mask?" "Because I am very ugly." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. He used his qinggong to support her as they shuttled back and forth between the trees. The sound of the wind whistled past her ears. The oncoming cold wind made her face hurt a bit. Dark Cloud Pearl unconsciously leaned a bit closer to the man next to her. "I don't believe you, why don't you take it off and let me take a look?" Song Qingshu smiled and shook his head. "Forget it, I don't want to scare you." "Miser. Forget it if you don't want me to see." Dark Cloud Pearl could not help but pout. Suddenly her eyes turned. "Hey, it's been so long, I still don't know the name of my savior? You and I met by chance, we are two people from two different worlds. Rather than knowing the name and worrying in the future, it is better to forget each other in Jianghu." Song Qingshu's current attitude was already different from before. The reason why he helped her like this was only because he felt that this little girl was interesting, not because he coveted her. Therefore, he only wanted to treat it as a beautiful encounter, and did not want to have any further relations. "You won't let me see your face, you won't tell me your name, then you should at least let me know the age of my savior," Dark Cloud Pearl said angrily. "It's just an old man, there is no need to ask." Song Qingshu shook his head. He did not plan to answer. Dark Cloud Pearl glanced at the elegant black hair at the back of his head, her heart immediately filled with hatred. Big liar. After an unknown amount of time, Dark Cloud Pearl suddenly saw an empty space in front of her. Not far away, a man wearing full Qing dynasty clothes was lying in a pool of blood. She couldn't help but cry out in alarm, "Father!" Song Qingshu was very familiar with this area. He had also seen the direction in which the Qinghai Yi Xiao and Chu Honglu were hurrying. Thereupon he kept searching in that direction and finally arrived at the scene of the incident. Song Qingshu's gaze swept around. He had already seen the situation one step ahead of the dark cloud beads. With a dejected expression, Song Gotu was sitting next to a carriage wheel. His clothes were stained with blood. Around him were the corpses of the imperial bodyguards. With Song Qingshu's eyesight, naturally he could see that the blood on Song Gotu's body belonged to other people. He himself was not injured at all. The reason why his face was deathly pale was perhaps because he was too frightened. Most of the bodyguards he brought with him were lying in pools of blood. Only a few people were left standing around, vigilantly watching the group of men in black not far from them. The group of men in black was numerous. From the way they walked he could tell that each one of them was a martial art master. It would be very easy for them to eliminate Song Gotu's few remaining bodyguards. The reason why they did not rush forward was because in front of Song Gotu was a 10-year-old girl. Song Qingshu looked from the side. He saw her nose was slightly raised, her long eyelashes were drooping, her complexion was delicate, her snow-white face seemed to emit a gentle radiance. He could not help but was moved. It's actually her. Right this moment, he sensed that Dark Cloud Pearl was about to cry out in alarm, but Song Qingshu brushed his palm and covered her mouth. Dark Cloud Pearl whimpered incessantly, but was unable to make any sound. She anxiously bit the palm in front of her. Because Song Qingshu was distracted, she accidentally bit his finger. Song Qingshu knitted his brows and said in a low voice, "Your father is fine for the time being, let's see what's going on down there first." Seeing Wu Yunju nod her head to indicate that she understood, Song Qingshu then let go of her mouth and looked down again. The two of them were on a big tree. The people in the distance were tense. They did not notice that there were two more people on the tree. Dark Cloud Pearl was about to say something. Suddenly she felt a salty taste in her mouth. She looked at Song Qingshu's hand, and saw that his finger was slowly oozing blood. "Aren't you a martial arts expert? How come you're bleeding so easily from my bite?" Dark Cloud Pearl suddenly became anxious and whispered. "If I hadn't withdrawn my Xianxia protection in time, I'm afraid your beautiful teeth wouldn't have survived," Song Qingshu replied without turning his head. Dark Cloud Pearl was startled, and an indescribable emotion spread in his heart. According to what Chu Honglu said just now, they seemed to be under the orders of Xianxia this time. Could those men in black not far away be experts of the Song Mountain sect? I wonder if Xianxia came in person. Song Qingshu was guessing the origins of the group of black-robed men when he suddenly felt Wu Yunju pulling his hand. "What's wrong?" Song Qingshu looked back at her in confusion. Dark Cloud Pearl held his hand in front of her. Looking at the faint traces of blood and teeth marks on it, she couldn't help but blush. She carefully looked at him and asked, "Does it hurt?" Song Qingshu answered indifferently, "It's not even a small injury, it's nothing." "It must hurt a lot, it's bleeding." Dark Cloud Pearl bit her lips, "Let me blow it for you." After saying that, she gently blew on the wound. Song Qingshu was stunned. He had tasted the pain of all the meridians in his body being broken before, so he didn't care about this little bit of pain at all. However, there was a girl who breathed like orchids, gently soothing his pain. Song Qingshu was not a gentleman, so he naturally let her be. Looking at the blood on his finger, the blood was still slowly seeping out. Dark Cloud Pearl hesitated for a long time. Suddenly, as if she had made up her mind about something, she opened her cherry lips slightly and placed the finger in front of her in her mouth. The tip of her tongue lightly licked the wound. Song Qingshu's attention was completely focused on the two people not far away. Suddenly, he felt his finger being wrapped in something warm and wet. His heart jumped. "What are you doing?" "When I was a child, my finger was accidentally crushed by a door. My mother used this to stop the bleeding. Don't worry, it won't hurt in a while." Dark Cloud Pearl mumbled. Feeling that nimble little tongue, Song Qingshu suddenly felt his whole body heat up. He put one hand on Dark Cloud Pearl's waist and pulled her in front of him. He lowered his head to look at her white and red cheeks, and his finger slowly slid in her little mouth. "Little girl, do you know that this is called teasing for men?" "Ah?" Dark Cloud Pearl was stunned at first, but as the other's finger slowly moved in and out of her mouth, she felt as if she was being violated. Gradually, she felt that her body was a little strange. At this time, no matter how thick her nerves were, she realized that something was wrong. She hurriedly spat out his finger, and with a red face, she angrily said, "Why are you like this?" Song Qingshu smiled slightly and stopped teasing her. He put his hands behind his back and quietly watched the development of the situation below. After a period of silence, a tall and sturdy man in black walked out of the crowd. He looked at the young girl in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Young Lady Ren, when did the Sun Moon Divine Sect become the Tatar Emperor's lackey?" The girl was the holy aunt of the Sun Moon Sect, Ren Yingying. Ren Yingying's face was slightly red, and a trace of anger had risen in her heart. "The Sun Moon Sect has never had any dealings with the Tatar court. Don't slander us. If that's the case, why did Miss Ren save this Tatar dog official?" The man in black asked in a deep voice. "This?" Ren Yingying suddenly hesitated, and simply snorted, "This is none of your business." "Ha ha ha ha!" Another man in black walked out of the crowd and said with a long laugh, "Actually, even if Miss Ren didn't say it, we know the reason. This dog official went south to negotiate a truce with the Golden Snake Camp. Recently, the news of the previous Miss Ren and the Golden Snake King's marriage has also spread like wildfire. Miss Ren saving this dog official is nothing more than making plans for her fiancé. Eh? Hasn't Miss Ren always been in love with Ling Huchong of the Huashan sect? Why has she suddenly thrown herself into the arms of another man?" Another man in black asked deliberately. In the past, Ling Huchong was the top expert of the younger generation in Jianghu. He was also the head disciple of the Huashan sect and the future successor of the Huashan sect. He could be said to be the most famous young hero in Jianghu. It's a pity that the Golden Snake King, Song Qingshu, has suddenly appeared. Whether in martial arts or appearance, he is far superior to Ling Huchong. What's more, Song Qingshu is the dignified Golden Snake King. He commands tens of thousands of soldiers and has a territory of thousands of miles. How can Ling Huchong, a head disciple of the Huashan sect, compare to such an identity? Water flows to the bottom, and people walk to the top. It's natural. Isn't it normal for a woman to change her mind when she meets a better man? It's just that Ling Huchong is pitiful. For the sake of a demoness of the devil sect, he was expelled from the sect and carried the reputation of being lustful. Now that he's been abandoned by her, a dignified young hero of the generation has fallen into such a situation. It's really sad and lamentable. The group of people mocked and ridiculed as much as they could in a few words. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Although Ren Yingying had agreed to marry him, both of them knew that she still had Ling Huchong in her heart. The fake marriage he had proposed before was naturally just a delaying tactic. The words of the people below proved that there were many people in Jianghu who had such thoughts. Even if Ling Huchong trusted Yingying, it was inevitable that there would be a rift between the two of them. Sigh, I seem to be a little too black-bellied. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. Shut up. Ren Yingying's pretty face alternated between red and white. Tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. However, she had a prior agreement with Song Qingshu, and it was impossible for her to explain the twists and turns to these strangers. She could only tell Ling Huchong in private. Brother Chong will definitely believe me. Ren. Yingying bit her lip and thought to herself. The group of black-clothed people immediately roared with laughter, not caring about her anger at all. Ha ha ha, since Miss Ren has done it, why would you be afraid of us talking about it? That's right, every word we say is true. Even you despise what you've done. Miss Ren, you're so mighty. Unfortunately, we're not members of the Sun Moon sect. The name of the saintess doesn't affect us. Ren Yingying could no longer hold back. She let out a delicate rebuke, brandished her sword, and rushed forward. Her attack was filled with hatred and naturally showed no mercy. She wielded a pair of extremely short weapons that looked like daggers, but also like moth eyebrow thorns. The weapons were short, thin, and transparent. Most people couldn't tell what kind of weapons they were just by looking at the reflection of the sun. The group of black-clothed people were immediately thrown off their feet. How could Golden Snake King do this? Song Qingshu was secretly observing the situation of the battle, ready to help at any time. However, he heard Wu Yunju snorting beside him. Song Qingshu was startled. What's wrong with Golden Snake King? I can see that the person this sister loves is that Ling Huchong, but she agreed to marry Golden Snake King. Golden Snake King must have used some despicable means to force her. Humph, I've always admired him. Wu Yunju wrinkled her nose with a dissatisfied expression. She could see that the main reason why her father was still unharmed was that this Miss Ren had helped him. Naturally, she subconsciously stood on the same side as her. How do you know that Miss Ren loves that Ling Huchong? Song Qingshu was extremely depressed. This little girl had casually said it, but her guess was actually right. I can feel it from her eyes. It's a woman's intuition. Wu Yunju snorted proudly. Song Qingshu's face heated up. He deliberately ignored her and focused on the battle below. In just a few breaths, several black-clothed people had been injured. The leader was suddenly shocked and angry. Miss Ren, I've been merciful to you because of Hierarch Ren. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ren Yingying was so angry at the group of people's filthy words that she almost broke her teeth. How could she care so much? When she heard him speak, she subconsciously brandished her sword and stabbed it at the man. You're courting death. The leader's eyes flashed. He raised his hand and hit Ren Yingying's dagger away. His other hand took advantage of the situation to slap her shoulder. Quickly save that sister. Wu Yunju suddenly cried out in alarm and subconsciously shook the man's arm beside her. The black-clothed leader's palm was about to hit Ren Yingying's body when his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly withdrew his palm and retreated. The crowd suddenly heard a few shrill and short sounds of something tearing through the air. This sound alone was enough to make many people's qi and blood churn and nauseous. The crowd felt a flash in front of their eyes. When the black-clothed leader retreated, they saw that on the ground where he had been standing, 3 ordinary leaves had sunk into the ground. Only the tips of the leaves were exposed and trembled slightly in the wind. Flying flowers and plucking leaves can injure people. This sentence appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. Because Dark Cloud Pearl's voice had exposed them, the black-clothed leader looked gravely in the direction where the 2 people were hiding. I wonder which senior is there. The black-clothed leader did not think he could do the flying flowers and plucking leaves, but no matter if it was martial arts or status, he was a famous person in Jianghu. In his opinion, there were only a few people in Jianghu who had this kind of ability, so it was not wrong to call him senior. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Holding Dark Cloud Pearl's hand, he floated down. His lightness skill of lifting something heavy as if it was light immediately caused the people below to cry out in surprise. "Amma, how are you?" As soon as he landed, Dark Cloud Pearl ran towards Songgotu. He pulled at his blood-stained clothes and examined his body to see where he was injured. "Amma is fine." Seeing Dark Cloud Pearl, Songgotu was startled at first, but he quickly realized that his daughter had appeared with that expert, so she must be safe and sound. He couldn't help but ask, "This is?" "He is a good brother that I met on the way." "Father, don't worry, his martial arts are very high," Dark Cloud Pearl said as if he was presenting a treasure. Song Qingshu was speechless. He thought to himself, your father and I are of the same generation, but when you call me that, I'm a generation lower than you. At this time, Ren Yingying also took the opportunity to jump out of the circle of battle. When she saw Song Qingshu, she couldn't help but slightly bow in greeting. "Thank you very much for your help." Seeing that she didn't recognize him, Song Qingshu didn't expose her. He nodded slightly in greeting. Then, he looked at the group of black-clothed people and said, "You all have some guts. You even dare to bully the Sun Moon Sect's young Miss Ren?" Ren Yingying was startled. At first she thought that he was Dark Cloud Bead's friend who came to save Songgotu, who would have thought that as soon as he opened his mouth, he would stand up for her instead. The leader of the black-robed men laughed loudly. "It's all a misunderstanding. I apologize to Miss Ren here. If I offended you just now, I hope Miss Ren can forgive me." Originally, he only wanted to deal with Songgotu, and had no intention of offending the Sun Moon sect. With this interruption, it was a good opportunity for him to step down. "Just now, you people didn't even have the slightest scruple with your filthy words." Hearing his words, Ren Yingying thought hatefully. However, she also knew that he was just worried about the mysterious person beside him and was not really afraid of her, so she could only snort in dissatisfaction. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. "You've offended this young Miss Ren. It's fine if she's magnanimous and doesn't care about it, but this Master Sua's daughter is my good friend. I can't possibly pretend that I didn't see you treat Master Sua this way. Wouldn't that make me lose a lot of face in front of this friend?" He wasn't really standing up for Dark Cloud Bead, but he was curious about the identity of this group of people. Although from what the Qinghai Owl and the others said, it was very likely that they were sent by Zhuolingchan, but seeing is believing, so he still had to confirm. Therefore, he found an excuse from Dark Cloud Bead. At the side, Dark Cloud Bead didn't know about all this. A strange expression suddenly appeared in her clear and sparkling eyes. The other person had been cold and indifferent all along the way, she didn't expect him to care about her so much. When she thought of this, Dark Cloud Bead couldn't help but feel an indescribable shyness in her heart. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, the group of black-clothed people immediately went into an uproar. The person who had mocked Ren Yingying the most earlier couldn't help but snort. "Our master. Boss is just being polite, that's why he called you senior. Your martial arts might be high, but there are so many of us, so why would we be afraid of you?" "That's right, us brothers have run amok in the martial world for so many years, rarely meeting a worthy opponent." "You may not be able to beat us brothers," another black-clothed person chimed in. On one hand, the 2 brothers were indeed people with great backgrounds in the martial world, and on the other hand, they had so many companions present. Every one of them was an expert, and with their battle prowess, they could easily destroy a century-old sect. No matter how powerful the other party was, he was just one person. Therefore, it was good to say some polite words in front of their companions to gain some face. "Be careful." The black-clothed leader's expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly pounced towards him. Is that so? Song Qingshu sneered. When he said yes, he was clearly still at the same place, but when the word what came out of his mouth, he suddenly appeared in front of the black-cloaked man. Under the other party's shocked gaze, a finger of sword chi had already broken his heart meridian. His companion was both shocked and angry. Although the two of them weren't blood-related brothers, they had been friends for so many years, and their relationship was even closer than that of blood-related brothers. Their coordination was even more seamless. Before he could figure out what was going on, the sword in his hand subconsciously stabbed towards Song Qingshu's body. Song Qingshu slowly raised his left hand, and his two fingers easily caught the longsword. The other party felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood on his mask. At this time, the black-clothed leader's attack had already reached Song Qingshu's back. Song Qingshu let out a soft cry of surprise, and the longsword that was caught between his fingers broke. He then used the broken tip of the sword to turn around and block the black-clothed leader's incomparably swift and fierce sword attack. All of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Only then did the other black-cloaked men react, and they all used their lifetime's unique skills to pounce over. Senior, big brother, be careful. The two girls exclaimed at the same time. Reninging looked at the dark cloud pearl in surprise, and her attention quickly returned to the battle. However, she found that the other party actually had the leisure to turn around and smile at her. She couldn't help but be startled. Song Qingshu's toes touched the ground, and he suddenly disappeared from the crowd's encirclement. He returned to the side of Reninging and the other two girls. In his hand was still the black-clothed man from before, and he smiled and handed him over to Reninging. Miss Ren, this person's mouth was the most stinky just now. I'll catch him for you. Rening Luo. Many thanks. Reninging's heart skipped a beat when she saw the other party smile. Why did this person give off a familiar feeling? It was no wonder that Reninging couldn't recognize him. Song Qingshu knew that Ajiu and Xiaoqingqing were currently overseeing the Golden Snake camp, so they had to appear in his appearance. If he leaked his whereabouts outside, and someone with ulterior motives discovered that there were two Song Qingshus at the same time, there was no guarantee that someone wouldn't think of something. Therefore, not only did he wear a mask, but he also deliberately changed his voice so that people who had seen him wouldn't recognize him. The black-cloaked man's words just now were so unpleasant that Reninging couldn't wait to tear him to pieces. She pulled off the black-cloaked man's mask and saw that he was an old man with a dispirited expression. The most eye-catching thing about him was his white hair. Humph, disrespectful old man. Reninging's skin had always been very thin, and she valued face the most in her life. Moreover, as the dignified holy maiden of the Sun Moon sect, she had the power to decide the life and death of countless people. How could she be soft-hearted at this time? Without hesitation, she thrust the short sword in her hand forward and directly ended the other party's life. Demoness, how dare you! The group of black-clothed men cursed one after another, but they were intimidated by Song Qingshu at the side. For a moment, no one dared to rush over and could only watch as their companions lost their lives. On the other hand, Song Qingshu, who was watching from the side, sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought to himself, my dear Midwinter, these people only verbally teased her a few times, and she killed them with a single slash. Then the way I humiliated her before, if one day I accidentally fall into the hands of this little girl, I'm afraid I won't have a whole piece of flesh left on my body, right? Song Qingshu subconsciously shivered. Wu Yunju's complexion also turned slightly pale as she watched. She absolutely didn't expect that this fairy-like older sister would be so ruthless. Finally, a trace of regret arose in her heart. This Jianghu is really too dangerous. It's still more comfortable to stay in the capital city, reciting poems and painting with those young masters and ladies. But she quickly changed her mind. If she hadn't sneaked out, how could she have gotten to know such a hero like Big Brother? Song Goda watched as his daughter's complexion alternated between bright and gloomy. One moment it was red, the next moment it was white. He could not help but be stunned. What is my daughter actually thinking? Miss Ren, we have shown you mercy time and time again, yet you unexpectedly struck such a vicious blow. The leader of the black-clothed men said in a deep voice. His voice carried a trace of oppressive coldness. This kind of despicable and lowly person, if I kill him, then I will kill him. Ren Yingying snorted tenderly, but she held the dagger in her hand even tighter, guarding against the opponent's retaliation. At the same time, she was secretly regretting in her heart that she shouldn't have traveled alone for the sake of convenience. If she had brought her subordinates along, she wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. But right at this moment, Song Qingshu stood in front of her, blocking most of her body. He said with a laugh, "Sire is so unreasonable. Your companions were killed by me, and this white-haired old man was also captured by me. If you want to take revenge, shouldn't you come looking for me? Why would you make things difficult for a little girl?" Ren Yingying looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect that he would stand up for her again and again. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart, could this person be father's old friend? No, his martial arts are so high. If he really is father's old friend, father would have asked him for help when we besieged Dongfang Bubi. I have never heard father mention him before. But if he isn't father's friend, then why would he help? Could it be for me? As she thought about it, Ren Yingying's face suddenly turned red, and her depressed mood inexplicably improved. Humph, after being bullied by that bastard Song Qingshu for so long, my luck has finally turned for the better, and I have met a good person. The leader of the black-clothed men looked at her with fear, waved his hand to stop his restless subordinates, and said in a deep voice, "Since we offended the father of your friend first, and you took revenge on them, we have nothing to say. Today's matter ends here, and we will bid our farewells here." With that, he signaled his companions to leave. But Song Qingshu coldly said, "Did I say you can leave?" Since the other side chose this time to attack Song Gotu, who was negotiating peace, it proved that they and the Golden Snake Battalion were enemies, not friends. It's a pity that in the exchange of moves just now, the other side seemed to be deliberately concealing their martial art style. He really couldn't figure out the other side's background. How could he let the tiger return to the mountain so easily? So what if I am? Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Before the leader of the black-robed men could say anything, his subordinates burst into an uproar. Shameless boasting. Boss? Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's go together and cripple him. I don't believe he can beat so many of us by himself. Ren Yingying was secretly shocked. She had fought with this group of black-robed men before. Their combat strength was probably not below that of the 10 elders of the Sun Moon sect, especially that leader, who was even more mysterious. The sense of oppression she felt was close to that of her father's. How could this person be so confident? Ren Yingying was slightly absent-minded. The slender back of the person in front of her suddenly became mysterious and imposing. Wu Yunju was so touched that she was in a complete mess. From her point of view, the other party had done everything for her. After all, he didn't know her father, and he didn't seem to know that beautiful sister either. Other than venting her anger, what else could it be? At this moment, this big brother in front of her had unknowingly replaced the position of the Golden Snake King, Song Qingshu, in her heart. After all, the Golden Snake King was just an imaginary figure in the storytelling. How could he be as real as this big brother in front of her? The leader of the black-robed men stretched out his hand to signal his subordinates to quiet down. He then looked at Song Qingshu and said, "We have always followed the rules of the martial world. We don't want to bully you because you have fewer people. How about this, since there are 3 of you now, we will each send out 3 people and have 3 matches. If you win, we will not say anything and directly stretch out our necks to be chopped off. If you lose, then we will forget about today's matter. What do you think?" As soon as he said this, the other black-robed men immediately shouted, "Big brother, why are you talking about the rules of the martial world with them? Let's all swarm together. I don't believe he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. I have made up my mind. There is no need to say more." The leader of the black-robed men snorted coldly. He had always been extremely prestigious. Hearing him say so, although the others were a little disapproving, they all shut their mouths. In fact, he also had his own difficulties. With the Qinggong body technique that the other party had displayed earlier, not only would it not be effective against him, but it would also be easy for him to use the other party's strength to fight back. His own people would hurt his own people, so it was better to fight him one-on-one. Maybe there would be an opportunity for him to take advantage of. Song Qingshu sneered, "Your Excellency has a good plan, sending 3 people from each side while we have 2 girls on our side. One of them is a girl who doesn't know any martial arts and is a girl from a noble family who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Wu Yunzhu, who was at the side, immediately became anxious. She thought to herself, when she was young, she used to catch chickens for fun in the garden, how could she be so weak? The leader of the black-cloaked men replied in a deep voice, if you are worried, you can accept all 3 battles. Fine, as you wish. Tell me, how do you want to compete? Song Qingshu had misgivings that the enemy had too many people. Although he was not afraid of a tangled fight, Song Gotu and Wu Yunzhu, father and daughter, would inevitably be in danger. If Ren Yingying was injured, he would regret it even more. Therefore, even though he knew the enemy did not have good intentions, he still agreed. 3 battles, fist, palm, sword, and internal energy, the leader of the black-cloaked men said in a deep voice. He thought about it carefully. The reason why the opponent's performance was so frightening just now was largely due to the opponent's qinggong. In terms of real martial arts, they were not necessarily weaker than the opponent. Very well, which one of you will go first? Song Qingshu took a step forward with his hands behind his back. Obviously, he was planning to take all 3 battles by himself. Ren Yingying was anxious, she hastily said, Qianbei, it would be better if I take your place. She thought to herself, although this Qianbei's martial art skill is high, if he fought 3 battles in a row, it would be hard for him to avoid some mishap. If I take his place, I can relieve some of the pressure on him. In any case, with my martial art skill, as long as I don't encounter that leader, even if I don't win, I won't be defeated that easily. The leader of the black-cloaked men signaled to the man next to him, you go. The man nodded and walked forward. Along the way, his fingers made a cracking sound. This group of people came from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, and there were many experts among them. However, in terms of palm strength, he was recognized as the best among them. Years ago, he broke the heart meridian of a major sex leader with a single palm strike, shocking the world. When the opponent walked over, Song Qingshu appeared to be somewhat indifferent. It turned out that he was sighing inwardly. In this world's martial arts, other than swordsmanship, his knowledge was somewhat lacking. If Dongfang Muxue was here, even if the opponent deliberately hid his martial art skills, Dongfang Muxue would have already seen through these people's background. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, had to use these 3 battles to investigate the opponent's martial art style. Seeing that Song Qingshu was a little absent-minded, the man couldn't help but be overjoyed. With a hideous smile, he pressed his palm towards Song Qingshu's chest. At the same time, a piercing sound was heard, the momentum was extremely terrifying. Ren Yingying's expression suddenly changed. She exclaimed, Pagoda-bearing hand. Be careful, Qianbei. Pagoda-bearing hand Ding Mian was one of the 13 grand guardians of the Song Mountain sect. His martial arts skills were only slightly inferior to the sect leader's Welenchan. During the Battle of Hengyang City, he broke Lu Jingfeng's heart meridian with 1 palm strike. Later on, he hit Abbess Dingy 3 steps back with another palm strike, causing blood to spurt out of her mouth. The strength of his palm strike was one of the best in the 5 Mountains sword sect. If his opponent was not on guard, it was easy for him to suffer a great loss. Looks like you really are from the Song Mountain sect. Song Qingshu didn't dodge, but raised his palm to meet the attack. Seeing that the opponent didn't seem to be too concerned, Ding Mian was instantly overjoyed. He thought, if you go all out, I might be afraid of you. But you're playing like this, aren't you courting death? Then, he increased his strength, intending to take advantage of the opponent's carelessness and severely injure him. Seeing that Song Qingshu was being so careless, the man in black was also happy. Suddenly, he noticed that the edge of Song Qingshu's palm seemed to have a layer of crystal, and the surrounding light seemed to be slightly blurred and distorted. He couldn't help but be shocked. Junior martial brother, be careful. Ding Mian didn't take it seriously. He thought, senior martial brother is too cautious. If I don't take this opportunity to severely injure him, I'll really waste this God-given opportunity. However, when the 2 hands collided, the evil smile on Ding Mian's face immediately froze. Then, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He quickly retreated and looked at the opponent in shock. He bit his lips tightly and couldn't say anything. How is it? The surrounding people noticed his abnormality and surrounded him. Someone accidentally touched his arm and immediately cried out, "Is his arm broken?" The man in black hurried over and stretched out his hand to check Ding Mian's pulse. He only felt that his hand was soft and powerless. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Ding Mian's arm wasn't just broken, it was shattered inch by inch. From now on, his arm would probably be useless. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stare at Song Qingshu and said with hatred, "Your Excellency, you're too ruthless." Song Qingshu said indifferently, if he had held back, he wouldn't have been injured so badly. He had bad intentions, so who can he blame? The man in black's expression kept changing. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, "Fine, then I'll compete with you in the second round. We'll compete in inner force." Although Song Qingshu's kung fu was very high, the leader of the black-clothed men had his own confidence. His self-created frost genuine qi was the best in Wulin and had tricked many Wulin masters. He believed that even if the mysterious man's internal strength was higher than his, under the influence of the frost genuine qi, the opponent would not be able to win. Compete with internal strength? Sure. Song Qingshu smiled. The speed of cultivating internal strength with the delightful Zen could be described as 1,000 miles in a day. Later, after understanding the virtual meridians, he also cultivated the internal strength recorded in the Nine Manual and the Divine Illuminating Scripture. No matter which of these three internal strength was practiced to the extreme, he could look down on all heroes, not to mention that he cultivated all three at the same time. In terms of internal strength, Song Qingshu looked around the whole Jianghu, and there were only 3 to 5 people who were worth worrying about. At this time, Ren Yingying suddenly snorted coldly, "Since the head of the 13 guardians of Mount Song, Ding Mian, is here, then that white-haired old man must be the white-headed immortal man, Bu Chen." Rumors in Jianghu say that the white-headed immortal man and the bald eagle, Sha Tianjiang, have always been on good terms, so the person who died before must be the bald eagle. 3 of the 13 guardians have appeared. Why is Left Alliance Master hiding? Miss Ren, you really have a good eye. The leader of the black-clothed men laughed loudly. At this point, there was no need for him to hide his identity. He pulled off his scarf, and sure enough, it was the leader of the 5 mountain sword faction, Zhuo. The Mount Song faction is far away in Hunan, but Left Alliance Master assassinated the Manchurian envoy in the territory of the Golden Snake Camp. What is your intention? Ren Yingying sneered. A woman's heart is indeed unfathomable. Miss Ren, you have forgotten Ling Huchong so quickly and are only thinking about your fiancé. Zhuo laughed, but Miss Ren, you are thinking too complicated. As a Han, it is my duty to assassinate the Tatar dog official. There is no need for any intention. You. Ren Yingying's pink face turned pale with anger. When Zhuo mentioned Ling Huchong, she could no longer maintain her rationality. She secretly thought, if I speak up for the bastard Song at this time, what will happen to my face in Jianghu? Everyone in the world really thinks that I want to marry him. It would be terrible if Brother Chong misunderstood me. Seeing that Ren Yingying had turned her head away in silence, Zhuo no longer looked at her. Instead, he looked at Song Qingshu and asked, I wonder if your excellency is a Manchu or a Han? Naturally Han. Song Qingshu could roughly guess what he was going to say, but he didn't care. Since your excellency is a Han, why do you want to save this Tatar dog official? Zhuo said coldly, could it be that your excellency doesn't know about the 10 days of Yangzhou and the 3 massacres of Jiating? Song Qingshu sighed inwardly, this Zhuo was indeed an ambitious and ruthless character of his generation. He assassinated Song Goto obviously for his own selfish reasons, but now he described it in a dignified manner, as if he was avenging the Han people. Before he had time to answer, Wu Yunju beat him to it. There are good people and bad people among Han people, it is the same among Manchurian people. Ever since my father became an official, he has never done any harm to Han people. On the contrary, he helped His Majesty eliminate Oboy, that treacherous official. When Oboy's hands were stained with the blood of you Han people, and he was arrogant, where were you Jianghu people? You didn't dare to look for the real enemy, but instead came to look for my father. What kind of logic is this? Seeing that Wu Yunju, a weak girl who didn't know any martial arts, could actually speak in such a powerful and resonant voice in front of so many martial arts experts, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be surprised. This little girl didn't seem like an ordinary unmarried girl, she really did have some knowledge. Who would have thought that Xianxia didn't care at all? He coldly snorted, logic. 10 days of Yangzhou, 3 massacres of Jiaoding, who would reason with those innocent souls? You are twisting words and forcing logic. Wu Yunju tightly pursed her lips, she felt wronged, the other person completely ignored her words, it made her feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Song Qingshu walked over and patted her shoulder, he comforted her, you don't need to worry too much, do you know why all these people in Jianghu practice martial arts with all their might? Wu Yunju blankly shook her head. Because only when your martial arts are high enough, an idiot will reason with you. Song Qingshu said, his eyes still glancing at Xianxia. Ren Yingying, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but burst out laughing, thinking that this person was really bad. This little girl had just said reasonable things, but in the end, Xianxia didn't have any intention of reasoning with her. He said like this, everyone knew who he was scolding. Even though they had never heard of the word idiot, it was easy to understand from the literal meaning. Xianxia instantly became furious, you really don't know how to behave yourself. Song Qingshu laughed and said, you played around with the concept before, so why should I talk to you about self-respect? I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine. Xianxia's face was livid, you rely on your superior martial arts, are you ignoring heaven's law? If Chief's martial arts were higher than mine, would you still reason with me right now? Song Qingshu laughed disdainfully, as the saying goes, heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things like straw dogs. In this world, whoever's fist is bigger, his words are the law. Ren Yingying's eyes lit up, this person's point of view was quite similar to her father's, he seemed to be both good and evil, his actions were quite similar to those of the devil sect, he definitely couldn't be tolerated by the righteous, if she could rope him into the sect, it would be great. Ba, almsgiver already shows signs of being possessed by the devil, the sea of bitterness is boundless, repent and you will be saved. A mellow Buddhist chant shook the spirits of everyone present, followed by a benevolent old monk walking out of the woods. Xianxia was immediately overjoyed when he saw the person's appearance, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, greetings, Master Fangxing. The reason why he had talked so much with Song Qingshu just now was because he was afraid of his opponent's martial arts, worried that if they really fought, the Song Mountain sect would suffer a great loss. Now that he had a strong ally like Fangxing, he knew that today's hurdle was finally over. Now that the world was in chaos and heroes were rising, the Song Mountain sect and the Shaolin Temple lived next to each other, so they understood the principle that the lips were cold and the teeth were cold, so they had secretly formed an alliance to help each other. In the Jianghu, Xianxia also knew that the Shaolin Temple must be worried that if he succeeded in merging with the Five Mountain Sword faction, their strength would greatly increase, threatening their position in the Jianghu. But so far, the conflict between the two sects had not intensified, so if the Song Mountain sect was in trouble, Fangxing would not stand idly by. Breathing evenly, breathing deeply, I heard that Master Fangxing's cultivation of the muscle bone strengthening scripture has reached the advanced level, you really live up to your reputation. Song Qingshu bowed slightly, which counted as a salute. In the original work of the smiling, proud wanderer, Ren Wuxing was at a complete disadvantage when he competed with Fangxing, and in the end, Ren Wuxing had to use tricks to barely win a round, which showed that Fangxing's martial arts were firmly above Ren Wuxing's. However, this was not enough for Song Qingshu to salute him. The reason why he saluted him was because he respected his compassionate heart, which was recognized by everyone in the Jianghu. As for the fact that in the original work, he and Chong Su, who were good friends, hid behind the scenes and used Ling Hucheng as a tool, Song Qingshu did not think much of it. After all, it was due to their identity, and it had nothing to do with their character. Ba, Fangxing called out the name of Buddha. The muscle bone strengthening scripture is broad and profound, and this old monk has only scratched the surface. How dare I say that I have reached the advanced level? You've just scratched the surface, but you already have such a cultivation level. I'd like to see if the muscle bone strengthening scripture is really so magical. As soon as Song Qingshu's voice fell, his figure disappeared from where he stood. Fangxing's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly put his palms in front of his chest to protect himself. In a split second, a sky full of palm shadows appeared in front of him. After a dull sound, everyone saw an invisible force appear around Master Fangxing, and the leaves on the ground were instantly smashed into pieces. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu had already returned to his original spot. Master's Thousand Buddha's palm really lives up to its reputation. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Fang Jing smiled bitterly and said, almsgiver, you only used one palm, but this old monk used 19 palm strikes to neutralize it. It's really undeserved praise. Everyone in the field was shocked. Master Fang Jing's status in the Shaolin Temple was extraordinary. Not only was he highly respected, it was said that his martial arts skills were above the current abbot, Xianxia's. Such a person actually needed 19 palm strikes to neutralize one of his opponent's moves. Zhuo Lenchen's expression suddenly turned ugly. He was very clear about Master Fang Jing's martial arts skills. He originally thought that with the two of them working together, the other party would not be able to win no matter how high his martial arts skills were. Now it seemed that he had underestimated the other party. In contrast to Zhuo Lenchen's sullen expression, Wu Yunju's face was full of excitement. So my big brother is so powerful. Ren Yingying was also in a daze. She wondered, compared to that bastard Song Qingshu, whose martial arts skills are better, Master, you're too modest. Song Qingshu immediately stopped smiling. He looked at Zhuo Lenchan and asked, didn't Chief Zhuo say that we would compete in internal energy? Are we going to compete or not? Song Qingshu had already made up his mind to kill Zhuo Lenchan. Previously, he had enmity with Zhuo Lenchan on Mount Tai's Jade Emperor Peak. Later, during the Golden Snake meeting, Zhuo Lenchan's wishful thinking was accidentally destroyed by him. He already hated himself to the core. Moreover, Zhuo Lenchan was also a man of great talent and bold vision. He also had the heart to compete for the Central Plains. The Song Mountain sect and the Golden Snake camp were not far apart. Sooner or later, there would be a conflict between them. This time, Zhuo Lenchan had secretly robbed and killed the Manchurian emissary. It was obvious that he wanted to destroy the peace talks between the Manchurian Qing and the Golden Snake camp. Zhuo Lenchan's expression was uncertain. After a long time, he snorted and said, of course we will compete. In his opinion, if the two of them had a fair fight, he was afraid that he would not be the opponent. However, if it was just a competition of internal energy, it could greatly reduce the gap between the two of them. He had his trump card, the Frost Chi, and might even be able to turn defeat into victory. Noticing the flickering in his eyes, how could Song Qingshu not know what he was planning? Previously, when they competed in internal energy on Mount Tai's Jade Emperor Peak, Zhuo Lenchan was already no match for him. Now that he was even more powerful than before, if he did not take the opportunity to cripple Zhuo Lenchan, he would be letting down the trap he had painstakingly dug. Master Fang Jing, please be a witness. Zhuo Lenchan bowed to Fang Jing. This? Master Fang Jing hesitated. Competing in internal energy is extremely dangerous. Both of you, please do not overdo it. Of course. Song Qingshu and Zhuo Lenchan answered at the same time. However, they could both see that the other party did not mean what he said. Please enlighten me. Zhuo Lenchan stretched out 2 fingers and slowly pushed them in front of Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and raised his palm to meet it. As their fingers and palms intersected, Song Qingshu felt his opponent's strong internal energy. He was surprised. It seemed that after the battle on Jade Emperor Peak, his opponent's internal energy had improved again. No wonder he was so confident. After a round of probing, Zhuo Lenchan felt that his opponent's internal energy was only so. Although it was a little stronger than his, there was a limit to it. He could not help but grin hideously. The frost chi that had been hidden in his meridian surged out and went straight into his opponent's body. At this time, in the eyes of an outsider, Zhuo Lenchan's 2 fingers were shrouded in a faint layer of mist. Soon, they became like 1,000-year-old ice, crystal clear and faintly emitting cold air. Frost Chi. Ren Yingying could not help but exclaim. She knew that if one was not prepared for this kind of special type of Chi, they could easily suffer a great loss. She could not help but look at Song Qingshu worriedly, but found that he still looked very relaxed. Zhuo Lenchan's expression gradually changed. He noticed that no matter how much frost chi he poured into his opponent, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was not the slightest movement. Not even a single ice crystal appeared on his opponent's palm. Zhuo Lenchan knew that he had probably made a big mistake. However, he had no way out now. If he withdrew his internal energy, his opponent would take advantage of the situation to attack him. He would be crippled even if he did not die. He could only grit his teeth and use all his strength to activate the frost chi. He understood that his opponent was using his strong internal energy to continuously dissolve his frost chi. However, he thought that no matter how strong his opponent's internal energy was, there would still be a limit. It all depended on who could last longer. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. If it was not for the divine reflection chi that he had cultivated, it would probably be a headache when facing Xianxia's incomparably cold chi. However, the current situation was that no matter how thick an iceberg was, it would still gradually melt in front of the sun. Song Qingshu felt that the time was right. Just as he was about to use the pure yang qi to reverse flow back into Xianxia's body and completely destroy his cultivation, a young girl's voice suddenly came from not far away. There's someone fighting over there. Little junior brother, let's go take a look. That little girl's eyes are so beautiful. Junior brother, can you go get them for me? This voice was extremely delicate and melodious. However, the words spoken were extremely sinister, sending chills down one's spine. All right. A man with a low and muffled voice answered. Soon, a black shadow pounced towards Dark Cloud Bead like lightning. Big brother, save me. Only then did Dark Cloud Bead realize that the other party was talking about him. Thinking of the miserable sight of his eyeballs being dug out, he could not help but scream in fear. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed. He did not have time to hurt Xianxia. He exerted a little force and shook him away. His whole body was about to fly towards Dark Cloud Bead. However, Xianxia secretly gritted his teeth. He knew that this opportunity could not be missed. He forcefully endured the surging blood and qi in his chest, drew out his long sword and stood in front of Song Qingshu. You're courting death. Song Qingshu rolled up his sleeves. Xianxia was stunned to find that the sharp sword in his hand had suddenly become a twisted dough twist. He was so shocked that he was momentarily absent-minded. Then, a huge force came from his chest. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. My life is over. Almsgiver, please have mercy. Fang Jing cried out in alarm. The large kasaya he was wearing swiftly blocked Xianxia's chest. However, it soon shattered inch by inch. Kasaya demon subduing skill. Xianxia's pupils shrank. He was also a grandmaster. With Fang Jing's block, he had already reacted. He mustered all his strength and raised his palm to meet the attack. Bang, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Xianxia's mouth. He flew back. He was secretly glad that if the other party had not rushed to save his companion, he would not have been able to escape this time. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was very anxious. While he was delayed by the two of them, the black shadow had already appeared in front of Dark Cloud Bead and was about to gouge out her eyes. In the midst of Dark Cloud Bead's despair, she suddenly heard a delicate shout. A beautiful figure with a fragrant wind waved the short sword in her hand and stabbed towards the black shadow. Only then did Dark Cloud Bead realize that the person who attacked was the beautiful Miss Ren. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged several blows. Suddenly, Ren Yingying cried out in alarm. Her shoulder was pressed by the opponent, and her whole body fell to the ground. The black shadow did not even look at her and continued to attack Dark Cloud Bead. Song Qingshu snorted coldly. Ren Yingying blocking for a moment was enough for him. Even though he was still some distance away from Dark Cloud Bead, he took a step forward and in the next moment, he was already in front of Dark Cloud Bead. Shrinking ground to inches. Ordinary people only saw a blur and did not know what happened, but Master Fang Jing and Xianxian saw it clearly. They could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. They did not expect to see this legendary divine skill with their own eyes. The black shadow obviously did not expect Song Qingshu to suddenly appear in front of him, but he was only stunned for a moment before he immediately attacked with his palm. Song Qingshu saw that the black shadow would bring up a black wind when he attacked with his palm. He could not help but be shocked and quickly focused his mind to counterattack with his palm. The black shadow attacked in the air with the power of the sky, while Song Qingshu stood on the ground with the same thickness of the earth. The two of them went back and forth, and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged more than 20 blows, dazzling the eyes of the surrounding people. Big brother, Big Sister Ren's whole body is bone-piercing cold. It looks like she can't hold on much longer. Dark Cloudbeard's voice carried a sobbing tone. Get lost. Song Qingshu was greatly alarmed. He suddenly shouted in a deep voice, grabbed the man's shoulder, and threw him far away. At this time, the crowd saw the black shadow clearly. It was an Iron Man who had just climbed up from the dust. His whole body went limp and he almost fell, but he finally stood up and looked at Song Qingshu with fear in his eyes. Song Qingshu had already recognized him as Yu Tongji, who had participated in the Golden Snake Convention before, but he did not have time to pay attention to him at this time. He hurriedly ran to Dark Cloudbeard's side and saw Ren Yingying, who was in her arms, trembling all over, her teeth chattering, as if she was in an ice cellar. After a while, her lips also turned purple, and her face gradually turned from white to green. When he fought with Yu Tongji just now, Song Qingshu sensed that the opponent's internal energy was tyrannical. The energy was extremely cold and strange, and it contained a strong poison. Recalling the plot of the original work, he roughly guessed that the ice silkworm's cold poison in Yu Tongji's body was cultivated by the muscle-bone strengthening scripture internal energy. Good and evil complemented each other, and water and fire complemented each other. It had become the world's most powerful internal energy. No wonder even Xiao Feng in the original work could not bear it. Song Qingshu hurriedly pressed his palm on Ren Yingying's back and transferred a wisp of pure yang energy into her. Her face slowly regained a trace of color, but his mood did not improve. The cold poison in Ren Yingying's body could not be cured in a short time, but now that he was surrounded by strong enemies, he was afraid that they would not give him a chance to cure it. As expected, Zhuo Lenchan quickly reacted and couldn't help but burst into laughter. With Miss Ren's current situation, if you don't give her internal energy to hang on to her life, she will die at any time. But if you give her internal energy to hang on to her life, how can you be a match for us? I think you'd better let go of Miss Ren. You're not the one who hurt her anyway, so you don't have to worry about the Sun Moon Sect's revenge. Song Qingshu replied indifferently, you don't have to deliberately provoke me. Even if I only have one hand, it won't be that easy for you to defeat me. Ren Yingying clearly knew everything that had happened before. When she heard Song Qingshu's words, she couldn't help but feel touched. Even though her teeth were chattering, she still struggled to say, Senior, you and Yingying are neither relatives nor friends. There is no need for you to take risks for me. Yingying's death is not to be regretted. I only ask that Senior kill all these despicable and shameless people. With them buried with me, even if I die, I can smile in the underworld. Page 1. Some palm readers complained that some chapters were too expensive. That's because palm readers charged 3 pages per 1,000 words. So the more words in a chapter, the more expensive it was. 2. Many palm readers complained that the updates were too slow. This can't be helped. My books from other sites can't compare to the tens of thousands of words on Palm Reader's website. After all, their editors first let the book save hundreds of thousands of words before publishing. Song Qing was speechless. He couldn't help but sigh. In the original novel, he only paid attention to Ren Yingying's gentle side and neglected that she was a saintess from the devil cult. In terms of ruthlessness, she was even stronger than the average devil cult member. Everyone, please search for the complete version. Now that she knew she was going to die, she decisively took advantage of the situation to drag her down with her. Since I've already made my move, there's no reason for me to give up halfway. Song Qing ignored her request and kept sending genuine qi into her body to suppress the cold poison. But you'll be in danger. How could Ren Yingying not know the danger? Zhuo Lenchan was deliberately provoking him to waste his internal energy to save her. On one hand, he was transferring internal energy to her, and on the other, he had to resist so many masters. No matter how good his martial arts were, he would only be exhausted to death. I know what I'm doing, Song Qing replied in a low voice. Tisk, tsk, what a lovely couple. The delicate and pleasant voice from before rang out again. Only then did everyone have the time to size up the source of the voice. They saw a 15 or 16-year-old girl dressed in purple standing next to the iron-headed man. Her complexion was snow white, and she was beautiful and pretty. However, her large black eyes were darting around, and her face was filled with an air of cleverness. She did not look like a well-mannered young lady from the Central Plains. The ancient said, the evil purple stole the vermilion. I'm not deceiving you. Songqing sighed and then stared coldly at the girl. Ding Chuanqiu is really regressing. You guys betrayed the sect, but he still hasn't cleaned you up yet. Songqing had seen Yu Tongji at the Golden Snake Convention last time and found it strange that he was Ding Chuanqiu's disciple. Now that he saw this girl, he immediately understood. Who else could make Yu Tan listen to the purple-clothed girl other than Zi? Thinking of how Zi stole Ding Chuanqiu's divine wood king cauldron and fled to the Central Plains, it was not difficult to guess their current state. The girl's expression changed. You know us? Songqing snorted and ignored her. He turned to Master Fangjing. I've long heard that Master is kind and generous. Now that I've seen you, you really don't live up to your reputation. Master Fangjing opened his mouth, but finally shook his head with a face full of shame. You're right. Suolenchan, on the other hand, sneered and said, Master Fangjing clearly intended to save the little girl just now. Unfortunately, some people wanted to take the opportunity to take my life, so Master Fangjing could only save me who was closer. Speaking of which, you only have yourself to blame. You and I both know the truth. Songqing smiled disdainfully. How could he not see that the Song Mountain sect must have secretly reached an agreement with the Shaolin Temple? Otherwise, why would a good man like Fangjing protect him everywhere? Suolingchan's face reddened, but he ignored him. Instead, he walked towards Yu Tongji. I'm Suolinchan of Mount Song. Is this the young swordsman you who fought against the swordsman of Jinyang at the Golden Snake meeting? It's me. Yu Tongji knew that Suolenchan was a person of great status in the martial arts world. Seeing that he was actually making friends with him in such a way, it was inevitable that he was somewhat surprised. Eh? You are the alliance master of the Five Mountain Sword faction? Zi looked at Suolenchan curiously and thought to herself, humph, in the Xianxia sect, I'm the junior sister. Everyone bullies me. Hee, since I met this iron-headed monster, even the alliance master of the Five Mountain Sword faction has to salute to me. Seeing Zi's proud face, Suolenchan inevitably felt displeased. But he had long been a shrewd person. At a glance, he could see that this iron-headed monster was obedient to her words. Now that he was going to fight side by side with Yu Tongji, he naturally would not show his dissatisfaction. Instead, he praised, young swordsman Yu is not only skilled in martial arts, but also has a beautiful companion. It's really enviable. Yu Tongji's face reddened and he hurriedly said, Miss Zi is not. I dare not claim to be of a higher status. But in his heart, a trace of uncontrollable joy rose. Seeing Yu Tongji's appearance, Zi could not help but secretly frown. She thought to herself, if it weren't for that old bastard Ding Chuanqiu chasing me and having to rely on his martial arts to protect me, how could I mix with this ugly monster? How can a talented man and a beautiful woman be of a higher status? Looking at Yu Tongji's iron-headed monster, Suolenchan suppressed the disgust in his heart and praised him against his conscience. Until Yu Tongji was dizzy from all the praise, he suddenly changed the topic. But before the two of you can get married, I'm afraid there will be a great tribulation. What tribulation? Being flattered by Suolenchan, Yu Tongji had already begun to fantasize about marrying Zi. Suddenly hearing him say this, a trace of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. Young swordsman, you must have seen that person's martial arts just now. Suolenchan pointed at Songqing, the two of you have offended him so much today. If he manages to escape today, I'm afraid the two of you will not be able to eat and sleep in peace in the future. Suolenchan's pretense was good enough to fool Yu Tongji, but how could Zi, who had always been mischievous, not know his intentions? However, growing up in the Xianxia sect, she had long learned the principle of cutting weeds and eliminating the roots. If she did not take advantage of this great opportunity to get rid of that person today, she was afraid it would be very troublesome in the future. In view of this, Zi did not expose Suolenchan's intentions. Instead, she smiled and said in support of him, little junior brother, sect leader Sua is right. If we can't get rid of him today, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep well every night. At the same time, she secretly regretted it. If she had known that the little girl had such a powerful backer, she would not have provoked her. Hearing Zi's words, Yu Tongji could not help but stare at Songqing fiercely. Since Miss Zi wants you dead, then go ahead and die. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on him with a gust of black wind. Xianxia was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly waved his long sword and attacked at the same time. While Xianxia was persuading Yutanji, Song Qing was busy suppressing the cold poison in Reninging's body. It would have been fine if Yutanji's palm energy was only extremely cold, but at the same time, it also contained a strong poison. In a short time it had already eroded Reninging's meridians. Song Qing spent a lot of effort to gradually stabilize the situation in Reninging's body, so that the cold poison would no longer invade her meridians. However, he knew that as soon as he stopped transferring his inner force, the suppressed cold poison would immediately erupt, and Reninging would probably, seeing Yutanji and Xianxia attack at the same time, Song Qing snorted coldly. One hand remained on Reninging's back, while the other hand was released to neutralize the two's attacks. In the blink of an eye, the three had already exchanged more than 10 moves, but Xianxia was shocked to find that the two of them had not gained any advantage at all. The rest of the people in the field were even more shocked. They saw that Song Qing could only use one hand, and because Reninging was next to him, he could not even dodge or move. But even in such a disadvantageous situation, facing the attacks of two great masters, he still seemed to be able to deal with them with ease. How high was this person's martial arts? When did such a master appear in Jianghu? The people in the field began to secretly guess the background of the other party. Song Qing, however, frowned. It turned out that whether it was Xianxia or Yutanji, their inner energy was extremely cold. Although he was not afraid of it, the temperature of the surrounding air had dropped a few degrees after fighting for so long. The cold poison in Reninging's body seemed to have been summoned and began to stir. Song Qing had no choice but to divert a little more of his inner energy into her body. Although Yutanji's inner energy was vigorous and strange, he was, after all, inexperienced in fighting and did not notice anything unusual. Instead, it was Xianxia who keenly sensed that Song Qing's moves had become a little more obscure. When he saw Reninging standing beside him, he suddenly came to a realization and hurriedly said, "Attack Reninging." As soon as he finished speaking, he changed his moves halfway and attacked Reninging. Song Qing immediately became furious. You're a grandmaster, how can you be so shameless?" Xianxia, however, turned a deaf ear to Song Qing and attacked Reninging again and again. But the effect was obvious. Song Qing could no longer maintain his previous calm and relaxed posture. There were a few times when he was trying to protect Reninging, and he looked extremely embarrassed. "Senior, quickly let me go. If this goes on, you'll also die," Reninging said anxiously. Her eyes were a little red. Since she was a child, there had been no lack of people who risked their lives to protect her. But that was only because of her identity as a saint nun. No one had chosen to protect her with their lives because of her. "I'll suppress the cold poison for you. Quickly take this opportunity to focus on forcing the poison out. Don't let your imagination run wild." "I can still handle it," Song Qing replied indifferently. Reninging tightly pursed her lips. She knew in her heart that even with Xianxia's help, it would take at least a few hours to force the cold poison out of her body. In such a long time, both of them had died countless times. Reninging suddenly noticed that in order to protect herself, there were a few times when he obviously could have easily dodged the attacks, but he had no choice but to take them head-on. Every time he took a head-on hit, his moves would become a little more obscure, and it would take a while for him to recover. Although her martial arts couldn't be considered top-notch, she had grown up in Blackwood Cliff, where experts were everywhere. She had seen too many experts, and her eyesight was extremely sharp. She immediately saw that he was affected by the bone-chilling cold of the opponent's true energy. Reninging knew that if she let this go on, there would come a time when he couldn't hold on. After hesitating for a moment, she blushed and whispered in his ear, "You don't have to stay by my side like this. You can hold me in your arms. That way, you can move and dodge." Normally, Reninging, who had always been thin-skinned, would never say such words to a man, even if the other party was Ling Huchong. But she saw that in order to protect her, the situation was becoming more and more dangerous. It didn't matter if she died, but if she implicated the senior, she wouldn't be able to redeem herself even if she died 10,000 times. As soon as the words left her mouth, Reninging's cheeks flushed red. She secretly sighed in her heart, "This senior is really a gentleman." It's been so long, other than helping me heal my injuries, he hasn't touched any other part of my body. If that bastard Song Qing was here, he would have taken the opportunity to touch my entire body. Noticing that Ren Yingying's expression alternated between shyness and anger, Song Qing only thought that she was embarrassed. He didn't know that in her heart, she had already cursed him half to death. Even so, Song Qing seemed to have a tacit understanding and cursed himself a few times. Mother ***, I've acted like an expert too much. I actually didn't think of such a simple method. Song Qing stretched out his arm and held Ren Yingying in his arms. His arm went around her slender waist and gently pressed on her lower abdomen, continuing to continuously send his internal energy to suppress the cold poison in her body. Ren Yingying lightly bit her lip, secretly angry in her heart. Why did he press on such a place? But now that things had come to this, she couldn't care so much. In order to reduce his burden, she stretched out her 2 jade arms and wrapped them around his neck. Her whole body was like a little bird leaning on a man, nestling in Song Qing's arms. FPS with a warm and fragrant body in his arms, he smelled the delicate fragrance of a young girl that was like an orchid, yet not a musk. Song Qing's spirits were immediately lifted, and he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Miss Ren, let me borrow your sword. Although he had a wooden sword, it was too obvious. Who in the world didn't know that his weapon was a wooden sword? Once he took it out, his deliberately hidden identity would immediately be exposed. What worried Song Qing the most was what if Ren Yingying found out that he was Song Qing and refused to let him treat her. According to the little things that happened between the two of them, the probability of this happening was 100%. Whether it was his previous life or this life, Song Qing had a good impression of Ren Yingying. He didn't want to see her die. You take it yourself. At this time, Ren Yingying's hands were wrapped around his neck, but the dagger was placed in her arms. Now that he was dodging and moving around, she was worried that if she let go, she would fall down. The other party would definitely want to save her, and if the enemy took the opportunity to attack, it would be over. Ren Yingying clenched her teeth and muttered to herself, "It's urgent." Song Qing was startled as well. He never expected that eldest young Miss Ren, who had always been shy and tender, would actually be so decisive. Of course, he wouldn't be embarrassed. In any case, she was his fiancée, so this wasn't too much. What a pair of adulterers. I wonder how Ling Huchong will feel when he sees this. Ever since the other party held Ren Yingying in his arms and was able to move and dodge, the situation on the battlefield had changed drastically. His previous strategy of besieging Ren Yingying to rescue Ren Yingying had become ineffective. He could only use words and hope that Ren Yingying would refuse to be held by that person again out of shame and anger. Courting death. Song Qing's expression turned cold as he reached into Ren Yingying's bosom. A cold light flashed, and Xianxia screamed as he retreated hastily. When he steadied himself, everyone could clearly see that his left hand was drenched in blood. His little finger and nameless finger were nowhere to be found. Xianxia, on the other hand, was valiant. After sealing the acupoints to stop the bleeding, he brandished his long sword and rushed forward. As he rushed, he shouted at his men in black, "Are you all dead? Kill them." The reason why that group of people had hesitated before was because of Xianxia's status and reputation in the martial arts world. Not only did he take advantage of someone's precarious situation, but he also wanted to team up with another peerless master kung fu in front of great master Fengjing of Shaolin Temple. If they all attacked together, even if they won the Song Mountain sect, they would still lose face. Now that they saw that Xianxia was heavily injured, everyone came to a realization. This was a life and death struggle, so how could they have the time to care about face? Instantly, they howled and charged over. Song Qing forced Yu Tongji to retreat with one strike of his sword. Looking at the crowd that was charging at them from a short distance away, he lowered his head to look at Ren Yingying and asked softly, "Miss Ren, are you afraid?" Ren Yingying smiled. "With Senior here, why would I be afraid?" Ha ha ha, Song Qing let out a long laugh. His heroic spirit was instantly reignited. He looked at the crowd that was charging at him and shouted, "Even if all of you come at me together, I have nothing to fear." His shout was filled with inner power. The people in black only felt their ears buzzing. Intimidated by his power, they actually did not dare to continue moving forward for a moment. Song Qing did not take advantage of the situation to pursue them. Instead, he raised the short sword in his hand in front of him and carefully observed it. He saw that the blade was short and thin, and seemed transparent under the sunlight. He could not help but ask curiously, "Miss Ren, does this sword have a name?" Ren Yingying shook her head slightly. "I found this in the armory of Blackwood Cliff when I was young. I even specifically asked my father, but even he did not know its name. This sword is almost transparent, as if it has no form. It is in line with the meaning of the shadow bearing, a famous sword of the spring and autumn period. Let's call it shadow bearing." As soon as Song Qing finished speaking, a dragon's roar came from the blade. It was as if the sword had a spirit and liked the name very much. Shadow bearing? Ren Yingying muttered to herself. She could not help but recall the legend of the shadow-bearing sword that she had read about in ancient times. One day during the spring and autumn period, in a pine forest on the outskirts of Wei country, at the moment when the sky turned black and white, a pair of hands slowly rose up. Both hands clasped a sword hilt. Only the hilt and not the blade of the long sword could be seen. However, a fleeting shadow of the sword was faintly cast on the northern wall. The shadow of the sword only existed for a moment before disappearing with the arrival of the day. It was not until dusk that the sky gradually darkened. At the moment when day and night intersected, the fleeting shadow of the sword reappeared. "All right, let's call it shadow bearing." Ren Yingying's eyes brightened. She felt that this sword had many similarities with the famous ancient sword. "You're at death's door, yet you still have the leisure to be so carefree." Zhuo snorted coldly. Dissatisfied with his men's retreat, he took the initiative to attack. Seeing that Zhuo had taken the lead, the group of people in black looked at each other and also brandished their weapons to attack. In this way, the pressure that Song Qing faced suddenly increased. No matter how high his martial arts were, he only had one hand, and these people in black were not mediocre. Of course, if Song Qing encountered these people on an ordinary day, he would at most kill them with one sword strike. But now he had to constantly transfer his genuine qi into Ren Yingying's body, which reduced his strength by almost half. Moreover, he had to protect Ren Yingying at all times. Often when he was about to stab someone to death, he had to withdraw halfway to block the attack aimed at Ren Yingying. Not far away, Zi saw that Song Qing was still standing in the center despite being in a slightly awkward situation. She could not help but feel secretly annoyed. "Bah, what kind of leader of the Five Mountain Sword faction is that? It sounds so impressive, but it turns out that he is so useless. So many people attacking him, but he can't even defeat one person, and he's even carrying a woman in his arms." At the same time, she was secretly frightened. This person's martial arts are so high. If he escapes today, he will come looking for Z in the future, and her little life will be gone. Z wanted to help, but it was a pity that she knew her own limitations. With her martial arts, even Zhuo men in black were far inferior to her. If she went to help, she would not only cause trouble but also seek death. Suddenly seeing Wu Yunzhu, who was not far away with an anxious face, Zi rolled her eyes and suddenly came up with a plan. With a light leap, she flew to Wu Yunzhu's side, grabbed her throat, and said to Song Qing with a smile, "Hey, what kind of expert? If you don't give up, this little girl will die." Song Qing looked back and saw Wu Yunzhu's situation, and he could not help but snort. Zi still wanted to say something, but that cold snort sounded like thunder in her ears. She suddenly became absent-minded for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she was shocked to find that the tip of a sword had appeared in her throat. "Let go of her." Song Qing held Ren Yingying in his arms and said in a low voice. "No." Although the cold air on the tip of the sword had caused goosebumps on her neck, Zi still stubbornly raised her head, and her hand was still holding Wu Yunzhu's throat. "Big brother, don't worry about me," Wu Yunzhu said hurriedly. "Hee, little beauty, if he really didn't care about you, he would have stabbed you with the sword just now. Isn't he worried that I will hurt you before I die?" Zi naughtily blew into Wu Yunzhu's ear with a smile on her face. Song Qing could not help but look at her in surprise. He did not expect her to be so calm in this situation at such a young age. If it was someone else, even the bravest warrior in the army would have subconsciously retreated to protect himself. But she actually made a decision in such a short time. Not only did she not retreat, but she also tightened her grip on Wu Yunzhu's throat. Let go of Miss Z. Seeing that his little fairy in his heart had a sword pointed at her throat, Yutanji went crazy and pounced on Song Qing in a rage. FPS Song Qingshu frowned and waved his sword behind him. A sharp sword chi suddenly rose into the sky. Yutanji's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly swept his palms forward, and a cloud of black wind blocked in front of him. The sword chi and the black wind collided, and Yutanji retreated at a faster speed than when he came. He only managed to stabilize himself after a dozen steps. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. If Yutanji had not practiced the I Jing Jing to a certain extent, he would have been seriously injured if not dead. Yutanji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared. He wanted to rush over again, but when he moved, his face suddenly changed. His eyes looked around as if he was looking at his iron helmet. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, they suddenly heard a sound that sounded like an eggshell cracking coming from above his head. Everyone looked in his direction and saw that the iron helmet on his head had shattered into pieces. What? Ugh. So ugly. Suddenly, there was a burst of gasps in the air. It turned out that what appeared in front of everyone was a very ugly face. Yutanji's face was covered with scarlet flesh, forming a disgusting sarcoma. It was hard to tell if Yutanji's face had been burned or scalded. Even Reningying, who was used to seeing life and death, closed her eyes and leaned her head on Song Qingshu's shoulder. Dark Cloud Pearl glanced at him and turned away in fear. Even Zi's pretty face was faintly trembling. Obviously, she was trying hard to suppress the disgust. Yutanji was already very self-abased. Now he showed his ugliest side in front of his sweetheart. Hearing the people around him pointing at him, his eyes suddenly filled with tears. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. He had originally sympathized with the rough fate of Yutanji in the original work, but today he found that there must be something hateful about the pitiful person. Just because of Zi's words, he did not hesitate to kill an innocent girl. Frightened by the power of Song Qingshu's sword, the group of men in black hesitated for a moment. They did not dare to rush over immediately, so they could only surround them in the middle. Song Qingshu was happy that they did not attack. It was a good opportunity to remove the cold poison from Reningying's body. Song Gotu was a shrewd man. In the fight a moment ago, he was able to see some clues. This mysterious man's qinggong in front of him was superb. The main reason why he was delayed in this place was because he wanted to save him, father and daughter. His heart was moved. He hastily said, "Brave warrior, you have already tried your best, you don't need to worry about me anymore, I only ask that you save my daughter." Dark Cloud Pearl immediately cried out in alarm, "No, father. If we live together. If we die together. I won't leave you." After she finished speaking, she looked at Song Qingshu with tears in her eyes. "Big brother, take this big sister and leave. Don't worry about me." Song Qingshu frowned, but before he could answer, Wu Yunju continued, "But I don't want to die with regrets. Before I die, can you grant me a wish?" "What wish?" Song Qingshu asked curiously. "Can you take off your mask and let me see your face?" Dark Cloud Pearl looked at him expectantly. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. Even at this time, she was still thinking about this. He shook his head with a smile and said, "You won't die. In the future, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to see." After he finished speaking, he looked at Azi. Azi subconsciously took a step back. Her grip on Dark Cloud Pearl's neck tightened. "Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I can't guarantee that I won't be nervous and kill her by mistake." "Do you think her eyes are very beautiful?" Song Qingshu said indifferently. "So what if I do?" Azi raised her chin, but she was secretly complaining in her heart. If she knew she would offend such a malefic person, she would not have said such a cheap mouth just now. "Do you like beautiful eyes?" Song Qingshu smiled faintly. "Since you like it so much, do you think my eyes are beautiful? As a man, you claim that your eyes are beautiful. Don't you find it disgusting?" Azi cursed in her heart, but she still looked at his eyes subconsciously. Who knew that his eyes were like a whirlpool of nothingness? Then she found that she could no longer move her eyes away. Step by step, she fell into the endless darkness. "Do my eyes look good?" A faint smile appeared on the corner of Song Qingshu's mouth. He rarely used the soul transfer technique on women. After all, it was too easy to use the soul transfer technique to get women. It was not as interesting as conquering them step by step. However, he did not have that much time to deal with a vicious little demon girl like Ozzy. Beautiful, Ozzy murmured. Then are you willing to stay by my side and look at me for the rest of your life? Song Qingshu continued. A hint of struggle flashed across Ozzy's face. However, now that Song Qingshu's spiritual power was so powerful, how could she resist when he used all his strength? Yes. Call me master. Song Qingshu said coldly. Master. Ozzy smiled sweetly. Her voice was very clear and melodious. Song Qingshu deliberately used true qi to set up a barrier around them. Therefore, other than Ren Yingying, who was in Song Qingshu's arms, and Wu Yunju, who was being held hostage by Ozzy, no one else could hear their conversation. Come to my side. Song Qingshu smiled with satisfaction and waved at Ozzy. Ozzy bowed and replied softly, Yes, master. After saying that, she walked to Song Qingshu's side, and Wu Yunju was naturally released. Witnessing all this, Wu Yunju's small mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. Her face was full of disbelief. She did not understand why the little demon girl who was arrogant before would be so obedient to Big Brother. Could it be that Big Brother was an immortal who descended from heaven? On the contrary, Ren Yingying, who was experienced and knowledgeable, thought of some Zhenghu rumors. She could not help but be secretly shocked. Could it be that this person knows the legendary Kung Fu? In that case, I'll have to be careful in the future and never look into his eyes. Otherwise, I'll end up like Ozzy, becoming his slave in a daze and doing whatever he wants me to do. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. However, Ren Yingying immediately began to blame herself. Ren Yingying, he risked his life to save you. You can clearly see that he is a righteous gentleman from all the previous details. How can you be so suspicious of your benefactor? Song Qingshu did not know what the two girls were thinking. He just whispered a few words in Ozzy's ear. Ozzy nodded repeatedly. Yes, master. Yu Tongji, who was feeling sorry for himself, suddenly saw Song Qingshu so close to his goddess. The two of them looked so intimate, and Ozzy's face did not show any signs of displeasure. Yu Tongji immediately became furious. Let go of Miss Ozzy. He was about to rush over again. Little junior brother, it was only a misunderstanding between us and this senior. He is a magnanimous person. Our grievances have been written off. Ozzy looked at him and said with a smile. But. Yu Tongji was dissatisfied. He was depressed but did not know what to say. No buts. Are you not going to listen to me anymore? Ozzy's pretty face suddenly turned cold. No, Yu Tongji hurriedly waved his hands. Of course I will listen to Miss Ozzy. Zuelenchan, who was beside him, was shocked and angry. He really could not understand why Ozzy would turn against him. Without Yu Tongji, he might not be able to control her by himself. Young hero Yu, a real man stands between heaven and earth. With your martial arts, you are more than qualified to be the leader of a sect. Why are you so submissive to a woman? If you like this little girl, I will capture her and give her to you. You can use her as a slave or a maid or warm your bed. Isn't it all up to you? Zuelenchan had always been bold and bold. He had long disapproved of Yu Tongji's cowardly behavior, so he took the opportunity to persuade him. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Yu Tongji was not moved. Instead, he flew into a rage. How dare you insult Miss Ozzy? Ozzy also snorted coldly. Little junior brother, this person is very evil. He has been using us as weapons from the beginning. Now he is even trying to sow discord between us. He is really hateful. Yu Tongji's eyes lit up. He immediately said, since Miss Ozzy doesn't like him, I will take his life. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Zuelenchan. Zuelenchan was immediately shocked. He did not expect that the opponent would attack just like that. The rest of the men in black saw Yu Tongji talking to Ozzy. They did not put Zuelenchan in their eyes at all. When they talked about killing him, it was as if they were talking about killing a chicken. They could not help but become furious. They waved their weapons and slashed at Yu Tongji. Come back. Xuelenchon hurriedly called out. However, those people did not listen. They were all Jianghu's top experts. They were invited by Xuelenchon to kill Songgotu. In the chaotic battle just now, they had already seen that although Yutanji's momentum was frightening, his martial arts were very sloppy and ordinary. Therefore, none of them were afraid of him. They only wanted to take the opportunity to kill him and do Xuelenchon a favor. Who knew that as soon as the two sides came into contact, the men in black's expressions changed. Before, they did not feel anything when they joined hands with Yutanji. Now that Song Qingshu was no longer resisting the majority of the colding energy, these people finally realized how powerful the opponent's internal energy was. Often with just one move, many of them could not withstand the cold energy from his palm. They were so cold that their teeth chattered. A few unlucky ones were hit by Yutanji's palm. Their bodies were immediately covered in frost, and in a flash, their vitality was gone. Xuelenchon's heart was bleeding. These people were all experts that he had spent a lot of effort to win over. He planned to use the Five Peaks sect as a surprise attack. Who knew that this time they would suffer such a heavy loss? Although he still wanted to deal with the mysterious man together with Yutanji, but now that Yutanji had killed so many of his companions, Xuelenchon knew clearly that if he continued to try to win him over, he would lose the trust of his companions. Xuelenchon also made a prompt decision. He roared and pounced towards Yutanji. He only hoped to kill the opponent as soon as possible and then deal with the mysterious man. Bang bang bang, after all, Xuelenchon was a grandmaster of his generation. His eyesight and experience were several realms higher than Yutanji's. In a flash, he caught the opponent's flaws and hit him with several palms. However, Xuelenchon's expression quickly turned ugly. He found that after his ice real chi entered the opponent's body, the opponent had no reaction. The ice real chi was a killing move that Xuelenchon had carefully prepared in secret all these years. He was confident that even a top expert like Wuxing, the cult master of the devil cult, would die if he was accidentally hit by his ice real chi. Even this unfathomable mysterious man in front of him could only use his top internal energy to resist his ice real chi. He would never dare to let his attacks land on his body. But Yutanji was hit several times in a row, and yet he was completely fine. Watch out! Master Feng Jing suddenly exclaimed. Xuelenchon already felt the bone-chilling cold even before his opponent's palm energy reached his body. He was shocked and thought to himself, I'm cultivating the ice genuine chi, how can other people's internal energy make me feel cold? He quickly raised his palm in front of his chest, but unfortunately, it happened in a hurry, so he could only use 50 or 60% of his internal energy. When the two palms collided, Xuelenchon felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his whole body was sent flying backward. When he stood firm, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood fell on the grass, and the crowd found that there were small pieces of ice mixed in the blood, emitting wisps of cold air. Yutanji roared and pounced on him like a shadow. Xuelenchon's face suddenly turned pale, and he thought to himself, forget it, I didn't expect that I, Xuelenchon, would die in the hands of a nameless pawn. Unexpectedly, Master Feng Jing suddenly stood in front of him and exchanged several palms with Yutanji in the blink of an eye, and the last palm pushed Yutanji back. Yutanji was forced back more than 10 steps before he could regain his balance. Even though Feng Jing had suddenly appeared at an advantage, those few palms had been solid blows. There was no trick to it at all. Yutanji did not dare to rush over rashly in fear of his opponent's internal energy. Ba. Master Feng Jing chanted the name of Buddha. Song Qingshu immediately sneered, Master Feng Jing, just now they took advantage of the situation to besiege me, why didn't you come to my rescue? Now that Xuelenchon is in trouble, you come running out. You're really in cahoots with him. Your martial arts are far superior to mine, so why would I need to come to your rescue? Feng Jing replied, you're a well-known leader in the martial arts world, so I can't just stand by and watch. What's more, this donor Yu's internal energy seems to come from the same source as our temple's muscle-bone strengthening scripture, so I also want to find out the truth. After saying that, he bowed to Yutanji, please return our temple's muscle-bone strengthening scripture, benefactor. What muscle-bone strengthening scripture? I've never heard of it, Yutanji replied in a muffled voice, looking very impatient. Actually, he wasn't lying because he didn't know that he was practicing the muscle bone strengthening scripture. Ozzy couldn't help but snort, "You shameless monk. Many people here have fought with my junior brother, and all of them can feel the coldness of his genuine chi. Could it be that your Shaolin Temple's muscle bone strengthening scripture is also this evil and vicious kung fu?" Ba. Fang Jing was highly respected in the martial arts world. Despite being ridiculed by a little girl, he was not angry. Instead, he looked at Yu Tongji and asked, "Benefactor Yu, have you ever been bitten by something as poisonous as a 1,000-year-old ice silkworm?" Yu Tan nodded subconsciously, which made Zi, who was beside him, sulk. "That's right." Fang Jing sighed. "You must have cultivated our temple's muscle bone strengthening scripture by chance. That's why you were able to survive the cold poison. The muscle bone strengthening true qi in your body intertwined with the cold poison and evolved into this overbearing true qi of extreme yin and extreme cold." Yu Tongji could not help but admire Fang Jing's benevolent countenance for being able to reconstruct the situation so accurately with just a guess. Suddenly, he thought of the book he had obtained by chance. Could it be that the great master was talking about this book? After saying that, he took out a simple and unadorned booklet with 3 curved words on the cover. If someone who understood Sanskrit saw it, they would definitely recognize the 3 words written in Sanskrit, muscle bone strengthening scripture. Thinking of the legendary supreme skill of the Shaolin Temple, the muscle bone strengthening scripture, which was more profound than the 72 ultimate skills, was right in front of them, everyone's breathing quickened. As an eminent monk of the Shaolin Temple, Fang Jing naturally recognized Sanskrit. He looked excited and said, "This is the book." The booklet in front of him was the original Sanskrit copy of the muscle bone strengthening scripture that had been mysteriously lost in the Shaolin Temple. In fact, compared to a martial arts secret book, this booklet had a greater symbolic meaning. After all, even the eminent monks of the Shaolin Temple rarely understood this book. The monks who practiced the muscle bone strengthening scripture all practiced the Chinese translation. Thinking about this, Fang Jing could not help but be curious. How exactly did this dull-looking young man learn the divine technique from this book? Yu Tongji nodded and said, "I've always wanted to return this book to its original owner, but I don't know who the original owner is. Since it belongs to the Shaolin Temple, it should be returned to the Shaolin Temple." Song Qingshu frowned slightly. Today, a large group of people had fought to the death and suffered heavy losses. If he let Fang Jing find the muscle bone strengthening scripture, wouldn't the Shaolin Temple be the biggest winner? Moreover, he had been tricked by Fang Jing several times today. If he really sat back and watched him obtain the divine skill, how could he think? Zi had grown up in the Xianxia sect and had long mastered the divine skill of observing people's expressions. Before Song Qingshu said anything, she had already guessed what he was thinking. He intended to give the muscle bone strengthening scripture to her master to please him. She rolled her eyes and shouted, "Little junior brother, don't be fooled by others." Hearing her words, Yu Tan subconsciously withdrew his outstretched hand. Song Qingshu couldn't help but look at Zi with admiration. He thought that her ability to guess her master's thoughts was probably not inferior to Wei Xiaobao's. Seeing that Yu Tongji had taken the book back, Fang Jing suddenly looked a little unhappy. He said, "Little girl, everyone knows that the muscle bone strengthening scripture belongs to the Shaolin Temple. How can you say that it's a lie?" Zi snorted and said, "Although the muscle bone strengthening scripture belongs to the Shaolin Temple, who can prove that this book is the muscle bone strengthening scripture? Maybe you saw my junior brother's amazing internal energy and deliberately set a trap to trick him? The 3 words muscle bone strengthening scripture are clearly written on the cover. How else can we prove it?" Fang Jing suddenly became anxious. Although I come from the western regions, I can still recognize the Central Plains characters. May I ask if the 3 words muscle bone strengthening scripture are written like this? Zi smiled disdainfully. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel very lucky that he had used the soul transfer technique to recruit her. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to deal with such a weird enemy. Fang Jing said impatiently, "These 3 words are written in Sanskrit. Naturally, they are not in the shape of Chinese characters." Who else here can recognize Sanskrit other than you, big monk? Isn't it up to you to say whether it's the muscle bone strengthening scripture or not? Zi snorted. The people around knew that Zi was pestering them endlessly, but many of them secretly nodded in agreement. What she said did make some sense. None of them understood Sanskrit, so it was uncertain whether this book was the muscle-bone strengthening scripture or not. Before Fangjing had time to explain, Zi said again, "Unfortunately, I come from the western regions and happen to know Sanskrit. These 3 words are not muscle-bone strengthening scripture, but Shinzu scripture. Little junior brother, give the scripture to your senior sister." Yutanji was confused by their tit-for-tat, but he still preferred to believe in his goddess. Hearing Zi's urging, he subconsciously wanted to give her the secret book in his hand. Wait. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the forest not far away, causing the blood and chi of many people to churn. Soon, a tall and burly monk walked out with large strides. Beside him was an ugly little monk who looked a little silly. Seeing the two, the people around suddenly burst into an uproar. It turns out to be Master Xuanqing, who is known as the first person in Shaolin Temple in 200 years. The little monk beside him seems to be Master Su Zhu, who shone brilliantly in the Golden Snake Convention. Yes, he shocked Nan Morom to the ground with one palm, and then the battle with the Sword Immortal was even more earth-shattering. It seems that that person is dead today. Not bad, he even dared to fight with the Shaolin Temple for the muscle-bone strengthening scripture. Since you claim to know Sanskrit, why don't you translate this sentence into Sanskrit? Xianxia strode over and sneered at Zi. If the night is restless, thoughts will fly, how can one be deterred? How should this sentence be translated into Sanskrit? Shaolin's 72 ultimate skills were famous all over the world. Xianxia was proficient in 13 of them, which made him the first person in Shaolin Temple in 200 years. Among the 13 ultimate skills, Xianxia was most proud of Prajna Palm. Prajna Palm was the most advanced martial art in Shaolin's fist system. It was no less difficult to practice than I Ching Jing. If you are restless at night, your mind will wander, how can you subdue it? This sentence was written on the first page of Prajna Palm. It was the founder's notes about the changes in his state of mind. Xianxia deliberately made things difficult for Zi. He was confident that outsiders would never have heard of this sentence before. Even among Shaolin disciples, the number of people who had seen this sentence could be counted on one hand. Moreover, Prajna Palm was created by an eminent monk of the Central Plains, not from India like I Ching Jing. Therefore, there was no Sanskrit version of this sentence in the world. Even if Zi really understood Sanskrit, it would be difficult to translate it in a hurry. Hearing Xianqing's words, Zi's expression changed. How could she understand Sanskrit? She was just pestering him. Noticing the change in Zi's expression, Xianqing suddenly sneered, "Haha, didn't you just claim to understand Sanskrit and insist that the book on the cover is Shinzu Sutra? Why are you silent now?" Zi was speechless for a moment. "What about me?" Xianqing glared at her and said angrily. "At such a young age, you take pleasure in deceiving people. I don't know how your parents taught you." Zi had never seen her parents. This matter was her reverse scale. Hearing Xianqing mention her parents, she suddenly became angry. "Brother, slap this stinky monk for me." "Yes, Miss Zi." Yutanji faced Zi with respect and admiration, but when he turned around to look at Xianqing, his face was fierce. Xianqing suddenly burst into laughter. "You?" Although he knew Xianqing's martial arts level, Master Fangjing was worried that Xianqing would suffer a loss due to carelessness. He hurriedly reminded, "Brother, this person has mastered I Ching Jing and his internal force is mixed with strong cold poison." As soon as his voice fell, Yutanji had already rushed in front of Xianqing. Xianqing did not move, letting the opponent hit him in the chest. Seeing a layer of ice slowly appear on his chest, Xianqing nodded. "As expected, you have some skill." Immediately after, a golden light flashed on his body, and the layer of ice disappeared in a flash. Yutanji only felt a strong force coming from his palm, and his whole body was suddenly jolted back a few steps. Indestructible Vajra divine art. The surrounding people immediately cried out in surprise. This divine skill had always existed only in legends. Today, they were fortunate enough to witness it, and it was indeed extraordinary. One had to know that everyone had seen Yutanji's cold ice palm before. Even the 5 Mountain Alliance Masters Welenchan could not resist it. Yet, when it landed on Xianqing's body, it was like a tickle. After Xianqing pushed Yutanji away, he did not give him a chance to breathe. His figure flashed, and his palm attacked Yutanji's body. The reason why he was so persistent was that he saw that the original Sanskrit version of muscle-bone strengthening scripture was in Yutanji's possession. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take it back to avoid unnecessary complications. Yutanji's qi and blood were surging. Seeing Xianxia's attack, he hurriedly raised his palm to meet it. Everyone only heard a bang, and Yutanji fell back like a kite with a broken string, blood spurting from his mouth. Xianxia smiled and used the dragon's claw to grab the opponent back. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly flew back. A sharp sword chi quickly cut through the place where he was just a moment ago. Seeing Xianxia looking at him with a vigilant face, Song Qingshu smiled faintly. You are also a senior monk of the Shaolin Temple. Do you want to openly rob a junior secret manual? Xianxia thought in his heart, there are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Jianghu. When I came out of the temple this time, I met a lot of top masters along the way. I didn't expect that in this wilderness deep in the mountains, any random person would have such skills. He did not dare to look at the other's sharp sword chi, but he did not want to be at a disadvantage with his words. Hearing this, he snorted. Muscle bone strengthening scripture originally belonged to Shaolin, and it was stolen not long ago. Just now, I just wanted to take back the secret manual, and did not pursue the crime of stealing it. That is already merciful enough. Yutanji, who had just stood still, heard his words and could not help but become anxious. I didn't steal this book, I just picked it up by accident. Song Qingshu stretched out his hand to interrupt him, and said directly, why do you need to explain to him? This book is not muscle bone strengthening scripture. Xianxia suddenly became angry. You are talking nonsense. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Miss Azzy has just said the name of this book. Master, do you want to use your martial arts to make a mistake? Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. Haha, just a casual question of mine has already proved that she does not understand Sanskrit at all. What she said can only be regarded as nonsense. Azzy is just a delicate girl of 15 or 16 years old. Big monk, your martial arts are high, and you have a high status in the martial arts world. You have a natural power. Just now, when you asked her so fiercely, she was so scared that she forgot to answer. It is understandable. Song Qingshu said calmly with a wooden face. The expressions of the people around them were very strange. They had all seen what Azzy had done before. If she was a delicate girl, she would not believe that she would be scared speechless by a monk. Fang Jing timely opened his mouth, and his voice was much gentler than Xianxia's. In this case, Miss Azzy, please answer the question now. If you are restless at night, your mind is wandering, how can you subdue it? How do you translate this sentence into Sanskrit? Azzy was anxious. When she was at her wit's end, she heard Song Qingshu saying with a faint smile, Miss Azzy, if you are afraid, tell me the answer in secret. I will answer it for you. Azzy was also a smart person. She immediately reacted and snorted, this big monk is really repulsive. I don't want to talk to him. I see that young master is quite congenial, so I'll tell you. Then she ran to Song Qingshu's side, stood on her tiptoes and whispered something in his ear. Xianxia and Fang Jing looked at each other. Did this girl really understand Sanskrit? But they soon ruled out this speculation. After all, there were only a few people in the whole Shaolin Temple who understood Sanskrit, and all of them were eminent monks. How could a girl of 15 or 16 years old know Sanskrit? But they still pricked up their ears to listen to what she was saying. Unfortunately, she deliberately lowered her voice and was very close to Song Qingshu, so they listened for a long time without hearing anything. Song Qingshu kept nodding. After a long time, he looked up at Xianxia and said lightly, Miss Azzy has told me the answer. Humph, you are bluffing. Of course, Xianxia didn't believe it. He had read scriptures for so many years, but he was not proficient in Sanskrit. With his level, he couldn't translate this sentence into Sanskrit. How could this girl understand it? Song Qingshu smiled faintly and then recited a paragraph of Sanskrit, Incarnaros, Bergen, Korabostans, Binasni, Barbutanra. Xianxia and Fang Jing didn't take it seriously at first, but soon their faces changed. This strange sentence was indeed the Sanskrit version of that sentence. Although they couldn't translate it well, it didn't mean that they couldn't understand it. Not only did Qin Haodong translate the original sentence, but he also translated the charm of the original sentence without any damage. There was no one else in the Shaolin temple who could understand Sanskrit. How is this possible? The two of them exclaimed at the same time, but Xiuzhu didn't show any expression. After all, he was still young and his martial arts cultivation had become unfathomable because of his adventure. However, he didn't understand Sanskrit at all, so he naturally didn't understand the mystery. At this time, Azzy looked at Song Qingshu with admiration. She thought to herself, Master is really capable. He can even understand Sanskrit. It seems that Azzy has found a great backer this time. The others looked at Azzy's pretty face in shock. They didn't expect that such a young girl could have such a profound understanding of Sanskrit. She could shock the two senior monks of the Shaolin temple so much that they couldn't speak. However, Ren Yingying and Wu Yunzhu were not among these people. Just now, one of them was beside Song Qingshu, and the other was in his arms. They clearly heard what Azzy said to him. It wasn't Sanskrit at all. Instead, it was Azzy acting coquettishly. Master, Azzy doesn't understand Sanskrit. What should I do? Wu Yunzhu blushed. She thought, Big Brother is really amazing. He knows everything. I used to call myself a talented girl in the capital, but compared to Big Brother, I'm really a frog at the bottom of a well. At this moment, Wu Yunzhu suddenly felt that all the danger she had encountered this time was worth it. Just because she met him, Ren Yingying quietly raised her head to look at him. Unfortunately, half of his face was blocked by the mask. She thought to herself, not only is this person skilled in martial arts, but he also has an extraordinary temperament. He even knows such a profound thing as Sanskrit. He can really be considered a knowledgeable person. When did such a person appear in Jianghu? I don't know what he looks like under the mask. At this moment, she was in his arms. She could clearly hear his steady heartbeat and feel his strong chest. Naturally, she knew that he wasn't an old senior. She didn't know why, but she suddenly had a trace of curiosity about this person's appearance. However, Song Qingshu was trying hard to hold back his laughter. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask, so others couldn't see his expression at this moment. In his previous life, when Jiao Maji caused havoc in the Shaolin temple, there was a similar scene. He flipped through the secret manual of the Prajna Palm and used his photographic memory to memorize the entire text. Then, he translated it into Sanskrit and falsely claimed that the Prajna Palm came from the western region. At that time, it aroused Song Qingshu's interest in Sanskrit. He looked up all kinds of information and found out that the person who accomplished this feat in the original demigods and semi-devils was not Jiao Maji, but the venerable master of the sacred mountain of the Qingliang temple. Unfortunately, there was too little information about Sanskrit. Moreover, it was too difficult and obscure. After studying for a period of time, Song Qingshu only learned 8 acupores and 7 acupores. However, he didn't want to waste his effort, so he recited the original text. Who knew that today, it would have a miraculous effect? Song Qingshu replied lightly, it doesn't matter if it came from the mouth of this little girl or from mine. Is there any difference? Everyone was stunned at first, but they soon realized that no matter who it came from, it proved that at least one of them knew Sanskrit. As long as they insisted that it was not the muscle-bone strengthening scripture, Shaolin Temple would not be able to prove it. Naturally, it would be inconvenient for them to take it from Yutanji. Xianxia's face turned green and purple. He had expected that Zi did not know Sanskrit, and then he would take the scripture from Yutanji. Jianghu people would not be able to say anything about it. Who knew that he had dug such a big hole for himself? Ba. With your attainments in Sanskrit, you must be proficient in Buddhist scriptures. Naturally, you know that greed, anger, and delusion harm the body and mind, making people sink into the cycle of life and death, and are the root of evil. Now, you have evil thoughts after seeing the secret book, which is greed. Because of the previous misunderstanding, you are angry. You do not know right from wrong, good from evil, and you do not know right from wrong. You are infected with 3 poisons at the same time. The sea of bitterness is boundless. I hope you will repent. Master Fangjing was stunned by Song Qingshu's Sanskrit attainments. He thought that Song Qingshu was also someone who understood Buddhism, so he planned to use Buddhism to persuade Song Qingshu to give up on the idea of obtaining the muscle-bone strengthening scripture. Song Qingshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these monks did not continue to ask him about Sanskrit. Otherwise, his half-baked level would be exposed immediately. Seeing that Master Feng was asking him about Buddhism, Song Qingshu was not afraid. After all, he could deal with these illusory things by just talking nonsense. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Is there really a shore to repent? May I ask, Master, is it true that the Buddhists say that one can become a Buddha immediately after laying down the butcher's knife? Song Qingshu knew that Buddhism was reasonable. If he entangled with Master Feng Zheng's question, he would fall into a trap step by step. Therefore, in order to break the trap, he did not directly answer Master Feng Zheng's question. Instead, he asked a question. Moreover, this question was derived from Master Feng Zheng's words, so it was not off topic. Hearing this, Feng Zheng was delighted. He thought that the other party was feeling remorseful and immediately replied, "Of course it's true." Song Qingshu smiled faintly and changed the topic abruptly. "Then dare I ask, Reverend, why does a kind person have to go through 81 tribulations in order to obtain the scriptures? Why does a great devil who has killed countless people become a Buddha after laying down the butcher's knife? Wasn't this extremely unfair to kind-hearted people? Wouldn't such a Buddha serve the wicked? What's the point of such a Buddhist cultivator?" This? Song Qingshu's three questions made Feng Zheng break out in a cold sweat. He suddenly realized that he had never thought about this question before and was at a loss for an explanation. Song Qingshu's words caused the black-clothed men beside him to nod deeply. Although they were in different camps from Song Qingshu, what he said was very reasonable. Many of them could not help but have a trace of doubt in their hearts. Could it be that Buddhism was used to bully and fool good people like this? Xianxia's seniority and status in the Shaolin Temple were very high. Unfortunately, his main focus was on martial arts, and his understanding of Buddhism was far inferior to Feng Zheng's. Seeing that Feng Zheng was speechless, Xianxia certainly could not do anything. As for Xuzhu, his attainments in martial arts were also much higher than his attainments in Buddhism. Coupled with his young age, he was probably not as good as Xianxia in this aspect, so he could not count on him. Xianxia could only snort coldly, "It's just sophistry." Song Qingshu laughed heartily. "I questioned Buddhist doctrine with Buddhist doctrine and came to a contradictory conclusion. That only proves that either you are not skilled enough, or Buddhist doctrine is a sophistry." Xianxia was furious. "Boy, how dare you insult Buddhism?" Xuzhu, who had been silent and looked a little dull, suddenly stepped forward and said, "May I ask, benefactor, do you think there is a problem with Buddhism? Buddhism is profound, of course I don't dare to question it." Even with Song Qingshu's current martial arts, he did not dare to easily bear this accusation. After all, there were thousands of Buddhists in the world, and there were countless masters. He did not want to make so many enemies at once. According to benefactor, since it is not a problem with Buddhism itself, it must be because we are not skilled enough in Buddhism? In that case, benefactor, can you explain to us why kind-hearted people have to go through 81 difficulties in order to obtain scriptures and become Buddhas, while evil people who have killed countless people can immediately become Buddhas after putting down their butcher's knife? Xuzhu looked sincere, like a devout believer. Master Feng Zheng's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that Xuzhu had asked the same question, but if the other party could not answer it, it would prove that what Xuzhu had said was just nonsense. The momentum that Xuzhu had accumulated would collapse in an instant, and they would have a reason to attack. This Xuzhu really had a root of wisdom. No wonder he was chosen by the person in the Sutra Pavilion to be trained as a successor despite his low seniority. Song Qingshu also did not expect that the other party would also use their own spear to attack their shield, but he was already prepared for it. He calmly replied, "Could it be that the three masters think that it would be easier for a great demon who has killed countless people to lay down his butcher knife than for a kind person to go through 81 tribulations?" Song Qingshu secretly laughed. In the future, the information on the internet was so advanced that ancient Greek sophistry and China's famous white horse is not a horse problem were everywhere. Usually, he had to be baptized by powerful keyboard warriors on the internet all the time. How could he not fool these country bumpkins who had never seen the world? Xuzhu's expression suddenly changed. How could he not know that the other party had solved this problem perfectly? Xianxia, who was next to him, also looked gloomy. On the contrary, Master Feng Zheng was more tolerant. He slightly bowed to Song Qingshu and said, "Benefactor, your Buddhist cultivation is so profound that I and the others can only look up to you. Today, I have benefited a lot from your Buddhist wisdom. If it were another time, I would sincerely ask you to teach me Buddhist principles. However, today's matter concerns the most precious treasure of the temple, so I have to offend you. I hope you can forgive me." Song Qingshu suddenly smiled bitterly. This was the ket up part of this world. Obviously, in the end, one had to rely on his fists to do the talking, but at the beginning, everyone had to pretend to be a gentleman and talk about benevolence, righteousness, and morality. He looked around and found that Zwilenschen's injury was not light, so it should be negligible in a short time. He had successfully persuaded Yu Tongji to defect to his side through Z, but unfortunately, he was injured by Xianxia. Now, he could only help to restrain the men in black under Zwilenschen, but he could not count on the rest. On the Shaolin side, there were still 3 top masters in peak condition. If it was a one-on-one fight on an ordinary day, Song Qingshu would not be afraid, but 1 against 3, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. In his arms, there was still young Miss Ren whose life was hanging by a thread. If he were to help her suppress the cold poison while resisting the attacks of these 3 great experts, he would probably not be able to use more than 10 moves before his blood would splatter on the spot. "Master Fangxing, are you going to take it by force?" Song Qingshu snorted coldly. Master Fangxing chanted the name of Buddha. Ba. The muscle-bone strengthening scripture belongs to Shaolin. How can we take it by force? It's just returning it to its rightful owner. I wonder if the 3 of you are going to fight one after another or all at once. Song Qingshu looked around and couldn't help but sneer. Well. Fangxing suddenly hesitated. His original plan was to fight with the 3 of them quickly and get the scripture back. However, since Suju had revealed it in advance, he didn't want to admit it. Among the 3 of them, Suju was not a big deal. Fangxing and Xianxia had been famous for decades and their seniority was very high. If they joined hands to fight a junior, they would be laughed at in Jianghu. However, if they did not join hands, Fangxing was not sure that he could get the scripture back with the martial arts that Suju had just shown. While Fangxing was hesitating, Suju suddenly said, "Although this benefactor's martial arts are high, he has to take care of the cold poison in this female benefactor's body at all times. It's inevitable that he can't use his martial arts. The 2 martial granduncles are highly respected figures in Jianghu. If we fight now, people will think that we are taking advantage of the situation. How about this, I will fight for you. My seniority in the temple is low, so no matter who wins or loses, Shaolin's reputation will not be damaged." Fangxing and Xianxia looked at each other and nodded secretly. It was indeed the best choice for Suju to fight. Not only could he shut up the gossip, but Suju was that man's last disciple and had amazing martial arts. They all secretly admired him. In that case, this time you will help Shaolin get the lost scripture back. The 2 of them said at the same time. Song Qingshu secretly sneered. Suju seemed to be honest, but he was actually very cunning. The Su generation was the lowest generation in the Shaolin temple. Usually, only the newcomers would be in the Su generation. If Song Qingshu did not know the truth and treated Suju as an ordinary Su generation person, he would suffer a lot. Suju's martial arts were better than most of the Xian generation senior monks in the Shaolin temple. "Senior, you have to be careful of this little monk. Although he doesn't look good, his martial arts are probably even better than that old monk Fangxing." Ren Yingying had seen Suju's amazing performance at the Golden Snake meeting. If he hadn't met Sword Immortal Ah Qing, he would have definitely entered the finals. She was worried that the senior beside her would be careless, so she hurriedly reminded him. "Thank you, Miss Ren." Looking at Ren Yingying's worried expression, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Previously, their relationship had always been like fire and water. To think that she would actually stand on the same side as him today. However, Song Qingshu knew that once Ren Yingying saw his appearance under the mask, she would definitely want him to die immediately. How could she be kind enough to remind him, Ba, I'm sorry." After Suju bowed, he didn't move. He just waved his right hand in the air, and a nearby tree moved without any wind. Dozens of leaves gathered between his fingers in an instant. The leaves tumbled up and down as if they were confined in a small area by an invisible true qi. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. This little monk looked ordinary, but he was so shocking the moment he made a move. Pinching flower finger? Song Qingshu sighed. Little monk, your attack is full of murderous intent. It's a bit unworthy of Venerable Cassiope's smile. I'm sorry, benefactor. Suju was not angry. He stretched out his left hand and gently flicked the leaves between his fingers. One of the leaves suddenly broke free and shot towards Song Qingshu like an arrow. Xianxia secretly nodded. Suju's flicking of his left hand seemed easy, but in fact, he was using the Indra Buddha finger to perfection. It was good to use a long-range attack to test the opponent's strength. The flat leaf spun rapidly in the air and at the same time, it made an ear-piercing sound. Ren Yingying was stunned and thought to herself, although this little monk is young, his internal energy is probably not even comparable to Brother Chang's. Big brother, be careful. Wu Yunju subconsciously covered her ears with her hands and reminded him. Song Qingshu looked back at her and smiled. He gently flicked his right hand, and the leaf that seemed to be able to pierce through metal and stone turned into powder in his sleeve. Wu Yunju's heart trembled when she saw the smile on his face. Seeing that he easily resolved the opponent's attack, she subconsciously clapped her hands and said, Big brother, you're so awesome. Ozzy could not help but curl her lips and think, this stinky girl is so good at flattering me, and it's as if everything is natural. I'm afraid she will become my biggest enemy in the future. Little monk, do you think you can defeat me by using hidden weapons from a distance? Before Song Qingshu finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He turned around and left with Ren Yingying in his arms. Unfortunately, he was half a step too late. Although he was not injured, his clothes were cut by a leaf that suddenly appeared beside him. The formless finger of disaster is invisible and formless. It really lives up to its reputation. Song Qingshu looked serious. Benefactor, your divine sense is really sharp. Suju was surprised. The reason why he had used the Indra Tua finger to make the leaf move was to cover up the power of the formless finger of disaster. The formless finger of disaster was invisible and formless. When the opponent noticed it, they would have already been hit. Suju did not expect that his plan would not injure his opponent. Thinking that this battle was related to the muscle-bone strengthening scripture, Suju's expression suddenly became serious. He stopped probing and waved his right hand towards Song Qingshu. The leaves between his fingers all flew towards Song Qingshu. Although the leaves were scattered, they were not messy. The surrounding people observed from the side and quickly realized that these leaves faintly formed the shape of a long saber. Knife chi! Many of the more knowledgeable people present cried out in surprise, but before they had the time to sigh, the leaves in the air suddenly ignited, instantly turning into flying daggers that filled the sky, flying towards Song Qingshu and Lu Ta. The wood-burning knife technique can be used like this? Ren Yingying was shocked. When she reacted, the burning leaves were already 3 feet away from her. It was too late for her to turn around and dodge. There was only one thought left in her mind. It's over, it's over. The leaves are burning fiercely. If one of them falls on my face, won't I be disfigured? After all, Ren Yingying was a girl. Her first reaction was not to be injured, but to be disfigured. At this moment, she placed all her hopes on the man beside her, and Song Qingshu did not disappoint her. The shadow-bearing sword was unsheathed, and the sky was suddenly filled with cold stars. All the attacking leaves were turned into ashes. Senior, your swordsmanship. Ren Yingying's red lips were slightly opened, and her face was full of amazement. Perhaps it was because she was close to Meng Qi, but she could see it more clearly than the others. At that moment, the sparks that filled the sky seemed to have paused, and only the cold light of the Qingying sword was left on the sparks. Every time it touched the sparks would be extinguished. It was clearly a fleeting moment, but it left a gorgeous picture in Ren Yingying's mind. While Ren Yingying sighed, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. Song Qingshu. P.S. I'm very sorry for not updating in the past few days. I will start to restore it today and try to make up for the missing chapters. Ever since Xianxia left the temple, he had met countless masters in Jianghu. However, with his mastery of the 13 Shaolin absolute arts, he could kill anything in his way, except for Song Qingshu. Xianxia could not help but feel depressed when he thought about how he had suffered at the hands of Song Qingshu several times. In his spare time, he often targeted Song Qingshu as an imaginary enemy. Naturally, he knew the characteristics of his opponent's martial arts. Ever since the fall of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, there were not many sword masters in Jianghu that could catch his eye. Even Xianxia was dazzled by his opponent's sword just now. Naturally, his first thought was of Song Qingshu. Hearing Xianxia's words, everyone's expressions changed. Dark Cloud Pearl was pleasantly surprised, while Zhuo and the others looked solemn. Sensing that the delicate body in his arms had suddenly become stiff, Song Qingshu smiled faintly. "Master, are you talking about the Golden Snake King? Who has been gaining fame in Jianghu recently?" His identity was sensitive, so he naturally did not want to expose it to the public. Therefore, he was determined not to admit it. Huh? Xianxia had only subconsciously guessed because of the opponent's exquisite sword technique. Seeing that there was no flaw in his opponent's tone, he became uncertain for a moment. "I've long heard that the Golden Snake King's sword technique is superb. I've always wanted to experience it, but unfortunately, I've never had the chance." Song Qingshu sighed. His tone seemed to be full of regret. After a long time, he changed the topic. "From your tone, I presume you've seen his sword technique?" Song Qingshu blew his own trumpet without even blinking. As expected, everyone's doubts were dispelled. After all, with their experience in Jianghu, no one would be so shameless. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu came from the future and did not take the rules of Jianghu seriously. "Yes," Xianxia answered with a dark face. "How is my sword technique compared to the Golden Snake King's?" A smile slowly appeared on Song Qingshu's face. Fortunately, it was blocked by the mask, so he did not reveal any flaws. "Although your sword technique is quite powerful, it is still far from the Golden Snake King's," Xianxia replied in a low and muffled voice. He had fought with Song Qingshu before, and even though it was only a superficial fight, he was very clear in his heart that his opponent's martial arts were not below his. If he answered that this person's swordsmanship was better than Song Qingshu's, wouldn't he be inferior to him? "With great master's cultivation, if you say that I can't beat you, then it must be true." Song Qingshu pretended to be disappointed. Hearing this, Xianxia's face turned hot. He smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. Instead, Reninging couldn't help but comfort him. "Senior, you don't have to belittle yourself. I've seen Song Qingshu's swordsmanship. It's not much better than yours." Song Qingshu didn't expect Reninging to comfort him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He secretly made up his mind to never expose his identity in front of her, or God knows what kind of shameful reaction she would have. Zhuo suddenly sneered, "Miss Ren is indeed from the devil cult. Your father had just announced your marriage with Song Qingshu to the entire Jianghu not long ago, and in the blink of an eye, you're lying in the arms of another man and talking bad about your fiancé, hee." Although he didn't finish his words, everyone understood what he meant and looked at the two with dubious eyes. Reninging's face turned cold. "Zhua, you're a grandmaster, but your mouth is full of filthy words." "I'm just telling the truth." "Why, does Miss Ren also know that these actions are filthy?" Zhuo smiled sarcastically. He accidentally affected his internal injuries and couldn't help but cough. "Noisy." Noticing that Reninging's body was slightly trembling, Song Qingshu couldn't help but get angry and thrust his sword at Zhuo. He had grasped the timing of this move just right when Zhuo's injuries were acting up. Zhuo, a dignified master, couldn't even muster the slightest strength to resist at this moment. When the tip of the sword was about to stab into Zhuo's forehead, a gray shadow suddenly flashed. Xiuzhu had already appeared next to Zhuo. He used his hand as a knife and suddenly chopped the Qingying sword. The sound of metal and stone colliding resounded in the air. Xiuzhu had successfully protected Zhuo behind him. He looked at Song Qingshu, who was a few feet away, and said, "Benefactor, your opponent is me." After that, he raised his hand and attacked Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu frowned. He was holding a person in his arms, so his movements were really slow. Unexpectedly, Xiuzhu had successfully saved Zhuo. Noticing that there was a faint flow of genuine qi at the edge of Xiuzhu's palm, Song Qingshu didn't dare to be careless. He had seen the power of Xiuzhu's genuine qi blade at the Golden Snake meeting, and it was no less than a real blade. The two sides fought back and forth for more than a dozen rounds. Xiuzhu's hand knife and Song Qingshu's sword had never really touched each other. Both sides often changed their moves halfway through a move. On the surface, it seemed like a civil fight, but in fact, it was extremely dangerous. If either side revealed a flaw, it would inevitably lead to the other side's long-prepared thunderous attack. On the side, Zuolenshan's eyes flashed. He thought to himself, I've always been proud that my swordsmanship is the best in the Five Mountain Sword sect. I thought there was only one Song Qingshu in the world. Who knew that an ordinary monk from the Shaolin Temple has such attainments? I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. It seems that the plan to seize the Bixia swordplay of the Lin family must be advanced. Noticing that the internal strength attached to the sword was constantly being absorbed by the genuine qi in Xiuzhu's hand, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. He had already understood Xiuzhu's intention. The reason why Xiuzhu used such a move that consumed a lot of internal strength was to force both sides to consume each other's internal strength. Song Qingshu also had to suppress the cold poison for Ren Yingying, which was extremely disadvantageous for him. Fang Jing suddenly sighed, Benefactor, you have to treat Miss Ren's injuries at the same time, so it's inevitable that your attacks will be affected. There's no way you can win this battle. If you trust me, hand Miss Ren over to me, and I'll suppress the cold poison in her body. Song Qingshu frowned and snorted coldly, the reason why she was injured before was because you held me back. Now you're crying crocodile tears? Miss Ren's injury was just an accident. Fang Jing shook his head. What's more, everyone here clearly saw who hurt her. Zuolenshan also took the opportunity to help. Everyone in Jianghu knows that Master Fang Jing is a compassionate person. You're gauging the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Do you think we don't know what you're planning? Song Qingshu had just resolved Xiuzhu's attack with his sword. He could not help but be stunned when he heard this. What could I be planning? Zuolenshan chuckled and said, this young Miss Ren is a famous beauty in the Jianghu. Moreover, she's usually incomparably virtuous and disdainful towards men. There aren't many chances to openly embrace her in your arms like you do, so how could you be willing to let go? Ren Yingying's face turned red and white. She could not help but bite her lip and say, Senior, let me go. Song Qingshu could not help but frown, Miss Ren, can't you see what Fang Jing is planning? Of course Yingying knows that the old monk suppressing the cold poison for me is just an excuse. He is taking me as a hostage. However, what they said is also reasonable. What's more, I already have someone I like. It's not convenient for me to be held by another man like this. Ren Yingying lowered her head and her face turned slightly red. Everyone in the field turned their heads to look. Xianxia and the others' eyes were full of fear, while the group of black-clothed people's eyes were filled with confusion. The voice had appeared abruptly, as if someone had been nearby all along, but no one had noticed before. Even Song Qingshu looked in that direction with a serious expression. Just now, he had to take care of Ren Yingying and deal with Xiuzhu's moves, so his attention was somewhat distracted. Even so, there were very few people in Jianghu who could approach so silently. Who was this person? Thus, dozens of pairs of eyes in the field looked in the direction of the voice. They saw that the newcomer was tall and had silver hair. His face was ruddy and smooth, and his eyebrows were kind. He looked like an immortal. Unfortunately, the green Taoist robe on his body was extremely dirty, which ruined his image. This person. Song Qingshu's expression changed because he felt an inexplicable feeling of respect and awe rising in his heart. He seemed to vaguely know this person from the depths of his memory. Master Fang Jing was also surprised. He hurriedly stepped forward and greeted, Fang Jing greets Master Zhang of Wudong. As soon as Fang Jing said this, everyone in the field could not help but gasp. It should be known that Zhang Sanfeng was like a living immortal in Jianghu. Decades ago, he had been in seclusion on Mount Wudong. Usually, the affairs of Wudong were handled by a few disciples. Therefore, most people in Jianghu had only heard of his name, but had never seen him. This slovenly Taoist is Zhang Sanfeng? Many people in the field, including Zuolenshan, subconsciously did not believe it. In terms of seniority, Zhang Sanfeng could be said to be a figure of the same generation as many of the current great grandmasters. In those days, he was willful and carefree, slovenly and unkempt. When he was in the prime of his life, people in the Jianghu called him the slovenly Taoist behind his back. There were also people who called him sloppy Zhang. Calculating this period of time, it had already been decades since then. Therefore, even someone of Swileng Chan's status could not help but associate this slovenly Taoist with Zhang Sanfeng. The reason why Feng Jing recognized him was because 10 years ago, in order to cure the cold poison in Zhang Wuji's body, Zhang Sanfeng went alone to Shaolin Temple to ask for the 9-yang divine skill. At that time, the entire Shaolin Temple did not know why he came. They thought he came to pick a fight, so they secretly mobilized all the masters in the temple to ambush in case of an emergency. Feng Jing was one of them. Zhang Sanfeng? Xianxia's eyes lit up, and his whole body's real qi suddenly surged up. That year when Zhang Sanfeng paid a visit to the temple, Xianxia was in the sutra depository and the two of them did not meet face to face. Afterwards, he heard that the entire Shaolin Temple was facing a formidable enemy, so he did not think much of it. By the time he came out of his seclusion, it was already too late. At that time, he had successfully mastered the 13 consummate skills, which was unprecedented in the history of the Shaolin Temple. His heart was filled with complacency, and he felt that he was the best in the world. And because Zhang Sanfeng had once betrayed Shaolin Temple, after he left the temple, the only opponent in his heart was Zhang Sanfeng. Today, he finally saw the real Zhang Sanfeng. How could he not be overflowing with fighting spirit? I'm just a few years older. There's no need to be so polite. Zhang Sanfeng nodded slightly towards Feng Jing. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, he glanced at Xianxia, and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. This great master's divine light is circulating around his body, and his real qi is moving according to his heart's desire. He has already reached the peak of perfection. Presumably, this is the 13th ultimate divine monk of your esteemed temple, great master Xianxia. Yes, it is me. Although Xianxia wanted to challenge him, he did not dare to be disrespectful because of the other party's identity. Although Zhang Sanfeng praised Xianxia, it was only because he had an easygoing personality, and it was not because he was shocked by Xianxia's realm. It was not until his eyes fell on Xuzhu that he was really moved. This little master is amazing. The Shaolin Temple is really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. I really admire you. It was not because Xuzhu's kung fu was higher than Xianxia's, but because Xuzhu was so young. It was really shocking for Zhang Sanfeng to have such a cultivation. It should be known that righteous martial arts always paid attention to the foundation and paid attention to gradual progress. Therefore, the cultivation of the disciples in the sect was often slow. If Xuzhu was now 40 years old, Zhang Sanfeng would not be so surprised, but he was only in his teens or 20s. In the Wu-Tang sect, this age was equivalent to the third generation of disciples. However, when Zhang Sanfeng looked around at his own disciples, none of them had reached Xuzhu's realm. Although Zhang Wuji had reached it, his cultivation did not originate from the Wu-Tang sect. Another disciple, Song Qingshu, was very popular in Jianghu in recent years, but Zhang Sanfeng knew that although Song Qingshu's kung fu was good in the younger generation, it was absolutely impossible for him to reach this kind of reputation. He must have had a fortuitous encounter in these years. In fact, Song Qingshu's current cultivation had little to do with the Wu-Tang sect. At Zhang Sanfeng's current realm, he had no desire. If there was anything he wanted, it would be the inheritance of the sect's martial arts. The Shaolin Temple had always accused him of being a traitor of the Shaolin Temple. Although he did not get angry, there was inevitably a sense of injustice in his heart. Therefore, he secretly wanted to compete with the Shaolin Temple in terms of the inheritance of the sect. He thought that after 100 years of hard work, especially in recent years, he had created the Tai Chi fist and Tai Chi sword. In terms of martial arts, he was not much worse than the Shaolin Temple. Who would have thought that when he saw Xuzhu today, he would be an ordinary young monk from the Shaolin Temple? To think that he could actually have this level of cultivation, Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but feel a little disheartened for a moment. Yingying greets Daoist Zhang. Ren Yingying gently pushed Song Qingshu away and respectfully bowed to Zhang Sanfeng. She had heard her father comment on the masters of Jianghu. Zhang Sanfeng was the most respected by Ren Wuxing. Moreover, she had always admired Zhang Sanfeng's prestige. Therefore, this bow was sincere. Song Qingshu did not stop her. After all, after the suppression of his true qi, the cold poison in her body had been greatly reduced. It was not a big deal for her to leave for a while. Good, good, good. Little girl, please get up. Zhang Sanfeng smiled and gently flicked his sleeve. Ren Yingying felt a soft force lift her up. Before Ren Yingying had time to thank him, she heard Zhang Sanfeng say with a smile, "Little girl, you called me the wrong way." Ah? Ren Yingying was at a loss. She secretly thought, could it be that father and Taoist Zhang have some kind of relationship? Zhang Sanfeng smiled and said, "When I went down the mountain, I happened to hear sect leader Ren announcing to the world about your marriage with Qingshu. Therefore, you should call me Great Master." Ah. Ren Yingying was immediately embarrassed. In her heart, she had never thought of Song Qingshu as her fiancé, so she hadn't thought of this before. But in her heart, she wanted nothing more than for Song Qingshu to die. How could she call him Grand Master? But Zhang Sanfeng was a person of virtue and prestige. She did not know how to refuse. For a moment, she stood there with a red face, not knowing what to do. Zhang Sanfeng did not know what she was thinking. He only thought that she was shy and did not care. It is normal for a little girl to be shy. I am confused. Little girl, it is not too late to change the way you address me after you marry Qingshu. Ren Yingying could not wait to find a hole to hide in. She could only vaguely agree. Let me take a look at the cold poison in your body first. Zhang Sanfeng smiled warmly. He took a step and came to Ren Yingying's side. Little girl, come, let me take your pulse. In the distance, Xianxia could not help but be secretly shocked. Just now, Zhang Sanfeng's figure appeared next to Ren Yingying in a flash. He actually did not see it. How was this possible? Song Qingshu secretly nodded. Zhang Sanfeng is really worthy of being a great master. The cultivation that he inadvertently revealed can shock everyone. What he was more puzzled about was another matter. Zhang Sanfeng had been in seclusion for decades. Everything in the sect was handled by a few disciples. Why did he personally go down the mountain this time? What? As soon as Zhang Sanfeng felt Ren Yingying's pulse, he was shocked by the cold qi in her meridians, whose true qi could be so insidious. Ozzy hurriedly said, "This lady was accidentally hurt by my junior brother. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Although she grew up in the western region, Zhang Sanfeng's name was still well known. Hearing that Ren Yingying was Zhang Sanfeng's granddaughter-in-law, Ozzy was worried that Zhang Sanfeng would kill Yutanji in anger. Seeing that the fairy in his heart actually helped him out, Yutanji's eyes suddenly became wet. He secretly vowed in his heart, in this life, I will protect Miss Ozzy and not let her suffer any grievances. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Ozzy didn't care about his life or death, but was worried that after he died, it would not be so easy to find such an obedient slave. Miss Ren, is it really like this? Zhang Sanfeng looked at Ren Yingying suspiciously and asked. Ren Yingying frowned slightly, secretly glanced at Song Qingshu, and subconsciously answered, yes, it is indeed a misunderstanding. She saw that Ozzy had been subdued by Song Qingshu, and Yutanji was also obedient to Ozzy, so Yutanji was also on the same side as Song Qingshu. Just now, he had been helping her, so it was not good to cut off his potential help. Seeing that Ren Yingying didn't pursue the matter, Zhang Sanfeng nodded slightly and no longer asked. Then he turned to continue to check the situation of the cold poison in her body, and soon he was surprised again. The cold poison in your body is extremely overbearing. If it weren't for someone protecting your meridians at the cost of their true qi, I'm afraid that by now the cold poison in your body would have invaded the top of your head, the heart, and the dantian. At that time, the cold poison in your body would not be cured by external forces. Zhang Wuji was hit by the Xianming magical palm when he was a child, and Zhang Sanfeng spent a lot of effort to cure him of the cold poison, so he naturally knew more about the cold poison than ordinary people. At that time, Zhang Wuji's head, heart, and dantian were invaded by the cold poison, so even with Zhang Sanfeng's 100 years of cultivation, he couldn't suck out the cold poison in his body, so he had to go to the Shaolin Temple alone to ask for the 9-yang divine skill, hoping that Zhang Wuji could practice the 9-yang divine skill and use the pure yang qi to force the cold poison out. Ah? Ren Yingying cried out in alarm. With Zhang Sanfeng's level of cultivation, if he were to say something like this, then he definitely wouldn't be wrong. Although she was grateful to that mysterious person for lending a hand to save her, she couldn't help but have a guess in her heart. Perhaps the other party was planning to take advantage of her by constantly hugging her like this. It was only now that she understood that the mysterious person really did it purely for the sake of saving her, and didn't have the slightest bit of evil thoughts. Thinking that she had misunderstood the other party, Ren Yingying could not help but give Song Qingxiu an apologetic look. Noticing Ren Yingying's gaze, Zhang Sanfeng also looked towards Song Qingxiu. He praised, on one hand, you have to suppress the overbearing cold poison in Yingying's body, and on the other hand, you have to deal with the top experts of the martial arts world. Your skills are truly unfathomable. Song Qingxiu broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, with the difference in seniority between the two of us, how could I deserve such a respectful title from Zhang Sanfeng? He hastily saluted and said, Junior pays his respects to Master Zhang. He was a little hesitant, not knowing if he should tell Zhang Sanfeng his real face. But because of what happened at the lion-slaying convention, he subconsciously had some conflict with the Wu-Tang clan. After hesitating for a long time, he finally didn't say anything. Zhang Sanfeng laughed loudly, you don't have to be so polite, little monk. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you for saving Yingying. She is the future daughter-in-law of our Wu-Tang clan. Ren Yingying was embarrassed, but it was hard to explain the real relationship between her and Song Qingxiu, so she could only hold it in and sulk alone. Song Qingxiu also had a strange look on his face, so he had no choice but to say, then I'll have to trouble Master Zhang to suppress the cold poison for Miss Ren. I still have to fight with this Master Suzhou. Of course. Zhang Sanfeng smiled slightly, and the dense purple gas in his body moved according to his thoughts. A majestic and rich internal qi was injected into Ren Yingying's meridians. Wherever it passed, the cold poison immediately melted like ice and snow. Ren Yingying gritted her teeth and suddenly said, Master Zhang is like a half-immortal in the martial arts world. Even my father can only greet you as a disciple when he sees you. If Yingying asks you to treat me personally, won't it shorten my life? I'd better let my friend detoxify me. As soon as she said this, everyone around was suddenly stunned. Even Song Qingxiu looked surprised. Although she said it politely, everyone present was a smart person, and they all felt the strangeness in her words. It seemed that she didn't want to have too much to do with the Wu-Tang clan. This? Zhang Sanfeng frowned slightly. He noticed that Ren Yingying had a strange feeling for this mysterious masked man, and he suddenly felt a little unhappy. After all, she was already Song Qingxiu's fiancé in name, but now she was flirting with another man. Another demoness from the devil cult. Zhang Sanfeng secretly sighed. He originally didn't pay much attention to the difference between good and evil. Who would have thought that his favorite disciple, Zhang Chuishan, fell in love with Yin Susu of the Heavenly Eagle cult and caused Yu Daiyan to be crippled? Zhang Chuishan committed suicide. The white-haired person had to send the black-haired person off. But Zhang Sanfeng was after all a person who had lived for 100 years. His mind quickly became open-minded. This little girl dared to take the initiative to express her true feelings in front of me. It seems that her marriage with Song Qingxiu was out of her control. The women of the devil cult really dared to love and hate. If I had this kind of courage in the past, he touched his bosom. Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but recall an old incident from his youth when he saw the pair of Shaolin Iron Luohan in the novel. In his heart, he felt a trace of admiration for Ren Yingying. If that's the case, then I won't overstep my bounds. Zhang Sanfeng smiled slightly. He reached out his hand and gently pushed Ren Yingying back into Song Qingxiu's bosom. You. Song Qingxiu looked at the beauty in his bosom. He was completely stunned. Shoo. Don't speak. Ren Yingying's cherry lips slightly opened. She quietly mouthed to him. Although Song Qingxiu didn't know what she meant, he didn't continue to ask. He thought that if the cold poison in her body wasn't suppressed for a long time, it would come back even more seriously. He hurriedly helped her get rid of the cold poison. This person, why? Why did he put his hand on my lower abdomen again? Ren Yingying's face was flushed red. She was so ashamed that she almost stamped her feet. Song Qingxiu was only doing it out of habit. After he put his hand on her abdomen, he suddenly noticed the strange gazes of everyone, including Zhang Sanfeng. Only then did he react. But in his bones, he had always been a straightforward person. Thinking that Ren Yingying was originally his fiancée, he gave up on the idea of retracting his hand. Benefactor, do you still want to compete? Seeing that Song Qingshu actually began to treat Ren Yingying's cold poison, Xuzhu couldn't help but frown. If it weren't for Zhang Sanfeng, he might have already rushed over. Seeing that Song Qingshu naturally put his hand on Ren Yingying's private part, and Ren Yingying didn't seem to be angry at all, Zhang Sanfeng sighed in his heart. Sure enough, this poor Taoist will be a good person to the end. This Buddhist is currently treating Miss Ren's injury. I'm afraid it's not convenient for us to fight. Masters, can you give this poor Taoist some face and let today's matter drop for the time being? Xuzhu's expression became serious. He hurriedly looked back at Master Fangjing and Xianxia. Although his martial arts were high, his status in the temple was too low. Naturally, he had to follow the wishes of the two masters. Master Fangjing looked embarrassed. If it was any other matter, Master Zhang, I would naturally obey. But this time it's related to Yi. Before he finished speaking, Xianxia interrupted him. This poor monk usually practices the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin in the temple, and there are many things that I don't understand. I have long wanted to ask Master Zhang, but it's a pity that you have been in closed-door training all these years. Today, I am fortunate to meet you, Master Zhang, and I hope you can answer my doubts. Zhang Sanfeng was slightly stunned. If you have doubts about the 72 ultimate skills, why don't you ask the senior monks in the temple, but ask me? However, he quickly realized that Xianxia was insinuating that he was a traitor of Shaolin in the past, and that he had secretly learned the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin, which was how he founded the great Wu-Tang clan. End of this chapter. Even with Zhang Sanfeng's self-restraint, he couldn't help but be slightly angered. Although he had served Reverend Zhou Yuan in the Shaolin temple, he was only a servant who swept the floor and brewed tea. He didn't shave his head, nor did he take a master, so he couldn't be considered a Shaolin disciple. The martial arts of the Wu-Dang sect were all created by him. The result was that the Shaolin temple always claimed that he secretly learned the martial arts of the Shaolin temple, causing the martial arts of the Wu-Dang sect to be covered in dust. However, Zhang Sanfeng was an easygoing person. At the same time, he thought that if Reverend Zhou Yuan hadn't taught him the Nine-Yang manual, then he would have had nothing to rely on. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his martial arts came from the Shaolin temple. But no matter how magnanimous he was, he couldn't stand being ridiculed by the Shaolin temple over and over again. Now that he was being scolded by Xianxia, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. He calmly replied, although I don't understand the 72 ultimate skills of the Shaolin temple, but martial arts are different paths to the same goal. In recent years, I have created a set of fist techniques. If Reverend is interested, our two sects can discuss it. We should be able to learn something by analogy and gain something from it. Xianxia was slightly taken aback. His original intention was to test the level of Zhang Sanfeng's martial arts. But since the other party had brought everything up to the level of the sect, he didn't dare to accept. Although he was conceited and claimed to be the number one in the Shaolin temple in the last 200 years, Zhang Sanfeng was after all a half-immortal in the martial arts world. He didn't have the confidence to win. If he lost, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the reputation of the Shaolin temple? However, Xianxia was able to practice the 13 ultimate skills of the Shaolin temple, so he was no fool. Very quickly, he had an idea. He said in a clear voice, it's good that Shaolin temple and Wu-Dang sect can exchange pointers with each other. But Reverend Zhang is a senior in the martial arts world. If I go up against him alone, it will damage the reputation of the Shaolin temple. Xianxia had always been proud and arrogant. If it were anyone else, he would never join hands with them. But Zhang Sanfeng's reputation was too great. Although he knew that with his martial arts, he might not lose to the opponent in a one-on-one fight, but this was related to the reputation of Shaolin, so he wanted to play it safe. Fangjing slightly muttered to himself. Although he felt that it was somewhat dishonorable for them to outnumber Zhang Sanfeng, all these years, the monks of the Shaolin temple had always been curious about the extent of Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation. However, Zhang Sanfeng usually did not take a single step out of the mountain. Anything that happened in Jianghu was handled by a group of disciples. Even if the Shaolin Temple wanted to investigate, they did not have the opportunity to do so. Now that this opportunity had presented itself once in a blue moon, Fang Jing naturally did not want to miss it. As for Xuzhu, he was more than happy to be able to exchange blows with a martial arts legend like Zhang Sanfeng. How could he refuse? Seeing the three monks' tacit understanding, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be furious. Good Shaolin Temple, are you planning to bully us with numbers? Since we are going to count according to seniority, then the two masters are also my seniors. I will lend Daoist Zhang a hand. I believe the two of you have nothing to say. In Song Qingshu's view, whether it was Xianxia, Fang Jing, or Xuzhu, they were all top masters in Jianghu. With his current cultivation, of course, it would not be a problem to deal with one of them, but to deal with two at the same time, he could only protect himself. Although Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation was divine, he was, after all, 100 years old. If something happened to him in the middle, Xianxia sneered, what is your status in Jianghu? Why would you join forces with others to fight the enemy? Song Qingshu still wanted to say something, but Zhang Sanfeng smiled slightly and said, thank you for your kindness, little brother, but if the three of them want to defeat me, it will not be so easy. Song Qingshu was slightly startled. Listening to his tone, it seemed that he did not take the three of them seriously. He couldn't help but feel surprised. I was too impulsive. Daoist Zhang, please. Xianxia also felt that he was being despised, and couldn't help but be secretly angry. He said in a deep voice, in that case, this poor monk will offend you. After saying that, his robe swelled up, and his whole body turned into a red light and attacked Zhang Sanfeng. Fang Jing and Xuzhu looked at each other, but did not follow up. After all, they were extremely confident in Xianxia's cultivation, and it was good to let him test the opponent first. Halfway through Xianxia's palm, a strong wind suddenly blew in the field, and the yellow sand on the ground was also swept up into the sky. Although they were not the opponent's target, the other people in the field were still forced back step by the aftermath of the palm. Reninging let out a cry of surprise, then closed her eyes and gently buried her head in Song Qingshu's chest to avoid the sand that filled the sky. Smelling the faint fragrance on her body, Song Qingshu had a good impression of Xianxia for the first time in his life. This big monk has a good hand. Suddenly, he heard Wu Yunju scream. When Song Qingshu looked back, he saw that her whole body was staggering backwards. Of course, he didn't want to see her soft and tender face hurt on the ground, so he freed his other hand and stretched out his arm to grab Wu Yunju's slender waist, pulling her back. Thank you, big brother. Wu Yunju's face was slightly red, and she also copied Reninging's action and rested her head on his arm. As for Zi, Yu Tongji had already appeared in front of her, blocking the sand that filled the sky for her, so there was no need for Song Qingshu to worry about her. It was a pity that Zi didn't even have the slightest bit of gratitude. In her heart, she was secretly complaining, humph, this damn iron ugly doesn't even have a bit of eyesight. I originally wanted to lie down in Master's arms, but because of you, I ended up letting that little girl take advantage of me. Song Qingshu naturally didn't have the time to care about the thoughts of these girls. Instead, he focused his attention on the two people in the field. Although he was extremely confident in Zhang Sanfeng's martial arts, Xianxia was also not an ordinary martial arts master. Seeing Xianxia's frightening attack, Zhang Sanfeng's face was full of smiles, and he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. He let the opponent's palm strike come, and only when the opponent's palm was about to reach his body did he slowly raise his hand to block the opponent's wrist. Perhaps because he was about to attack the opponent, Xianxia didn't want to leak the power of his palm, and the sand in the field suddenly became much smaller. Everyone in the field, including Wu Yunju who didn't know martial arts, could clearly see Zhang Sanfeng's movements. His movements were really too slow, and even Wu Yunju felt that the movement of his hand was much faster than Zhang Sanfeng's. But what made everyone's jaws drop was that Zhang Sanfeng's hand was obviously very slow, but it unexpectedly reached Xianxia's wrist in time and pushed it to the side. Xianxia suddenly felt a soft force on his wrist, and his whole body became somewhat unsteady as he staggered to the side. Reninging subconsciously raised her head to look at the man behind her, and in her heart she secretly thought, this move of Zhang Sanfeng seems slow, but it's actually very fast. It's quite similar to the effect of his previous sword strike. Could it be that this man's cultivation has already reached Zhang Sanfeng's level? Xianxia was aghast, and he hastily leapt backwards to increase the distance between him and the opponent. Zhang Sanfeng also didn't chase after him. Looking at the surrounding leaves that had been shattered by the wind of his palm, he couldn't help but praise, Prajna palm, it really deserves to be called the most profound palm technique in the Shaolin Temple. Xianxia snorted. His first move had already left him in such a difficult situation, and Zhang Sanfeng's words of praise certainly sounded very grating. However, he didn't take the failure of this move too seriously. After all, this move was more of a test, and he had only used 50% of his power. Moreover, it was mostly a feint. Fang Zhang's palm technique was ordinary, but halfway through, he suddenly shook slightly. One palm turned into two, two into four, and four into 8. Swilong Chan was silent as he watched. He thought that Reverend Fang Zhang's every palm strike had already changed to several different directions. His palm technique was so fantastic that he had never seen anything like it in his life. It looked like the Song Mountain sect's heritage was indeed a far cry from Shaolin's. Seeing that Zhang Sanfeng still had a smile on his face and that he didn't seem to have the slightest intention of dodging or parrying, Fang Zhang couldn't help but let out a soft gasp of surprise. His set of palms could change from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8. If the enemy didn't interrupt him in time, he would be able to change from 8 palms to 16 palms, and then to 32 palms. The more palms he used, the more confusing it would be and the more powerful it would be. If he really used the legendary 1,000 palms, the enemy would already be dazzled, and before they could react, they would already be hit by countless palms. Since Zhang Sanfeng was not going to make a move, Fang Zhang was also happy to display his moves calmly. Gradually, the illusions reached 128 palms. This was already the limit of what he could achieve. According to legend, the highest realm of the 1,000 hands Buddha palm could be practiced was 1,024 palms. However, in the last several hundred years of the Shaolin Temple, not a single person had been able to reach that realm. Fang Zhang's illusions of 128 palms was already unprecedented. Seeing the sky full of palms rushing towards him, Zhang Sanfeng raised his hand slightly, and calmly drew a few lines in front of him. A vague Tai Chi pattern emerged. When the sky full of palms touched the Tai Chi pattern, it was like the winter snow meeting the blazing sun, instantly disappearing without a trace. Everyone only saw a blur in front of them, and when they looked again, they saw that Fang Zhang's palms had been locked by Zhang Sanfeng's hands. With just a little bit of strength, Fang Zhang's hands would probably be lost. "Thank you for letting me win." Zhang Sanfeng smiled at Fang Zhang and raised his hands. Fang Zhang felt a soft force, and his whole body suddenly flew back to his own camp. Seeing that the two masters of Shaolin were defeated in one move, everyone in the field was shocked. Suju was silent, thinking to himself, in terms of moves, I definitely can't beat him. But with my 100 years of experience, if we were to compete in internal strength, with my Dark North Divine Kung Fu, I might have a chance. Having made up his mind, Suju bowed slightly and said, Junior would like to ask Master Zhang for some advice on Nigong. Finished speaking, he slowly pushed his palms towards Zhang Sanfeng. Compared to Xianxia and Fang Zhang, Suju's move was as ordinary as his appearance. Some of the people in black even booed. Song Qingshu hurriedly reminded, Zhenren Zhang, be careful. This is the Dark North Divine Art. It specializes in absorbing people's internal energy. Among all the martial arts in the Golden Book system, martial arts like the Dark North Divine Art and the Absorbing Star's Great Magic were the ones that could easily make a top master fail. Jiumaji in the Demigods and Semi-Devils was many levels higher than Duanyu, but he was accidentally hit by Duanyu's Dark North Divine Art when he was possessed by the devil, and his shocking internal energy was completely sucked away. In the later stage of the Smiling, the Proud Wanderer, Yu Buchuan practiced the Bixia sword manual and became a top master in the Jianghu. Moreover, under the situation where he had Ling Hu Chong under control, he was hit by the Absorbing Star's Great Magic and his internal energy was also sucked away. Although Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation was world-shaking, if he was not prepared, it was very likely that he would fail miserably. Dark North Divine Art? Zhang Sanfeng was startled. This word seemed to evoke some memories in him. Seeing that Zhang Sanfeng was defenseless, Suju couldn't help but be secretly happy. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on Zhang Sanfeng's palm, activating the Dark North Divine Art to crazily absorb internal energy. Unexpectedly, he couldn't absorb any internal energy. It turned out that Zhang Sanfeng had cultivated for 100 years, and his internal energy was endless, circulating back and forth. The internal energy in his dantian was like smoke, leisurely and free. It had reached the realm of dense purple qi, which was illusory but mellow and condensed, and actually could not be shaken by external forces. Zhang Sanfeng had come back to his senses. He quietly looked at Su Zhu and asked, "Little master, what is your relationship with the Carefree sect?" Seeing that the Dark North Divine Art had failed, Su Zhu was panicking. He subconsciously answered, "What Carefree sect? I have never heard of it." Seeing that his expression didn't seem to be fake, Zhang Sanfeng slightly frowned and slightly pushed him back with his palm. He didn't speak, but just pondered there, as if he was distressed about something. Although Xianxia was still somewhat unconvinced and knew that he didn't use his full strength, Zhang Sanfeng casually forced the three of them back with one move every time. Obviously, he also didn't use his full strength. How could he still have the nerve to mention joining hands with Zhang Sanfeng? He could only clasp his hands and say to Zhang Sanfeng, "Today I have seen Master Zhang's divine art, and I really admire it. It's just that the muscle-bone strengthening scripture of our temple has been taken by this benefactor. I hope Master Zhang can make a decision." Muscle-bone strengthening scripture? Zhang Sanfeng was stunned and looked at Song Qingshu with doubt. Song Qingshu hurriedly explained the ins and outs of the matter. Zhang Sanfeng pondered for a moment and said, "Just now, what the masters did was inherently inappropriate, but the muscle-bone strengthening scripture is indeed the property of Shaolin Temple. It is somewhat unreasonable for you to refuse to return it. Since Master Zhang has spoken, how could this junior dare not to listen?" Song Qingshu smiled and turned to Azi and said, "Azi, go get the muscle-bone strengthening scripture from young hero Yu." "Yes." Azi pouted her small mouth and somewhat reluctantly walked in front of Yutanji. Although seeing that his little fairy was so obedient to Song Qingshu, Yutanji was very unhappy in his heart, but thinking that it was better to return the secret manual to the Shaolin Temple than Azi giving it to Song Qingshu, he didn't feel anything and simply took out the secret manual and gave it to her. Azi took the muscle-bone strengthening scripture secret manual and walked in front of Song Qingshu. Using her body to block the eyes of the surrounding people, she quietly put the muscle-bone strengthening scripture into her bosom and took out another unknown secret manual and handed it to him. She deliberately said in a loud voice, "Master, these stinky monks seem to be benevolent, but in fact, they are jackals of the same lair as the Song Mountain sect. Just now, on the surface, they seemed to be watching the fire from the other side, but in fact, they were all trying to help the Song Mountain sect assassins. Are you really going to return this secret manual to them?" Noticing Azi's action, Song Qingshu's eyes lit up and he cooperated with her and said, "After all, this muscle-bone strengthening scripture belongs to Shaolin Temple, so we have no reason to not return it. But you are right, these stinky monks have to pay for what they did just now. Here, big monk, catch." After saying that, he threw the scripture in the direction where Xianxia was standing. Hearing his words, Xianxia faintly felt that something was wrong, but seeing the scripture flying towards him, he subconsciously flew into the air and reached out to catch it. Who knew that as soon as his hand touched the scripture, there was a hidden force hidden in it? "Oh no!" Xianxia exclaimed. Bang! The scripture in his hand suddenly exploded and turned into powder that scattered all over the sky. "You!" Looking at the powder on the ground, Xianxia couldn't help but be angry and stared fiercely at Song Qingshu. "You!" Xianxia was almost angered to death by him, but everyone saw that the other party had already returned the scripture to him, and the scripture had only exploded after he had grabbed it. He was really suffering in silence, suffering in silence. If it was someone else, Xianxia would have just killed him. But this mysterious man's kung fu was not inferior to theirs, not to mention there was also the unfathomable Zhang Sanfeng. If they really fought, it would be hard to tell who would win. Even if they won, the scripture would be destroyed and they would not get any benefits. The Sanskrit version of the muscle-bone strengthening scripture has been destroyed, but there is a Chinese version in the temple. Fortunately, the Shaolin Divine Kung Fu has not been leaked. Xianxia quickly thought of an idea. "Humph, for your assassination today, Shaolin will definitely reward you generously. Let's go." After he finished speaking, he beckoned Fang Jing and Xuzhu to leave. Zhuo Lenchan also gave Song Qingshu a venomous look, then left with the three of them with his subordinates. "Do you want to leave so easily, Chief Zhuo?" Song Qingshu snorted. He and Zhuo Lenchan had become enemies several times, and more importantly, the Song Mountain sect and the Golden Snake camp had a direct conflict of interest. Now that Zhuo Lenchan was seriously injured, it was a good opportunity to get rid of him. Before Zhuo Lenchan could say anything, Xianxia suddenly turned around. "Humph, are you planning to harm Chief Zhuo?" Fang Jing and Xuzhu took a step forward at the same time, subtly shielding Zhuo Lenchan behind them. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. He had guessed that the Shaolin Temple and the Song Mountain sect would form an alliance, but he did not expect their relationship to be so strong. Looking at Xianxia's posture, it seemed that they were willing to go all out for Zhuo Lenchan. Song Qingshu laughed and said, "I was wondering why Zhuo Lenchan was so daring to rob and kill a Manchurian envoy, and at the same time offending the Golden Snake camp. It turns out that Shaolin Temple is backing him from behind." Xianxia snorted, "I don't understand what you are talking about, but the Song Mountain sect is a righteous sect. If there is a thief who wants to harm Chief Zhuo, we, the Shaolin Temple, will not stand idly by. Exterminating an entire family, killing women and children, privately recruiting evil sect masters, Song Mountain sect is indeed a righteous sect." Song Qingshu's face turned cold. Xianxia's face heated up. After all, Shaolin knew about the dirty things that the Song Mountain sect had done. But now that they were on the same side, he naturally would not admit it. "These are just rumors spread by people in Jianghu. You can't take it seriously. A monk is not allowed to lie. I wonder what kind of scriptures the Reverend usually reads." Song Qingshu smiled mockingly. "Fine, Zhuo, I'll spare your life today. Let's see if you'll still be so lucky the next time we meet." Xianxia was infuriated by Song Qingshu's words. If it weren't for the fact that he had been defeated by Zhang Sanfeng before and had lost his spirit, he would have long since made his move. Glaring angrily at Song Qingshu, he turned around and led everyone away. Watching the figures of the Song Mountain sect disappear into the distance, Song Qingshu came back to his senses and respectfully bowed to Zhang Sanfeng. "Thank you, Master Zhang, for your help this time." Zhang Sanfeng smiled slightly. "You don't have to be so polite. With your martial arts, if you didn't have to divert your attention to save Miss Ren, these people wouldn't have been able to hurt you." But a hesitant expression suddenly appeared on his face. Song Qingshu was startled. He clearly sensed that the other party seemed to have something to say. He hurriedly replied, "Master Zhang, please ask." Zhang Sanfeng nodded. "I just saw that you and this Miss Ren seem to have a close relationship. I wonder if the two of you," although Zhang Sanfeng did not finish his sentence, everyone understood what he meant. After all, Ren Yingying was his granddaughter-in-law in name. But she was behaving intimately with another stranger in front of him. No matter how much self-restraint he had, he couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. Song Qingshu suddenly felt extremely awkward. How could he explain this situation? Before this, he didn't reveal his true identity. Now, he couldn't say that he was Song Qingshu. If that happened, not only would Ren Yingying immediately turn hostile, even Zhang Sanfeng would inevitably have a grudge against him. After all, the other party was his great master in name. Not only did he not pay his respects at the first moment, but he also pretended to be mysterious for so long. According to the customs of the pugilistic world, his behavior was really somewhat disrespectful. Just as Song Qingshu was hesitating, Ren Yingying took the initiative to speak. "Master Zhang, he is my lover. We have long promised to marry each other. But not long ago, in order to form an alliance with the Golden Snake camp, my father betrothed me to Song Qingshu. Just when the two of us were having a headache, we were fortunate enough to meet Master Zhang. I have heard that Master Zhang is a legend in the pugilistic world. Moreover, you are also that person's great master. I hope that Master Zhang can come forward to uphold justice and fulfill the two of us." "Ah?" After listening to Ren Yingying's words, Song Qingshu was instantly dumbfounded. What exactly was this woman planning, It turned out that although Reninging had no choice but to accept Song Qingshu's proposal of a fake marriage, she was originally an extremely intelligent person. After calming down, she quickly realized the hidden danger of a fake marriage. Naturally, she was unwilling to put her fate on the good intentions of Song Qingshu. This time, she coincidentally met Zhang Sanfeng. In addition to the misunderstanding caused by the mysterious person's treatment, she formed a bold plan in her heart. She wanted to use this opportunity to cancel the engagement with Song Qingshu. With Zhang Sanfeng's appearance, of course, Song Qingshu wouldn't dare to say anything. Her father also wouldn't be able to use Brother Chong to threaten her. Ren. Song Qingshu was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a light pinch on his waist. Turning his head to look, he noticed the pleading look in Reninging's eyes. After a slight pause, he somewhat understood what was going on. A trace of a strange smile appeared on his face. Following her words, he said, "That's right, Ying and I have feelings for each other. I hope that Sage Zhang can fulfill our wish." Previously, when he saw the two of them acting so intimately, Zhang Sanfeng had already guessed it in his heart. Now that he had received confirmation from the two of them, he couldn't help but secretly sigh. As the saying goes, lovers will always be together. Since the two of you have already decided to marry each other privately, it can only mean that Qingshu doesn't have this blessing. Well, this humble Taoist is going to the Golden Snake camp. The two of you can accompany me. After seeing Qingshu, this humble Taoist will mention this matter to him. Ah? Hearing that they were going to the Golden Snake camp to see Song Qingshu, Reninging subconsciously felt a little afraid. However, she thought that this was the best opportunity to cancel the engagement. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded her head. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was greatly alarmed. He subconsciously asked, "I have long heard that Sage Zhang usually doesn't leave Wudong Mountain. Why would you travel thousands of miles to the Golden Snake camp this time?" Thinking that Zhang Sanfeng had specially traveled thousands of miles to find him, how could Song Qingshu not be worried? This humble Taoist has some doubts in his heart. I need to go to the Golden Snake camp to verify them. A trace of worry appeared on Zhang Sanfeng's face. It was obvious that he didn't want to say more. Song Qingshu still wanted to beat around the bush, but Reninging suddenly coughed. Zhang Sanfeng hurriedly said, "The cold poison in Miss Ren's body should not be delayed. We should find an inn in the nearby town as soon as possible and settle down so that we can treat her injuries." Zhang Sanfeng wanted to go to the Golden Snake Battalion. Because of Reninging's previous lie, Zhang Sanfeng planned to bring Reninging along. Song Qingshu was worried that Jiao and Xia Qingqing would not be able to handle it, so he followed along. Song Gotu's purpose for this trip was to go to the Golden Snake Battalion. To be able to travel with a martial arts legend like Zhang Sanfeng was simply what he wanted. After all, the previous assassination attempt had already scared him out of his wits. As for Azi, after being affected by Song Qingshu's soul transfer technique, she had tacitly accepted Song Qingshu as her master. Of course, she would go wherever Song Qingshu went. Although Yu Tongji was somewhat reluctant, he could not bear to leave Azi, so he sulked and followed along. Very soon the party settled down at an inn near the town. Song Gotu did not die from a great calamity, so his mood was extremely carefree. He took care of all the expenses, especially for Zhang Sanfeng, Song Qingshu, and Reninging, these three people. He treated them like distinguished guests. Whether it was the guest room or the food, he arranged them the best. However, the three of them were not in the mood to enjoy all of this. Reninging's body trembled more and more violently. It was obvious that she could not suppress the cold poison any longer. "Little brother, when you dispel the poison for Miss Ren later, remember to light a few pots of charcoal in the room. It will be twice the result with half the effort," Zhang Sanfeng said to Song Qingshu. "Master Zhang's divine power is unparalleled. How would I dare to show my slight skill in front of an expert? Why don't you do it?" Song Qingshu replied hurriedly. Zhang Sanfeng smiled and shook his head. The young lady intends to reject the marriage with Qingshu. It is understandable that she does not want to owe Wudong a favor. It is not convenient for me to do it. Master. A trace of red appeared on Reninging's pale face. It was obvious that she was shy and embarrassed. Miss Ren need not take it to heart. Marriage is a matter of a lifetime. The most important thing is to have mutual affection. Since you have no interest in Xianxia, it would be unfair to both of you to force a marriage. Zhang Sanfeng sighed, got up and walked outside. Little brother, you can set your mind at ease and help Miss Ren dispel the cold poison. This poor Taoist will stay next door to protect you. I won't let anyone disturb you. Thank you, spiritual master. Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying bowed at the same time. When only the two of them were left in the room, Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying stared at each other. In the end, Ren Yingying was the one who couldn't take it anymore. She subconsciously looked away and said softly, Senior Miss Ren, you owe me an explanation. Song Qingshu thought to himself. He didn't expect Ren Yingying's girlish attitude to be so alluring. Ren Yingying's face turned slightly red as she hurriedly explained, Yingying already has someone in mind, but my father betrothed me to the Golden Snake King, Song Qingshu. Ren Yingying roughly explained the ins and outs of the matter. Yingying had no choice but to come up with this plan. I hope Senior can help me. Song Qingshu snorted noncommittally, that Ling Hu Chong of yours, could it be that his kung fu is better than Song Qingshu's? Ren Yingying shook her head slightly. Although Brother Chong's swordsmanship is good, compared to Song Qingshu, he is still far inferior. Song Qingshu's lips curled into a smile. I've heard rumors in the pugilistic world that the Golden Snake King, Song Qingshu, had a nickname in his early years, something like Jade Face Ming Chong. He was a famous handsome man in the pugilistic world. Could it be that Ling Hu Chong of yours is the reincarnation of Panan and the reincarnation of Song Yu? Ren Yingying's face turned red as she shook her head. In terms of appearance, Brother Chong can only barely be considered handsome, it's just that in my eyes, he is more handsome than any other handsome man. For no reason, Song Qingshu felt displeased and snorted, since he is so good, why don't you just ask him to come? Why do you have to drag me into this mess? Ren Yingying sighed slightly, Brother Chong must have heard about my marriage with Song Qingshu and deliberately hid himself from me. I sent people to investigate for a long time, but there was no news of him. This time, I coincidentally met Jinren Zhang and Senior. It is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, So you set your sights on me? Song Qingshu snorted in dissatisfaction, little girl, you are really meticulous. With Jinren Zhang's appearance and a mysterious master, even if Song Qingshu is unwilling, he can only break off this engagement. But why should I help you? Song Qingshu now has a lot of troops in his hands, and he is also a top master in the pugilistic world. Why should I provoke such a strong enemy for no reason? Senior Ren Yingying was anxious. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly felt a chill in her body, and she couldn't help but shiver. Song Qingshu grabbed her pulse and frowned slightly. Forget it, forget it. I'm really scared of you. I'll just treat you as a couple. As for the Golden Snake King, I've offended him. Thank you, Senior. Ren Yingying's teeth kept chattering. Don't talk anymore, I will help you get rid of the cold poison in your body. Song Qingshu reached out and let Ren Yingying sit in his arms. He hugged her from behind, one hand pressed on her lower abdomen, the other pressed on her chest, and two streams of hot and vigorous true qi simultaneously poured into her body. Ren Yingying was shocked, say. Senior, what are you doing? Song Qingshu lightly replied, I am helping you get rid of the cold poison. The two of them were now tightly pressed together, and Ren Yingying felt a strong masculine aura surrounding her. She could even faintly feel the man's heartbeat behind her, and she couldn't help but bite her lips. Do you have to use this position? Apart from the time when she was molested by Song Qingshu, she had never been so close to a man before. If it wasn't for the fact that she was counting on him to help her break off the engagement and didn't dare to offend him too much, Ren Yingying would have fallen out with him on the spot. Song Qingshu expressionlessly replied, Miss, don't let your imagination run wild. The most important thing to get rid of the cold poison is to prevent it from invading your dantian, chest, and head. As long as these three areas are not damaged, no matter how fierce the cold poison in your body is, it can still be removed. Otherwise, it can't be removed by external force. In the past, the sect leader of the Ming dynasty, Zhang Wuji, was hit by Xian Mingshan Zhang when he was a child, and the cold poison invaded these three areas. In the end, even with Zhang Jinren's high cultivation base, he couldn't get rid of it. If the surnamed Zhang hadn't found the Nine Yang divine art, by chance, I'm afraid his bones would have been cold for many years. Previously, because of the delay of the Song Mountain sect and the Shaolin Temple, I could only temporarily suppress the cold poison in your body. Now that it has been a long time, the cold poison in your body has been suppressed to the extreme and is waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. If I continue to remove the poison for you step by step, it is difficult to guarantee that the cold poison won't invade your dantian and other areas in a desperate situation. That's why I am removing the poison for you in this position. Your dantian and chest have my true qi flowing continuously, so the cold poison naturally has no opportunity to take advantage of. But Ren Yingying bit her lips, but after all, men and women are different. Ah? After being fooled by Song Qingshu, Ren Yingying began to worry. When she thought about how the cold poison might affect her fertility, she shuddered. It had to be known that if a woman in this world couldn't give birth, she would be breaking the 7 rules. Alright then, I'll have to trouble you, senior. Ren Yingying's eyelashes trembled. She was obviously not calm. Song Qingshu smiled and stopped talking. He began to focus on dispelling the cold poison in her body. In fact, he didn't tell Ren Yingying the truth. Although the dantian, chest, and other places were the most dangerous places to dispel the cold poison, he didn't have to use such an ambiguous method to treat her. Of course, this position was the most convenient and fastest way to get rid of the cold poison. Thinking of Ren Yingying, this little girl, who had been secretly planning to break off the engagement between them, Song Qingshu naturally wouldn't be so saintly as to adopt her complicated treatment method. Moreover, he had always believed in a life principle, a bastard who doesn't take advantage of others when there's an opportunity. Naturally, he wouldn't be so stupid as to be like Lu Xiaohui. Song Qingshu had been through many trials and tribulations. Even though the body of the beauty in his arms was incomparably soft, and his nose could still smell the faint body fragrance of the young girl from time to time, but after he began to circulate his energy to heal her, his entire person entered a state of being as calm as an ancient well. However, this made Ren Yingying suffer. She had never been so intimate with a man before. The aura of the man behind her had already made her flustered. The 2 internal forces from her lower abdomen and chest were like moving snakes, wandering around her body. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but every time the other's true qi passed through an acupoint, she would feel a trace of numbness all over her body. Ren Yingying hurriedly bit her lips, afraid that she would accidentally make any embarrassing sounds. However, this caused her breathing to inevitably become heavy. The sound of her suppressed breathing could be faintly heard in the room. With regards to Ren Yingying's reaction, Song Qingshu was also very surprised. He didn't expect her body to be so sensitive. He hurriedly slowed down the speed of the input of true qi and said lightly, "Calm your mind. It has reached the critical stage." Although Song Qingshu didn't mind taking advantage of her, there was always a limit to everything. He thought he was romantic, but he didn't agree with being obscene. Yes. Ren Yingying's face flushed red. Previously, she could hear her own panting, but she had the mentality of an ostrich. She felt that her voice was not loud, and the other party was so focused on healing that he might not have heard it. In the end, the other party's words shattered her final fantasy. As Song Qingshu's innate qi continued to flow into her body, Ren Yingying's body temperature also became higher and higher. In the end, a dense layer of sweat even seeped out of her skin. Her thin clothes were soaked by the sweat, and very soon, they tightly stuck to her skin. "Senior, I don't want to heal anymore." Ren Yingying lowered her head and said with a trembling voice. "Why?" Song Qingshu was startled. Ren Yingying wanted to say something but stopped. Her hands kept twisting the ribbons of her dress. She hesitated for a long time but couldn't say anything. Song Qingshu looked down and immediately came to a realization. Ren Yingying's dress was thin to begin with, and now that it was soaked with sweat, it tightly stuck to her body, causing her snow-white skin to be faintly discernible. The 2 of them were tightly pressed together, and that kind of touch felt as if their bodies were directly touching, and they weren't wearing clothes. Song Qingshu was also very embarrassed. After all, this situation was not his intention. If his identity was to be exposed in the future, Ren Yingying would definitely think that he was deliberately making things difficult for her, and it would instead backfire on him. "It's going to be done soon. Bear with it, we can't let it go to waste," Song Qingshu said in a low voice. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and pulled off a black cloth to cover his eyes. Seeing his actions, Reninging was slightly moved. Senior is a gentleman, but this situation, sigh, seeing that Reninging didn't object, Song Qingshu took a deep breath and increased the speed of his innate qi circulation. The room immediately fell into silence. After about the time it took for a jaw stick to burn, Reninging suddenly let out a cry and spat out a mouthful of extravasated blood. She focused her gaze and saw that there were a few small ice cubes mixed in the extravasated blood on the ground, and they were still emitting traces of cold air. The cold poison in your body has been completely removed, Song Qingshu released his hands and said to Reninging. Reninging grunted in response. She wanted to thank him, but when she thought about how she was taken advantage of by him, she couldn't bring herself to say thank you. The worry in her heart finally turned into one sentence, I'll go back to my room first. Before she left, she thought about how it was really inconvenient for others to see her in her current state. Reninging couldn't help but stomp her feet, and turned back to glare fiercely at Song Qingshu. When she saw that his eyes were still covered with a black cloth, she felt a little better. She grabbed the clothes he had placed at the side, put them on, and floated away. Hearing the other person's footsteps disappear outside the door, Song Qingshu tore off the black cloth in front of his eyes, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sigh, this time, even if I jump into the Yellow River, I won't be able to clear my name. Looking at the moonlight outside the window, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be startled. He had unknowingly treated Reninging for so long. Just as he was lost in thought, a clear and gentle voice suddenly came from the door, Big brother? Song Qingshu looked up and saw a pretty young girl standing at the door. Who else could it be but Wu Yunju? It's so late, and you still haven't slept? Song Qingshu said with a smile. I can't sleep. Wu Yunju forced a smile and looked like she had a lot on her mind. Hey, did someone bully you? Song Qingshu suddenly asked curiously. Wu Yunju bit her red lips lightly, and didn't answer. Instead, she carefully observed the situation in the corridor outside the door. Seeing that there were no abnormalities, she walked in and closed the door. Of course, Song Qingshu wouldn't be so narcissistic as to think that she came from the bed, but seeing her guilty look, it was really funny. What's the matter? Wu Yunju hesitated for a long time, making Song Qingshu a little impatient, and finally said, Big brother, have you and Miss Ren really pledged to marry each other? You specifically came to ask this? Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. Seeing that he didn't take it seriously, Wu Yunju immediately became anxious. Big brother, you are obviously a good friend of the Golden Snake King, how can you steal your friend's fiancé? As the saying goes, don't bully your friend's wife. Only then did Song Qingshu remember that the girl in front of him could be said to be his die-hard fan. Seeing that his idol was stolen, she came to defend him. His heart was filled with playfulness, and he deliberately lied to her, you must have remembered wrongly. Why do I remember that the phrase was my friend's wife, don't be polite. Wu Yunju's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, Big brother, how can you be like this? Seeing her tear-stained face, Song Qingshu hurriedly explained, I'm really scared of you. There's a mystery behind this matter, and it's not what you're worried about. However, I promised Miss Ren that I would keep her secret. Really? Wu Yunju's face lit up, and just as she was about to continue asking, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Could it be that my father is looking for me? Wu Yunju's beautiful face suddenly paled, and she hurriedly said to Song Qingshu, Big brother, please don't tell him that I came here in the middle of the night. Song Qingshu did not understand why Dark Cloud Pearl wanted to hide. He lamented that he was old and could not keep up with the pace of a little girl's thoughts as he walked over to open the door. She wanted to read a book. It's you? Looking at the purple-clothed girl at the door, Song Qingshu could not help but feel a little surprised. He was still wondering if he was lying to Song Gotu when he opened the door and asked him about his daughter's whereabouts. If it's not me, then who else could it be? Azi's eyes suddenly lit up. She stuck her head in and looked around. Could it be that master is waiting for another girl? Nonsense. Song Qingshu's face heated up. He quietly blocked her line of sight and coughed lightly. Why are you looking for me so late at night? Azi sneakily closed the door and moved in front of Song Qingshu. She carefully took out a book from her bosom and presented it to him as if she was presenting a treasure. Master, this is the Jing Jing that Azi stole before. Casually flipping through the thin book in his hand, Song Qingshu's expression suddenly changed. In his previous life, there were often discussions on the internet about transmigrating back to the southern Song dynasty and becoming Guojing. Facing the powerful Mongols, how could he reverse the situation? At that time, he was thinking of turning the 9 manual and the 18 dragons subduing palms into teaching materials and giving them to his soldiers. When the time came, with a group of soldiers with peerless martial arts, wouldn't defeating the Mongols be a piece of cake? However, when Song Qingshu truly transmigrated to this martial arts world, he realized that there were a few big problems with this method. First, it was a problem of secrecy. With so many people knowing it, it was hard to guarantee that it would not spread to the Mongols. When the time came, the Mongols would also know these divine martial arts, and then they would lose their advantage. Second, it was the hearts of the people. The most important thing for an army to do in battle was to strictly follow orders. Normal soldiers were easy to train, but if these soldiers all had peerless martial arts, they would definitely not be as obedient as before. On the battlefield, a group of martial arts masters who did not listen to orders were not as good as a group of well-trained normal soldiers. Although these problems were a headache, they were not the most fundamental. The most fundamental problem was that even if these peerless martial arts manuals were placed in front of the soldiers, they would not be able to learn them. One must know that in this era, all literate people were scholars. They took the imperial examination route, and those who chose to become soldiers were basically uneducated people who could not read. Asking them to learn the best martial arts in the world of martial arts was like asking a farmer in the future to learn partial differential equations. It would be strange if they could learn it. Therefore, although Song Qingshu had always had the idea of popularizing the secret manuals of the divine art, he had never had a clue on how to do it. However, when Song Qingshu saw the diagrams on the manual in his hand, he was pleasantly surprised. With his current level of martial arts, the muscle-bone strengthening scripture could be said to be negligible to him. However, the diagrams in the muscle-bone strengthening scripture provided a good way for ordinary people to achieve divine power. The cultivator did not need to be literate, nor did he need to have any martial arts foundation. As long as he practiced according to the diagrams, he would be able to cultivate some Xianxia. One must read this book. In the original work, Yu Tongji could be said to be neither literate nor martial arts. He was famous for his low aptitude, but he was able to practice muscle-bone strengthening scripture thanks to these diagrams. Of course, practicing according to these diagrams was not without side effects. It was easy to get started, but it was difficult to touch the essence of muscle-bone strengthening scripture for the rest of his life. However, Song Qingshu was not the leader of martial arts training. As long as the soldiers could cultivate the muscle-bone strengthening Xianxia, why would he care so much? Thinking of the thousands of soldiers under his command who could practice muscle-bone strengthening scripture, Song Qingshu could not help but start to giggle. Master, what's wrong with you? Azi's worried call suddenly came into his ear. Song Qingshu finally woke up and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth without a trace. Nothing. I just want to read this book. Seeing him return to normal, Azi breathed a sigh of relief. Azi is so obedient this time. Master, do you have any reward? Looking at the spoiled girl in front of him, it was hard for Song Qingshu to connect her with that vicious witch. He could not help but secretly sigh. The soul transfer technique is really a good thing. It's even better than the hypnosis in the movies and TV series of the future. Master, seeing that Song Qingshu was distracted again, Azi could not help but pout coquettishly. Ah? Song Qingshu came back to his senses and replied awkwardly, what reward does Azi want? Well. Azi frowned, obviously full of distress. Azi can't think of anything at the moment. How about this, I'll tell Master when I think of something later. Okay. Song Qingshu nodded slightly. Suddenly, he found that Azi was actually walking towards the bed. He could not help but turn pale with fright and blocked in front of her. You, what are you doing? You are my master. Of course, I have to warm your bed. Azi looked as if it was a matter of course. Instead, she was puzzled by Song Qingshu's reaction. I want to read this book. Ah? Song Qingshu groaned inwardly. There was still a girl hiding on the bed. If the two girls met each other, then he would really be wronged. He obviously did not do anything, but the two girls would think that he was a lecher. Although our Song Qingshu did not mind being misunderstood as lecherous, it was usually under the situation where he really took advantage of others. Things like tonight, where he did not steal the fish and instead got himself into trouble, he was definitely not willing to do it. There is no need for tonight. Jinren Zhang lives nearby. It will not be good for the reputation. Song Qingshu waved his hand awkwardly. I won't make a sound. The little girl stuck out her little tongue seductively and licked her lips. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. She was indeed a little demon girl. She even seduced people in such a straightforward manner. It's really inconvenient today. I helped Miss Ren dispel the cold poison earlier, causing my true qi to be greatly consumed, and I have to meditate and cultivate by myself later. Song Qingshu sighed with a distressed expression, yet he was extremely vexed in his heart. If it wasn't for this girl, Wu Yunju, interfering, he wouldn't have to sleep alone on an empty bed tonight. I see. Ozzy looked disappointed. However, when she thought of the loophole in his words, she quickly became happy. Then I will come back tomorrow night to serve master. After she finished speaking, she skipped towards the door. Ozzy, are you inside? At this time, Yutanji suddenly knocked on the door. It was obvious that he was full of anxiety and worry. Ozzy frowned and ran to Song Qingshu's side. She tiptoed and whispered in his ear, Master, Ozzy does not want to see this annoying person. Go to the bed and hide for a while. Before Song Qingshu could object, she quickly went into the embroidered tent. Two exclamations came from the embroidered tent at the same time. Ozzy, what's wrong? Yutanji, who was outside the door, did not wait for a response. He pushed the door open and rushed in. Song Qingshu's face immediately darkened. Who allowed you to come in? I think I heard Ozzy's voice. Yutanji ignored him. Instead, he searched around the room. Ozzy, are you here? Song Qingshu frowned and blocked in front of him. She's not here. I clearly heard her voice. Although he was a little afraid of Song Qingshu's martial arts, when he thought of how obedient Ozzy was to him, Yutanji could not help but be jealous. His words were no longer polite. Song Qingshu said calmly, you heard wrong. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Yutanji could not help but hesitate. He could even hear Ozzy's voice in his dreams, so he was not sure if he had heard wrong. Then, I'll go look in other places. Song Qingshu nodded slightly. This Yutanji was a pitiful person. He did not want to argue with him, so he waved his hand casually. Unexpectedly, when he was about to turn around and leave, there was a sudden "oh" sound from inside the embroidered tent. Yutanji's expression suddenly changed, and he rushed into the tent. Song Qingshu was thinking about other things and was distracted for a moment. Yutanji actually lifted the embroidered tent. Ah! A young girl screamed from within the tent. If you want to read a book, you must read A1KAN=SH=U. As soon as Song Qingshu heard Wu Yunju's voice, he hurriedly rushed over. When he saw the situation in the embroidered tent, he couldn't help but be startled. He couldn't see Zi's figure inside, only Wu Yunju was left. However, her current appearance was a little strange. Her whole body was wrapped in the quilt like a dumpling. Only her head was exposed, and her fair and smooth shoulders were faintly discernible. Song Qingshu couldn't help but rub his nose. He couldn't help but find it funny. You're only showing a little bit of your shoulder. Why are you screaming like that? Even a casual halter top of a city girl's in the future is more revealing than yours. Hearing Wu Yunju scream, Yutanji panicked. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. As he put down the curtain, he turned around with a red face. Get out, Song Qingshu said lightly. Yutanji hurriedly nodded and ran out while apologizing. When he went out, he accidentally tripped over the threshold. Looking at Yutanji's bewildered look, Song Qingshu couldn't help but think of those youthful days in his previous life. After a knowing smile, he was too lazy to pursue the matter. With a wave of his sleeve, the door was closed again. Then, he turned around and stared at the slightly bulging quilt. He smiled and said, Z, come out. Okay. Z's voice came from under the blanket. Wu Yinju's anxious voice rang out at the same time. Sensing Song Qingshu's puzzled gaze, her fair face was instantly covered with a layer of rouge. Her voice even carried a hint of sobbing. She took off my clothes. Song Qingshu turned around and asked, Z, why are you bullying her? Who asked her to make a noise that attracted that ugly monster? Z grinned as she crawled out from under the blanket. If he sees me on Master's bed, he'll definitely fight with Master. Z doesn't want to bring trouble to Master, so I can only sacrifice this sister. Wait, I want to see. Quick, cover me with the blanket. Dark Cloud Pearl was so anxious that she was about to cry. Z lifted the blanket and came out, exposing most of Dark Cloud Pearl's snow-white body to the air. It was a pity that Song Qingshu couldn't see this beautiful scene. Why are you panicking? Anyway, there's only one man in this house. If you can be favored by him, it'll be a blessing that you've cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Z squatted beside her with a smile and didn't intend to cover her up at all. Song Qingshu was speechless. Why did these words sound so awkward? People who didn't know the truth would think that Z's behavior was instigated by him. Violet, stop fooling around. I want to see the book. With a flick of his finger, Song Qingshu unsealed the acupoints on Dark Cloud Pearl's body. He then waved his hand behind him and the blanket once again covered Dark Cloud Pearl's exposed body. As soon as Dark Cloud Pearl was free, she hurriedly grabbed the clothes that were scattered on the side of the bed and hid under the blanket to put them on. In order to dissolve the awkward atmosphere, Song Qingshu coughed and said, Z, that Yutanji is sincere to you. Aren't you going too far by treating him like this? Z couldn't help but pout. Who wants that ugly monster's sincerity? I didn't have a choice in the past. Xianxia sect wanted to kill me, and the martial arts world of the Central Plains is dangerous. He's so beautiful. If I didn't use him, how would I have the chance to see Master? But it's different now. Master's martial arts are so powerful. With Master's protection, I don't have to pretend to be a snake with that ugly monster anymore. Song Qingshu couldn't help but mourn for Yutanji for 3 minutes. He couldn't have liked anyone, but he had to like this witch. It would be strange if he wasn't half crippled by her. Do you want to read a book? Song Qingshu was about to say something when he suddenly frowned and looked in the direction of the door. Soon, there was another knock on the door. The knocking was not continuous. It was obvious that the person who came was full of anxiety and hesitation. Dark Cloud Pearl's movements on the bed suddenly froze. Even Z was worried that it was Yutanji who had left and returned. She didn't dare to make any sound for a moment. Who is it? Song Qingshu asked in a deep voice. Senior, it's me. Ren Yingying's voice came from outside the door. Song Qingshu was startled. He saw her leave as if she was running away, but now she actually dared to come back. He quickly pulled down the bed curtain and signaled Dark Cloud Pearl and Z to hide. He didn't want to destroy the image of a gentleman that he had maintained for so long. Seeing that there was another woman in her master's room in the middle of the night, Z couldn't help but pout. Unfortunately, she couldn't disobey her master's orders. She thought in her heart, it seems that Master's luck with women is very good. So many women came to find him. I wonder what kind of person my future mistress is. What if she is a very difficult person to get along with? Won't Z's future days be very difficult? No, I have to find a way to let Master find someone easy to deal with. Z's eyes rolled around, and suddenly her gaze moved to Dark Cloud Pearl. Seeing her delicate and timid look, her heart suddenly lit up. This person is not bad. Song Qingshu didn't know what Z was thinking. After covering the bed curtain, he opened the door and welcomed Ren Yingying in. Miss Ren, what's the matter? Senior, Yingying's mind was agitated just now. I hope that Senior can forgive me for my rudeness. Ren Yingying bowed slightly to him. Miss Ren, why are you doing this? Song Qingshu was shocked. He hurriedly helped her up with a gentle force, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. If we're talking about rudeness, it's me who's being rude. I've taken advantage of you before. Senior, you didn't hesitate to use your true chi to heal me, but I didn't even say thank you. It's extremely rude. I've specially come to thank you. Ren Yingying's face showed a trace of embarrassment. Miss Ren, you're too polite. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. I'm different from others. I don't ask for anything in return when I save someone. All I ask for is for my thoughts to be clear. I've successfully saved Miss Ren, and I've already enjoyed that kind of joy in my heart. I've already repaid the favor. Miss Ren, you don't have to thank me anymore. Ying really admires Senior's realm. Ren Ying had heard her father mention that when one's martial arts reached a certain realm, cultivation was no longer that important. Instead, it was more important to cultivate one's heart. Therefore, she could vaguely understand what he meant. Suddenly thinking of the joy he mentioned just now, Ren Ying subconsciously thought of the charming and gentle process during the healing process. She couldn't help but blush. She secretly glanced at him. Seeing that there was nothing unusual about his expression, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. I don't know if he's hinting at something. Ying has a request, I don't know if I should say it. Ren Ying hesitated for a while and suddenly said while biting her lips. Miss Ren, please say it. Song Qingshu secretly cursed. These ancient people's conversation was really so formulaic. Could it be that he could say it or not? Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Since we are friends, we should show our sincerity. It's just that I suffered qi deviation in my early years, causing my appearance to be extremely ugly. I don't want others to see my appearance again. Please forgive me, Miss Ren. Ren Ying faintly sighed. Senior has an extraordinary bearing, how could you be ugly? Senior must have your own difficulties if you don't want to show your true face. Ying doesn't dare to force you. It's fine if I don't know what my benefactor looks like, but if I don't even know your name, I won't be able to eat or sleep well. This. Song Qingshu pondered for a moment. Miss Ren, you can call me Su Rua Wu. Nothingness. Ren Ying muttered to herself. She felt that there was something wrong with this name, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Miss Ren, you didn't come back just to thank me, did you? Song Qingshu was worried that if she thought about it carefully, she would realize that his name was fake, so he quickly changed the topic. Hearing his question, Ren Ying's expression suddenly became bashful. Senior Su, Ying actually came here with a presumptuous request. I hope that Senior can help me. Song Qingshu took a sip of tea noncommittally. Tell me about it first. Ren Ying clenched her teeth and said, I want to ask Senior to pretend to be someone. Impersonating someone? Song Qingshu gradually understood, but he didn't point it out. Instead, he asked, who does Miss Ren want me to impersonate? Ling Huchong. Ren Ying could not read Song Qingshu's thoughts from his face, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and say it. The sweetheart you mentioned before? Song Qingshu looked at her with a faint smile, neither nodding nor directly refusing. Ren Ying could only continue, that fiancé of mine knows about the matter between me and Brother Chong. If another person were to appear out of nowhere, he would definitely see through it, so, your fiancé? Song. Qingshu's expression was indifferent. Who is it? Song. Song Qingshu. Ren Ying's expression dimmed as she faintly sighed. Senior must be looking down on Ying in his heart. He's clearly already engaged, yet he's still thinking about his former lover. Song Qingshu shook his head slightly. Miss Ren, everyone has their own fate. You can't force it. Since you're engaged to another man, it means that your fate with young Master Ling Hu has come to an end. Although you're thinking about young Master Ling Hu a little more now, maybe after a while, you'll miss your fiancé a little more. Impossible. Ren Ying interrupted firmly. Why would I think of that bastard? Song Qingshu was startled by her agitated reaction and couldn't help but stare blankly at her. Ren Ying quickly sensed that something was wrong and her ears turned red. She hurriedly explained, Senior, I'm not usually like this. I don't know why, but every time I encounter something related to that person, it's hard for me to remain calm. It doesn't matter. Seeing that she was in a hurry to explain, Song Qingshu found it interesting. I wonder if Miss Ren has heard of the saying, lovers quarreling? Me and that bastard? Ren Ying was originally very disdainful, but suddenly, for some reason, her heart inexplicably trembled. She recalled the various things between her and Song Qingshu and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. As the saying goes, if you help someone, help them to the end. Miss Ren, I can help you one more time, but the ending may not be as you wish. Don't blame me at that time. Song Qingshu said. Ying is already very grateful that Senior is willing to help. How can I blame Senior? Ren Ying hurriedly replied. Song Qingshu shook his head and didn't explain. He only said, who can say what will happen in the future? Remember what you said today. Although Ren Ying didn't understand, she still nodded. The two of them casually chatted for a while before Ren Ying said again, Senior, let me tell you some things about Chongji so that there won't be any loopholes. Song Qingshu frowned slightly, but it's already late, won't it be inconvenient? What a joke, there were still 2 girls waiting on his bed. If she kept wasting their time like this, what would happen to those 2 girls? Ying also knows that I have disturbed Senior's rest. But along the way, with Zhang Zhenren accompanying us, it's very difficult for me to find such an opportunity to communicate with Senior. Ren Ying looked at him pitifully. That kind of pleading and moving eyes made it hard for Song Qingshu to refuse. Listening to Ren Ying slowly describing every detail of the entire plan, Song Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At this moment, he suddenly came to his senses. Other than being an extremely beautiful young girl, Ren Ying was also an extremely powerful evil sect holy nun. In the smiling, proud wanderer, Ling Huchong loved his junior apprentice sister to death. But with Ren Ying's gentle and quiet skills, she quietly transferred Ling Huchong's heart to her. Finally, the 2 of them became a couple. That shrewdness and wisdom was not something that an ordinary woman could compare to. Compared to her, Zhou Zhirua in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber was far inferior in this aspect. She had a great advantage but was turned around by Zhao Min. At the wedding banquet in Haozhou, she was actually not so unyielding. First, she married Zhang Wuji, creating an established fact. Then, as a daughter-in-law, she went to save her husband's adoptive father, Golden Fur Lion King. Zhao Min had no reason to stop her. Unfortunately, she couldn't bear it. Someone commented that if Zhou Zhirua did that at that time, she wouldn't be Zhou Zhirua, but Ren Ying. This sentence revealed Ren Ying's unfathomable depth. Of course, this description was not derogatory because from the beginning to the end, Ren Ying did not do anything unfavorable to Ling Huchong. It was just that this world was not a place where he could smile proudly, and Song Qingshu was not Ling Huchong. Ren Ying's schemes would not be used on Ling Huchong, but towards Song Qingshu, she would not be so polite. The reason why Song Qingshu did not notice this side of Ren Ying's weak appearance was largely because the incident in the bathtub had messed up Ren Ying's mind. This caused her to find it extremely difficult to maintain her calm every time she met Song Qingshu. This time, she did not know the true face of the person in front of her, so Ren Ying naturally would not be affected. Therefore, she revealed a side that Song Qingshu had never seen before. In a flash, she used Zhang Sanfeng and him to design a meticulous plan to break off the engagement. Song Qingshu could not help but feel lucky. If it was not for a freak combination of factors that allowed him to know all of this ahead of time and be caught off guard, this marriage might really have been ruined by her. Miss Ren's thoughts are meticulous, and your wisdom is unparalleled. I really admire you, Song Qingshu looked at the beautiful girl in front of him with a smile that was not a smile. Ren Ying's face turned slightly red. Senior is teasing me. If it was not because I had no other choice, Ying would not be willing to scheme against others like this. At this time, Zhang Somfeng's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Little friend, have you rested? Ren Ying's expression could not help but change. Song Qingshu was just about to answer when she hurriedly waved her hand. Seeing the other's puzzled face, she hurriedly moved closer to his ear and deliberately lowered her voice. I have already reported to Master Zhang that I have returned to my room to rest. If he finds out that I am in your room in the middle of the night, he will definitely misunderstand that we have an affair. No matter what, I am now his nominal granddaughter-in-law. If I provoke his disgust, I am afraid he will not help me. The young girl exhaled a breath that smelled like orchids. Song Qingshu was slightly absent-minded. Then what do you want to do? Eh? Seeing Ren Ying running to the bed, Song Qingshu raised his hand to stop her, but he suddenly changed his mind. Anyway, the 2 women inside had already met, so what if there was one more person? Ren Ying subconsciously slipped into the bed curtain. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, she suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. She quickly looked to the side and saw two bright-eyed girls staring at her with an unfriendly expression. She couldn't help but scream in fright. Fortunately, Reninging knew she could not expose herself right now, so she hastily covered her mouth. At the same time, she looked at the two women from head to toe. Very quickly, she recognized one of them as Songgota family's daughter, Wu Yunju, and the other was that girl called Azi. Seeing Reninging come in, Wu Yunju acted as if she had seen her savior. She immediately shrank to her side and glared at Azi with hidden bitterness. Wan Naoba. Plus or minus? Reninging was confused. She suddenly realized that Wu Yunju's clothes were untidy, and her cherry mouth opened wide. Anyone would have the wrong idea if a man's clothes were untidy on a man's bed in the middle of the night. Moreover, Z had already recognized that Senior Su as her master, and now she was together with Wu Yunju on the senior's bed, thinking about how Song Qingshu had been intentionally or unintentionally asking her to leave. Reninging's pretty face instantly heated up. She couldn't help but secretly spit. Pfft. I thought he was a gentleman, but I didn't expect him to be so preposterous. Although Azi was dissatisfied that the dark cloud pearl had escaped from her grasp, she was more afraid of Reninging's martial arts, so she didn't dare to act rashly. For a moment, the three women on the bed fell into a strange silence. Daoist Zhang, why are you here so late? Did something happen? Seeing that the three women on the bed weren't in a complete mess, Song Qingshu, who was outside, secretly let out a sigh of relief. Then, he went over and welcomed Zhang Sanfeng in. Little brother, you're worrying too much. I just had a sudden impulse and wanted to chat with you. Zhang Sanfeng laughed heartily as he walked in. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows and cast a puzzled glance in the direction of the bed. Song Qingshu's heart thumped. With Zhang Sanfeng's current level of cultivation, it would naturally be very difficult to hide the fact that there was someone in his bed. However, as long as this matter was not exposed, he could only pretend that he didn't know. Daoist master, you're really flattering me. I'm Su. Su, I don't deserve to be called Daoist master. Song Qingshu secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. The person in front of him was his great master. Even though the other party did not know his identity, he was still not thick-skinned enough to call him brother. Nothingness? Zhang Sanfeng was slightly startled. He had lived for 100 years, what had he not seen? With just a glance, he could tell that there was something fishy about his name. Didn't Su Rua say that his identity was fake? However, Zhang Sanfeng had always been easygoing. Since the other party was unwilling to tell him his real name, he must have his own difficulties. Moreover, he had hinted that his name was fake, which was enough to show his sincerity. Zhang Sanfeng changed his mind and did not take this matter to heart. Young hero Su, this humble Daoist can see that despite your young age, your martial arts are quite extraordinary. May I know which sect you're from? This was what Zhang Sanfeng was most curious about. After all, although there were many highly skilled martial artists in the pugilistic world, those who could reach this level could be counted on one's fingers. Zhang Sanfeng knew a thing or two about each and every one of them, but this person in front of him seemed to have appeared out of thin air, leaving him with no clue at all. As for seeing through Song Qingshu's young age, with Zhang Sanfeng's current level of cultivation, even if the other party was wearing a mask, it would not be too difficult for him to determine his age. Hearing this question from Zhang Sanfeng, the three girls on the bed all perked up their ears in unison. They were all very curious about Song Qingshu's background. This junior's martial arts. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment before answering. What this junior has learned in his life can be considered as having several masters. It's just that without the permission of the elders, this junior does not dare to reveal it without permission. I hope that Daoist master will forgive me. What kind of joke was this? Whether it was the Nine Manual, the scripture of divine radiating light, or even the joyous Zen, no matter which one he mentioned, it would easily expose his identity. After thinking about it for a long time, Song Qingshu could only vaguely answer. Is that so? Zhang Sanfeng could not help but reveal a look of disappointment. However, there were indeed many sects in the pugilistic world that had these strange rules, and he was already used to it. Since the young hero has his own difficulties, then this humble Taoist will not continue to ask about martial arts. However, this humble Taoist still has one more thing to ask, and I hope that the young hero will not mind. Taoist Master Zhang is too serious. As long as this junior knows, I will definitely tell you everything I know. Song Qingshu replied. It's about you and Miss Ren. Zhang Sanfeng could not help but reveal a trace of awkwardness on his face. Ah? Song Qingshu had an embarrassed expression on his face. After all, he was currently impersonating a man who was trying to steal Zhang Sanfeng's future granddaughter-in-law. It's like this. Regarding the matter between the young hero and Miss Ren, there are still many things that this humble Taoist does not understand. It's just that there are many questions that this humble Taoist does not wish to ask Miss Ren. Therefore, this humble Taoist will have to trouble the young hero. Zhang Sanfeng secretly sighed. Because of the matter between Zhang Chuishan and Yin Susu, he had always harbored a grudge against the devil sect. This time, when he heard that Song Qingshu was going to marry the devil sect saintess, his heart was somewhat disapproving. In his eyes, a woman from the devil sect was definitely not a good match. Furthermore, when he had just entered the room, he had already sensed that there was someone on the bed. If he was not mistaken, then it must be that Miss Ren. Thinking about this, his heart suddenly became somewhat angry. Right now, even if Ren Yingying did not make the arrangements, Zhang Sanfeng had already decided to break off this marriage for Song Qingshu. If it were not for the fact that he had seen Song Qingshu's chivalrous heart in the forest, and the feelings that the two of them had displayed towards each other were also genuine, Zhang Sanfeng was afraid that he would have already fallen out with him. Although he already had an idea in his heart, it was still better to ask about the whole sequence of events. Hearing Zhang Sanfeng's words, Ren Yingying, who was lying on the bed, suddenly felt her heart jump up to her throat. She was afraid that Song Qingshu might have made a mistake on his side. Fortunately, she quickly heard the other party's smooth and fluent reply. Only then did she secretly let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, her heart was filled with emotion. This person is really amazing. Although he appeared to be a little impatient just now, he actually remembered all the details that I had taught him without missing a single word. Suddenly, Ren Yingying's heart skipped a beat. She quickly looked towards Azi and Wu Yunju. If they had been hiding here all this time, then wouldn't they have heard everything that she had said before? As if she had guessed her worries, a crafty smile suddenly appeared on Azi's face. Ren Yingying subconsciously glared at Azi. Her eyes were filled with a threatening intent. Who knew that Azi would not show any weakness and glared back at her? Fortunately, both of them were apprehensive of being discovered, so they did not dare to make any noise. They only dared to exchange glances with each other. Wu Yunju, who was standing to one side, saw that the two of them had strange expressions on their faces. In her heart, she also somewhat understood what was going on. Immediately, she secretly laughed. Zhang Sanfeng finally finished asking the questions that he wanted to ask. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion, so it turns out that you and Miss Ren have experienced so many things. You have already gone through life and death together. Qingshu really shouldn't have interfered between the two of you. Oh well, on this trip to the Golden Snake Battalion, this poor Taoist will act as a lobbyist for the two of you. Many thanks, Sage Zhang. Hearing the other party mention himself, Song Qingshu's heart could be said to be filled with mixed feelings. Trying to steal someone from his own wall, what kind of situation was this? 637 You are right, spiritual master. Song Qingshu's face was gloomy, but this matter was not easy to explain, so he could only acquiesce. Immeasurable deity, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be, if it's not meant to be, don't force it. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head slightly and floated away. Hearing the sound of Song Qingshu closing the door, the three women on the bed could no longer sit still, and ran out one after another as if they were escaping. Only Z stayed on the bed very leisurely, without the slightest intention of getting out of bed. Senior, I'm sorry, I didn't know they were inside. Ren Yingying's face was flushed, and her heart was extremely embarrassed. Who asked her to accidentally ruin their good time? But he was really ridiculous. This time he actually let two girls accompany him, and I've always thought of him as a gentleman. Seeing that the other party was not the kind of person who would not be disturbed even when he was in love, Ren Yingying suddenly felt that her plan was somewhat like sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth. It's okay, anyway, they are the same as you, hiding in a panic. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Is that so? Rening's mouth had a slight smile, but she looked at him suspiciously. That expression was obviously not believing. Song Qingshu's face was gloomy. He could naturally see through Rening's thoughts, but this kind of thing would only make things worse, and he couldn't keep dragging her to explain. Oh right, what did spiritual master Zhang's last sentence mean? Reninging suddenly thought of something and quickly asked. Oh, you're talking about that. Oh, you're talking about that. Daoist Zhang thought that we didn't have an illicit relationship, so he was tactfully knocking us down. Do you think that with Daoist Zhang's skills, he wouldn't know that you were hiding in bed? Song Qingshu said disapprovingly. Ah. Reninging suddenly panicked, and subconsciously scolded, why didn't you explain? Before Song Qingshu could answer, Z took the initiative to speak up. How can you be like this? Our master was kind enough to help you break off the engagement, but you don't even say thank you. Instead, you blame him? Wu Yunju was originally very grateful to Ying for saving her father, but at this moment, she couldn't help but have some criticism in her heart. She couldn't help but ask, Sister Ren, Brother Song is an indomitable hero, why did you do everything possible to break off the engagement with him? Song Qingshu was secretly pleased to hear this. No wonder Ding Chuanqiu, that old geezer, had to come up with a set of bootlicking skills. It felt good to have a young girl who admired him by his side at all times. Only then did Reninging realize that her conversation with the senior had been overheard by these two. She looked at Dark Cloud Pearl strangely. You know that person? I don't know her. Dark Cloud Pearl's face was full of regret, but very quickly, his eyes began to shine with stars. But I've heard many rumors about him. He single-handedly assassinated the emperor with a single sword, defeated numerous heroes, and obtained the Golden Snake King. He called upon the wind and summoned the rain to defeat 100,000 elite soldiers. In my heart, he is a great hero who treads on colorful auspicious clouds and wears golden armor. I'm not as outstanding as you say. See, oh big brother, I'm not talking about you, why are you so shy? Wu Yunju looked at him strangely. Before Song Qingshu could explain, Reninging chimed in, Senior Su is right. That person isn't a great hero. He's just a despicable, shameless, and lowly lecher. Song Qingshu's face was full of resentment. I've only taken advantage of you a few times. Do you need to scold me like this? Wu Yunju, on the other hand, objected, Sister Ren, Brother Song is not that kind of person. Reninging sneered, you've never seen him before. How do you know he's not such a person? Wu Yunju was at a loss for words. In any case, Brother Song is definitely not that kind of person. Perhaps she knew that her explanation was useless. She hurriedly added, Sister Ren, since you know him, why don't you tell me why he's that kind of despicable, shameless, vagrant lecher? He treated me. Ren Ying held her breath. She quickly swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She was too embarrassed to tell others about those things. In any case, he's that kind of person. Sister Ren, you're being unreasonable. Wu Yunju was so anxious that she was about to cry. Z, who had been watching coldly from the side, suddenly laughed. This Miss Ren looks like she wants to say something. There's even a hint of anger in her eyes. It's obvious that your brother Song has taken advantage of her. Perhaps she's already lost her chastity to him. Naturally, she's too embarrassed to explain. Ah? Wu Yunju looked at Reninging blankly. Really? Of course not. Reninging's cheeks were crimson. She glared at Z guiltily. Don't talk nonsense. Pitiful, really pitiful. Z didn't care about her gaze at all. Instead, she muttered to herself. What's pitiful? Reninging frowned slightly. She couldn't help but ask. Z sighed deeply. I'm pitiful for that young hero Linghu. His sweetheart has already made him a cuckold many times, but he's still in the dark. I'm going to kill you. In the Sun Moon sect, Reninging was second only to one person. Normally, if someone talked about her behind her back, they would have their eyes gouged out, their tongue pulled out, and sent to a deserted island. She had never suffered such humiliation before. She pulled out the dagger in her sleeve and stabbed Z. Z had already expected this. She immediately hid behind Song Qingshu. As she hid, she shouted, "Aya, Aya, someone's so angry that she wants to kill you. Master, save me." Ren Yingying stabbed several times, but her attacks were all blocked by Song Qingshu's body. She couldn't help but be angry and anxious. "Come out if you can." Ptsi couldn't help but sneer. "My martial arts aren't as good as yours. If I come out and let you kill me, do you think I'm an idiot or are you the idiot?" She grew up in the deceitful Xianxia sect. Naturally, she was a pragmatist. Why would she care about some superficial martial arts in the martial arts world? You. Ren Yingying stomped her feet in anger. All right, Z, stop talking. Miss Ren has just recovered from a serious injury. She can't take this kind of provocation. Song Qingshu knew that he couldn't let them continue and hurriedly came out to smooth things over. My maidservant grew up in the western regions. She doesn't have any scruples when speaking. I hope Miss Ren will give me face and stop pursuing this matter. Humph, I'll let you off this time for the sake of Senior. Ren Yingying couldn't help but snort. She glared fiercely at Z behind Song Qingshu. However, she only got a big eye roll in response. It's getting late. Yingying won't disturb Senior's rest. Having been seen through by Zhang Sanfeng, Ren Yingying's heart was in a mess. She didn't have the mood to stay here and bicker with Z. She stood up and said goodbye. Miss Ren, you've just recovered from your injury. What you need is more rest. Song Qingshu nodded. Ren Yingying nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then, she left with a wisp of fragrance. Seeing Ren Yingying leave, Wu Yunju also stood up and said goodbye. Big brother, I'll also go back first. Now that she knew that the other party wasn't someone who would steal his friend's fiancé, she finally felt relieved. The two girls left one after another. Seeing that Z still had no intention of getting up, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be startled. Why are you still here? Z smiled sweetly. She trotted behind him and started massaging his shoulders. Z is staying behind to serve master. Although Z was a cruel and merciless little temptress, her hands were very soft and gentle. The few light pinches made Song Qingshu swallow the words of rejection he was about to say. Z bent down and whispered into Song Qingshu's ear as she massaged his shoulders, Master, do you feel comfortable? Are you trying to seduce me? Smelling Z's unique feminine scent, Song Qingshu replied plainly. Everything that belongs to Z belongs to Master. Z pursed her lips and said in a sweet voice, why would I need to seduce Master? The girl's sweet voice made Song Qingshu's heart flutter. I didn't expect the Nine manual soul-shifting art to be so powerful. Luckily it fell into the hands of a gentleman like me. Otherwise, who knows how many girls would have suffered. Z, quickly go back to your room and sleep. Song Qingshu couldn't help but cough. Master used up a lot of your true energy to heal that guy with the surname Ren today. You must be very tired. Z will stay here and massage Master's back to relieve your fatigue. Z looked at him pitifully. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. He was indeed a little tired now. It would be good to let her relax. Okay, seeing that he agreed, Z instantly became very excited. Master, you can lie on the bed. It'll be more relaxing that way. Song Qingshu nodded. In his previous life, massage parlors all lied on the bed. Of course, he didn't think much of it. Z, your hands are quite nimble. Have you practiced before? Song Qingshu couldn't help but let out a moan in comfort. Back in the sea of constellations, my senior brothers would always bully me. I could only think of ways to please Grand Old Freak Ding. After pleasing him, the other senior brothers wouldn't dare to bully me like before. Z's face darkened. Song Qingshu secretly sighed, no wonder Z developed such a cruel and ruthless personality. How could she survive in that kind of environment and be a white lotus flower? Don't worry. From now on, no one will bully you if you follow me. Hearing his words, Z's expression brightened up. She giggled and said, Master is so nice. Song Qingshu smiled and suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but ask, Z, I saw that you were still a virgin. How did you protect yourself in that kind of environment? If it were any other woman, Song Qingshu would definitely not ask so directly. However, Z had just been affected by the soul transfer technique and had already regarded him as her master. She would not hold anything back from him, so Song Qingshu did not have to worry. It will hurt her. Hearing Song Qingshu's question, Z blushed and answered in a low voice, Xianxia sect's disciples pay particular attention to strength. Everyone's primary goal is to improve their strength and seize the position of eldest senior brother. Therefore, they aren't very interested in women. Besides, Z has always been dirty since she was young. Later, with old Freak Ding's support, those people don't dare to bully me. It's just that. Z suddenly stuttered. It's just that what? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Z blushed and answered, it's just that as I grew older, I could no longer hide my beauty. Even old Freak Ding started to look at me strangely. I was afraid, so I stole the divine wood imperial cauldron and escaped from the Sea of Constellations while he was attending some golden snake convention in the Central Plains. Even though she was blushing, Z's face still showed a hint of pride when she talked about how the people of Xianxia sect were fascinated by her beauty. Look at how proud you are. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. What's up with that Yutanji? He was brought back by Master from the Central Plains. He looks a little silly. Master, you must know what kind of disciples of Xianxia sect are. Those people often bully him. I pitied him, so I helped him a few times. Before Z could finish, Song Qingshu interrupted her with a smile, stop it. With your temper, it's good enough that you don't take the lead to bully him. Master, don't expose me like this. Z immediately said coquettishly, with my usual temper, it's impossible for me to help him. But I don't know why, but when I saw him being bullied, I couldn't help but remember how I was when I was bullied back then. So I couldn't help but help him a few times. In the end, I found out that his martial arts were actually very high, and he wasn't afraid of poison. And he seemed to treat me differently. He looks like he likes you. Song Qingshu couldn't help but tease. Who wants that ugly monster to like me? I like Master. Z hurriedly said coquettishly. Okay, I got it. Song Qingshu continued to ask, then why is he with you? Z answered, after I escaped from the Sea of Constellations, old Freak Ding was furious. He sent several groups of people to capture me, and he was one of them. But not only did he not capture me, he even helped me kill a few pursuers. In the end, he simply betrayed me. I saw that his martial arts were high and he could be my bodyguard, so I didn't refuse. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. Yutanji is also a pitiful person. It's not good for you to keep lying to him. I didn't have a way before, Z pouted. But now that Master's martial arts are so high, I naturally don't need to use him anymore. It's good to clear things up with him as soon as possible. Song Qingshu nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly gasped, You have to take off your clothes to give Ding Chuanqiu a massage? Humph, dream on. Z wrinkled her nose and leaned over to Song Qingshu's ear. Z only does this to Master. You will definitely regret it in the future. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. The soul transfer art might lose its effect one day. When that time comes, it would be strange if Z didn't hate him to death. Z is more than happy to be able to serve Master. Why would I regret it? Z smiled sweetly. She held Song Qingshu's hand and placed it on her chest, asking in confusion. It's nothing. Song Qingshu was not the kind of ascetic monk to begin with. Feeling the girl's softness on his palm, he couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's expression changed. He pressed Z into his arms and pulled the blanket over the two of them. What's wrong? Z's muffled voice came from under the blanket. Shoo, don't talk. As soon as Song Qingshu finished speaking, the door was smashed open. Yutanji barged in angrily. Didn't anyone teach you to knock before entering a house? Song Qingshu's voice gradually turned cold. But Z hasn't returned to her room yet. Yutanji said anxiously. Maybe she's in the mood to enjoy the night view outside. Song Qingshu snorted. But in his heart, he added, sorry, your dream lover is lying between my legs right now. But the Xianxia sect has been chasing after her. Why would she go out alone? Could she have been captured by the Xianxia sect? Yutanji paced around anxiously. Song Qingshu coughed. Young hero you, do you like Miss Azi? Yutanji's face instantly turned red. Fortunately, it was blocked by the iron shell. I'm not trying to criticize you, but you keep forcing a girl like this without giving her any privacy. How can a girl like you? His Song Qingshu's voice suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Yutanji asked curiously. Nothing. I was bitten by a cat. Song Qingshu said with a straight face. Cat? Yutanji was stunned. How could you be bitten by a cat when you're lying on the bed? However, Yutanji's internal energy was profound, so he quickly sensed that there was someone under the blanket. Looking at the blanket moving up and down, as if someone was hiding under it, Yutanji's face turned red. He thought to himself, this person is ridiculous. However, when he thought of Dark Cloud Pearl's delicate appearance under the blanket, Yutanji couldn't help but feel a little envious. He's so lucky with women. Seeing that Yutanji was still standing there, Song Qingshu couldn't help but frown. Have you seen enough? Yutanji was speechless. He hurriedly backed out of the room, not forgetting to close the door for him. Sorry to disturb you. Sensing that Yutanji had left, Song Qingshu lowered his head and said to the blanket, Your pursuer is indeed a little silly. Azi's muffled voice responded to him. I almost forgot that it's not convenient for you to talk right now. Song Qingshu smiled and didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and lay there, enjoying the girl's gentle service. After some time, Azi's resentful voice suddenly sounded in the room. Master, Azi's mouth is numb. Song Qingshu smiled and held her small waist. He flipped her over and pressed her under his body. Azi, your skin is even smoother than satin. Hearing his praise, Azi's eyes smiled like crescent moons. Thank you, master. Song Qingshu put his hand between her legs and whispered in her ear, but now, it's even more slippery here. Master, you're so naughty. Azi pouted and couldn't help but hit Song Qingshu's chest twice. However, she was worried that she would hurt him, so each punch seemed weak. At this time, Yutanji was staying outside Azi's room, looking outside anxiously from time to time with a worried look. He obviously didn't know what the little fairy of his dreams was going through at this moment under another man's body. The next morning, Z carefully walked to her room. She couldn't help but pout. I don't know what master is afraid of. What's wrong with letting me sleep in his room? When he returned to the door of his room, he suddenly found Yutanji sitting on the ground in front of the door, asleep. There was a layer of dew on his clothes. Obviously, he had been here all night. Perhaps he was too sleepy. Yutanji curled up there, his head nodding, and he didn't even realize that saliva was dripping from his mouth. Z felt disgusted and couldn't help but kick him. Hey, what are you doing here? Yutanji opened his eyes in a daze. Seeing his dream lover in front of him, he was overjoyed. Miss Azi, you're back. Yutanji's eyes suddenly widened. Although he usually thought that Z was very beautiful, there was always a trace of worry between her eyebrows, perhaps because she was always on tenterhooks all day long. But today, for some reason, Z looked more delicate and charming than usual. It was as if she had suddenly become more beautiful. What does it have to do with you whether I come back or not? Z was already a little unhappy. Seeing Yutanji like this, she was even more unhappy, and her words were not as polite. Miss Azi, why are you suddenly so cold to me? Yutanji suddenly became anxious. You weren't like this before. Z snorted. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I used to use you as a bodyguard. But now, I have master to protect me. He's much more powerful than you, so I naturally don't need to be nice to you anymore. Master? Yutanji didn't react for a moment. Don't block the way. Seeing him standing there stupidly, Z snorted impatiently and pushed the door open to enter the house. However, the sudden soreness and pain between her legs made her movements stiffen for a moment. She waited for the discomfort to subside before she continued to walk in. Yutanji's mind was always on her, and Z's abnormality didn't escape his eyes. Yutanji hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern, Miss Azi, are you not feeling well? Go away. Z slapped away his hand that was trying to help her up. You're the one who's not feeling well. Last night, I was very comfortable. Looking at her shy and sweet face, and connecting it with her unnatural walking posture, Yutanji realized that something was wrong no matter how stupid he was. He suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What about you? Don't get in the way. I'm going to catch up on my sleep. Z pushed him out. Yutanji suddenly woke up. He was shocked and angry. He grabbed Z's arm, and his eyes were almost spewing fire. Z, don't be sad. I won't despise you. Tell me, who bullied you? I'm going to kill him right now. Psycho. Hearing his words, Z couldn't help but roll her eyes. Tell me. Yutanji roared at Z, which was rare. If you want to hear it, then I'll tell you. Z put her hands on her hips. No one bullied me. Last night, I volunteered, and I was very happy. Are you satisfied now? No. Yutanji felt that his heart was about to break. He ran out crazily. After running for dozens of miles, he finally couldn't stand it anymore and fell to the ground. He whimpered while beating the ground. After a long time, Yutanji finally recovered a little. He thought to himself, even if she likes someone else, I'll be satisfied as long as I can stay by her side. Yutanji subconsciously wanted to turn around to find Z, but after a few steps, he quickly smiled bitterly. What can I do if I go back? She doesn't care about you at all. She just treats you like a fool, Yutanji struggled in his heart. After a long time, he suddenly realized, now I have no power, and I'm ugly. It's normal that Miss Z doesn't like me. If I become a big hero one day and make a name for myself, based on our past, maybe Miss Z will like me. Thinking of this, Yutanji suddenly cheered up. He remembered that he had heard that the beggar sect in Hebei was electing a new Grand Master. Yutanji reluctantly looked back at the direction where Azi was. Finally, he gritted his teeth and rushed north. Miss Z, where's young hero you? At this time, everyone in the inn had already woken up. Zhang Sanfeng originally wanted to ask Yutanji how he cultivated his strange cold poison, but he found that Yutanji had disappeared. He seemed to have been stimulated by something and ran away. Z replied casually. Well, Zhang Sanfeng sighed and looked back at Ren Yingying. He couldn't help but think of the faint moans he heard from Song Qingshu's room in the middle of the night last night. His face suddenly became a little ugly. Since the cold poison in your body has been cured, let's hurry to the Golden Snake camp. Seeing that Zhang Sanfeng's tone was not good, Ren Yingying naturally knew what he had misunderstood. She couldn't help but secretly stare at Song Qingshu and at the same time respectfully replied, everything is at Master Zhang's command. Song Qingshu thought to himself, why is Zhang Sanfeng in such a hurry to the Golden Snake camp? End of this chapter. Since Zhang Sanfeng had spoken to hasten their journey, the group naturally couldn't delay. Although they couldn't travel day and night, they didn't waste much time because they were already not too far from the territory of the Golden Snake camp. After a few days, they arrived at the Golden Snake camp's current headquarters, Jining. I wonder if Qingqing and Ajiao can handle this situation. Looking at the city gates of Jining from afar, Song Qingshu couldn't help but worry. In the depths of his heart, he didn't want to meet Zhang Sanfeng face to face with his real identity. After all, his feelings towards Wudong were somewhat complicated. A dull sound slowly rang out as the city gates of Jining gradually opened. A group of people came straight over to welcome them. It turned out that the people of the Golden Snake camp had long since been notified that Zhang Sanfeng would personally come. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Xia Qingqing and Ajiao even personally led everyone out of the city gates to welcome them. Song Qingshu glanced at Ajiao, who was dressed in women's clothing, and understood that the one pretending to be him today was Xia Qingqing. After not seeing them for a period of time, the two women were still as elegant as ever. It was just that there was an additional trace of fatigue between their brows. Song Qingshu secretly felt his heart ache. He had been a carefree and unrestrained boss, but the Golden Snake camp had so many things to do. It must have been hard on them. Song Qingshu couldn't help but think of the African grasslands of his previous life. Those male lions also did nothing all day long. They were only responsible for mating and fighting. Hunting and whatnot was left to a group of female lions. Why did it seem more and more déjà vu the more he thought about it? Grand Master, why have you come? Xianxia led a group of people to welcome them, imitating Song Qingshu's tone and asked. Zhang Sanfeng looked at Song Qingshu in front of him with a puzzled look, but still answered, there is something I need to come out to investigate. Daoist Zhang must be tired from the long journey. Let's enter the city first. Audiobook said softly. Seeing Audiobook, Zhang Sanfeng's eyes lit up. This must be the former Ming dynasty's Princess Chongping. This humble Daoist pays his respects. Audiobook hurriedly replied, not at all. You are Song Lang's great master. Naturally, you are also Audiobook's great master. How can Audiobook accept such a greeting? Ren Yingying's eyes were about to spit fire when she saw Song Qingshu's appearance, but when she saw Audiobook, she couldn't help sighing inwardly. Her beauty, when the 9th princess was the holy maiden of the Ming cult, she was already elegant and refined. Unexpectedly, after not seeing her for a while, she had become even more beautiful. Following which, Ren Yingying became indignant. Why did such an otherworldly woman end up with that perverted Song Qingshu? The heavens were truly blind. Beside her, Wu Yunzhu Emperor's mood was the complete opposite. Seeing that her idol was indeed elegant and handsome, her maiden heart was thumping wildly. But when she saw the fairy-like Audiobook beside Song Qingshu, she couldn't help but pity herself. He has such a beautiful companion. I'm sure he won't fancy a little girl like me. I just don't know who's more handsome between him and Big Brother. As Wu Yunzhu Emperor was thinking, she subconsciously looked at the masked Big Brother. She just happened to meet Azi's unfriendly gaze and was so frightened that she hurriedly looked away. Azi snorted and thought, this little girl looks like she's in heat. One look and I can tell she has bad intentions towards my master. Humph, I have to find a chance to teach her a lesson. But this Song Qingshu is really handsome and extraordinary. No wonder he's the name I've heard the most since I entered the Central Plains. Audiobook, what nonsense am I thinking? This gigolo is definitely not as handsome as my master. Thinking about how her master did not take off his mask when they were being intimate earlier, Azi was a bit unhappy. Master, you don't want me to know what you look like. What if someone wears a mask and pretends to be you? How can Azi tell? On the side, Sangota saw that both sides were almost done with their greetings. He hastily stepped forward and said, Song Shandi, when we parted in the capital, you missed me so much. While saying that, he opened his arms to embrace Xianxia, showing his affection. Song Qingshu's countenance darkened. He thought, at that time, we were just fair-weather friends in the officialdom. How could we have such a good friendship? Seeing that he wanted to take advantage of Xianxia, he lightly flicked his finger inside his sleeve. Io Sangota felt his knees go numb. He staggered and knelt in front of Xianxia. At first, Xianxia wanted to dodge, but she was worried that the two of them really had a friendship of life and death. If she dodged, someone would see through her. She was stuck between a rock and a hard place when she saw Sangota unexpectedly fell down. She could not help but feel relieved. Sua Shandi, what are you doing? Quickly get up. Sangota's face and body were covered in ash. He could not help but look embarrassed. He embarrassedly said, I don't know what happened either. My legs suddenly went numb. While everyone's attention was focused on the two of them, Zhang Sanfeng thoughtfully looked at Song Qingshu who was next to him. Song Shandi, you don't know, but when I came to see you this time, I almost lost my life. It was all thanks to Zhang Zhenren and this hero's rescue. While saying that, Sangota began to introduce Song Qingshu. Seeing the mask on Song Qingshu's face, Xianxia and Audiobook coincidentally looked at each other. They could see the doubt in each other's hearts. Song Qingshu stepped forward and saluted. Suruowu pays his respect to the Golden Snake King and the 9th princess. May I ask if you have a Miss Yuyu here? I and Miss Yuyu are old friends. I have always been looking for her. I hope the two of you can tell me. Originally, they had felt that Song Qingshu's mask was somewhat familiar. Moreover, his physique was very similar to their lovers. Now that they heard him mention Miss Yuyu, how could the two of them still have any doubts? However, the two of them were exceptionally intelligent. Seeing that Song Qingshu did not show his true face, they naturally had their reasons. Therefore, the two of them did not show any strange expressions. Only a faint trace of happiness could be seen in their eyes. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. We don't have a Miss Yu here. Xiaoqingqing said indifferently. Because the other party mentioned her nickname, she could not help but feel a trace of sweetness in her heart. However, Miss Yu will certainly be able to understand young master's affection. Aside from the two of them, the rest of the people were confused by their conversation. Ren Yingying was even more anxious to the point of stamping her feet. She thought, didn't you want to pretend to be Ling Huchong to snatch the wedding? How did you get involved with another woman? However, as matters stood, she had no way of saying anything. She could only take one step at a time. The group entered the city and arrived at the meeting hall of the city lord's residence. Only then did Xiaoqingqing pretend to have just seen Ren Yingying. Hey, Miss Ren is here too? Song Qingshu had only been gone for a few days and he had already gotten himself a fiancée. No matter how magnanimous Xiaoqingqing and Audiobook were, it was inevitable that they would have some thoughts. Facing Song Qingshu, Ren Yingying naturally did not have a good expression. She slightly snorted and did not reply. Zhang Sanfeng, who was at the side, also took the opportunity to speak. Qingshu, one of the reasons why I came here this time is related to this Miss Ren. Hearing Zhang Sanfeng's words, Ren Yingying's heart suddenly leaped into her throat. Whether or not the engagement could be cancelled, success or failure would depend on this one move. Xiaoqingqing discreetly glanced at Song Qingshu, but she didn't get any hint from him. She could only bite the bullet and ask, what is it that has to do with Miss Ren? Zhang Sanfeng slowly said, I heard that not long ago you and Miss Ren were engaged. Not bad. Xiaoqingqing nodded and couldn't help but glance at Song Qingshu with hidden bitterness. Song Qingshu looked down and sat still, deliberately not looking at her eyes. Originally, I should have given you my blessings, but on the way here, I found out that this marriage seems to have a hidden agenda. Zhang Sanfeng hesitated for a moment as he looked at the people around him. After all, Song Qingshu's current status was different from before. Although he was an elder, he still had to take into consideration his face. With so many outsiders present, it would be too abrupt for him to propose to cancel the engagement. Qingshu, there are some words that I would like to discuss with you in private. Is that so? Xiaoqingqing knew from the look on Zhang Sanfeng's face that it would be inconvenient for him to speak. However, she did not have the confidence to face a martial arts legend like Zhang Sanfeng alone. As such, she did not dare to agree right away. At this time, Ren Yingying spoke. First, Zhenren Zhang, I'll go with you. After all, there are some things I need to clarify with him myself. That's good too. Zhang Sanfeng could not help but agree with Zhang Sanfeng. Seeing Xiaoqingqing's dilemma, Audiobook moved closer to her side. Song Lang, I'm also very curious about what younger sister Ren wants to say. I'll accompany you. Xiaoqingqing was overjoyed. With her accompanying them, even if something happened, they would be able to take care of each other. Ren Yingying frowned. She thought to herself that Song Qingshu's martial arts were unfathomable, and there was also Audiobook, who was highly skilled in martial arts, by his side. If something really happened, she was afraid that she wouldn't have the slightest ability to resist. After all, Zhang Sanfeng was Song Qingshu's great master, not her own great master. Moreover, because of the previous misunderstanding, Zhang Sanfeng seemed to be somewhat displeased with her. Ren Yingying's eyes inadvertently shifted to Song Qingshu. Her eyes lit up and she suddenly had an idea. She pointed at him and said, this matter is also related to him. Let him come with us. Xiaoqingqing and Audiobook were thinking about how to get Song Qingshu to go with them. When they heard what she said, they were immediately overjoyed. They hurriedly suppressed their joy and pretended to frown in dissatisfaction. Let him go with us? Zhang Sanfeng explained, this matter is indeed related to young hero Su. Xiaoqingqing nodded helplessly. All right then. Song Qingshu secretly gave Xiaoqingqing a thumbs up. Her acting skills were off the charts. Xiaoqingqing brought them to a quiet room on the side. Zhang Sanfeng then said, Qingshu, the main thing is about the engagement between you and Miss Ren. Miss Ren seems to have someone in her heart. Xiaoqingqing's expression immediately turned ugly as she listened to Zhang Sanfeng's unhurried words. It was one thing for her to be dissatisfied that Song Qingshu had found another fiancé so quickly, but it was another thing for a fiancé to find someone to break off the engagement. After Zhang Sanfeng finished speaking, he earnestly added, Qing Shu, Miss Ren is not a good match for you. Unfortunately, in front of the little girl, he could not clearly tell Xia Qingqing that Ren Yingying had an illicit affair with another man. Xia Qingqing replied with a frown, originally, I should not have refused Great Master's request. However, this engagement was promised by the Ren sect leader. Moreover, it is related to the alliance between the Sun Moon sect and the Golden Serpent camp. It has long since ceased to concern me. This matter is of great importance. Please forgive me, Qing Shu, for being unable to agree. Seeing that Xia Qingqing did not agree, Ren Yingying immediately became anxious and abruptly stood up. Surnamed Song, stop your wishful thinking. I would rather marry a pig or a dog than marry you. To the side, Audio's expression immediately turned cold. Young Miss Ren, don't overestimate yourself. In terms of appearance, there are many among us sisters who are better than you. In terms of martial arts, you are not even worth mentioning. In terms of status, the holy nun of the Sun Moon sect is not that illustrious. What kind of peerless figure is my husband? You are the only one who is not worthy of him. Why would he have any wishful thinking about you? Today, I might as well make things clear. The person my husband wants to marry is not you, but the Sun Moon sect behind you. Audio had always been gentle and almost never had a temper. However, when she heard Ren Yingying look down on Song Qingshu, she could not suppress the anger in her heart. You. Ren Yingying was so angry that her chest rose and fell rapidly. Because Audio was previously the holy nun of the Ming dynasty, she was responsible for monitoring the Sun Moon sect. Therefore, the relationship between the two women could not be said to be good. However, the two of them managed to maintain a harmonious relationship on the surface. Back then, on Blackwood Cliff, they occasionally called each other sisters. She never expected that when they met again, the other would actually be so merciless. Seeing Audio like an angry lioness, Song Qingshu also slightly opened his mouth in surprise. He quickly understood that the other was protecting him and could not help but feel touched. Zhang Sanfeng was also dumbfounded. He did not expect that none of his granddaughters-in-law were easy to deal with. He could not help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had been alone for the past 100 years and at least lived a carefree and happy life. Otherwise, with such a powerful woman by his side, he was afraid that he would not be able to concentrate on studying martial arts. After Audio's outburst, the room immediately fell into an awkward silence. Xia Qingqing could not help but cough and come out to help. Miss Ren, at that time, you were the one who agreed to this marriage. Thinking of the previously agreed fake marriage, Ren Yingying suddenly blushed and hurriedly explained, at that time, I was forced to do so. My father used Brother Cheng's life to threaten me. If I did not agree, I am afraid that Brother Cheng's life would be in danger. Are you not afraid now? Audio coldly snorted. The corner of Ren Yingying's mouth slightly curled up. She pulled Song Qingshu over and held his arm, saying, of course I am not afraid now. During this time, Brother Cheng has had a fortuitous encounter. His martial arts is no longer below my father's. Naturally, I am not afraid of his threat. Xia Qingqing and Audio looked at each other and could not help but ask in unison, you said that he is your brother Cheng? Of course. Ren Yingying snorted and secretly pinched Song Qingshu with her fingers. Receiving the hint, Song Qingshu had no choice but to come out and bow to Zhang Sanfeng. Ling Huchong greets Master Zhang. Before this, I deliberately concealed my identity. I hope that Master Zhang will forgive me. Zhang Sanfeng smiled slightly. This humble Taoist was wondering when there was such a young hero with godly swordsmanship in Jianghu. So it turns out that you have received the true teachings of Feng Qingyang. No wonder, no wonder. It is just that lust is like a knife on top of the head. Sigh. Previously, the head of Huashan sect, Yu Buchuan, had announced to the martial world that his eldest disciple had been expelled from the sect because he had befriended the demoness of the devil cult. Zhang Sanfeng had also heard about this. However, at that time, he did not pay much attention to these matters between the younger generation. He did not expect that he would be involved in this matter in the end. Ling Huchong greets Golden Snake King, 9th Princess. Song Qingshu immediately bowed to Xia Qingqing and Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing had a strange expression on her face, your identity is really surprising. End of chapter 642. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.